Upon arriving in this enchanting parallel world inhabited by elves, Lin felt a profound sense of helplessness. He merely aspired to be an ordinary trainer. His greatest ambition was nothing more than to earn a few modest achievements, capturing only the legendary Pokémon and dismantling a few international crime syndicates. However, he gradually realized that he seemed to be invincible. Chapter 1. The Fishing Boy on a Rainy Day. In the Shenzhou region, Baishan City, Baishui Town, the youth donned a thin blue raincoat, seated on the azure stone riverbank, grasping a fishing rod while gazing at the shimmering surface of the water. On the lake, several lotus leaves brimmed with water, each buoyed by round, blue forms, as rainwater cascaded off, only for them to submerge once more, awaiting the next accumulation. Occasionally, a couple of goldfish with pointed fins darted joyfully through the water, creating ripples in their wake. The boy silently observed the lotus leaf boy in the lake, as data materialized before his eyes. Pokémon, Lotus Leaf Boy. Level, LV8. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, water grass. Ability, rain dish. Height, 0.5 meters. Weight, 2.5 kilograms. Held item, none. Moves, growl, scare, absorb, water gun, sweet scent. Pokémon identification, Lotus Leaf Boy, a floating Pokémon residing on the surface of ponds or lakes. Although its leaves wither and weaken, it occasionally moves on land in search of fresh water. This is a healthy and happy Pokémon. The Lotus Leaf Boy, Lin mused quietly by the shore. The Lotus Leaf Boy. Naturally, Lin was no stranger to this Pokémon, as its evolution, the Happy River Boy, once enjoyed a period of glory as a brother of the rainy days. It is only weak against flying, poison, and bug types, without any quadruple weaknesses, and apart from flying, bug and poison types are not particularly favored attributes. As a special attacker, its ability to glide effortlessly allows it to double its speed in rainy conditions, granting it the advantage in battle. Alas, its weakness to flying remains a fatal flaw, especially after the emergence of the gale wings of the fierce arrow eagle. With this thought, Lin shook his head, droplets from his raincoat splattering in all directions. It is utterly impossible for it to be a Lotus Leaf Boy. Lin held no interest in it whatsoever. It had been 3 hours. Why had he not caught anything? Lin sighed, speaking to himself. He had come here today upon hearing rumors of someone capturing a Shelder, which prompted him to try his luck. After confirming the validity of the information through the system, he swiftly selected a location and cast his line. Yet, after 3 hours, he regrettably had nothing to show for his efforts. The evolution of Shelder, Cloyster, is a rather powerful Pokémon. With a base stat total of 525, it can rival the starter Pokémon, and its ability to use consecutive moves maximizes its attack potential. If it successfully utilizes the Shell Smash move, it can even sweep entire teams. For a civilian trainer, Cloyster is undoubtedly a formidable mainstay Pokémon. Gazing at the water surface in the rain, Lin sighed. He could never have imagined that a Pokémon he seldom used in the game would one day become something he yearned to encounter. It had been nearly half a year since he arrived in this world, and at first, he had believed it to be a mere dream. Living in a world filled with Pokémon seemed like something only found in dreams. Yet, the Pidgeys perched on the eaves, the Wingulls delivering parcels every day, the Mac Hope preparing his breakfast, and the various Pokémon he encountered on the road constantly reminded him that this was undeniably not a dream. Embracing the principle of acceptance, he began to familiarize himself with this world, astonishingly discovering that its history bore a striking resemblance to that of his original world. The turning point in history occurred several centuries ago, when countless secret realms suddenly appeared on Earth, along with the Pokémon that had previously resided within them. Thus, a multitude of conflict erupted between humans and Pokémon, with bloodshed and death occurring daily during that tumultuous time. Gradually, however, humanity began to seek peaceful coexistence with these creatures, realizing that these beings, endowed with diverse and wondrous powers, were not all savage and ferocious. They were not the destroyers of human civilization. On the contrary, they propelled humanity forward. With the advancement of technology, the powers of Pokémon were further harnessed and utilized, leading to a world entirely different from the one he had known. The development of firearms was significantly curtailed, as the destructive potential of Pokémon far surpassed that of conventional weaponry. The number and strength of Pokémon trainers in a region became vital measures of national power. Furthermore, every aspect of human life was imbued with the influence of Pokémon, from clothing and food to infrastructure and architecture, as humans and Pokémon coexisted symbiotically. Professions related to Pokémon flourished, including Pokémon trainers, breeders, doctors, and researchers. Now, after centuries of development, the relationship between Pokémon and humans in this world had achieved stability. The rain gradually fell in a gentle patter, the ripples on the water's surface diminishing, while the skies no longer appeared so overcast. Regaining his focus, Lin directed his gaze to the panel before him, which had materialized suddenly after he obtained his initial Pokémon. The panel presented only two options, one labeled identification, akin to the earlier encounter with the Lotus Leaf Boy, allowing him to view detailed information about a target Pokémon, including its abilities, moves, and current status. Moreover, this identification function could also discern item properties. Lin looked at his fishing rod, and swiftly, information appeared before him. Worn fishing rod, a dilapidated and ancient fishing rod. When used in the presence of water, it can catch Pokémon. Apart from identification, the other function on the panel is called Search, which, as the name suggests, enables Lin to locate items he needs. By entering the name of the desired item in text form, he can swiftly ascertain its location within a spherical radius of 200 meters. Not only for items, the detection system can also be utilized to locate the positions of Pokémon or individuals. The cooldown period has elapsed, allowing for another search. Lin observed the panel, his tone lighthearted. Unlike the identification ability, the search system enters a cooldown period after each use, with differing durations for items and Pokémon. Through experimentation, Lin discovered that if a search for an item yielded no results, he could immediately use the search function again without entering cooldown. Conversely, if a target is detected, a cooldown of approximately 10 minutes is imposed before the next search can be conducted, while for Pokémon and humans, this time doubles, lasting around 20 minutes. 3 hours prior, upon his arrival, Lin had already utilized the search ability to detect the location of Shelter, which is why he could confirm its presence here. Without further contemplation, Lin activated the search function once more, inputting the term Shelter, and as he watched the scanning radar whirl, an ominous premonition washed over him. Search failed. As expected, Lin sighed. In a mere 20 minutes, the Shelter in the water had drifted beyond the radar's detection range, its whereabouts now unknown. Time was of the essence. Lin glanced at his watch. Darkness would fall in 2 hours, and to avoid traversing at night, he needed to allow himself at least an hour for the return journey. Do you wish to continue the search? Lin Shi shook off the water from his raincoat, feeling somewhat indecisive. The night within the forest was undoubtedly perilous, as many hostile fairies prefer to roam under the cover of darkness. Just as Lin Shi was lost in thought, his fishing rod suddenly stirred in his grasp, and his gaze flickered with anticipation. A fairy had taken the bait. Chapter 2. Capturing a shiny Magikarp. Lin Shi's heart raced as he swiftly gripped the fishing rod, focusing intently on reeling in the line. Gradually, he sensed a tug and resistance from the depths below. Oh, quite a bit of strength there. Although he knew it was unlikely to be a clam, the force transmitted through the rod indicated that it was indeed a lively Pokémon. Lin's anticipation grew stronger. I must catch you. With that thought, Lin began to employ his skills, gently maneuvering the rod and deftly applying force to carefully guide the fish's movements, preventing it from escaping easily. Finally, ripples surged across the water's surface as a vibrant fish leapt from the depths, the brilliant sunlight glistening upon its golden body, radiating enchanting colors. Show yourself, little treasure. Lin exerted more effort, successfully pulling it entirely out of the water. As the splashes subsided, he gradually discerned the figure of the Pokémon in the water. It was a golden, carp-like Pokémon, its fins resembling a crown, adorned with sparkling golden scales that shimmered in the water. Pokémon, Magikarp level, LV 18 status, healthy gender, male type, water ability, swift swim height, 1, 5 meters weight, 15 kilograms held item, Stardust moves, Splash, Tackle, Flail, Whirlpool, Twister Pokédex entry, Magikarp. The fish Pokémon. Its body is primarily composed of scales and bones, making it exceptionally resilient. It can thrive in even the most polluted waters, demonstrating remarkable tenacity, particularly in jumping. This particular specimen is a healthy and robust Pokémon, a rare shiny variant among Magikarp, boasting a size significantly larger than its counterparts and possessing an expanded move set. Golden Magikarp and its evolution, Gyarados. Is this a shiny? Lin stared in disbelief at the golden Magikarp, which continued to leap energetically in the water. Throughout his 3-hour fishing expedition today, although he had caught many Magikarp, he never anticipated hooking a shiny one. Despite his astonishment, Lin's hands did not falter. He quickly maneuvered the Magikarp until it was too fatigued to resist. swiftly pulling it onto the shore. Plop! The Magikarp, now out of the water, flailed vigorously, its tail thrashing against the ground. However, it soon began to tire, likely having expended too much energy in the water. Its movements dwindled until it lay still, staring blankly with lifeless eyes, as if worn down by the trials of life. Tired from all the fuss, I suppose. You were quite the handful. Casting a glance at the Magikarp on the ground, Lin chose to ignore it for the moment and began to meticulously examine its data. Goodness, is this the fighting fish among Magikarp? Lin clicked his tongue in admiration. Without a doubt, this Magikarp's attributes were extraordinarily impressive, not only boasting a size nearly 1.5 times that of a typical Magikarp, but also possessing the hidden ability Swift Swim. Most crucially, its move pool included Twister, indicating that this Magikarp had an exceptional affinity for Dragon-type abilities. Upon evolving into Gyarados, it could potentially master the Dragon Dance move, a coveted Dragon-type technique that enhances speed and attack simultaneously, highly sought after by many Pokémon. Yet, even Dragon-type Pokémon do not universally learn it, as it requires a rare talent for harnessing Dragon-type powers. With that thought, Lin made up his mind. Such a gifted Magikarp could not be overlooked. Moreover, as a shiny golden Magikarp, it would evolve into a striking red Gyarados. The only drawback was that the evolution process for Magikarp was notoriously challenging, with each Gyarados being a rare gem among countless Magikarp. However, even if this Magikarp did not evolve into a Gyarados, keeping it in a fish tank as a golden Magikarp would still be quite impressive, wouldn't it? Seizing the moment as the Magikarp entered a state of fatigue, Lin retrieved an empty Pokeball from his backpack and tossed it towards the exhausted fish. In no time, the Pokeball opened, and the Magikarp transformed into a beam of red light, being absorbed into the ball. The ball closed and fell to the ground, beginning to shake. 1, 2, 3. Soon, accompanied by a delightful chime, the Pokeball ceased its movement. The Magikarp was captured. Lin joyfully picked up the Pokeball containing the Magikarp. This was his second captured Pokémon. You better prove yourself, Magikarp, Lin said with a smile to the Pokeball. After a day of rain, the downpour finally ceased, and Lin removed his cumbersome raincoat, stowing his fishing rod as he made his way out of the forest. This was the Baishui Forest located in Baishui Town, the largest forest in the entire Baishan City, home to numerous types of Pokémon. However, due to its proximity to human habitation, the Pokémon levels were generally not very high. As dusk approached, Lin tread cautiously, doing his best to avoid encounters with wild Pokémon. Finally, before the sun completely set, he exited the forest and returned to Baishui Town, boarding a bus back to his home in Baishan City. I'm home. Upon entering, Lin called out while removing his slightly damp coat. Is that you, son? A woman in her 40s, donning an apron, emerged from the kitchen with a spatula, her face beaming with joy. Did you catch a clam? No. Not even a shell or a hair. Lin shook his head in exasperation, reaching into his pocket to produce a Pokeball. A flash of light erupted as a humanoid Pokémon with 4 arms materialized in the living room. Machoke. The moment it emerged from the ball, the Pokémon exclaimed excitedly. Pokémon, Machoke level, LV32 status, healthy gender, female type, fighting ability, no guard height. 1, 6 meters weight, 130 kilograms held item, none moves. Low kick, leer, focus energy, body slam. Low sweep, wide guard, protect, brick break, ice punch, fire punch Pokédex entry. Machoke, the superpower Pokémon. Its punches and karate chops delivered with its 4 arms are impossible to block. It ignites its fighting spirit when facing formidable foes. This is a healthy and strong Pokémon, but it prefers household chores over battling. Thank you for taking care of him, Machoke. Lin's mother smiled, patting Machoke on the head. Machoke. The Pokémon gleefully raised all 4 arms in a flexing pose. Upon spotting the spatula in Lin's mother's hand, Machoke's eyes sparkled. Swiftly snatching the spatula and tying on an apron, heading eagerly towards the kitchen to assist with cooking. This Machoke belonged to Lin's father and was his only Pokémon. Not everyone in this world is willing or able to become a professional Pokémon trainer, but almost everyone keeps one or several Pokémon as companions or helpers. Lin's father and his Machoke were just such a pair. Similarly, Lin's mother was not a professional trainer, yet she had also raised a Lickitung as a companion. Returning to his room, Lin promptly changed into a dry outfit and placed a small pouch filled with shimmering, sand-like particles on the table. Stardust, a fine and exquisitely beautiful red sand. This was obtained from the Magikarp, the item it was carrying. To be honest, Lin had not expected to receive this from the Magikarp. It can only be said that the Golden Koi King is indeed impressive. The price of Stardust in the market has consistently remained high, attracting numerous collectors who eagerly seek it out. Each gram can fetch as much as 1,000 yuan. And this package contains a substantial 10 grams, valued at approximately 10,000 yuan. This represents a considerable income. Lin Shi carefully stored the stardust away, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Next, Lin Shi lifted his gaze towards the two remaining items on the table. One was a hatching device resembling a massive transparent vase, within which a Pokémon egg was immersed in nutrient solution. Beside it lay a feather, adorned in hues of yellow and green, with a gradient that shimmered intermittently. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this feather emitted light directed towards the Pokémon egg in the incubator, as if nurturing it. Lin Shi picked up the feather and gently brushed his hand over it. Chapter 3. The First Pokémon. New Moon Feather. A feather of Cresselia, radiating a moonlit glow, concealing the power to dispel nightmares. Lin Shi was well acquainted with this item. In the game, it is a crucial artifact associated with the Dream Pokémon. This particular feather was obtained in a secret realm, along with the Pokémon egg now housed in the incubator. Lin Shi gazed at the Pokémon egg and activated the identification function. Pokémon egg, an egg obtained from a Pokémon in the wild. Sounds emanate from within, indicating an impending hatching. What will emerge? It has been 10 days since he acquired this egg, and each day Lin Shi diligently checked its status. It seemed that hatching was finally at hand. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of Pokémon would emerge. There was a sense of anticipation, especially since the egg was discovered alongside the feather of a legendary Pokémon. It should indeed be extraordinary. What if it turned out to be a mythical creature? Lin Shi couldn't help but indulge in his fantasies. In this world, the power of legendary Pokémon is unparalleled, imbued with strength far exceeding that of ordinary Pokémon. He recalled a report he had read about an incident 3 years ago in the Fog City region, where nearly 1 million residents were hypnotized and plunged into nightmares. Subsequent investigations suggested that this calamity was likely caused by the mythical Pokémon Darkrai. Fortunately, those who were hypnotized awoke naturally after a day, suffering only from mental fatigue, without any physical harm. However, even so, the resulting accidents due to the hypnosis inflicted significant damage on the city. This was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the might of legendary Pokémon. Legendary and mythical creatures exist atop the Pokémon hierarchy. A knock resounded at the door, accompanied by the call of a Magikarp. "Darling, weren't you supposed to go buy groceries? Why have you brought home such a large fish tank?" Lin's mother inquired, perplexed by the sight of Lin's father and the Magikarp, along with 2 Magikarps carrying the fish tank behind them. It was that brat who insisted on it. Claiming it was for welcoming a new friend, Lin's father replied while directing the 2 Magikarps. "Just place it in that corner against the wall, please. Thank you." With a hearty call, the 2 Magikarps swiftly carried the fish tank to its designated spot. "Dad's back." At this moment, Lin Shi stepped outside, just as a purple creature resembling a small monkey leaped out, landing on him. "Ah, you've worked hard, Magikarp," Lin Shi said, petting its fur. Pokémon, Magikarp. Level, LV30. Status, healthy. Gender, female. Type, normal. Ability, run away. Height, 0, 8 meters. Weight, 11, 5 kilograms. Held item, none. Skills, scratch, tail whip, sand attack, baton pass, tickling, swift, quick attack. Clap surprise, fire punch. Pokémon identification, Magikarp, the long-tail Pokémon. It resides high in the trees, skillfully maintaining balance while leaping between branches. This is a healthy and affectionate Pokémon, with a dexterous tail that makes it a master in household chores. It belongs to Lin Shi's mother, who had gone grocery shopping with Lin's father. Upon returning home, Lin Shi remembered the Koi King he had just captured and thought it would be unseemly to let it flop on the ground. So he had asked his father to buy a fish tank on the way home. While Lin Shi interacted with Magikarp, the 2 Magikarps had already efficiently set up the fish tank and departed from the Lin household. "You still haven't explained why you bought a fish tank. What Pokémon did you catch? Let it out. I'll take a look," Lin's father inquired after sending off the Magikarps. "All right, keep your eyes peeled. Stand back. I'm going to release my Pokémon." Lin Shi proudly produced a Pokeball and placed the Koi King into the fish tank. Golden Legend. Wow, a golden Koi King. Goodness, what incredible luck you have. The moment the Koi King emerged, it captured the attention of both Lin's father and mother. Over the years, they had encountered only a handful of shiny Pokémon, and they never expected their son to possess such fortune. The two circled the fish tank, marveling for quite some time. Fortunately, the Koi King had a temperament stable enough to endure such scrutiny. Any other Pokémon would have fled in fright under such gazes. "Son, your Koi King is indeed handsome. However, evolving such a Pokémon is notoriously challenging. While you can care for it, how will you manage the school assessments next month and the college entrance examination next year?" Despite his fondness, Lin's father did not forget to remind him. After all, even in this world, the college entrance examination remains a significant milestone in one's life. The nation's top universities not only offer abundant training resources, but also nurture many exceptional Pokémon. Every student who gains admission can select a Pokémon to call their own. Naturally, the better the university, the richer the training and Pokémon resources it provides, which explains why so many strive to gain entry into the most prestigious institutions. Hearing this, Lin Shi sighed. This was indeed a source of his worries. However, there was little that could be done, having just left the secret realm 10 days prior. And being reluctant to capture and train other Pokémon, he currently possessed no usable Pokémon aside from the Koi King. Oh right, the Koi King isn't exactly a usable Pokémon either, considering its combat capabilities on land are hardly superior to that of the air. Reflecting on the secret realm, Lin Shi retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket. This ball belonged to his first Pokémon, his starter Pokémon, the Herdier. It should now be a Stoutland. Lin Shi's Herdier was a gift from his aunt, who served as the captain of the defense team at the Bai Mountain Police Station. The standard Pokémon of their police force was Stoutland, and Lin Shi's Herdier was a child of her own Stoutland. Lin Shi was quite pleased with Stoutland, appreciating its handsome appearance and impressive base stats of 555, making it an excellent choice as a starter Pokémon. According to regional regulations, only senior high school students or individuals aged 17 and above can officially register as trainers in their respective areas. Only by becoming a registered trainer can one truly possess their own Pokémon and have the right to capture others. This is because each region considers individuals to be adults at 17, recognizing their rights and responsibilities, and possessing the ability to discern right from wrong. Only in this manner can they refrain from engaging in reckless behavior once they acquire their Pokémon, or rather, they can take responsibility for their actions. Moreover, while training Pokémon is indeed the norm in this world, it does not imply that one can neglect the study of subjects such as language, mathematics, foreign languages, history, and physics. The fact that students can only possess Pokémon in their third year of high school is to ensure that their foundational education is not compromised, as examinations in these core subjects constitute a significant portion of the college entrance exam. Furthermore, possessing extensive knowledge about Pokémon is essential for being a competent trainer. Thus, on the first day of his senior year, after registering for his trainer's qualification, Lin Shi obtained a Houndour. It was only after he personally captured the Houndour in a Pokeball that a system panel featuring identification and search functionalities appeared. Over the ensuing month, Lin Shi trained and explored alongside Houndour, even acquiring several pearls through the search function. With the proceeds from selling these pearls, Lin Shi managed to earn some funds for Houndour's sustenance. Even more exhilarating for Lin Shi was when, during a training session in the Baishui forest, he utilized the search function to discover a high-quality firestone. It is well known that evolution stones such as the Firestone and Waterstone have always been in high demand yet scarce in the market. Even the lowest quality Firestone can fetch over 100,000, while those of exceptional quality command prices that are staggering. What is more critical is that the Firestone is the very item required for Houndour's evolution into Houndoom, and without hesitation, Lin Shi decided to keep it, envisioning a day when he would use it to facilitate Houndour's evolution. Thus, in just over a month, Houndour progressed from a newborn to level 14, a pace that was by no means slow, despite the fact that this early period of a Pokémon's life is characterized by rapid development. Houndour's leveling speed surpassed that of many of its peers. Chapter 4. The volcano erupted. Lin Shi's thoughts were drawn back to 10 days prior. Houndour, Flame Wheel. At Lin Shi's command, the orange-hued puppy before him ignited in flames, its body swirling like a blazing wheel as it charged forward with remarkable speed. With a resounding crash, the opposing Nidoran was struck directly. Clearly disheartened by the encounter, Nidoran swiftly retreated into the nearby woods, vanishing from sight. Well done. After the battle, Lin Shi approached Houndour, patting its head while offering praise. He then activated the panel to review Houndour's information. Pokémon, Houndour. Level, 14. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, fire. Ability, flash fire. Height, 0. 8 m. Weight, 20 kilograms. Item held, none. Skills, Ember, Howl, Bite, Flame Wheel, Flame Charge, Quick Attack, Morning Sunday Pokémon Assessment. Houndour, the puppy Pokémon. It possesses a friendly disposition, easily forming bonds with humans. When confronting foes, it will bark and attempt to chase them away. This is a healthy and loyal Pokémon, exhibiting excellent developmental status and a strong affection towards you. Level 14 now, Lin Shi nodded with satisfaction, then retrieved a Fire-type energy cube from his backpack. The quality of these cubes was evident from their vibrant color. This was only natural, as Lin Shi had invested a considerable sum to procure them. They were among the most suitable nourishment for Houndour at this stage. Houndour, you've mastered Flame Wheel quite adeptly. Now we will progress to the next phase of training. You need to practice controlling your direction while executing Flame Wheel. This will not only allow you to close in on your opponent with speed, but also evade their attacks. Lastly, attempt to combine Flame Charge with Flame Wheel, increasing your rotation speed. As Lin Shi fed the energy cube to Houndour, he outlined the next steps of their training regimen. If you train well, I'll treat you to an extra meal tonight. What do you say? Do you have confidence? Oh woo. Houndour immediately lifted its head, barking resolutely, momentarily disregarding the energy cube as it expressed its determination to Lin Shi. Lin Shi smiled softly, stroking Houndour's warm fur, akin to the sun's embrace, offering encouragement. Just then, a series of sounds echoed from the nearby forest, as if something substantial was rustling through the underbrush. Lin Shi swiftly stood to survey the surroundings, straining to discern the source of the noise. Something felt amiss. The sounds appeared to be drawing nearer. Houndour, let us move quickly. Without needing further instruction, Houndour had already perked up its ears, its body leaning forward in a crouch, emitting low growls. Upon hearing Lin Shi's command, it immediately bolted alongside him, fleeing from the noise. Bang! Bang! With a resounding crash, a massive, slate-gray serpentine Pokémon emerged before Lin Shi. Its body composed of numerous enormous gray boulders, crowned by a singular rock protrusion. Onyx? How can it be so large? Lin Shi glanced back, instantly recognizing that it was a colossal Onyx, barreling towards them with a fierce and aggressive demeanor. Pokémon, Onyx. Level, 30. Status, abnormal. Gender, male. Type, rock, ground. Ability, sturdy. Height, 15. 0 m. Weight, 9,980 kilograms. Item held, Hardstone. Skills, Roar, Tackle, Rock Slide, Harden, Bind, Dig, Rock Polish, Rock Tomb, Iron Tail, Earthquake, Explosion. Pokémon Assessment, Onyx. The rock snake Pokémon. It digs through the ground while consuming various hard objects to strengthen its body. This Pokémon is in an abnormal state, having been infected by an unknown entity, causing it to become extremely violent and attack any living creature that appears before it. My goodness, level 30. A Pokémon of such caliber should not be found so close to human habitation. Lin Shi gritted his teeth, his pace quickening. The disparity of over 10 levels left him with no desire to engage in battle. This cannot continue. We will surely be caught. The Onyx pursuing them clearly exhibited signs of distress, as indicated by the panel, which stated that it had become agitated due to an unknown object within its body. A serpent of stone, quite the spectacle. Yet regardless of the circumstances, Lin Shi lacked the means to assist it, prioritizing his own safety above all else. Houndour, let's take a different route. At this moment, Lin Shi had already fled from the outskirts of Baishui Forest, the Onyx in pursuit driving him deeper into the interior. To evade the Onyx, he chose paths densely populated with trees and obstacles, gradually losing his sense of direction. He remained unaware that, at some point, the Onyx had ceased its chase, and the forest around him had begun to change. A few minutes later, it seems we are no longer being pursued. Let us stop. Gazing back to find silence in the area behind them, Lin Shi, panting heavily, motioned for Houndour to halt and collapsed onto a nearby rock. The energetic canine, Katy Dog, continued to sniff around with its head lowered before abruptly lifting it to howl incessantly at Lin Shi, as if attempting to convey a message. However, even without asking, Lin Shi understood its intent, for upon raising his gaze, he beheld a towering black mountain beyond the distant forest, from whose summit billowed plumes of smoke. Was that a volcano? Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. Where in Baishan City could one find a volcano? Rising to his feet, he scanned his surroundings, growing increasingly alarmed. For this was certainly not the Baishui forest he was familiar with. A secret realm. The words sprang to Lin Shi's mind like lightning. This was an emergent, undeveloped secret realm. In this world, secret realms symbolized opportunity, and an uncharted one concealed treasures of immeasurable worth. Yet, conversely, the perils within such realms were no trifling matter. They were inhabited by numerous wild Pokémon, which would undoubtedly launch merciless attacks on any intruders encroaching upon their territory. Suppressing his restless desire to explore, Lin Shi prioritized finding an exit from this secret realm. Katy Dog, do you remember the path we took to arrive here? He inquired, crouching to stroke the canine's head. Woof. Katy Dog nodded, lowering its head to utilize its keen sense of smell to search for the way. Lin Shi followed closely behind Katy Dog, retracing their steps. Yet, he was uncertain whether the passage he had entered still existed. After all, with the emergence of a new secret realm, The stability of everything, including the entry and exit points, was in question. However, he reasoned that it was better to return and investigate than to wander aimlessly in the forest, especially since he had encountered no Pokémon along the way, indicating a degree of safety. Wait, Katie Dog. Something appears to be glowing over there. As Lin Shi walked, he noticed a particularly tall and sturdy dead tree in the adjacent forest, from which light appeared to emanate through its cracks. After confirming that no Pokémon were nearby with Katie Dog's acute sense of smell, he circled the withered tree before finally stopping in front of it. This is the spot. Katie Dog, use your flame charge to break it open, Lin Shi commanded, pointing to a specific area on the dead tree. With a resounding crash, a burst of fire illuminated the scene as the tree was shattered. The hollow within was not spacious, revealing all its contents at once. A Pokémon egg resting on a stone, alongside a shimmering moon wing that emitted a radiant glow. After departing the hollow, Lin Shi continued to search for an exit with Katie Dog. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from a distance, followed by a violent tremor that shook the ground. Steadying himself, Lin Shi furrowed his brow as he gazed towards the forest's edge, his complexion paling in an instant. Damn it, the volcano has erupted. Chapter 5, Shine Bright, Evolutionary Light. An ominous red glow surged on the horizon, a sanguine omen dancing through the air. The belly of the volcano began to tremble slightly, as if a long-dormant beast was awakening, the quaking intensifying like a trapped wild animal struggling to break free from its confines. Without a second thought, Lin Shi sprinted backward with Katie Dog, realizing that the only option was to distance themselves as much as possible. Now he understood why their previous journey had been so smooth. The Pokémon within the secret realm had likely anticipated the volcano's imminent eruption and were hastily seeking refuge. Lin Shi dashed away, but regrettably, time was not on his side this time. A deafening roar reverberated throughout the secret realm as the volcano's mouth gaped open like the gates of hell, spewing forth molten lava and ash like an enraged dragon erupting from the abyss. Lin Shi dared not look back. He needed to quicken his pace to escape. He was far too close to the volcano. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burning and sulfur, suffocating him. Lava cascaded down the mountainside like a merciless red river, devouring all living beings in its path. The Pokémon that once inhabited this area were now fleeing in droves. Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Oddish, Diglett, Dugtrio, Farfetch'd, and Onix. Lin Shi even spotted a rare family of Clefairy amidst the chaos, with creatures taking flight above and scurrying below, each employing their own tactics for survival. Judging by their levels, most Pokémon here hovered around level 35, with some exceeding level 40. According to the League's classification, this place should belong to the elite-level secret realm, accessible only to elite trainers. Lin Shi pondered these thoughts, grateful that none of the Pokémon seemed inclined to attack him. The outsider, indeed, all uninvited guests paled in comparison to the looming volcano. Goodness, what a lack of martial ethics. While some might argue that the physical prowess of Pokémon cannot be generalized, it was evident that the disparity between humans and Pokémon was far more pronounced. Just moments ago, a dazzling, white-glowing Ursaring had dashed past him, seemingly slowing to glance back at him with disdain. That was the move Quick Attack. The Quick Attack move allowed Pokémon to strike their opponents with lightning speed. Likewise, it proved to be an excellent escape tactic. In an instant, Lin Shi felt as though he had entered the second phase of some racing competition. The Pokémon began employing their skills to accelerate, agility, quick charge, and he even witnessed several Onixes and Geodudes using Rock Polish to enhance their speed. While the Pokémon possessed skills, Lin Shi had only his two legs, one weary and the other aching, as he felt his body growing heavier. Lin Shi had no idea how long he would have to run. He only knew that the farther he distanced himself, the safer he would be. Suddenly, a fragment of rock, propelled into the air, landed beside him, the immense sound and tremor causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Gazing skyward, he saw the volcano's mouth resembling a colossal cannon, launching solid and semi-solid rocks, along with other materials, skyward like bullets. The rocks traced arcs through the air, akin to a hellish fireworks display, and Lin Shi frowned at the sight, the corners of his mouth quirking in disbelief. Has the volcano also entered its second phase? Oh woo. Struggling to rise, Lin Shi heard Katie Dog's barks. Katie Dog, we must leave quickly. This place is too dangerous. He urged Katie Dog to follow. What are you doing? At that moment, Lin Shi noticed something was amiss with Katie Dog. It radiated a searing heat, as if some energy was about to burst forth from its being. Oh woo. Then, Katie Dog raised its head and howled at the sky, a blue-white glow enveloping its form as it began to grow larger. The light of evolution? How could this be? Lin Shi's eyes widened in astonishment, and he instinctively patted his pocket, discovering that the fire stone he had been carrying had fallen to the ground when he stumbled. He had never considered allowing Katy Dog to evolve at this stage. It was still too small, and now was certainly not the optimal time for evolution. No. As he observed the rain of falling rocks and the molten lava surging down from the mountain's peak, Lin Shi suddenly comprehended why Katy Dog had chosen to evolve. From a certain perspective, this was indeed an opportune moment. Soon, Katy Dog completed its evolution, transforming into a much larger canine Pokémon before Lin Shi's eyes. It boasts a luxuriant mane of flaxen fur that envelopes its visage, with eyes transformed into a rich brown hue. Its physique is adorned with striking black and orange stripes reminiscent of a tiger, while its elongated hair dances in the air like a flickering flame. Pokémon, Rapidash. Level, LV16. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, fire. Ability, blaze. Height, 19 meters. Weight, 1,550 kilograms. Held item, none. Skills, Ember, Howl, Bite, Flame Wheel, Flame Charge, Swift, Morning Sun, Fire Spin, Fire Fong. Quick Attack, Flamethrower. Pokémon Assessment, Rapidash, a legendary Pokémon, is the evolved form of Ponyta. Revered as a mythical creature, its splendid mane has captivated countless admirers, and many have been entranced by its nimble, graceful form. This is a Pokémon that has recently evolved after exhausting its potential, yet it currently thrives in excellent condition. Rapidash. Indeed, is it Quick Attack? Observing the newly acquired Quick Attack skill in Rapidash's repertoire, Lin Shi's emotions became somewhat intricate. However, it was manifestly not the time to ponder such matters. The distant rumble of the volcano and the incessant rain of falling rocks served as stark reminders of the peril surrounding him. With a gentle nudge of its head against Lin Shi, the evolved Rapidash beckoned him to mount. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shi dispelled his hesitation. After all, time was of the essence. Once mounted securely, a radiant white glow emanated from Rapidash, propelling them forward like a luminous shadow. Quick Attack. The silhouettes of trees blurred past them, and Lin Shi lowered his body to minimize resistance, gripping tightly onto the mane of Rapidash. After utilizing Quick Attack, Rapidash moved with astonishing speed and agility, deftly navigating obstacles and evading the debris that occasionally plummeted from the sky. Even after the duration of Quick Attack had elapsed, its velocity remained formidable, and soon they had covered a significant distance. As the terrain leveled somewhat, Lin Shi seized the opportunity to survey his surroundings. Witnessing a multitude of Pokémon fleeing in terror through the forest, many species ran in clusters, including Nidoqueen and Nidoking leading their offspring, Nidoran and Nidorina. The pouch of a Kangaskhan not only contained its young, but also a few other small Pokémon like Jigglypuff and Piku. Moreover, a formidable Ursaring accompanied its cub. Was that a shiny? When Lin Shi's gaze swept across the Ursaring family, he spotted a small bear with a distinctly different hue among them. Lin Shi sighed inwardly at his good fortune, but then his eyes widened as a sudden realization struck him. No, a shiny cub should be green. This one was merely gray, and it appeared different altogether. Lin Shi quickly turned his head to get a better look at the cub, but it was too late. The Ursaring clan had just changed direction and vanished into the dense foliage. Lin Shi furrowed his brow, meticulously recalling the cub's features, an instinct telling him that it was no ordinary Pokémon. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, and he lifted his gaze towards the direction in which the Ursaring had departed, disbelief filling his eyes. That Pokémon, he remembered it now. Chapter 6. The Egg Hatched. Lin Shi squinted thoughtfully, gradually bringing the image of the Pokémon into sharper focus in his mind. I recall that Pokémon's name should be Pander. Slamming his hand down, Lin Shi finally recalled. Although its name may sound like that of a mere ordinary Pokémon, in truth, Pander is a bona fide mythical beast. Heralded as a legendary fighting Pokémon, its evolved form, Martial Bear, is exceedingly formidable, and in the narratives from his previous life, there was an instance where a Martial Bear single-handedly felled the legendary Registeel with a single blow, showcasing its immense power. For a fleeting moment, Lin Shi longed to return immediately to pursue this Pokémon. After all, it was a divine beast. Having been in this world for so long, he had never heard of anyone earning the recognition of a legendary Pokémon to capture it as their own. No, I must remain rational. Lin Shi rubbed his face, striving to cool his heated thoughts. Even if he were lucky enough to locate it, how could he possibly capture it? Charisma? He estimated that even his evolved Rapidash would stand no chance against it, particularly with a group of intimidating Ursaring by its side. Regaining his composure, Lin Shi stroked the warm fur of Rapidash. For now, Survival was of paramount importance. Rapidash, let us employ quick attack once more. We must be nearing our destination. Minutes later, Lin Shi, riding Rapidash, arrived at the spot where he had previously entered the secret realm, a determination evident in his mind. They could clearly see a portion of the sky nearby resembling a transparent curtain fluttering in the wind, akin to ripples on a calm water surface. Splendid. Lin Shi rejoiced. A woo. Rapidash echoed a call and sprinted towards the exit, just a few meters away, and Lin Shi's apprehension began to dissipate. Drawing a deep breath, he glanced back at the secret realm. I will certainly return. Yet life is such that one can never truly foresee what tomorrow or an unexpected event may bring. Joy often precedes sorrow. Just as he was about to leave the secret realm, an unforeseen event transpired. A thunderous roar erupted from the sky, causing Lin Shi to frown and instinctively look upward in response to the sound. The sight that met his eyes sent a chill down his spine. A colossal boulder, engulfed in raging flames, hurtled towards them at breakneck speed. What atrocious luck! Lin Shi's first instinct was to command Rapidash to evade, but he soon realized that such an effort would be futile. The fiery boulder was far too massive and its velocity far too swift. No, there was no escaping this. Gritting his teeth, despair surged through him, but he steeled himself against the encroaching hopelessness. Rapidash, we must make a final stand. Unleash your utmost strength. Before Lin Shi could finish speaking, Rapidash leaped into action, its eyes ablaze with unwavering determination. In a swift motion, it bit onto Lin Shi's backpack and spun around, flinging him towards the exit. What? Lin Shi, suspended in midair, had yet to process the events as he watched the colossal boulder plummet, raising a cloud of dust. The sky, momentarily obscured, swallowed the shadow of Lin Shi. When Lin Shi regained consciousness, it was already the following morning, and he found himself lying in his own room, with Rapidash nowhere to be found. According to his parents, he had collapsed on a secluded path, fortuitously rescued by patrolling guards who happened to pass by. After a thorough examination, it was determined that he had sustained only minor abrasions, and his unconscious state was a result of the impact. Meanwhile, the newly emerged secret realm had entered a period of obscurity. This so-called obscurity phase is a phenomenon that occurs before a secret realm stabilizes completely and permits outsiders to enter. Through years of investigation, the League has discovered that every secret realm experiences a period of obscurity before it settles and allows external access. Generally speaking, after the initial emergence of an exceedingly unstable spatial portal, the subsequent secret realm will not reopen for another 2 to 3 years, during which time no viable passages will materialize. Experts speculate that the secret realm resembles a wandering expanse of space. Its first appearance signifies a convergence between the realm and our own, resulting in a collision and friction that briefly facilitates the emergence of a portal. However, once this moment has passed, the secret realm enters a self-protective, closed period, requiring 2 to 3 years before it can be assimilated into our space and reopen its passage. Stabilizing once more. Returning to the present, Lin Shi stood in silence, holding the pokeball containing his speedy dog. Dear, please don't place such immense pressure on our son. His mother interjected. It's not certain that little gold will evolve so soon. Observing Lin Shi lost in thought, she shot a disapproving glance at Lin's father before turning to feed the Kingler. At that moment, Lin Shi snapped back to reality, a smile gracing his face. Rest assured, I did bring back an egg from the secret realm. I just checked, and it should hatch imminently. I have a strong intuition that it will not disappoint me. That night, after dinner, Lin Shi carried the egg into the yard, where the family gathered around it. The egg was now covered in cracks, on the verge of hatching. The weather was exceptionally clear, with the silvery moonlight cascading unobstructed, draping the entire city in a shroud of silver. In the next moment, seemingly nourished by the moonlight, the egg suddenly emanated a radiant white glow, intensifying until the shadow of a small Pokémon became discernible. The egg had hatched. A small, light brown bear Pokémon with a crescent-shaped white pattern on its head appeared before them, curiously surveying the world around it. Bear cub? Pokémon, bear cub level, LV1 status. Healthy gender, male type, normal ability. Pickup height, 0, 5 meters weight, 8, 0 kilograms held item, none skills. Scratch, lick, yawn Pokémon identification, bear cub. The bear Pokémon. It secretes sweet honey into its palms and licks it incessantly. Each bear cub's honey has a unique flavor. This is a healthy, newly hatched Pokémon. Lively and affectionate, and unlike others of its kind, it harbors mysterious powers within. Hello, bear cub. I am your master. No, I am your trainer. Lin Shi reached out to gently stroke the bear cub's head, the white crescent pattern shimmering beautifully with a delightful texture. Let's get along well. The following day, Lin Shi prepared sweet honey and fresh moo milk for the bear cub. Naturally, he did not neglect Kingler, providing it with high-quality flying-type energy cubes. As a significant amount of flying-type energy was essential for its evolution from a water-type Kingler to a water flying-type Gyarados. By the way, the funds for these purchases were entirely derived from Lin Shi's transactions involving the Moonstone, which was the very stone that had been resting beneath the bear cub's egg. Lin Shi had packed it up and taken it with him. It was quite sizable and of exceptional quality, a rare gem among moonstones. He estimated its market value to be close to 10 million, so he divided it into standard-sized pieces for sale, earning a substantial profit. One could say, rather than Lin Shi raising the bear cub, it was the bear cub nurturing Lin Shi. Contemplating this, Lin Shi added another spoonful of sweet honey for the bear cub. Upon witnessing this gesture, the bear cub gazed up at him with wide, sparkling eyes, brimming with affection. What a wonderful trainer I have. Lin Shi decided to refrain from visiting the White Water Forest for the time being, since he had already captured the bear cub. He had no immediate intentions of capturing other Pokémon. It was more crucial to train the one he had, especially considering there was still a Kingler in the tank. However, once the bear cub's level increased, Lin Shi would take it to battle in the forest, as combat was indeed the finest teacher. Moreover, the bear cub's pickup ability was ideally suited for outdoor exploration, potentially leading to unexpected rewards. With this thought in mind, Lin Shi glanced at the information regarding the pickup ability. Pickup ability will acquire items used by opponents or items that are unclaimed in the wild. Chapter 7. The bear cub's first battle EU at home. Lin Shi was assisting the bear cub in training. Bear cub, when using the move slash, concentrate the normal type energy in your hand and envelop your palm. Lin Shi instructed the bear cub on the technique for slash. After several days of training, he discovered that this bear cub possessed remarkable talent. It learned many moves with ease and executed them with finesse. This brought him great joy, as it did not betray his long-held expectations. With Lin Shi's guidance, the bear cub manifested a white claw composed of normal-type energy, striking fiercely at the wooden post. The post shattered upon impact. Clap, clap. Standing nearby, Lin Shi applauded enthusiastically and presented the bear cub with a normal-type energy cube as a reward. Very spirited, aren't you, Lin Shi? A clear, melodious voice rang out from the entrance. Without even turning around, Lin Shi recognized the voice all too well. It belonged to Su Qiming, his childhood neighbor. Su Qiming's home was directly across from Lin Shi's. Due to their parents being archaeologists, they often traveled the globe and found it inconvenient to take their daughter along. Thus, during their childhood, Su Qiming frequently stayed at Lin Shi's home, entrusted to his parents' care. Su Qiming was remarkable, bright and charming from a young age, and Lin Shi's parents were particularly fond of her. Consequently, she spent a significant amount of time at Lin Shi's house, forging an inseparable bond between them. Ah, the esteemed Miss Su has graced us with her presence. What an exceptional guest. Lin Shi turned and walked over to open the yard's gate. I'm just here to deliver some things. Old Zhang said we could take a break, but the assignments still need to be completed. As she spoke, Su Qiming tossed a bag toward Lin Shi, who caught it and slung it over his shoulder with a smirk. Your bear cub looks quite lively. Su Qiming crouched down to gently stroke the bear cub's head. You? The bear cub appeared somewhat dazed, its big, watery eyes fixated on Su Qiming, occasionally glancing back at Lin Shi. How about a battle? Su Qiming rose, extending a challenge to Lin Shi. A battle? Indeed. I recently captured a Pokémon whose level is comparable to your bear cub, making it a suitable opponent. As she spoke, she retrieved a Pokeball from her pocket. Lin Shi found no reason to decline. He was eager to see the fruits of the bear cub's training thus far. Then I must ask Miss Su to go easy on us. Bear cub, give it your all. If we win, you'll receive double the sweet honey tonight. Lin Shi rallied his Pokémon with encouraging words. Upon hearing the mention of a double reward, the bear cub immediately stood tall, raising its right hand to its chest, exuding confidence. Excellent. Let us commence. Su Qiming opened her Pokeball, and a cat-like Pokémon leaped out. Its fur was predominantly a rich brown, with a fluffy cream-colored mane around its neck and tail, complemented by a pair of elongated ears reminiscent of a rabbit. Pokémon EV. Level, LV8. Status, healthy. Gender, female. Type, normal. Ability, adaptability. Height, 0, 25 meters. Weight, 6, 2 kilograms. Item, none. Skills, tackle, growl, sand attack, quick attack, wish, swift. Pokémon assessment, EV, an evolving Pokémon. Due to unstable genetic traits, it possesses a myriad of evolutionary possibilities. This is a healthy, newly born Pokémon. EV. To be honest, Lin Shi was somewhat taken aback by Su Qiming's capture of an EV, considering that EVs are exceedingly rare and precious in this world. However, given the illustrious backgrounds of her parents as renowned archaeologists, acquiring an EV seemed less formidable. Furthermore, Lin Shi noted that this EV had an impressively diverse skill set. Despite being newly hatched and only at level 8, it possessed physical attacks, special attacks, recovery moves, and priority skills, indicating a remarkable innate talent. The battle commenced. EV. Use quick attack. Su Qiming struck first. A flash of white light enveloped EV as it transformed into a swift white shadow, dashing towards the Teddiursa. Teddiursa, in turn, unleashed a flurry of swipes. The essence of quick attack lies in its speed, prompting Lin Shi to counter with a flurry of swipes to force a halt. Bang! The clash between the two moves sent EV flying. In terms of raw power, it was no match for Teddiursa. Teddiursa charged closer, preparing to use Fury Cutter. Pushing off with its hind legs, Teddiursa's paws glimmered with light as it lunged at EV. EV leaped into the air, just as Teddiursa was about to strike. EV skillfully evaded the attack. Using Yawn, Lin Shi seized the opportunity as EV momentarily hung in the air. Teddiursa exhaled a plume of white smoke aimed at the airborne EV. Swift. EV adeptly countered the incoming attack with a combination of Swift and Yawn, successfully blocking the move. Lin Shi was somewhat astonished by the swift reactions of Su Qiming and EV. It seemed they had indeed trained diligently. Teddiursa rushed in for another flurry of swipes. EV dodged using quick attack, then countered with Swift. Yep, EV called out, its body flashing white as it accelerated to avoid the attack, simultaneously creating distance to unleash Swift. Teddiursa, undeterred, charged forward to execute Fury Cutter. Teddiursa roared, charging directly at the Swift attack, its crescent-shaped forehead glowing faintly. Bang! Swift struck Teddiursa, yet it appeared unfazed, maintaining its momentum as it approached EV, raising its arm to strike down. During the days of training, Lin Shi had observed that this Teddiursa not only learned moves quickly, but also exhibited remarkable durability. Its stamina recovery was significantly superior to that of an ordinary Teddiursa. Thud! EV was struck, sent crashing into a training post, having clearly lost its fighting capability. The battle concluded, with Teddiursa emerging victorious. EV, you did exceptionally well. Take some rest. Su Qiming hurried to EV's side, cradling it in her arms. Your Teddiursa is quite impressive. I initially thought that with nearly 2 months less training, you would lag behind, but it seems you should catch up before the entrance exam. Su Qiming appeared unfazed by her defeat, immediately rising to praise. Thank you, thank you. Lin Shi replied with a playful bow. Beneath the gentle autumn sun, a maple tree in the courtyard had begun to blush with hints of red leaves. As a soft breeze swept through, the leaves sparkled in golden hues under the sunlight. A table was set in the courtyard, where Evie and Teddiursa munched on the energy blocks provided by Lin Shi. When do you plan to attend class? Su Qiming inquired, sitting beside the table. Next month, I suppose. There's no pressing matter to return to now. The school granted me a month off. Lin Shi responded, intending to utilize this time to train with Teddiursa and Magikarp, planning to venture to the Whitewater Forest for training soon. That works, after all. There's little going on at school. Su Qiming nodded in agreement. However, I must remind you that while it's inconsequential whether you attend school this month, starting next month, it would be best for you to return to classes. Lin Shi nodded, lost in thought. Beginning next month, the school would commence a variety of Pokémon training activities, a yearly tradition. Students with outstanding performance would receive rewards, although the rewards varied. Most were beneficial items that could enhance Pokémon abilities, some of which were unattainable even for purchase. I will return next month, Lin Shi assured her. Chapter 8. The Catalyst for Magikarp's Evolution. In Baishan City, on the outskirts of Whitewater Town and Whitewater Forest, a young boy sat under a tree, engrossed in a document. Beside him, a Teddiursa was diligently licking its fingers, savoring the distinct flavors of each digit. The boy was, of course, Lin Shi, who had returned to the forest 3 days after his battle with Su Qiming. The document in his hands was a compilation of resources collected with considerable effort, detailing the various findings in Whitewater Forest over recent years. For instance, some individuals had discovered waterstones here, while others had found soft sand or spotted rare fruit trees. Lin Shi gathered this information to enhance the efficacy of his search system. By narrowing the scope through human effort, essentially identifying the available resources in Whitewater Forest, he could then select the necessary items to utilize for searching, significantly boosting efficiency and minimizing futile endeavors. TSK. Lin Shi involuntarily clicked his tongue. He realized that the resources in Whitewater Forest were far richer than he had anticipated, which was rather expected, given the forest's vast expanse spanning 3 cities, collectively known as the Bayuan Forest. The forest in Baishui City was merely a segment of it. Attribute gems, splendid items. I want that struggle sand too. Lin Shi's gaze swiftly traversed, indeed spotting numerous valuable items. Suddenly, his attention halted. Zhili fruit. Someone has even spotted Zhili fruit trees in the southern central region of Whitewater Forest. The image depicted a white fruit with brown spots. Zhili fruit is classified as a rare fruit, distinct from the ordinary orange and mei fruits. Its scarcity makes it exceedingly difficult to cultivate artificially. Presently, the rare fruits circulating in the market primarily originate from the wild or secret realms, with only a handful of enterprises possessing the capability to cultivate such fruit trees. Moreover, Zhili fruit boasts remarkable effects. It enhances physical strength by refining the power of Pokémon, thereby increasing their attack power, making it highly sought after and consequently quite expensive. Lin Shi harbored a profound fascination for the berries of this particular tree, for both the bear cub and the Gyarados relied heavily on physical attacks for sustenance. The Swift Hound also wielded a dual prowess in physical and special attacks, rendering berries that could enhance their offensive capabilities exceedingly beneficial. As Lin Shi entered his query into the search bar, the device whirled like a radar, ultimately coming to a halt. No results found for your search. The words displayed on the screen elicited no surprise from Lin Shi, as the searchable radius extended merely 400 meters, and he was situated rather close to the periphery. Let us move on, bear cub, we continue our training. Rising from his seat, he dusted off the earth clinging to his attire. Approaching the riverbank, though it was more accurately a slightly wider brook winding its way forth from the depths of the forest, he summoned, "Come forth, Magikarp." Upon release, Magikarp splashed against the water's surface, sending droplets flying. Keeping it confined within a pokeball was detrimental to its growth. After all, Lin Shi's golden Magikarp was nearing level 20, the very threshold required for its evolution. By bringing it out, he hoped to assist in uncovering an opportunity for its transformation. However, merely reaching the requisite level was not sufficient for Magikarp to evolve. It was but a standard. Other factors came into play, much like how Milotic required beauty to evolve, or how Sylveon depended on the bond with its trainer. The evolution of Gyarados also necessitated a particular catalyst, a phenomenon referred to by experts in this realm as emotional value. Through extensive study of Magikarp, specialists discovered that its evolution was only likely to occur when its emotional state reached a peak, such as extreme anger, when a Magikarp was exceedingly enraged. Achieving level 20 would greatly enhance the probability of its evolution. This was the evolutionary path of most wild Gyarados. This explained the ferocity and brutality of wild Gyarados. Logically, having identified the cause, one would expect the evolution of Magikarp to become easier. Yet, this was not the case. It was observed that the emotional stability of Magikarp was remarkably high, or rather, its cerebral CPU did not permit contemplation beyond the essentials of eating and sleeping. Achieving even the slightest emotional fluctuation was no easy feat. Gradually, individuals willing to capture Magikarp dwindled, leaving only those with no other options or those defying fate. Reflecting on the evolution of Magikarp, Lin Shi was suddenly reminded of Giovanni's infamous kick. It seemed plausible that it was that very kick that propelled Magikarp into a state of fury, thus triggering its evolution. With this thought, Lin Shi glanced down at his own feet, then up at the Magikarp in the water, which was gazing back at him with what appeared to be wise, story-laden eyes. He felt an urge to give it a kick, yet he restrained himself, pondering whether such a method would yield any results. Even if by some miracle it did, it was highly improbable that the resulting Gyarados would heed his commands. Magikarp, swim upstream along this brook. The bear cub, and I shall follow suit, Lin Shi directed. Recognizing that swimming against the current would bolster Magikarp's stamina and provide the bear cub with opportunities for friendly battles with other Pokémon that came to drink. Oh, and if you happen to spot anything intriguing, beautiful, or luminous at the bottom of the water, do remember to bring it to me. I'll treat you to an extra meal tonight, Lin Shi added, ensuring his instructions were clear. Magikarp opened its mouth, seemingly uncertain if it comprehended, before diving beneath the surface. Bear cub, hold your ground. By the water's edge, the bear cub crossed its arms, bracing against the chaotic assault of Nidorann's attacks. Ever since Lin Shi unearthed the bear cub's inherent talent, he had endeavored to strengthen its defensive capabilities, encouraging it to engage with various Pokémon to experience diverse elemental skills. Excellent, Lin Shi exclaimed as the bear cub executed a move. It raised its right arm, a radiant claw forming from the gathered light, striking Nidoran and sending it flying. Nido. The dislodged Nidoran shook its head as it regained its footing. Instead of continuing its assault, it cast a resentful glance at Lin Shi before swiftly retreating into the forest. Lin Shi couldn't shake the feeling that he had glimpsed a hint of grievance in Nidoran's eyes. Have we met before? Not dwelling on that thought, Lin Shi refocused on the victorious bear cub. Pokémon, bear cub level, LV11 status, healthy gender, male type, normal ability, pickup height, 0, 6 meters weight, 8. 6 kilograms held item, small mushroom moves, scratch, lick, yawn, fury swipes, tackle, quick attack, cut. Pokémon assessment, average. This is a robust and healthy Pokémon, lively and affectionate, harboring a mysterious power within. Lin Shi nodded in satisfaction, noting that it had ascended to level 11 in less than half a month, a speed akin to riding a rocket. While Lin Shi's prodigious expenditure played a role, the bear cub's inherent talent was undeniably significant. He surmised that this might be linked to that secret realm, or perhaps to the moon wing, considering the juxtaposition of a Pokémon egg and a divine beast's feather undoubtedly held deeper implications. Nevertheless, the bear cub was now his Pokémon, and he was more than pleased with the situation. Chapter 9. The Battle of Magikarp. As evening descended, the waning sunlight gently draped a golden veil over the tranquil expanse of the forest, casting a serene glow upon the stillness. Unlike previous excursions, Lin Shi chose not to depart, but rather sought a flat and secluded spot to establish a temporary encampment. This outing was intended for broader exploration. Returning home today would necessitate considerable time and effort to venture back here the following day. To ensure his safety, Lin Shi even secured the assistance of his father's Magikarp. As dusk deepened, the forest resembled a slumbering giant, silent and majestic, while the campfire danced in the darkness, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. Lin Shi deployed insect repellent spray around the perimeter of the tent to deter wild Pokémon from launching attacks. Once all arrangements were complete, he settled down, retrieving his phone to consult the map and ascertain his location. A day of trekking had brought him closer to the heart of the forest, though this center referred merely to the core of Whitewater Forest. The levels of wild Pokémon began to rise, with creatures of level 10 and above now appearing. After confirming his position, he proceeded to tally the day's findings: 3 small mushrooms, 1 large mushroom, 2 pearls, and 200 g of soft sand. The haul was commendable, aside from the soft sand, which he intended to retain for his Pokémon's ground-type energy training. He planned to sell the remainder, estimating their worth to be around 10,000. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught Lin Shi's attention. What was that? He thought, alertness sharpening within him. Even the faintest noise in the still forest resonated with clarity. It resembled the rustling of leaves in the wind or fish scales gliding across the water's surface. Lin Shi initially assumed the sound would soon dissipate, yet it persisted, thankfully without any further disturbances. As the night deepened, he had no choice but to unleash the might of his Pokémon, Magikarp, and they both stood watch until dawn, enduring their first night in the forest. The sound seemed to have ceased. Upon awakening in the early morning, Lin Shi discovered that the noises from the previous night had vanished. According to Machamp's account, they had gradually faded as dawn broke. Lin Shi furrowed his brow. He had never heard of such occurrences, yet he quickly reconciled himself to the idea. In a forest, particularly one inhabited by Pokémon, it was not uncommon for unusual phenomena to arise. After preparing food for Machamp and his Snorunt, Lin Shi made his way to a nearby stream, releasing his Magikarp with the intent of feeding it as well. Splash! The golden fish leaped into the water, its tail creating ripples on the surface. Perhaps it was merely Lin Shi's imagination, but he sensed something peculiar about Magikarp today. It seemed to lack its usual sharpness in its gaze. Suddenly, a loud splash caught his attention. A Pokémon with a predominantly white body, red appendages, and sharp horns vaulted from the water, colliding with Magikarp. Lin Shi recognized it as a Kingler, its expression radiating anger as it glared at Magikarp. Had he disturbed its slumber? Although puzzled, Lin Shi welcomed the opportunity for a battle, thinking it would be a good practice for Magikarp. Magikarp, use Whirlpool, Lin Shi commanded. A blue glow enveloped Magikarp, as it opened its mouth and unleashed a swirling torrent of water towards Kingler. Unfazed, Kingler retaliated with a water pulse, their attacks colliding and sending up a spray of mist. Without hesitation, Kingler launched a swift new assault, its horns glowing faintly as it charged through the mist towards Magikarp. Magikarp, jump! As Kingler's horn attack neared its target, Magikarp leaped high from the water, a trait that Lin Shi appreciated about it, though it often seemed futile. With a powerful downward thrust, Magikarp executed a tackle, its momentum driving it forcefully into Kingler. Though struck back, Kingler remained undeterred, launching another water pulse. Magikarp, use Twister. A vibrant green whirlwind materialized around Magikarp, dispersing Kingler's water pulse and striking the creature directly. Gasp! Kingler was sent flying, landing back in the water. And this time it chose not to retaliate, swiftly submerging and retreating. Well done, Magikarp. All those energy cubes were worth it, Lin Shi thought, reflecting on the effort he had expended to train Magikarp to obey his commands, employing reason, emotion, and even rewarding it with the costly dragon-type energy cubes. Suddenly, a commotion erupted on the water's surface as several wild Magikarp surfaced. Oh, are there really this many Magikarp around here? Lin Shi pondered, noting the apparent increase in their numbers lately. However, he dismissed the thought, recognizing that managing the overpopulation of wild Pokémon was a task better suited for the league. Snorunt, use Brick Break. With a determined cry, Snorunt concentrated fighting energy into its palm and struck down upon a nearby Paras. Excellent. Snorunt is starting to grasp the technique, Lin Shi remarked with satisfaction, observing the skillful yet still somewhat clumsy execution of Brick Break. Both Brick Break and Cut are formidable physical attack moves. The distinction lies in Brick Break being a fighting-type move, while Cut is normal-type, both having surpassed the realm of basic skills. Of course, Snorunt's rapid mastery could be attributed to Lin Shi enlisting Machamp's assistance in its training. Regrettably, time was short, otherwise, Lin Shi would have requested Machamp to teach Snorunt the Farmer S Trio technique. For now, the priority was to perfect one skill at a time. After foraging a sizable red and white mushroom, Lin Shi cheerfully gathered it, then retrieved a rice ball from his backpack, offering it to Paras as a token of gratitude for its assistance. This was a delicacy favored by many Pokémon, and Lin Shi had procured some in anticipation of such occasions. Let us head to our destination. Lin Shi once again activated the search panel, revealing a map with two distinct markers, a yellow dot indicating his position and a red dot representing the target. The object of his search was the cherished lychee berry tree, and as he drew nearer, the panel confirmed its location. Under the golden sunlight, the forest was imbued with a faint aroma of leaves, the rays filtering through the sparse canopy and illuminating Lin Shi's face as he crawled forward. Quite well hidden. Without the system, who could ever find it? Lin Shi quipped while eyeing the proximity of the red dot. It must be nearby, he murmured, proceeding with heightened caution, aware that such trees were likely to be guarded by powerful Pokémon. After traversing a little further, Lin Shi's location soon aligned with that of the lychee berry tree. And finally, beneath a vine-laden giant tree, he spotted his coveted target. Before he could revel in his success, however, a colossal creature swirling around the base of the tree caught his eye, instantly darkening his expression. An adversary. Chapter 10, The Lychee Berry. I am a mighty onyx. Once, I dwelled in a forest filled with the songs of birds and fragrant blooms, where delicious stones abounded and the scenery was breathtaking. Beyond the forest loomed a mountain, known among the Pokémon as the Devil's Mountain. They spoke of a demon residing within, one that would devour Pokémon, which is why, for years, I had never witnessed any Pokémon venture there. Yet, I could occasionally sense a formidable presence emanating from that mountain. Perhaps that was the demon, I would sometimes muse. I had believed this life would continue indefinitely until one fateful day, a chilling rumor spread. The demon had grown enraged, threatening to consume all Pokémon within the forest. I could not ascertain the truth of this claim, but witnessing the fear in many Pokémon, who began to flee their homes, I too chose to believe it. For I was delicate and frail, safety was paramount. I departed my home, bidding farewell to those unwilling to leave, and began my migration away from the Devil's Mountain. Yet, my journey was fraught with challenges. On the very first evening, as I sought a spot to rest, I noticed an unusual change in the sky. I cannot quite describe it. It resembled the moment a chameleon Pokémon becomes invisible, transparent, yet dissonant with its surroundings. Could it be a colossal chameleon Pokémon? I could not tell. But soon enough, I witnessed a procession of peculiar, square-shaped iron. How should I put it? I recalled the appearance of my friend, Colossus. Yes, shells, rectangular iron shells emerged from that strange sky, their eyes gleaming brightly, illuminating the surroundings. They formed a line, marching boldly into the depths of the forest, akin to an army on the march. As they departed, I emerged from the burrow, cautiously making my way in the direction they had come from. With each step, I felt as though I had passed through a membrane of water, an exceedingly unpleasant sensation. Where am I? As I regained my senses, the world seemed transformed. I strained my body to gaze into the distance, but everything was unrecognizable. Even the Devil's Mountain had vanished. Thus, I wandered aimlessly for several days, feeling as if I were falling ill. Ever since I encountered those peculiar square shells, my body felt considerably heavier, and at times, sharp pains would assail me. How vexing. Yet, the sprites here are so feeble. Thus, I ascended to the position of leader, which has its own merits. I even discovered a tree bearing delectable fruits, but alas. After consuming one, I felt quite full and could not indulge in a second. There remain 3 ripe fruits. I shall savor them slowly. These are mine, and none shall take them from me. Gazing at the purple, 4-armed creature writhing not far away, I felt a surge of anger. Is this my territory? Who permitted your entrance? Grr. I let out a roar, yet rather than retreating in fear, it approached me, flailing its arms in a dance. Enraged, I swiftly gathered my energy and hurled several large rocks at it. Bang! Bang! The rocks were effortlessly shattered by its swinging limbs. It turned around and wiggled its behind at me, daring to provoke me. Damn those 4 arms. Instinctively, I swung my tail at it, and indeed, my proud strength sent it flying far away. I felt a sense of satisfaction. This is the fate of those who provoke me. The purple beast wobbled back to its feet, and, to my dismay, attempted to flee. Oh no, it seeks to escape. Humph, now that you wish to run. It is too late. I shall not let you, the 4-armed creature, slip away easily. I pursued it swiftly, determined to teach it a lesson and make it aware of who truly reigns here. Puffing and panting, it was indeed swift. Had I not felt unwell, I would have buried it beneath the stones. I sinuously returned to the tree, as usual, lifting my gaze to inspect my fruits. How enticing they appeared. Where are my fruits? It was none other than Lin Shi and the mighty creature who had pilfered them. Lin Shi had not anticipated encountering that massive rock serpent which had chased him into this secret realm. As the saying goes, a narrow road for enemies. Let these 3 fruits serve as compensation for the interest owed. Lin Shi had previously observed that several unripe fruits remained on the tree, and he planned to return for them once they matured, but for now, he would trouble the rock serpent to guard them. However, Lin Shi noted that the rock serpent still exhibited signs of distress. It seemed that whatever lay within it had yet to be expelled, leaving it agitated. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to investigate later, Lin Shi mused. As night fell, the forest cloaked in darkness resembled a beast poised to devour intruders. Come, everyone. Let us divide the spoils. By the campfire, Lin Shi retrieved the 3 fruits from his backpack, deciding to consume them on the spot to avoid any lengthy delays. He first offered one to the mighty creature, acknowledging its crucial role in this endeavor. Without it, Lin Shi would have lacked the courage to provoke the enormous rock serpent. He then fed another to the pitiful bear cub, which licked its palm longingly. The 2 sprites did not hesitate, swiftly devouring the fruits. A faint white glow emanating from them before promptly fading. A scene reminiscent of Zhu Beiji consuming the ginseng fruit. After both sprites had eaten, Lin Shi advised, "For the next couple of days, I shall rely on you, mighty creature, to train with the bear cub. Only through intense battles can we maximize the effects of these fruits and absorb their potency." Both sprites raised their arms in excitement, observing their spirited demeanor. Lin Shi felt a sense of relief, with the mighty creature as a training partner. The bear cub would soon become familiar with the split stone technique and may even grasp the basics of the bodybuilding skill. The bodybuilding skill, a transformative ability of the fighting type, temporarily enhances the user's physical defense and attack, holding strategic significance for the bear cub. Having ensured the sprites were attended to, Lin Shi could not neglect his other companion. He retrieved the Pokeball containing Magikarp and made his way to the stream. Though night had fallen, the moonlight was bright enough to illuminate the area, and Lin Shi had no intention of exploring. He merely sought to feed Magikarp. Come forth, Magikarp. Lin Shi released Magikarp into the stream, having noticed it appeared significantly plumper after days of hearty meals. Here, eat this. He offered the fruit to Magikarp, encouraging it to take a small bite before resting for the night. Rustling sounds interrupted his thoughts, reminiscent of the noise that had deprived him of sleep the previous night. It seemed to emanate from the water. Lin Shi instinctively gazed into the stream, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld numerous Magikarp swimming upstream in a veritable throng. The sound he had heard was the swish of countless fins slicing through the water's surface. Lin Shi vowed he had never witnessed so many Magikarp in his life. The proliferation of wild Pokémon poses a significant challenge. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Shi began to observe intently. The collective upstream migration of these Magikarp must have a reason. Surely, they were not merely out for a midnight swim after overeating. As more and more Magikarp joined the current, Lin Shi's own Magikarp grew restless, leaping excitedly. Gazing into its eyes, Lin Shi felt he understood its desire. It wanted to join them. The moonlight cascaded down like a silver veil, illuminating the earth, casting a radiant glow upon Magikarp's golden body, creating a shimmering spectacle. Lin Shi suddenly realized that today, it seemed less than wise. With a resigned smile, he thought, "Very well then, let us proceed." Chapter 11. The Trial of Magikarp. The dense woods appeared even deeper and more mysterious under the moonlight, with intertwining vines and gnarled branches reaching out like claws towards visitors. Lin Shi cautiously advanced along the stream, frequently glancing around, alert to the faint sounds emanating from the depths of the forest. After walking alongside the river for some time, Lin Shi discovered he was gradually approaching the heart of the whitewater forest. The number of Magikarp in the river had not diminished. Rather, it had increased in density. Lin Shi had never heard of such a phenomenon, but it seemed fitting. After all, a rational person would not be wandering the depths of the forest in the middle of the night, observing the number of Magikarp in the water. Lin Shi allowed Magikarp to join the throng of its kind not out of a spur-of-the-moment decision, but because he believed that if Magikarp, typically so lethargic, was so eager to press on, there must be something of great importance awaiting them at the destination. Perhaps the opportunity for Magikarp's long-awaited evolution lay therein. Moreover, Magikarp's demeanor was markedly different. As its trainer, Lin Shi understood better than anyone how lethargic it usually was, often content to simply float in the water and ponder life's mysteries. Yet this time, it exhibited an unprecedented yearning, a desire to reach the end alongside its fellow Magikarp. Due to the evolutionary requirements of the Kingler, which are heavily influenced by intense emotional fluctuations, Lin Shi has always been particularly attuned to the emotional changes of his Kingler. However, the intensity of this emotional upheaval was something he had never witnessed before in his Kingler. Lin Shi harbored a premonition that this journey might unveil a glimmer of hope for his Kingler's evolution. The stream gurgled as it crashed against the rocky banks, and countless red and yellow Kinglers surged upstream, their movements under the moonlight resembling exquisite silk ribbons tinged with crimson. Gradually, the sound transformed. Lin Shi heard the thundering roar of water cascading from a height, crashing into the pond or colliding with boulders. It was a waterfall. He beheld a waterfall tumbling down a rocky cliff, the water cascading like a silver curtain, reaching a height of over 20 meters. The torrents surged down like wild stallions, the splashes sparkling brilliantly in the moonlight. In that moment, Lin Shi comprehended that this was indeed their destination, for he witnessed one Kingler after another leaping against the current towards the waterfall, only to fall back down due to gravity, and then leap again. Initially perplexed by their intentions, Lin Shi gradually discerned that these Kinglers seemed to aspire to leap over the waterfall. Yet, how could this be possible? The waterfall towered at least 20 meters high, while most Kinglers could barely jump 2 meters. Those achieving 3 or 4 meters were exceedingly rare. To leap over the waterfall was nothing short of a fool's dream. Was this akin to the legendary leap of the carp at the Dragon Gate? Lin Shi recalled tales from his previous life, which spoke of a dragon gate in the Yellow River, where a carp could transform into a dragon upon leaping over it. The design of Kingler evolving into Gyarados likely drew inspiration from this legend. Therefore, could it be that leaping over the waterfall would lead to its evolution into Gyarados? Lin Shi pondered aloud, watching as one after another, the Kinglers leapt towards the waterfall. He found this notion not entirely far-fetched. The evolution of Kingler necessitated profound emotional upheaval. Beyond mere anger, the fervent desire to leap over the waterfall, the overwhelming joy of succeeding, or the deep sorrow and frustration of failure could all serve as catalysts for its evolution. Was this, then, a spontaneous act by the Kinglers to facilitate their own transformation? The world was vast, and Pokémon had only recently arrived. Despite advancements in technology providing some understanding of many Pokémon, it was still woefully inadequate. Suddenly, a larger golden Kingler leapt from the water, racing towards the waterfall. This was, of course, Lin Shi's own Kingler. Although it had already jumped higher than most of its kin, it barely grazed the 5-meter mark. To leap over a nearly 20-meter waterfall would require divine intervention from Arceus itself. With a splash, the Kingler returned to the water to catch its breath before attempting again. Once, twice, thrice, 10 times, it relentlessly tried. At first, Lin Shi found the spectacle somewhat intriguing. After all, witnessing a multitude of fish leaping skyward was a rare sight. However, the novelty quickly wore off. These Kinglers exhibited no innovation beyond their repetitive leaps, and Lin Shi sensed that their rhythmic jumps were becoming rather hypnotic. The next morning, Lin Shi emerged from his tent, feeling invigorated. Had they truly jumped all night? Even from his slumber beside the waterfall, he had heard the incessant plopping of water. Rubbing his eyes, he peered at the water's surface. What was that golden object drifting atop the waves? It looked oddly familiar. As he approached, his eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Could that possibly be my Kingler? He hurried over and indeed found his Kingler floating sideways, gazing vacantly at the sky. Upon closer inspection, it appeared not to be merely dazed but rather exhausted, its eyes rolling back in fatigue. Oh dear Kingler, why do this to yourself? If you cannot leap, then rest. Overexerting yourself won't help with your mortgage or repay your trainer's nurturing efforts. After considerable effort, Lin Shi managed to revive the Kingler's spirits and decided to offer some motivational words. The Kingler flipped over, belly up, its gaze fixated on the imposing waterfall. You wish to leap up there? Lin Shi remarked, resolved to have a heart-to-heart with it. The Kingler paid him no mind. Listen, you could approach this differently. Don't let your brethren sway your thinking. Remember, I captured you not solely for your exterior. The Kingler turned its head, a hint of confusion flickering in its eyes. In truth, I value your inner strength far more. Lin Shi patted the Kingler's scales, continuing, while you were leaping last night, I observed closely. Why must you, like your kin, rely solely on brute strength against the waterfall? The Kingler seemed to ponder this, its expression one of bewilderment. Think about it, before leaping. You could utilize your whirlpool ability to generate a vortex for propulsion, then use your tackle as a springboard to launch from the whirlpool. When you reach midair and find yourself stalled, employ your twister to create an updraft beneath you. The Kingler straightened, meeting Lin Shi's gaze. What kind of look is that? Are you wondering why I didn't share this last night? You didn't ask, did you? The Kingler leapt from the water, sending waves crashing around it. Clearly unimpressed with this explanation. All right. Although your attempts yesterday weren't particularly fruitful, did you not notice how your consecutive jumps have significantly strengthened your physique? The fruit you consumed last night has already been largely expended. Lin Shi chuckled, feeling a bit guilty for not having mentioned this sooner. But seeing the Kingler's determination and its gradually fortifying body, he had chosen to remain silent. Let it strive for one more night. As dusk approached, Lin Shi remained by the waterfall, guiding his Makhoke and teaching skills to his bear cub, while also helping his Kingler regain its strength. All in preparation for the evening's leap. Brother Kingler, do you see that waterfall? That is your opponent tonight. By the stream, Lin Shi was massaging his Kingler, loosening its muscles. Let us put in our best effort tonight. If you succeed, I'll take you home tomorrow to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. Now eat up, he encouraged, feeding his Kingler a handful of energy cubes. We'll jump first to show your younger siblings how it's done. Channel that spirit and get excited. As the sun set and the moon rose, casting reflections upon the water, the Kinglers, rejuvenated from their daytime rest, prepared to engage once more with the waterfall. A golden figure surged ahead, exceptionally conspicuous among the red Kinglers. With a flash, a faint blue glow emanated from the Kingler, forming a vortex beneath it that steadily expanded. The King of Carp spun in circles, following the whirlpool, its speed escalating with each rotation. Finally, in an exhilarating moment, it leapt upward, crashing directly into the waterfall. Plop! The King of Carp landed in the water, sending up a spray of droplets. That creature, surely it hasn't spun itself dizzy. Observing the swaying King of Carp from the side, Lin Shi pinched his brow in exasperation. Soon, the King of Carp attempted the leap once more, confident in its ability to surpass the waterfall as per their plan. Yet, while aspirations were grand, reality proved starkly different. Although Lin Shi's method was theoretically sound, it required the King of Carp to possess sufficient mastery over its various skills and to execute them at precisely the right moment, far more challenging than mere words could convey. Several times, utilizing the whirlpool and the impact to soar into the air, it failed to unleash its tornado in time, plummeting back down. On other occasions, it managed to activate the skill, but either too early, wasting momentum, or too late, deflating midway through the jump. After multiple unsuccessful attempts, it found itself in quite a sorry state. Nevertheless, the King of Carp had begun to glimpse hope, inching ever closer to the waterfall's summit. Lin Shi watched the King of Carp closely, noticing its skill execution becoming increasingly rapid and seamless, indicative of its improving proficiency. The repeated practice yielded commendable results. With its highest attempt leaving it a mere 3 meters from the top, victory was tantalizingly close. Lin Shi felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Yet he shook his head and rubbed his face, determined to stay awake alongside the King of Carp. No, he must accompany it today. Sleep would have to wait. The following morning, Lin Shi emerged from the tent, refreshed and invigorated. He had slept soundly. Stretching lazily, he grabbed a stick and made his way to the riverbank. With a deft flick, he nudged the King of Carp, which was lazily floating on the water's surface, toward the shore. All right, don't lose heart, Lin Shi encouraged, patting the King of Carp's crown-like fin. although he hadn't managed to stay awake until the end of the night. Its current state indicated that it had ultimately not succeeded. The king of carp lay on its belly, gazing skyward, seemingly resigned to its fate as a mere fish. In truth, the king of carp had performed admirably, mastering the coordination of its skills far quicker than Lin Shi had anticipated. The reason it had failed to leap over the waterfall was not due to its skills or the plan itself, but rather the depletion of its stamina after repeated attempts, diminishing the potency of its abilities. Old carp, do you remember the tale I told you about the carp leaping over the dragon gate? The king of carp in that story also faced adversities before achieving its leap. Lin Shi employed the skill motivational speech. You were so close. Just a meter or two away. Just take a moment to gather your strength. Next time, you'll surely make it over. Once you do, I'll take you to the largest Pokémon food market in the city, and you can choose whatever you like. Lin Shi activated the skill Dream Big. Noticing the king of carp still appeared unenthused, he sighed. It seemed he wouldn't be returning home for the Mid-Autumn Festival this year. As evening approached and the sun began to set, Lin Shi found himself vigorously shaking the king of carp's head. Here we are, a beautiful Mid-Autumn Festival. And instead of enjoying the moon with my family, I'm stuck here with you in this desolate place. If you can't leap over, I'll turn you into a mooncake. Ultimately, Lin Shi chose not to leave. Although he was uncertain how long the collective leap of the carp would last, he deduced it could not be for long. Otherwise, such a grand event would have already drawn attention. He speculated that much like certain fish migrate to spawn during specific seasons, these carp likely gathered here only at special times. Moreover, they seemed to leap only at night. While the reasons remained unclear, Lin Shi decided the king of carp should adhere to this pattern as well. So, rather than waiting for an uncertain future opportunity, he aimed to seize the moment and help the king of carp leap over the waterfall. The potential for evolution was enticing, and even if they failed, there would be no significant loss. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the forest, and the full moon shone brightly, resembling a luminous silver disk. Splash! The carp had arrived. Lin Shi noticed an unusually large number of carp today. Glancing at the moonlit sky, he contemplated. Give it your all, he urged, patting the king of carp before stepping aside, while the nearby Teddy Ursa and Machoke raised their arms in support. Plop! The king of carp's eyes radiated unprecedented determination as it vigorously flicked its tail, gathering all its strength to charge towards the waterfall. Successfully harnessing the whirlpool, it propelled itself skyward. Just as it seemed ready to falter, a surge of azure wind erupted beneath it, thrusting it upward. Closer, ever closer. 10 meters. 7 meters. 5 meters. 2 meters. Plop! The king of carp splashed down into the water, having come agonizingly close. It could even see the flowing water above the waterfall. The moon partially obscured. I can do this, the king of carp reassured itself. Just a little more, today is the day. After a brief respite, it felt rejuvenated and charged once again at the waterfall. Plop! Another failure. But the king of carp remained undeterred, convinced it was getting nearer. Thus, the king of carp persisted, inching closer to the waterfall's apex. Gradually, other carp ceased their leaps, now watching the king of carp, their gazes following its every move. The surroundings grew quiet, leaving only the thundering waterfall and the king of carp's relentless jumps. The waterfall and moonlight became the stage for its solitary dance. This time, I will succeed. The king of carp summoned every ounce of strength, reaching a pinnacle of determination, and surged forward. Bang! This time, however, the king of carp failed to leap gracefully. In the moment it breached the water's surface, it was struck by a sharp-horned goldfish Pokémon. The horned goldfish? Lin Shi recognized it instantly as the same one that had attacked the king of carp unprovoked days prior. Shocked, he wondered why this horned goldfish was here. Suddenly, the water erupted with splashes as numerous horned goldfish leapt from the depths, relentlessly assaulting the king of carp. What is happening? Lin Shi was momentarily stunned, as events unfolded in ways he had never anticipated. Bang! At that moment, two horned goldfish, each several times larger than the average, sprang from the water. They bore sharp horns, and their coloration was striking, reminiscent of vibrant autumn leaves. Lin Shi gasped, exclaiming, King Goldfish? King Goldfish. Chapter 13, The Battle of Mid-Autumn Night. Pokémon, King Goldfish. Level, LV38. Status, Healthy. Gender, Male. Type, Water. Ability, Swift Swim. Height, 15 meters. Weight, 400 kilograms. Held item, Mysterious Water Droplet. Skills, Supersonic, Peck, Water Pulse. Horn Attack, Agility, Surf, Shadow Clone, Rain Dance. Pokémon Analysis. King Goldfish, the goldfish Pokémon, evolved from horned goldfish. It battles with its horn, sharp as a drill. To protect its family, residing in rocky caves at the riverbed. This is a vigorous yet enraged Pokémon, harboring an inexplicable enmity towards Magikarp. Lin Shi promptly assessed the two Kingler, both of which were in similar conditions, albeit one male and one female, with the female lacking an item and being several levels lower. The emergence of these evolved forms caused the Magikarp to falter almost immediately, as the aggressive Kingler launched a fervent assault on them. Lin Shi furrowed his brow. This was untenable. If things continued like this, survival itself would be at stake, let alone completing the leap through the Dragon Gate. He cautiously approached the waterfall, intending to retrieve the Magikarp. Surely not, my friend. Is this really the time to leap? Meanwhile, Lin Shi noticed that the Magikarp seemed unaffected by the Kingler. It appeared to be in a peculiar state, fixated on the waterfall, utterly undeterred. Whoosh! The persistent Kingler leapt once more, aiming to strike Lin Shi's Magikarp. Kubchu, use swift, Lin Shi commanded, and the crescent-shaped pattern on Kubchu's forehead glimmered as countless star-like energy orbs rapidly surged toward the airborne Kingler. Bang! The Kingler, caught off guard, was struck and plummeted into the water. Buzz! Ah! Lin Shi clutched his head in pain. It was the Magikarp's supersonic, capable of inducing confusion in Pokémon. A roar echoed as a dragon-like blue Pokémon leaped down from the top of the waterfall, sporting 3 upward-facing cyan horns on its head, a broad dorsal fin resembling the character Hong, and a large mouth revealing sharp fangs. Lin Shi instantly recognized this Pokémon as the evolution he had long anticipated, Gyarados. Pokémon Gyarados. Level, LV32. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, water, flying. Ability, intimidate. Height, 6'5 meters. Weight, 230 kilograms. Held item, Oranberry. Skills, bounce, bite, hydro pump, crunch. Ice Fong, waterfall, roar, hyper beam, flamethrower. Pokémon assessment, Gyarados, the ferocious Pokémon, the evolution of Magikarp, known for its ferocity and penchant for destruction. In ancient times, this fearsome Pokémon was recorded to have scorched entire cities to ashes. Beneath its menacing exterior, however, lies a resolute heart dedicated to protecting its kin. Was there always a Gyarados here? Lin Shi murmured as he gazed at the waterfall. On the other side, the male Magikarp's sharp horn glimmered as it propelled itself like a torpedo toward Gyarados. The latter did not evade. A dark power gradually coalesced within its gaping maw, revealing a pitch-black, malevolent tooth as it lunged to bite down on the Magikarp. Bang! Water splashed everywhere as the two Pokémon unleashed their full might. The clash between the horn and the crunch ultimately saw Gyarados gain the upper hand, despite the Magikarp's level advantage, for Gyarados' base stats far surpassed its own. Gyarados pressed its advantage, the water swirling around it as it propelled itself with astonishing force toward the Magikarp. Waterfall. The Magikarp deftly dodged, employing Double Team to create multiple illusions that encircled Gyarados, making it difficult to discern the real one. Gyarados did not falter. It unleashed a torrent of flames toward the Magikarp, shattering the illusions one by one. Just as the flames were about to engulf the true Magikarp, it emitted a surge of water-type energy, summoning a blue orb that shot upward into the sky. Bang! Raindrops cascaded down, creating ripples across the water surface, bringing joy to the Magikarp and Kingler amidst the rain. The Magikarp had used Rain Dance, inducing a localized downpour that diminished the power of fire-type moves. And with its natural resistance to fire, Gyarados' flamethrower inflicted minimal damage. Whoosh! The Magikarp's speed surged as it swiftly approached Gyarados in the water, executing a horn attack. Thanks to its ability Swift Swim, the Magikarp's velocity heightened in the rain, leaving only a fleeting shadow as its sharp horn struck Gyarados forcefully. Bang! Gyarados grimaced at the impact. Meanwhile, Lin Shi's Magikarp remained steadfastly challenging the waterfall, though it was besieged by relentless Kingler, struggling to make headway. Just then, a series of Magikarp leapt from the water. While most lacked any significant skills, their basic bounce was sufficient to help shield Lin Shi's Magikarp from damage. In an instant, a greater number of Magikarp formed a defensive line before the waterfall, determined to assist their golden counterpart in leaping over the waterfall and to glimpse the world above. Machoke, use Bullet Punch. With Lin Shi's command, Machoke's fist shimmered with a silvery metallic sheen as it leaped into action, delivering a rapid punch akin to a bullet. Its target was the female Magikarp that had emerged alongside the male one. In the rain, its speed was also enhanced. It had just surged from the depths to attack the Magikarp, leaving Lin Shi no choice but to let Machoke engage. For there were no other Pokémon capable of matching this Magikarp. Bullet Punch was Machoke's newly mastered technique, swift in execution, but alas, Steel-type moves were mitigated by water types, rendering this strike's impact rather limited. The struck Magikarp fell back into the water, gathering water-type energy as the river's currents surged, directing a massive wave toward Machoke on the shore. Machoke, defend! Lin Shi directed from the sidelines. Machoke spread its arms wide, conjuring a protective barrier that absorbed the entire surf attack. Yet the Magikarp's assault was not finished. Leveraging the power of the wave, it leapt from the crest, executing horn attack once more. Machoke, block it! Machoke gathered its four arms before it, absorbing the blow with its sturdy muscles. Grab its horn and use Brick Break. Lin Shi skillfully commanded, while simultaneously observing the conditions of the Magikarp and Cubchoo. The Magikarp was faring reasonably well, but Cubchoo had sustained numerous injuries from the onslaught of the Kingler, particularly from the sharp horns, which left Lin Shi feeling a pang of distress. The silver lining was that amidst the fierce battle, the two Pokémon's held orange berries were rapidly digested, transforming into enhanced attack power. Bang! Machoke's left hand grasped the Magikarp's horn, while its right unleashed a Brick Break to strike the Magikarp on the head. Reeling from the attack, the Magikarp began to spin rapidly, causing Machoke to lose its grip on the horn, and with a powerful thrust of its tail, it propelled itself back into the water. The rain continued to fall softly. Chapter 14. Soar, Magikarp. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the city streets were adorned with vibrant lanterns, creating a dreamlike ambience. Uncle and Aunt, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. At Lin Shi's home, Su Qiming, clad in a beige knit sweater paired with high-waisted jeans and gray boots, arrived holding an EV. Ming Ming, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Lin Shi's mother approached with a beaming smile, gently patting Evie's head and pulling Su Qiming down to sit. Have your parents not returned yet? Su Qiming nodded. I have heard that a new Pokémon secret realm has emerged in Qinhuang City, where it seems there are new Pokémon relics. It must be quite exhausting for your parents, especially during the festive season, Lin's father remarked while holding a newspaper. The long-tailed monster used its tail to balance a platter, bringing 3 cups of hot tea and placing them on the table before the 3 of them. Auntie, where's Lin Shi? Su Qiming inquired curiously, her gaze wandering towards Lin Shi's room. What? Still in the Whitewater Forest? Su Qiming was aware that Lin Shi had gone there for training, but he had mentioned he would return before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Could something have gone awry? Uncle, Auntie, has he been in touch with you? Su Qiming's brow furrowed, her tone tinged with anxiety. Ming Ming, don't fret, Lin's mother comforted her. Lin Shi is not the kind to worry his family. Look, this is a message he sent earlier today. Saying this, Lin's mother handed her a phone, displaying a message from Lin Shi. The gist of it was that he had encountered some delays and might not make it back on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, urging them not to worry. And if all went well, he might return with a surprise. Upon reading the message, Su Qiming felt a slight relief. All right, Ming Ming, forget about that brat for now. Let us enjoy the mooncakes. Your auntie made them with her own hands. Do try some. As she spoke, Lin's mother handed her a beautifully crafted mooncake, and Su Qiming opened her mouth slightly as Lin's mother playfully fed it to her. Thank you, auntie. It's truly sweet, she exclaimed. Ugh. Lin Shi spat out the rainwater that accidentally entered his mouth. How awful. In stark contrast to the vibrant and bustling city, Lin Shi's surroundings were quite intense. In the water, the male Kingler relentlessly attacked the Gyarados with agile speed, while the Gyarados stirred the currents, creating whirlpools around it to effectively slow down the Kingler, all the while keeping a keen eye on it and occasionally glancing towards the waterfall. Meanwhile, the female Kingler, aware that it couldn't engage in close combat with the Machoke, floated atop the surface, launching a barrage of water pulses towards it, while the Machoke responded with its fists like the wind, swiftly shattering each water projectile and sending up clouds of mist. Next to the Kingler, Lin Shi harbored deep concerns. The level of the bear cub was still too low, and it lacked the skills to counter the Kinglers. During the ongoing struggle, it bore numerous scars. Egu, the bear cub howled, and Lin Shi felt the moon in the sky grow increasingly radiant. The moonlight streamed down like threads, enveloping the bear cub, and the crescent shape on its forehead began to glow brighter. To Lin Shi's astonishment, he witnessed the bear cub's wounds visibly healing before his very eyes. He understood that this was not merely due to the bear cub's inherent physical prowess, but rather resembled a restorative skill. Initially, Lin Shi had thought the bear cub had comprehended the move Rest, the only recovery skill it could learn, which caused it to fall asleep and regain health while curing all status conditions. However, this was evidently not the case. The bear cub was certainly not asleep, and the skill's effect seemed familiar to him. Moonlight, Lin Shi muttered with a furrowed brow. The moonlight skill restores health based on the weather. His former swift dog had a move similar to Moonlight called Morning Sun, which looked almost identical to what the bear cub had just exhibited. The bear cub should not be able to learn Moonlight. Not only it, but even the circling bear and the moon bear could not. As he pondered this, Lin Shi paused. It seemed that the moon bear might not be incapable of learning it, but, although the specifics were unclear, the bear cub's newfound moonlight recovery significantly improved the situation, alleviating Lin Shi's worries. His gaze shifted towards the waterfall, where the golden kingler remained still. Beneath it lay an unprecedentedly massive whirlpool. At that moment, the kingler entered a peculiar state. It gazed at the waterfall, and suddenly, a dragon-type aura surged from its body, merging with the whirlpool below. Lin Shi too noticed this spectacle. Has it enhanced the whirlpool's rotation with a whirlwind? He wondered. Then the kingler began to swim, spiraling along the water flow, gradually accelerating, its body emanating a white glow as it amassed power, and at a certain moment, it leaped with astonishing momentum. At that very instant, the rain ceased. The kingler soared into the air, the brilliant silver moonlight intertwining with its golden scales, radiating a golden glow. As its momentum waned, a turquoise storm erupted from below, propelling the kingler forward. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. With only half a meter remaining, the kingler attempted to surge ahead, but it felt as though it had exhausted all its strength. That short distance seemed like an insurmountable chasm. Still not enough? Behind it, the Macaque and Gyarados continued their fierce battle with the two kinglers, while the bear cub bore numerous wounds inflicted by the kinglers, with its brothers shielding it from relentless assaults. Even that human is keeping his distance. Lin Shi felt helpless. He could only command from the back during the Pokémon battle, hoping for a moment to lend a hand. Opening his eyes, the kingler was determined not to halt here. All remaining strength must be expended. It had to leap forward this time. I say, even God cannot hold me back. All powers of the normal type, water type, and dragon type erupted from the kingler's body, its gaze resolute. Fly for me. In an instant, blue-white light poured forth from the kingler's body like a dam bursting, the radiance of its evolution even overshadowing the brightness of the moonlight. Below the waterfall, the two battling sides instinctively paused, lifting their heads in unison to gaze upwards. Amidst the light, the kingler's form expanded and elongated, 3 sharp horns sprouting from its head, dorsal fins emerging, enveloped in a dense mist. As the light dissipated, a red dragon-like Pokémon emerged at the waterfall, roaring down at the forest below. It has finally evolved. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with joy. Relieved after expending so much time and effort, even putting on a performance. Now, he no longer needed to pretend. With a smile, Lin Shi turned around. Macaque, use Ice Punch to immobilize the kingler. The Macaque flickered and appeared on the water's surface, its right fist coalescing with icy power, striking the surface. The once turbulent waters rapidly froze, prompting the female kingler to instinctively attempt to flee from the icy expanse. Bullet Punch, don't let it escape. In the next moment, the Macaque appeared before the kingler, swiftly unleashing a flurry of punches. The kingler was not idle. A flash of white light enveloped it as it split into multiple phantoms, trying to confuse the Machoke's assault. Unfortunately, this did not deter the Macaque. With a swift glance, it resolutely swung its fist, sending the kingler crashing onto the ice. The Machoke's ability, No Guard, ensured that all attacks would invariably hit when in close proximity. On the other side, the Gyarados unleashed its Ice Fang, enveloping the water flow in a chilling aura that slowed the kingler's movements. Swiftly, Gyarados darted in front of Kingler, its fearsome visage instilling a sense of dread, causing Kingler to involuntarily falter. Gyarados then employed the move Terrifying Face, significantly diminishing Kingler's speed. With a resounding roar, Gyarados was surrounded by swirling waters, and once more executed Waterfall, sending Kingler hurtling away. In an instant, the battle concluded. Chapter 15, The Mysterious Water Droplet and the Mega Evolution Stone. The freshly evolved Gyarados now found itself in a state of bewilderment. The two kinglers were evidently at a disadvantage, their defeat merely a matter of time. Far from the evenly matched struggle it had seemed moments ago. Meanwhile, the Cubchoo held an orange berry in one paw and a citrus berry in the other, replenishing its health and energy, appearing ready to battle for another 300 rounds, completely devoid of its earlier disarray. It had anticipated that with its hard-won evolution, it would emerge as a savior. Yet, the conflict had drawn to a close. For reasons unknown, it felt as though it had been played. Pokémon Gyarados. Level, LV24. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, water, flying. Ability, overconfidence. Height, 9 meters. Weight, 300 kilograms. Held item, none. Moves, leap, tackle, thrash, whirlpool, hurricane, terrifying face, bite, waterfall, ice fong, flamethrower. Dragon Pulse. Pokémon analysis. Gyarados, the ferocious Pokémon, an evolved form of Magikarp. It appears when human conflicts arise, incinerating everything in its path with searing flames. A notoriously ferocious Pokémon. This is a healthy yet bewildered Pokémon, not as ferocious as its counterparts, yet capable of ruthlessly overpowering its foes, gradually revealing its latent power since its recent evolution. Disregarding the bewildered Gyarados, Lin Shi took the initiative to examine Gyarados' data. Stunning. The move set is impressive. Alas, it has yet to master Dragon Dance, indicating it still requires further honing. Lin Shi was quite pleased with Gyarados' profile. The newly acquired moves were notably practical and powerful, significantly enhancing Gyarados' offensive capabilities. With a mighty leap, Gyarados descended from the waterfall and approached Lin Shi. On the other side, with the defeat of the two Kinglers, Gyarados led a host of Magikarp to encircle them. Gyarados opened its gaping maw, sparks flickering within. Spare them. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Shi swiftly rushed over. Gyarados, Kingler. May I have a word? Neither Kingler nor Gyarados responded, but Lin Shi noted that the fire within Gyarados' mouth had extinguished. Taking this as a cue, Lin Shi quickly continued. Kingler, you led the attack against the Magikarp because they have disrupted your activities, correct? If my memory serves me right, every autumn is the breeding season for both Kingler and Magikarp. As Pokémon with migratory instincts, the Kinglers born here return annually to spawn. However, the Magikarp's relentless pursuit of evolution by leaping through the Dragon Gate has greatly impacted you, not only disturbing your mating rituals, but also posing a threat to the eggs you have just laid. Lin Shi articulated slowly, having surmised the cause of the Kinglers' aggression during the previous battle. Upon hearing his words, the two Kinglers nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his statement. If not for their families and offspring, they would not have attacked the Magikarp without reason. Lin Shi took a breath, clapped his hands, and continued. The world is not merely about conflict. It is about human relationships and social nuances. The Magikarp seek evolution, while the Kinglers aim to reproduce. These are inevitable circumstances. Rather than incurring greater casualties, it would be prudent to devise a plan to resolve this matter for a mutually beneficial outcome. As dawn broke, the morning forest exuded a vibrant vitality. After a night of negotiations, Lin Shi acted as the intermediary, facilitating an open dialogue between Gyarados and Kingler, allowing for a thorough exchange of views and reaching a basic consensus. The specific plan delineated the riverbanks, with Magikarp operating on the left side and Kingler on the right, ensuring that they would not disturb one another. Thus, this matter was hastily settled. After all, this was not a territorial dispute, and both parties would soon depart, making a straightforward resolution the most advantageous course. Lin Shi stretched by the riverbank, having packed his belongings, ready to return. His visit was primarily to bid farewell to Gyarados and the Kinglers. This excursion had yielded significant rewards. Cubchoo had leveled up, learned many new skills, and greatly enhanced its strength. Notably, Lin Shi later conducted an analysis on Cubchoo and discovered that its move set did not include Moonlight. He speculated that it might not have fully mastered it yet, or that some conditions were required for its use. Additionally, he successfully acquired some citrus berries and pinpointed the location of the berry trees for future harvesting. Of course, the most substantial achievement was that Magikarp had finally evolved. No longer a mere fish, but now truly his foremost champion. Lin Shi felt a surge of anticipation as he believed his parents would be astounded. The water's surface rippled, waves lapping against the riverbank. Lin Shi gazed ahead and noticed Gyarados and a male Kingler gracefully approaching him atop the waves. What brings you here? The two Pokémon appeared somewhat unusual, piquing Lin Shi's curiosity. Upon reaching the shore, they remained silent, but each presented Lin Shi with an object. Kingler offered Lin Shi a crystalline blue droplet, pulsating with rich water energy. Mysterious water droplet, a gem shaped like a droplet. When held, it amplifies the power of water-type moves. Lin Shi was momentarily astonished. This was a valuable item, perfectly suited for Gyarados. He had not anticipated such a grand gift from Kingler. Lin Shi beamed at Kingler, thoroughly pleased with the offering. He then turned his gaze to the item presented by Gyarados, filled with expectation after Kingler's generous gift. What is this? As he beheld the object, his eyes widened in sheer surprise. It was a round, transparent stone, displaying hues of blue and red. Lin Shi trembled slightly as he activated the analysis. Gyarados Mega Evolution Stone, a wondrous superstone that allows Gyarados to undergo Mega Evolution during battle. Indeed, Lin Shi's emotions were beyond expression. He had initially thought that Kingler was formidable enough, but now, Who was this Gyarados' commander? Quick, Gyarados, pay your respects to your elder brother. Mega evolution refers to the phenomenon that allows Pokémon, which cannot normally evolve, to achieve a life-altering transformation. This evolution is not permanent. Each time it occurs, the Pokémon reverts to its original state. To complete a Mega evolution, it is essential to have both the Mega Stone and the Keystone. Since arriving in this world, Lin Shi had been inquiring about Mega evolution, yet he discovered that such occurrences seemed never to have been witnessed here, as people were entirely unaware of its existence. Moreover, concepts such as Z-moves, Dynamax, and terrestrial phenomena had never made an appearance before the public eye. At that moment, Lin Shi was elated, believing that he could leverage the disparity in information to achieve great success. Thus, he promptly took to the internet to announce his intention to acquire the peculiar stones, diligently browsing and monitoring various relevant trading markets. However, the outcome has been disheartening. To date, he has recorded 0 successful transactions and garnered no results, leading Lin Shi to gradually extinguish his hopes. Had it not been for the extraordinary evolution stone bestowed upon him by the Gyarados today, he might have been led to believe that such stones were non-existent in this world. Holding the evolution stone in hand reignited Lin Shi's fervor. With the evolution stone secured, he felt compelled to find a keystone. With a triumphant roar, Gyarados leaped into the water, and Lin Shi caught a glimpse of a scar adorning its tail. Truly, only a legendary dragon would bear such marks. Lin Shi mused silently, acknowledging that wild Pokémon endure countless battles to survive. After bidding farewell to Gyarados and Kingler, Lin Shi mounted his crimson Gyarados and soared out of the forest. The wind rushed past them, and the forest swiftly receded beneath their flight. Indeed, having a flying Pokémon proved advantageous, and Lin Shi was relieved that Gyarados possessed this ability, a concern he had harbored previously. It now appeared that an inability to learn flying techniques did not preclude the possibility of flight. Gyarados could utilize vapor jets to execute low-altitude flying, albeit with less agility, yet at a commendable speed. After a sustained flight, Lin Shi finally emerged from the forest and arrived at Whitewater Town. As it was his first experience riding in the air, he flew somewhat slowly, prioritizing safety above all else. Now, he had to make his own way home. Lacking a flying license, he could not pilot a Pokémon within the urban confines. Finally returning home, Lin Shi stretched and walked into the town. Chapter 16, Rich Man. Your Crocodile has fallen. After days of rugged outdoor living, Lin Shi felt a profound yearning for the vibrant life of the city. His greatest desire was to return home swiftly, purchase a few buns from the nearby breakfast shop, enjoy a warm shower, and then indulge in a comfortable slumber. Mom and Dad, I'm back, Lin Shi called as he entered the house. Lin Shi, you've returned? Su Qiming emerged from her room, her expression a mix of surprise and delight. What brings you here? Where are my parents? Lin Shi inquired as he organized his belongings. Why wouldn't I be here? This is my room too. Uncle has gone to the company, and Auntie and the long-tail monster have gone grocery shopping. I figured you would be back today. Su Qiming replied, sitting beside Lin Shi as he packed his bag. Given that she had often stayed at Lin Shi's home during their childhood, his parents had thoughtfully prepared a room for her. Although she seldom stayed there now, they had kept it intact. Su Qiming would periodically return for a few days, ostensibly to maintain their bond. So, this is what you have to show for your days out in the wild. It looks quite impressive, she remarked, opening Lin Shi's backpack to reveal the treasures he had collected during his excursions. Aside from a handful of berries and soft sand, most items were marketable, such as pearls and mushrooms. Su Qiming estimated that these spoils could fetch around 30,000 yuan. It was astounding that Lin Shi had amassed such wealth in just 4 or 5 days. This is nothing, hardly worth mentioning, Lin Shi waved dismissively. Then with a hint of mystery, said, come here, I have something grand to show you. Su Qiming's eyes widened in astonishment as the crimson Gyarados appeared in Lin Shi's yard, eliciting an exclamation from her. Has Kingler evolved? How long has it been? What on earth happened? Lin Shi recounted his recent adventures, omitting details regarding the system interface and the evolution stone. Su Qiming shook her head in disbelief, marveling at his extraordinary luck. You really have had quite the fortune to encounter such events. What are your plans now? Do you intend to stay at home? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shi shook his head. There's no need for that. I don't plan to venture into the wild again in the near future. Both the bear cub and Gyarados need rest, and I require time to properly digest the gains from these past few days. So what does that mean? Su Qiming inquired, looking at Lin Shi. Tomorrow, wake me up for school. I'm afraid I might not get up on my own. At Baishan 3rd High School, Class 24 of the senior year, Lin Shi returned after several days. Just as he approached the entrance, he collided with a portly classmate. The boy clutched his head and, upon recognizing Lin Shi, froze momentarily. Lin Shi, you're back? I heard you were attacked by Pokémon in the secret realm and now can't move your body. He surveyed Lin Shi with wide eyes, swallowing hard. You've recovered? Lin Shi was taken aback. What nonsense is this? I merely took a few days off. How did it turn into such a tale? What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be going to class? Lin Shi asked curiously, observing the boy's eagerness to exit. Oh right, I have to hurry out. The chubby boy exclaimed, urgency etched on his face. Ting Ting is threatening to break up. Ting Ting? Lin Shi pondered for a moment, not recognizing the name. Your girlfriend? Lin Shi regarded the boy with newfound respect. Only a few days into senior year, and he already had a girlfriend. No. She's breaking up with her boyfriend. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. What does that have to do with you? Of course, I need to offer support. When Ting Ting is heartbroken, she will surely need a sturdy shoulder to lean on, and I just happen to have one available. The chubby boy patted his shoulder proudly. Lin Shi, do you think I have a chance? Lin Shi considered for a moment before responding. Yes. Really? Indeed. There's bound to be a role for you in the circus. The boy's face fell upon hearing this, and Lin Shi felt a twinge of sympathy. In truth, girls do not place as much emphasis on appearances nowadays, he reassured, patting the boy's shoulder. They care more about whether you possess a special skill. But it seems I lack any remarkable talent, the boy lamented, his already modest features wrinkling in despair. Don't say that, believe me. Nowadays, girls are attracted to strong guys. The next time you see her, carry your Coco doll on your shoulder to showcase your strength. She will surely view you in a new light. Is that really feasible? The boy hesitated, skeptical of Lin Shi's suggestion. Of course. You are more than welcome to give it a try. All right. The boy nodded, determination glimmering in his eyes. If I succeed, I will definitely repay you. That's a promise, Lin Shi smiled, waving him off. The boy, Zhou Wanjin, was Lin Shi's high school classmate. Although they had been in the same class during their first 2 years, they only began to grow closer in their senior year. After Lin Shi obtained the system panel, he frequently ventured into the mountains for treasure hunting and exploration, occasionally acquiring rare stones or ores. Zhou Wanjin, due to his family's business, was well versed in such matters, and Lin Shi often consulted him, even engaging in trade on several occasions, which fostered their growing friendship. As for the suggestion Lin Shi ultimately offered to Zhou Wanjin, it was certainly not a mere fabrication. The Pokémon Cacnea is quite exceptional. To cultivate the hardest of bodies, its primary sustenance consists of iron ore, and it possesses an enormous appetite. Thus, anyone capable of nurturing such a creature must undoubtedly have some resources at their disposal. Otherwise, they would be unable to satiate Cacnea's voracious hunger. Taking a Cacnea out is akin to driving a Ferrari in a past life, while hoisting one onto your shoulder is comparable to maneuvering a Ferrari with one hand. Both feats require a remarkable level of skill that is accessible only to a select few. Naturally, if such an endeavor fails to impress that particular girl, Lin Shi would have no choice but to advise the chubby boy to reconsider his approach. After all, if she remains indifferent to monetary matters, obtaining any further reciprocation from Zhou Wanjin would prove rather challenging. What did you discuss with Zhou Wanjin? I saw him leave in high spirits, Su Qiming inquired, turning to Lin Shi from her seat. The two had arrived together, but she had momentarily stepped into the office to assist a teacher, missing the conversation between Lin Shi and Zhou Wanjin. I taught him a few romantic strategies. Lin Shi replied casually. How peculiar, Su Qiming remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Shi, raising an eyebrow while muttering before turning back. The vibrancy of youth permeated the campus. The swaying old trees outside, the boisterous students on the playground. Everywhere was awash with memories. And Lin Shi found himself reminiscing as he returned to school. Before long, the bell signaling the start of class rang, and the homeroom teacher of class 24, a robust figure named Zhang Jianjun, strode confidently into the classroom. Zhang Jianjun was a middle-aged educator with a balding head, renowned as an exemplary teacher within the school. He had instructed numerous graduating classes and had guided many students into prestigious institutions, specializing in the subject of Pokémon battles. According to the regulations for the college entrance examination in the Xinzhou region, the annual test comprises both general subjects and Pokémon subjects. The general subjects include Chinese, mathematics, and English, though the difficulty is somewhat lessened compared to Lin Shi's past life. The Pokémon subject, however, consists of a singular component, one-on-one Pokémon battles. This evaluates not only one's ability to cultivate Pokémon, but also assesses the commanding prowess of a trainer. The final score is determined by a composite of these two criteria. Has Lin Shi returned to class? Zhang Jianjun immediately noticed Lin Shi seated in the back row. Wonderful, he exclaimed, clapping his hands on the desk in delight. Lin Shi, despite suffering grave injuries in the secret realm and losing his Pokémon, has returned to school to learn alongside everyone. Such indomitable spirit deserves admiration from all. With that, the classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause. Lin Shi, now he understood who was behind the rumors about him. All right, enough of the pleasantries. We shall soon engage in one-on-one Pokémon battles, with opponents determined by a draw. Teacher, will there be rewards for winning? A mischievous student shouted. Ordinary practice requires no rewards. But should you achieve first place in the school-wide battle next week, I promise to contribute personally to the prize, in addition to whatever the school offers. What kind of prize, teacher? That's a secret for now. Just remember, give your all in the battles. Old Zhang did not elaborate further, running a hand through his sparse hair, exuding confidence regarding the so-called prize. Now, let us proceed with the draw. Su Qiming, you will battle Han Xiaoqing. Lin Shi, you will face Zhou Wanjin. Hee, Lin Shi, who would have thought it would be us two facing off? Zhou Wanjin remarked, casually draping an arm over Lin Shi's shoulder as they chatted in the training arena. The Pokémon at his feet was a round-bodied creature with 4 short, stout legs and a large, round head, adorned with portions of a metallic helmet on its head, legs, and back, and bearing a prominent spike on its back. This was his initial Pokémon, Cacnea. Pokémon, Cacnea level, LV18 status, healthy gender, male type, steel, rock ability, sturdy height, 0, 5 meters weight, 65 kilograms held item, hardstone skills, tackle, harden, metal claw, rock tomb, headbutt, stomp. Pokémon assessment, Cacnea, the iron armor Pokémon. Consumes iron to forge a steel body. Occasionally emerges from the mountains to gnaw on bridges or power lines, much to the chagrin of those nearby. This is a healthy and lively Pokémon, known for its substantial appetite. Lin Shi had a vivid recollection of Cacnea. It was famously regarded as a level 1 deity. In the game, the sturdy ability combined with the move Endeavor and a sandstorm weather effect can allow a level 1 Cacnea to topple even the mightiest legendaries. The primary strategy involves ensuring that a level 1 Cacnea almost always acts last, thus absorbing an opponent's attack to trigger the sturdy ability, retaining a single HP. Then, it uses Endeavor to reduce the opponent's Pokémon's HP to match its own, 1 HP. Due to the sandstorm, as long as the opponent is not immune to its effects, they will inevitably lose health, falling into a critical state, while the Steel-type Cacnea remains unharmed by the storm's damage. This tactic is formidable, as it defies level disparities. The level 1 rank can become the key to victory. If equipped with a Shell Bell, it can even restore its health, allowing the sturdy ability to trigger once more, creating a cyclical advantage. Hence, Cacnea has been whimsically dubbed a level 1 deity by many players. Of course, games differ from reality. The sturdy ability in the real world is not as effective. If the level or strength gap is too vast, even sturdy cannot withstand the onslaught. Lin Shi, although you have imparted much knowledge to me, I regret to inform you that I will not hold back. You'd best be cautious, Zhou Wanjin stated earnestly, his expression betraying a hint of reluctance at the thought of defeating Lin Shi. Yet, this was entirely reasonable, after all. Lin Shi's speedy Houndoom had been forcibly left in the secret realm, meaning he would have to rely on a newly cultivated Pokémon for battle. And the chubby boy was confident he would not lose. Ah, I understand, Lin Shi yawned, somewhat dismissively. After several nights away from home, he found himself adjusting to his old bed again and had not slept well the previous night. Little Bear, I leave it to you. Pokémon, Little Bear level, LV14 status, healthy gender, male type, normal ability, pickup height, 0, 7 meters weight, 9 kilograms held item, none skills, scratch, lick, yawn, fury swipes, tackle, swift, cut, brick break, body slam. Pokémon assessment. This is a healthy and robust Pokémon, lively and affectionate, harboring a mysterious power within. Little Bear, is this the new Pokémon you've captured? Lin Shi, quite adorable indeed. As soon as Little Bear made its appearance, it drew the attention of many, as they were all curious about what kind of new Pokémon Lin Shi would nurture after losing his Houndoom. So cute. Can it battle? Indeed. It looks like it might cry easily. Murmurs rippled through the surrounding students. The little bear cub, keenly aware of the remarks directed at it, promptly bared its teeth and flailed its paws, wide-eyed and striking a muscular pose to assert its strength. However, to onlookers, this display only rendered it more endearing. Wow, even cuter. I just want to give it a big hug. It must be so warm, the surrounding girls exclaimed, yearning to scoop up the bear cub and shower it with affection. The bear cub thought, aren't you afraid of my fierceness? Humans can be quite intimidating. All right, let the battle commence. You may go first, Lin Shi addressed Zhou Wanjin on the training arena's battleground. Very well, I shall not hold back. Upon discovering that Lin Shi's Pokémon was the bear cub, Zhou Wanjin felt emboldened, knowing that the rock and steel-type combination offered a fourfold resistance to normal-type moves. Cocodola. Use Rock Block. In the next moment, Cocodola stamped its front foot with force, summoning rocky projectiles that hurtled toward the bear cub. If struck, not only would it suffer damage, but the stones would also impede the bear cub's movements, reducing its speed. Bear cub, shatter all the rocks. Lin Shi quickly commanded. Aye. The bear cub stood its ground, its white claws manifesting as it slashed at the airborne boulders, obliterating them with ease. Bear cub, follow up with swift. Cocodola, undeterred, charged forward to execute headbutt. The radiant stars struck Cocodola, enveloping it in clouds of smoke, but it soon burst forth, appearing largely unscathed from the attack. Heh, that fourfold resistance is no joke, Zhou Wanjin smugly thought. At that moment, Cocodola had closed the distance, its head glowing with a pale white light, ready to land a decisive blow with headbutt. Bear cub, use Brick Break. Lin Shi commanded. Instantly, a dark red energy enveloped the bear cub's paw, which came crashing down upon Cocodola's head, sending it flying a considerable distance. A fighting-type move, which has a fourfold advantage against steel and rock-type Cocodola. The battle concludes. I lost. Zhou Wanjin stared at Cocodola, now incapacitated, still struggling to comprehend the rapid defeat. That bear cub can actually use Brick Break, he muttered, looking as though the world had turned its back on him. Applause erupted as Zhang Jianjun stepped forward. Wonderful performance. Lin Shi, your strategic command in this battle serves as an exemplary model for everyone. First, you shattered the rocks to instill a false sense of security in Zhou Wanjin, leading him to believe the bear cub was limited to normal-type moves. Then you used Swift to further reinforce this misconception while depleting Cocodola's health and breaking its sturdy ability. When Cocodola finally approached, you unleashed the powerful fighting-type move, achieving a one-hit knockout. This is what I have always taught. In Pokémon battles, avoid chasing after superficial tactics, and do not clumsily mimic strategies seen on television. A profound understanding of your Pokémon and impeccable timing in battle are what you should aspire to learn. Lin Shi exemplifies this beautifully. It seems that even after nearly a month of rest, he has not fallen behind in his training. Truly commendable. Lin Shi responded with a sheepish smile, acknowledging the praise, though he had not given it much thought. It's all thanks to the instructor's guidance. Chapter 18. The Shinjo Pokémon Trading Plaza. Thus, in the following days, Lin Shi diligently attended school, acquiring theoretical knowledge while engaging in battles with his classmates' Pokémon. During this time, he refrained from using his Gyarados, as it had surpassed the novice level and was now at level 24, a sheer powerhouse compared to his peers. According to the regulations of the Pokémon League, trainers are classified into 7 tiers: novice, professional, elite, gym leader, champion, master, and grandmaster. Novice Pokémon are those ranging from levels 1 to 19, characterized by rapid development and swift mastery of fundamental skills. To become a novice trainer, one merely needs to possess a novice-level Pokémon and register their trainer identity with the league. At this stage, each trainer is allowed 3 Pokeballs, enabling them to capture 3 Pokémon. Professional Pokémon range from levels 20 to 34, where growth slows, making leveling up more challenging, yet their strength significantly increases. To attain the status of a professional trainer, one must nurture 2 professional-level Pokémon and pass the league's assessment for certification. Once certified, the trainer gains the right to use 6 Pokeballs, allowing the capture of 6 Pokémon. Elite Pokémon span levels 35 to 49, typically having completed their final evolution, with considerable strength and increased resource demands. To become an elite trainer, one must cultivate 4 Pokémon of elite level or higher and successfully pass the league's evaluation, subsequently gaining elite trainer status and a significant elevation in social standing, becoming a pillar within their region. Moreover, the number of Pokeballs one can use doubles, allowing for the capture of 12 Pokémon. Gym leader level Pokémon range from levels 50 to 74, representing mid to high tier combatants within the region. Achieving gym leader status is no simple feat, requiring 6 gym leader level Pokémon and passing a qualification assessment. The disparity in strength between gym leaders can be vast, and once designated as a gym leader trainer, one can participate in gym leader ranking battles across various cities, with the top performers eligible to establish their own Pokémon gym, with a staggering allowance of up to 18 Pokeballs. As for trainers at level 75 and beyond, including those of the champion and master tiers, they are elusive figures, revered by the nation and adored by the populace, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to connect with trainers of such caliber. Furthermore, for these individuals, obtaining the right to capture Pokémon is a mere formality, A simple application to the league is typically met with approval. Currently, Lin Shi is just a fledgling novice trainer, and it remains uncertain how long it will take to ascend to professional status. However, considering the rapid leveling of his bear cub, he anticipates achieving professional trainer status before the pivotal examination, at which point he will be able to capture new Pokémon. Lin Shi, I'm so sorry I'm late. On the roadside, Su Qiming dashed over, breathless. Today, she sported a light makeup, dressed in a checkered coat and a beige scarf, exuding both youthfulness and fashion. No worries. It was to be expected. Lin Shi, clad in casual attire, leaned against the wall with his arms crossed behind his head. The Xinzhou Pokémon Trading Plaza is an expansive official trading center established in the Xinzhou region, where, as long as one can afford the price, nearly any Pokémon resource one might need can be found. This includes Pokémon food, training tools, enhancement items, evolution materials, and so forth, all of which are of trustworthy quality as they are produced by official sources. Today being Sunday, Lin Shi and Su Qiming had arranged to explore the plaza together, with Lin Shi intending to procure resources and items necessary for training both his bear cub and Gyarados. As they entered the building side by side, they were greeted by opulent decor, with various small Pokémon trailing closely behind their owners throughout the plaza. Within the grand department store, a myriad of establishments dedicated to the enchanting world of Pokémon flourished. Not only were there the customary item shops and eateries, but also restaurants featuring delectable Pokémon-themed cuisine, boutiques adorned with fashionable Pokémon attire, escape rooms manned by ghost-type NPCs, and immersive murder mystery venues crafted by psychic Pokémon. Upon arriving in this realm, Lin Shi found himself irresistibly drawn to these vibrant locales. "Do you have a particular objective for today?" he inquired, glancing at the array of shops alongside him as he spoke to Su Qiming. "Indeed," Su Qiming replied with a nod. "I've heard that a new Pokémon nursery has opened today, and on its inaugural day, they are showcasing some splendid Pokémon. I wish to take a look." "Oh, so you're already planning to capture your third Pokémon?" Lin Shi noted, aware that Su Qiming's second Pokémon was an EV. Should she capture another, she would have exhausted her quota as a novice trainer. "Yes, the sooner I capture and train them, the more time I can save," Su Qiming responded. Lin Shi nodded in agreement, recognizing that for someone with a favorable family background who aspired to become a top-tier trainer, the acquisition of Pokémon at an early stage was indeed a prudent choice. Although Su Qiming's ambition leaned more towards becoming a Pokémon archaeologist, following in her parents' footsteps, possessing a few formidable Pokémon was crucial for her safety. "Moreover, this time, I intend to select and raise the Pokémon myself," Su Qiming asserted with determination. Unlike her initial Pokémon, Cyndaquil, now known as Kalava, and the EV she had battled alongside, which had been chosen by her parents and presented to her, she yearned for the opportunity to select a Pokémon that truly resonated with her desires. Support, Lin Shi encouraged. "We must hurry. If we arrive late, the prime Pokémon will be snatched away." At the entrance of the Pokémon nursery, Lin Shi and Su Qiming spotted a throng of individuals already engaged in selecting their Pokémon. These creatures thrived within an expansive indoor paradise, having been nurtured with utmost care since hatching from their eggs. To capture a Pokémon here, one needed to pay an entrance fee and personally venture into the paradise to make a selection. Once a target was confirmed, payment would be made, and the Pokémon would be captured. Even if one failed to find a desirable Pokémon, the entrance fee would not be refunded. After paying the entrance fee, Lin Shi and Su Qiming entered the Pokémon paradise side by side. Although Lin Shi had reached his limit for capturing Pokémon, he was undeterred from entering to observe and lend advice. "So many Pokémon, and they all seem well nurtured," he remarked. The indoor paradise was larger and more populated than he had anticipated, yet the number of visitors was fewer than expected. Lin Shi speculated that this might be due to the prolonged start of the senior year, with most trainers having already selected their initial Pokémon, while those still in search either found the offerings unappealing or lacked the funds, given the nursery's prices. Thus, many visitors were likely in similar circumstances to Su Qiming, seeking a second or third Pokémon. "Let us wander around and see if we can find a suitable candidate," Lin Shi suggested. "Agreed," Su Qiming nodded, eager to explore more before making her choice. Chapter 19. Ralts, how adorable. In the Pokémon trading department store of Xinzhou, Lin Shi and Su Qiming had already encountered numerous rare Pokémon within the paradise, including several from the starter trio. "Have you found any that catch your eye?" Lin Shi asked Su Qiming, having noticed a few that seemed fitting for her, though he prioritized her opinion as the one making the choice. "That Meowth was quite cute, and Bulbasaur also seemed appealing," Su Qiming mused, tilting her head as she contemplated her options. "Do you have any suggestions?" she asked, turning to Lin Shi. her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Well, Lin Shi pondered momentarily. I think that Nadu is rather promising. Nadu? Su Qiming appeared puzzled, as she had not discerned anything particularly special about that Pokémon. Lin Shi recalled the earlier assessment of the Natu. Pokémon Nadu. Level, LV5. Status, healthy. Gender, female. Type, psychic. Flying. Ability, synchronize. Height, 0, 2 meters. Weight, 2, 0 kilograms. Held item, none. Moves, peck, leer, teleport. Pokémon assessment, Natu, the tiny bird Pokémon. Due to its underdeveloped wings, it moves by hopping and is often seen observing intently. This is a healthy yet timid Pokémon. The Natu possesses significant psychic potential, and it seems likely to master teleport in the future. This ability could provide a reliable means of escape in perilous situations, Lin Shi explained, carefully omitting the fact that the Nadu had already mastered teleport, as he felt it inappropriate to speak with such certainty about the assessment data. Upon hearing Lin Shi's reasoning, Su Qiming paused momentarily, stroking her smooth chin in contemplation before nodding thoughtfully. That sounds promising, but we want to choose the Nadu. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Shi tugged her along, urgency in his voice. I just spotted a Pokémon that's even more suitable. What Pokémon? Su Qiming asked. Her curiosity piqued. Look into the slide, Lin Shi instructed gently, wary of startling the Pokémon within. Huh. Su Qiming leaned forward, peering inside. A Pokémon with a white body. Most of its face obscured by green hair, and 2 flat red horns was cautiously observing them from its hiding place. As it caught sight of Lin Shi and Su Qiming staring at it, it quickly recoiled in fright. Ralts? Su Qiming exclaimed, her tone soft, concerned not to frighten the shy creature any further. She exchanged a glance with Lin Shi, and they both nodded in silent understanding. They had made their decision. Ralts would be theirs. Come out, little Ralts. Su Qiming coaxed gently at the slide's entrance, her tone reminiscent of someone luring a shy child. Initially hesitant, Ralts, having been raised in a nurturing environment, sensed Su Qiming's joy and affection. Moreover, she was undeniably beautiful. After a moment of hesitation, Ralts cautiously emerged, inching closer to Su Qiming. Meanwhile, Lin Shi observed Ralts closely. Pokémon, Ralts. Level, LV5. Status, healthy. Gender, female. Type, psychic, fairy. Ability, telepathy. Height, 0, 3 meters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Carried items, none. Skills, vocalization, enchanting voice, psychic power. Pokémon identification, Ralts, the mood Pokémon, possessing the ability to sense human emotions. When its trainer is in high spirits, it too shares in the joy. This is a healthy and lively Pokémon, endowed with remarkable talents. Ralts needs little introduction, as its ultimate evolution, Gardevoir, is affectionately referred to as a beloved companion by countless players, an embodiment of beauty and strength, which Lin Shi has long desired to capture. Moreover, it is of utmost significance that it will naturally learn teleportation in due course, making it an exceptional Pokémon capable of both combat and evasion. At this moment, Ralts has grown increasingly familiar with Su Qiming, allowing her to gently stroke its head. Lin Shi also crouches down, inching closer. Noticing Lin Shi, Ralts quickly burrows back into Su Qiming's embrace. However, after a brief moment, it perceives no malice from Lin Shi, discovering more feelings of happiness and affection, and cautiously emerges once more to permit Lin Shi's approach. Furthermore, Lin Shi possesses a rather pleasant appearance. Let us proceed. We shall take Ralts directly to the staff, Lin Shi suggested, not wanting to leave Ralts behind for fear of it being abducted. All right, Su Qiming nodded, cradling Ralts in her arms. Suddenly, before Lin Shi and Su Qiming could make a move, a young man abruptly dashed out from the side, his tone somewhat brusque. Lin Shi assessed the young man, who appeared to be of similar age, slightly plump, dressed in expensive brand-name attire, accompanied by a slender, black lizard-like Pokémon adorned with red patterns at his feet. Lin Shi immediately recognized that Pokémon as the notorious Team Rocket-S Zangoose. Although the Pokémon in the breeding center were primarily low-level younglings, they still exhibited a degree of aggression. Moreover, some combative Pokémon preferred to engage in battles with trainers when captured. Thus it was permissible to bring Pokémon inside once granted permission. Nevertheless, Lin Shi had only seen this particular Pokémon swaggering about since his arrival. Is there something you need? Lin Shi inquired, puzzled, having never encountered this individual before. That Ralts. The young man pointed at the Ralts in Su Qiming's arms, and then gestured towards himself with utmost seriousness. I saw it first, it should belong to me. Lin Shi couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. Buddy, we're already holding it. Why didn't you wait until we evolved it into Gardevoir before coming out? Let us go. Lin Shi dismissed him, leading Su Qiming and Ralts towards the exit. Wait, the young man shouted in frustration, his anger escalating as Lin Shi ignored him. I said wait. Are you deaf? Can't you hear me? The young man hastily stepped in front of Lin Shi and Su Qiming, his Zangoose following closely behind. I'll say it again, hand over that Ralts to me. Lin Shi regarded the young man, and then glanced at the menacing Zangoose, his expression gradually turning frosty. What do you mean by that? Do you know who I am? The young man arrogantly queried, blocking their path. Lin Shi, upon hearing this, helplessly rubbed his ears, surprised that such arrogance could still be found in this day and age. I'm not your father. I'm not responsible for naming you. Su Qiming couldn't stifle her laughter at Lin Shi's retort. Observing the exchange, the young man's face grew increasingly sullen with rage, his eyes seemingly ablaze. At that moment, their conversation attracted considerable attention, particularly the young man's shrill voice, causing numerous Pokémon to hide in fear and drawing the gaze of many patrons. This commotion inevitably caught the attention of the breeding center staff, and a girl dressed in a uniform approached the group. Do any of you guests require assistance? Miss? We do. Lin Shi pointed at the young man. He is lost and is asking everyone if they recognize him. A few minutes later, Yihan had gathered the situation. She felt somewhat helpless. Yet another dispute over a Pokémon, a common occurrence in breeding centers nationwide. As it stands, sir, since this young lady has already selected this Ralts, she has the right of first choice according to our regulations. I know what you mean. Before Yihan could finish, the young man interrupted her, a smirk of mockery on his face as he pulled out his wallet. Is it about the money? How much for this Ralts? I, Liao Hui, will pay double. Upon hearing the young man's name, Lin Shi noticed a change in Yihan's expression, but she steeled herself and continued. Mr. Liao, this isn't merely about money. They haven't paid for this Ralts. Isn't your establishment meant to profit? How about this? I want to make it difficult for you. I'll bid normally. And whoever offers the highest price can claim the right to purchase this Ralts. As Liao Hui shifted tactics, he thought, it's just money. To him, it's inconsequential. This Ralts is as good as mine. Lin Shi furrowed his brow at Liao Hui's words. Although the young man seemed somewhat dim-witted, his attire suggested he was quite affluent. If the establishment agreed to his terms, even if they ultimately managed to take Ralts, it would likely result in a significant financial loss. Lin Shi raised his head, surveying the gathering crowd, and raised his voice. It has long been said that the Pet Pokémon Breeding Center not only excels at nurturing Pokémon, but also upholds principles that are highly regarded by the public. While I didn't anticipate encountering such an incident today, I firmly believe the center will provide us with a satisfactory resolution. As Lin Shi spoke, several patrons echoed their agreement. For most ordinary citizens would dread the day their cherished Pokémon was snatched away in a similar manner. Sighing at the escalating tension between both sides, Yihan felt compelled to make a decision. Gritting her teeth, she addressed Liao Hui. Mr. Liao, I sincerely apologize. But our Pet Pokémon Breeding Center has always operated on the basis of integrity. Since this Pokémon has already been chosen by Miss Su, we cannot take it back. In truth, we have many excellent Pokémon available. You may select another, and we can offer you a discount. Liao Hui glared at Lin Shi and the staff. His expression twisted with displeasure, akin to one who had just consumed a fly. Yet, realizing the gravity of the situation, he understood he would not be leaving with Ralts today. Fine, I'll remember this. We shall see. He commanded his Zangoose, intending to leave. Strangely, however, the Zangoose did not heed his command, remaining stubbornly sprawled on the ground, showing no signs of movement. Zangoose, get up, Liao Hui shouted, kicking the creature's back. Observing the unmoving Pokémon and the growing crowd, Liao Hui felt his composure slipping, as he could hear the murmurs and pointed fingers directed at him from the surrounding spectators. He is nothing but a worthless individual who cannot even command his own Pokémon. Throughout my life, when has Liao Hui ever endured such humiliation? With this thought, Liao Hui's face contorted with rage as he unleashed a powerful kick onto the back of the Night Thief Fire Lizard. I am your master. You must obey me. Get up. With a hiss, the Night Thief Fire Lizard stirred, but Lin Shi immediately noticed its eyes turning a furious crimson, a clear sign of anger. In the next moment, the Night Thief Fire Lizard flicked its tail, sending Liao Hui flying a considerable distance, causing him to crash to the ground and lose consciousness. Subsequently, the Night Thief Fire Lizard spat forth several streams of purple venom, indiscriminately attacking its surroundings. The areas struck by the venom were severely corroded, releasing wisps of gas. The onlookers scattered in fear of being contaminated, and the local Pokémon, previously at ease, fled in terror, plunging the scene into chaos. The frenzied Night Thief Fire Lizard wreaked havoc in the breeding house paradise, leaving the gathered Pokémon trembling in fear. Yet, suddenly it fell silent, its nostrils flaring as if detecting a scent. Before long, it sprang into action, racing toward a building within the paradise marked with a no-entry sign. This is bad. We must stop it. Yihan's face turned pale, her eyes filled with alarm as she urgently called out. What is inside? Su Qiming asked, cradling the trembling Ralts in her arms. Gritting her teeth, Yihan replied gravely, a Pokémon egg. At that moment, the night thief fire lizard had reached the entrance of the incubation room, licking its lips as drool dripped from its mouth. Gyarados Dragon Pulse. Before the night thief fire lizard could break through the door, a cerulean purple dragon-shaped wave suddenly soared toward it from behind. The night thief fire lizard swiftly turned, igniting its body in flames and unleashing a torrent of fire to collide with the dragon pulse. Although it mitigated some of the damage, it was still propelled backward by the residual force. Is that flamethrower? Lin Shi recognized the night thief fire lizard's move. In pain, the night thief fire lizard became even more frenzied, opening its mouth to continuously spew purple venom. This was the acid bomb technique. Gyarados, end this swiftly with Aqua Jet. In an effort to avoid drawing attention, Lin Shi aimed to defeat his opponent as quickly as possible. With a roar, Gyarados summoned swirling blue and green light around it, encasing itself in a protective vortex that repelled all the venom. This was a combination technique utilizing both Whirlpool and Aqua Jet, likely learned during its time leaping from waterfalls. Then, the direction of the vortex shifted, charging toward the night thief fire lizard. Even though it promptly attempted to counter with flamethrower, it was utterly ineffective against the Aqua Jet. The Aqua Jet struck true, ensnaring the night thief fire lizard within the vortex, the rushing waters inflicting continuous damage. Gyarados Waterfall. A surge of water began to swirl beside the red Gyarados, which then charged forth with tremendous force, knocking the night thief fire lizard to the ground. Unable to rise again. A decisive victory. Witnessing the night thief fire lizard incapacitated, Lin Shi praised Gyarados before recalling it. It was only after the battle concluded that Yihan arrived with security personnel. I cannot express my gratitude enough for your assistance in this matter. She warmly welcomed Lin Shi and Su Qiming in the VIP room of the Pokémon breeding house. Without your timely intervention, I dread to think of the losses we might have suffered. As for that Liao Hui, we will ensure he faces consequences. However, Yihan furrowed her brow in confusion. What caused the night thief fire lizard to behave this way? Lin Shi understood that she sought to identify the party at fault. If it were Liao Hui's error, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. It is likely due to the trainer's insufficient level, Su Qiming interjected. Miss He may not have observed closely, but the size and magma-like patterns on that night thief fire lizard indicate that it is not a newly hatched Pokémon. Conservatively, it is at least a professional level, above level 20, potentially even reaching level 30. Lin Shi nodded. Having assessed the night thief fire lizard himself, its level was indeed 30, exceeding Gyarados by 6 levels. Considering Liao Hui's age, he appeared to be merely a high school senior, and with the school year barely 3 months underway, it seemed implausible that he could have cultivated such a high-level Pokémon so swiftly. Thus, it was highly probable that the night thief fire lizard was not bred but rather captured directly after being defeated by another trainer, which would naturally lead to a lack of recognition from the Pokémon. Such incidents were not uncommon. Every year, a few individuals mistakenly believed that sheer force would compel Pokémon to submit, forcibly capturing high-level creatures. Typically, such actions either resulted in failure or became cautionary tales. After hearing Su Qiming's explanation, Yihan nodded, realizing, it appears that Liao Hui's forced command led to the incident. I understand now. However, we are not the police. We are merely students. What we just discussed is speculative. It would be prudent to await the investigation's findings, Lin Shi cautioned. Rest assured, we are fully aware. Yihan replied with a smile and a nod. Now, let us discuss the compensation and rewards for the two of you. Chapter 21. Rinyu. Compensation and rewards? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, finally intrigued by the topic. Indeed, Yihan affirmed, gently stroking Su Qiming's Ralts, her smile warm. Thanks to both of you. The night thief fire lizard was swiftly subdued, preventing significant losses for our breeding house. As a token of our gratitude, we have decided to entrust this Ralts to Miss Su for free. Free? Lin Shi and Su Qiming exchanged glances. A Pokémon like Ralts might be more precious than the starter trio, and the establishment was willing to give it away at no cost. Indeed, I have watched this Ralts grow. I can see it has taken a liking to you, and I hope you will care for it well, Yihan said, a hint of reluctance in her gaze. Rest assured, I will take good care of it, Su Qiming responded earnestly, clearly delighted. As for you, Mr. Lin, we have a VIP card for you. I hope you won't find it lacking. With this card, you can enjoy VIP treatment at any Pokemon breeding house or store nationwide, along with a 20% discount on all products. Lin Shi accepted the card, having no objections to this reward. As the sun set, the city was bathed in golden light, the buildings reflecting a dazzling radiance. Lin Shi and Su Qiming exited the department store. After leaving the breeding house, Su Qiming promptly captured Ralts in a Pokeball, and the Pokemon complied readily, appearing quite content with its new trainer. The two then visited other shops to trade items, with Lin Shi selling some resources he had gathered from the wild, netting nearly 40,000 yuan. He also purchased food and energy blocks for Gyarados and Teddiursa, as well as training sand, a tool that enhances skill proficiency during Pokemon training. Just as the freshly acquired money began to warm in his hands, he spent it all, even going the extra mile to buy a black belt for Teddiursa. Black belt, a belt that can invigorate one's spirit. Once equipped, it enhances the power of fighting-type moves. The bear cub is capable of mastering a plethora of fighting-type skills, predominantly offensive in nature. Lin Shi believes that the black belt is more suitable for it than the silk scarf, which merely boosts the power of general-type moves. As for the Gyarados, the mysterious droplet bestowed by the Goldfish King is perfectly suited for its current use. In summary, by the end of the day, both individuals had made significant gains, particularly Su Qiming, who successfully captured a rare Ralts. In the yard of Lin Shi's home, the bear cub's paws gleamed with a metallic sheen, hardening to the consistency of iron, as its claws deftly slashed against the wooden post, again and again. The metal claw, an attack that cleaves through adversaries with metallic talons. With the upcoming school-wide senior Pokemon battle scheduled for next week, Lin Shi was diligently preparing. He intended to rely solely on the bear cub for this competition. Thus, diversifying its skill set was imperative. After all, the normal type is hardly an advantageous attribute. At one point, Lin Shi even considered it the least favorable type. It is resistant to rock and steel, immune to ghost-type attacks, and lacks any advantageous matchups, with only ghost immunity as an exception. In terms of resistances, aside from the immunity to ghost, all other types inflict normal damage, and it is doubly vulnerable to fighting-type moves. Therefore, to enable the bear cub to advance further in the competition, enhancing its offensive capabilities and broadening its attack repertoire is of utmost importance. The time was drawing near. After training for a while, Lin Shi glanced at his phone to check the time. Bear cub, Gyarados, let us depart. He withdrew the two Pokemon into their Pokeballs, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and exited his home. The sun shone brightly as cars flowed like water, weaving through the city as streets and alleys, the incessant honking of horns echoing in the air. Lin Shi's purpose for taking leave was not to venture into the wilderness, but rather to visit his aunt, the one who had gifted him the Arcanine. Although his Gyarados possessed a remarkable aptitude for dragon-type moves, having naturally learned the Dragon Pulse skill post-evolution, it struggled to grasp the intricacies of the coveted Dragon Dance. Coincidentally, Lin Shi's aunt owned a Zada capable of performing Dragon Dance, prompting Lin Shi to visit under the guise of a familial visit, while secretly seeking a free tutor for his Gyarados. Ah, you've arrived. Upon ringing the doorbell, Lin Shi's aunt, Ren Yueying, appeared at the door, her face radiant with a smile. Due to her work commitments, Ren Yueying often found herself outdoors, resulting in a healthy sun-kissed complexion. Tall and graceful, she possessed an enchanting beauty and a cheerful disposition, always treating Lin Shi with warmth. Of course I have. But it's not easy to see you with your busy schedule as the bane of crime in Baishan City. Lin Shi replied with a smile as he entered the house alongside Ren Yueying. Your flattery is delightful, Ren Yueying chuckled, visibly pleased. Woof. At that moment, a large orange dog with black stripes bounded toward Lin Shi, jumping around him excitedly. Long time no see, Speed Star. This Pokemon was the Arcanine that Lin Shi's aunt had raised, her initial Pokemon. Lin Shi bent down to pet its fluffy head. Watching the joyful Speed Star wagging its tail vigorously, Lin Shi found himself momentarily lost in thought, wondering how his own Pokemon was faring in the secret realm. Fear not, Ren Yueying reassured, discerning Lin Shi's distraction. Your little Arcanine is the most outstanding one I have ever encountered. It will be just fine. Lin Shi smiled at her words and nodded in acknowledgement. Is there a guest? After taking a couple more steps, Lin Shi noticed a girl standing in the corner of the living room, intently gazing at the photographs displayed on the wall, which showcased Ren Yueying's accolades. Oh dear, I was so excited to see you, I completely forgot about Ning Ning in the room. Come here, Xiao Shi, let me introduce you. This is my best friend's daughter, Jiu Ning, a brilliant student from North University, very impressive indeed. Ren Yueying clapped her hands and hurriedly made the introduction. Ning Ning, this is my nephew Lin Shi. currently in his senior year. Hello, the girl turned, smiling at Lin Shi, her serene beauty exuding an air of scholarly grace. Hello, Lin Shi waved back in response. North University is one of the 6 prestigious institutions recognized in the Shinjo region, alongside Kyoto University, Jiangnan University, Magic City University, Central University, and Shinjo National Defense Science and Technology University. While they are considered equals, Kyoto University is largely regarded as the first, closely followed by Magic City University. North University finds itself at the tail end of this esteemed group, yet still remains an institution not easily attended by the average individual. You've arrived at the perfect moment. Ning Ning and I were just about to battle. A battle? Lin Shi inquired, intrigued by what Pokémon this exceptional student from North University would wield and how she would engage in battle. May I observe? Of course, came their simultaneous replies. Chapter 22, The Battle of Cat and Leopard. Naturally, the duel between them could not take place in the yard, the Pokémon training ground, not far from Ren Yuang's residence. Served as the battlefield. It was a 1v1 match, and both competitors released their Pokémon simultaneously. Nodding in tacit understanding, the battle commenced. Ren Yuang summoned a standing feline Pokémon, predominantly white with a blue scarf and collar, reminiscent of an elegant British lady. Given Lin Shi's close relationship with Ren Yuang, he was well acquainted with this Pokémon, the Alakazam. Pokémon, Alakazam. Level, LV33. Status, healthy. Gender, female. Type, psychic. Ability, competitive. Height, 0.7 meters. Weight, 90 kilograms. Held item, curved spoon. Skills, scratch, telekinesis, pound, magical leaf, charm, sweet kiss, assist, psybeam, roleplay, light screen, reflect, baton pass, meditate, protect. Pokémon assessment, Alakazam, the evolution of Abra. A Pokémon known for its psychic prowess. It exhibits a more willful and aggressive nature compared to its male counterpart. Should it become displeased, it will not hesitate to deliver a stern lesson with its psychic abilities. This Pokémon is both healthy and proud, often displaying capriciousness, yet remains remarkably reliable in critical moments. On the other side, the Pokémon that Xiao Ning revealed took Lin Shi somewhat by surprise. It was a feline creature with purple fur, adorned with triangular hollow yellow patterns on its back, and a scythe-like tail, exuding both agility and mystery. Pokémon, Cheetah. Level, LV31. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, dark. Characteristics, mischievous heart. Height, 11 meters. Weight, 370 kilograms. Equipment, black glasses. Skills, grab, assist, sand shuffle, clapping ambush, pursuit, surprise strike, shadow clone, electromagnetic wave, provocation, once more, wave of evil. Guard. Pokémon evaluation, cool leopard, the frigid Pokémon, the evolved form of the sneaky cat. Its graceful form is attributed to its well-developed muscles. It can sprint silently through the night. This is a healthy and elegant Pokémon, adept at transformation skills. The psychic Meow and the cool leopard? Observing the two Pokémon on the field, Lin Shi murmured to himself. A catfight is about to unfold. Lin Shi took a seat in the spectator area, releasing his bear cub to join in the observation. From a type standpoint, this confrontation clearly favored the cool leopard, not only due to its advantage over the psychic Meow, but also because dark-type Pokémon are completely immune to psychic-type damage, combined with its skill set and characteristics. A remarkable specimen. Fortunately, it hasn't learned toxic, Lin Shi silently remarked as the battle was on the verge of commencing. Cool leopard versus psychic Meow. Use clapping ambush. At the outset, both trainers commanded their Pokémon to execute clapping ambush simultaneously. A move that not only inflicts damage but also leaves the opponent immobilized at the start of the battle. Bang! Both Pokémon struck their adversaries almost in unison, with minimal damage inflicted on either side. Cool leopard. Use provocation. Soon after, Xiaoning issued another command. The cool leopard was enveloped in a surge of dark energy, and the skill swiftly manifested upon the psychic Meow. Lin Shi noted that the psychic Meow's eyes had turned red, consumed by anger. It had been provoked. The provocation skill ensnares the opponent in a state of rage for a brief duration, during which the Pokémon can only utilize damaging moves. As for why Cool Leopard's skill activation was so rapid, it relates to its mischievous heart ability. In Lin Shi's view, this is one of the most exceptional traits, allowing it to unleash transformation moves ahead of its opponent. Although this isn't the gaming world, where priority is guaranteed, it nevertheless accelerates the skill's release significantly. This was the reason Lin Shi had earlier critiqued the Cool Leopard's skill quality. The priority of its transformation moves would undoubtedly discomfort its adversary. Quite impressive, isn't it? Ren Yuya complimented, appearing entirely unfazed. Psychic Meow, use charming voice. Meow. The psychic meow opened its mouth to emit a melodic sound, sending forth a pink energy wave in the form of song towards the cool leopard. The cool leopard instinctively leaped to evade, only to discover that the sound energy suddenly veered in midair, charging directly at it. Cool leopard, wave of evil. Xiaoning commanded loudly. Ah! The cool leopard opened its mouth, dark energy coalescing into rings that collided with the charming voice, resulting in an explosion. As the smoke from the blast began to dissipate, the cool leopard landed gracefully on the ground. Cool leopard, let's follow up with electromagnetic wave. Just as it touched down, Xiaoning immediately commanded the next attack. Psychic Meow guard. A pale green protective barrier rose, shielding it from the electromagnetic wave. Upon seeing the attack thwarted, Xiaoning did not display disappointment. Rather, a smile crept across her face. I was waiting for you to use that. Cool leopard, use once more. The once more skill compels the opponent to repeatedly execute their last used move. And due to the influence of mischievous heart, it strikes first. Cool leopard, wave of evil. The cool leopard unleashed the wave of evil once more, the malicious energy hurtling towards the psychic meow. Meow. The psychic meow successfully activated guard again, blocking the wave of evil once more. Don't stop, cool leopard, surprise strike. The cool leopard's form suddenly accelerated, darting swiftly behind the psychic meow, its claws poised to strike fiercely. The psychic meow waved its hands, but this time the guard shield failed to materialize in time, rendering the skill ineffective. Bang! The attack landed successfully, the dark-type move proving highly effective as the psychic meow was sent flying. A look of fury etched on its face as its fur bristled in an invisible current of psychic energy. Oh dear, Meow Meow is angry. It's our turn to attack, Rin Yuyao exclaimed, her confidence surging as she waved her arms dramatically. Psychic Meow simultaneously used charming voice and magical leaf. Meow? The psychic meow's eyes glowed white, its psychic powers lifting it gracefully into the air. Simultaneously, it began to sing once more, intertwining pink fairy energy with green plant energy. And in the next moment, the melody accompanied by leaf-shaped blades surged violently towards the cool leopard. It resembled a combination move akin to the dragon surge of the Gyarados. The cool leopard attempted to evade with its agility, but both attacks appeared to have a mind of their own, relentlessly homing in on it, leaving no room for escape. In truth, both charming voice and magical leaf are skills that automatically lock onto their targets, ensuring their success. Wave of evil. Xiaoning commanded again, intending to employ the same tactic to block the incoming assault. Yet this time, things did not unfold as she had hoped. The magical leaf accelerated and intercepted the wave of evil, followed by the charming voice crashing into the cool leopard, sending it flying amidst a cloud of dust. Without needing to see the outcome, it was evident that the battle's victor had been determined. Lin Shi shook his head, realizing that this was not merely charming voice, but rather the significantly powerful ensnaring voice, which the cool leopard, being weak to fairy-type moves, stood no chance against. Indeed, as the dust cleared, the cool leopard lay incapacitated, never having had the opportunity to activate guard. Well done, Xiaoning said as she recalled the cool leopard into its pokeball. She then turned to Lin Shi and Rin Yuyao with a rueful smile. I lost. Aunt Yao remains as merciless as ever. Chapter 23. The school battle commences. After the battle concluded, the three returned to Rin Yuyao's home together. By the way, how come Ning Jie is back now? Upon hearing Lin Shi's question, Xiaoning smiled and replied, it's because of certain matters, the specifics of which are not convenient to share. Xiaoning's answer was somewhat ambiguous, and Lin Shi did not dwell on it. After chatting for a while longer, he shifted to the purpose of his visit. Aunt, could you lend me the Qishi Bluebird? I want to check its development. At Beishan Third High School, the atmosphere was bustling. Today marked the official commencement of the first Pokémon 1v1 battles for all third-year students. Those who performed exceptionally would be rewarded with basic enhancement feathers prepared by the school. The so-called fundamental enhancement feathers consist of the feather of stamina, the feather of strength, the feather of resistance, the feather of intelligence, the feather of spirit, and the feather of instantaneous activation. Each corresponds to an enhancement in one of 6 aspects: health, attack, defense, special defense, and speed. Such items that can augment a Pokémon's foundational attributes come at a hefty price. Although the effect of a single feather cannot compare to that of a berry, they are still quite rare. For the sake of this reward, Lin Shi intends to have his bear cub give it a try. Bear cub, do you feel confident? What are you up to? Not hearing the familiar sound of Igu, Lin Shi turned to look at the bear cub perched on the chair. Igu? The bear cub was engrossed in Lin Shi's phone, which displayed information about the circle bear, data Lin Shi had gathered in preparation for the bear cub's future training. What's the matter? The bear cub gazed at Lin Shi with its big, watery eyes, then back at the phone. Lin Shi chuckled, understanding. Are you impressed? Don't worry. You'll evolve one day too and be just as impressive. Lin Shi sat beside it, gently ruffling the bear cub's fluffy head. Igu. The bear cub looked at the image on Lin Shi's phone and softly called out, though its voice went unheard by Lin Shi. Soon, the list of matchups was announced. And the rules were straightforward, a knockout tournament, culminating in the crowning of a champion. Finally, after the school leaders delivered a lengthy opening speech, the battles commenced. Lin Shi's first opponent was a Meowth, which appeared to be newly hatched. Unsurprisingly, the opponent could not penetrate the bear cub's defenses, ultimately being taken out by a single blow from the bear cub's signature move, Tile Slash. Lin Shi smoothly advanced to the second round. The tournament progressed seamlessly, extending into the second day, with Lin Shi successfully reaching the top 16. From this point onwards, the competition grew more intense. In the quarterfinals, Lin Shi faced a boy from Class 23 who wielded a Monferno. Notably, Class 23 and Lin Shi's Class 24 are regarded as the top classes at the third high school, securing 70 of the spots in prestigious universities each year, while the remaining 30 are filled by regular classes and 6 liberal arts classes that do not engage in Pokémon battles. The boy from Class 23 exuded confidence, given the advantage of his fighting-type Monferno against Lin Shi's normal-type Bear Cub. Monferno, use Focus Energy. Bear Cub, use Bulk Up. As the match commenced, both competitors activated their enhancement skills. Focus Energy increases critical hit chances, while Bulk Up enhances both attack and defense. Monferno, quick and agile, launched itself forward after a powerful sprint, its feet enveloped in fighting-type energy as it aimed a fierce attack at the Bear Cub. Bear Cub, block it with Tile Slash. The Bear Cub did not evade but, under Lin Shi's command, executed its proficient Tile Slash, colliding with Monferno's assault. With a whoosh, Monferno was sent flying, tumbling through the air before landing on the ground. Given the Bear Cub's formidable attack power, paired with the enhancements from its Black Belt and Bulk Up, it was no surprise that Monferno struggled to keep up. In fact, it was fortunate that Monferno could still fight at all. Undeterred, Monferno attempted to dig underground, hoping to confuse the Bear Cub with a subterranean attack. Ignore it. Continue using Bulk Up. The Bear Cub struck a Bulk Up pose, dark red energy swirling around it as it bolstered its attack and defense. Damn it. The boy's expression soured upon witnessing this. The additional Bulk Up was indeed salt in the wound, signaling his impending defeat. With a thud, Monferno emerged from the ground, delivering a punch to the Bear Cub. Igu? The Bear Cub merely tapped the spot that had been struck, not even budging, and looked at Monferno with a puzzled expression, as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" Bear Cub, finish the battle with Tile Slash. The Bear Cub propelled itself forward with newfound speed, racing to Monferno, who was still regaining its footing, and executed a swift and decisive strike. Thud. Monferno fell to the ground, and the battle concluded. Well done. When we get back, I'll give you extra servings of sweet honey. Lin Shi squatted down to check the Bear Cub's condition while praising it. Igu. The Bear Cub licked its paw, its eyes curving into a crescent moon of happiness. The subsequent battles proceeded smoothly, with the Bear Cub securing another victory, advancing to the semifinals among the final 4. Class 24 boasted 2 representatives. Aside from Lin Shi, Su Qiming also made it to this stage, as the Fire-type Rock Mouse from the trio of starter Pokémon proved to be quite dominant in such novice-level battles. The semifinals began. Lin Shi faced Jiang Yu from Class 19. Meanwhile, Gao Xingyang from Class 23 was up against Su Qiming from Class 24. Lin Shi's opponent appeared to be a slender, dark-haired boy who exuded composure, wielding a blue shrimp-like Pokémon with an enormous claw. Pokémon, Iron Claw Shrimp. Level, 18. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, water. Ability, Mega Launcher. Height, 0, 5 meters. Weight, 8, 3 kilograms. Item, none. Moves, Water Gun, Clamp, Water Pulse, Bubble Beam, Water Wave, and Icy Water. Pokémon Assessment. The Iron Claw Shrimp, known as the Water Gun Pokémon, expels water in a bullet-like fashion by igniting gas stored in its right claw. This is a healthy and combative Pokémon. Lin Shi recalled having some familiarity with this trainer and his Iron Claw Shrimp, as they had both distinguished themselves from among the hundreds of competitors. The battle commenced. Bear Cub, use Bulk Up. Iron Claw Shrimp, use Icy Water. Jiang Yu, aware of the Bear Cub's extraordinary attack power, opted to begin with Icy Water to lower the Bear Cub's offensive capabilities and disrupt its enhancement. Igu. The Bear Cub remained unperturbed. Lin Shi had trained it for such scenarios. Its claws shimmered with light as it swiftly slashed through the air, creating a protective barrier that effortlessly tore through the icy water. However, regrettably, the bulk up was still interrupted. Lin Shi had long aspired to train the bear cub to utilize bulk up mid-battle, but the challenge proved too great, even for the bear cub's innate talent, which had yet to master the technique. The iron claw shrimp pressed the attack with water wave. The creature's massive claw gathered water, coalescing into a large water wave. Its ability, Mega Launcher, augmented the power of wave-based or aura-based moves. The water wave shot forth with remarkable speed, overwhelming the bear cub and stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 24, The Eve of the Finals. Did it hit? Well done, Jiang Yu cheered, raising a fist in triumph. However, as the smoke cleared, his expression darkened, revealing that the situation was not as straightforward as he had hoped. In the arena, the bear cub that had been standing there had vanished, leaving behind only a large indentation in the ground. Dig? It still knows that move. Indeed, this bear cub was proving to be quite a formidable opponent. As a fellow top contender, Lin Shi naturally drew considerable attention. And Jiang Yu was somewhat aware of him as well. Watch your feet, iron claw shrimp, Jiang Yu shouted. Boom. As Jiang Yu's words faded, the bear cub erupted from the ground, harnessing the power of the earth as it delivered a powerful punch towards the armored shrimp. Now was the moment. The armored shrimp unleashed a jet of water. Just as it seemed about to be struck, the armored shrimp was enveloped in water, propelled upwards as if launched by a forceful geyser. Indeed, a technique reminiscent of Shota's style, Lin Shi mused, scratching his nose in contemplation. Bear cub, use yawn. Lin Shi commanded, instructing bear cub to utilize the nearly forgotten skill. This ability required precise timing to hit, as no opponent would remain stationary to be struck. And now, the opportunity was ripe. The armored shrimp, having just taken to the air, was yet to adjust its descent direction when it was struck by yawn from below. Instantly, the armored shrimp became drowsy, its eyelids fluttering incessantly, yet it persevered with sheer willpower, forcing itself to land. Jiang Yu felt a surge of alarm. Being hit by yawn meant the armored shrimp was at risk of falling into slumber, rendering it vulnerable. Armored shrimp, splash yourself with cold water, Jiang Yu commanded in a grave tone. Upon hearing the trainer's directive, the armored shrimp quickly summoned a splash of cold water, dousing its head. It shook itself, appearing slightly more alert. This cannot drag on. We must end this swiftly. Although the cold water temporarily alleviated its drowsiness, the armored shrimp still appeared on the verge of sleeping. Is it possible to respond this way? Lin Shi found himself somewhat impressed by the opponent's handling of the situation. Naturally, those capable of reaching this stage were not to be underestimated. Armored shrimp, unleash a barrage of water pulses. The armored shrimp's massive pincers gathered water energy, unleashing a flurry of water projectiles into the air without restraint. Undeterred, bear cub faced the onslaught of water pulses. Just water pulses? I've encountered worse. There were times when a school of horned fish attacked me in droves. With agile movements, bear cub spun and dodged the incoming water pulses, occasionally using its split skill to defend itself. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth in frustration. Increase your speed, armored shrimp. Let us see how many it can evade. With a resounding cry, the armored shrimp's water energy surged, and water pulses erupted furiously from its pincers. Bear cub dig. Lin Shi saw no need for a head-on confrontation. Once yawn took effect, victory would naturally follow. I knew you would resort to this, Jiang Yu smirked. The armored shrimp took to the air again, enveloped in water, soaring to the spot where bear cub had just dug. Use water gun to fill the hole. A powerful stream of water surged from the armored shrimp's pincers, relentlessly flooding bear cub's excavation. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, realizing that the opponent was compelling him into a direct confrontation. Very well, I have never lost a direct battle. Bear cub, come forth. Bear cub leaped from the ground, charging directly towards the armored shrimp, ready to execute a split skill. With agility, bear cub's right paw, imbued with energy, surged forth against the armored shrimp. Water pulses. Seeing bear cub emerge, Jiang Yu swiftly commanded. A colossal water pulse surged toward bear cub. Yet it remained undaunted, striking down with the split skill, cleaving the water pulse in two as it dissipated in the air. In that moment, bear cub was upon the armored shrimp, delivering a powerful split skill strike. Clamp it. The armored shrimp reacted swiftly, its massive right claw grasping bear cub's attack. And the two Pokémon began to exert their strength against one another. However, it was evident that in this contest of power, the armored shrimp was no match for bear cub, quickly finding itself at a disadvantage. Just as I intended, Jiang Yu remarked, a confident grin spreading across his face. The armored shrimp will unleash water pulses while clamping it. As the water within the armored shrimp's right claw shimmered, blue energy rapidly coalesced. I'm afraid this duel is mine, Jiang Yu proclaimed, confident that striking Bear Cub at such close range with water pulses would result in a devastating blow. He wore a broad smile, appearing utterly convinced of his victory. Is that so? Lin Shi shook his head, responding nonchalantly. Perhaps you've grown too accustomed to raising shrimp? My Bear Cub is no mere armored shrimp. I still have one more trick up my sleeve. Bear Cub, unleash Split. With a swift command, Bear Cub complied. As it engaged in a struggle, its left paw manifested a colossal, white claw, imbued with tremendous force, creating a gust of wind. The captured armored shrimp had no chance to evade the fierce attack, which struck its head with tremendous impact. With a resounding thud, the outcome was clear. The armored shrimp collapsed to the ground, evidently having lost its ability to battle, the previously gathered water pulses dissipating into nothingness. Jiang Yu stood frozen, staring at the scene in disbelief, unable to process what had just occurred. After a moment, he let out a bitter laugh, recalling the armored shrimp, then turned to Lin Shi. You are quite formidable. I concede my defeat. You should realize that you are my greatest rival. Lin Shi nodded in acknowledgement, neither affirming nor denying the statement. The remaining two competitors, Su Qiming and Gao Xingyang, both wielded fire-type Pokémon, which were at a disadvantage against the armored shrimp. Thus, defeating Lin Shi would significantly increase his chances of claiming first place. I concede. You are impressive, Lin Shi stated sincerely, recognizing Jiang Yu's strategic acumen and the training of the armored shrimp. Thank you, and best of luck in tomorrow's finals, Jiang Yu replied. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the campus took on a serene quality, with students bustling about, exchanging laughter and cherishing their youth. In classroom 24 of Year 3, Lin Shi placed a cup of milk tea on Su Qiming's desk. What's this? Miss Su, are you displeased after your loss? Having momentarily lost herself in the sunset, Su Qiming returned to reality, casting Lin Shi a sidelong glance before picking up the milk tea. I am not one to dwell on victories or defeats. With a chuckle, Su Qiming seemed unfazed by her recent loss. But you, tomorrow's battle will not be easy. That guy from class 23 has considerable strength and possesses an advantage over your normal-type Bear Cub. However, Su Qiming's tone shifted abruptly, becoming sharp and astute. You must win tomorrow. I want to see if that obnoxious fellow can still gloat. Su Qiming gritted her pearly teeth in frustration. Lin Shi understood. The individual named Gao Xingyang had taunted her after his victory over her. Very well, I'll certainly do my best. Indeed, Lin Shi replied, while Bear Cub beside him raised its fist, its little feet dancing in a mock boxing stance, exuding confidence. Chapter 25, Bear Cub vs. Infernape. A gentle breeze swept through as morning melodies echoed, and the rising sun cast a soft glow upon the dappled playground. The venue for the final battle was set within the gymnasium, equipped with a professional Pokémon battle arena, and the stands were already brimming with students. On the observation platform, the director of education sat upright, conversing with an elderly man who appeared somewhat frail, yet full of vigor. Principal, I did not expect you to attend as well. The elderly man was none other than Zhang Jingyin, the principal of the 3rd high school. Hearing the director's words, he gazed at the two contenders on the field, chuckling. Haha, of course, I would come to such an important match. How do you find this year's crop of students? The head of the teaching department stroked his beard thoughtfully and nodded confidently, declaring, indeed, compared to previous years, this year's recruits are quite impressive, particularly the 2 top classes, where many students have started with the initial Pokémon from the renowned trio. For instance, there's Gao Xingyang from class 23 and Su Qiming from class 24. But what about that lad named Lin Shi? Zhang Jingyin interjected, pointing at Lin Shi. You mean Lin Shi? I have observed this student in battle. His commanding abilities are commendable, and he has trained his bear baby exceptionally well. However, I've heard that this is not his initial Pokémon. Indeed, Zhang Jingyin nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lin Shi and his opponent had completed their preparations and arrived at the combat platform. Lin Shi, do you know that I owe my victory in this battle to you? Gao Xingyang declared before the fight had even commenced, holding a Pokeball in his hand. Thank you for dealing with that troublesome Jiang Yu and for sending out the bear baby, which is at a disadvantage. Lin Shi was momentarily at a loss for words. But after a brief pause, he replied, Buddy, are we fighting or not? If not, I'll head home to do laundry. Do laundry? Gao Xingyang was momentarily taken aback. Oh, that is no longer necessary since I've left you speechless. Lin Shi shrugged, teasingly brandishing his Pokeball. You. Very well, don't regret it. Gao Xingyang forced a smile through his irritation. Come forth, Monferno. In an instant, a monkey-like Pokémon emerged, its body of vibrant orange-yellow, with a long, flaming tail. Pokémon, Monferno level, LV19 status, healthy gender, male type, Fire, fighting ability, blaze height, 0, 9 meters weight, 22. 0 kilograms held item, charcoal moves, scratch, ember, taunt, focus energy, flame wheel. Double kick, mock punch, dig, fire punch. Pokédex entry, Monferno, the mischievous Pokémon, is the evolved form of the small fire monkey. It can skillfully control the size of the flames on its tail, engaging in battle at a distance it feels comfortable with. This is a healthy and energetic Pokémon. Monferno is one of the Sinnoh starters. Those familiar with the anime will surely remember the formidable Infernape, which Lin Shi has a particular fondness for. The firefighting type Monferno indeed holds an advantage over the normal type Bear Baby, which explains Gao Xingyang's confidence. However, Lin Shi maliciously pondered, what would you do if I summoned my water-flying Gyarados? Yet, that was merely a fleeting thought, setting aside the extensive training and preparation Bear Baby had undergone. Lin Shi also had confidence in his own Pokémon's strength. Bear Baby, I entrust you with this. The battle commenced in earnest. Bear Baby, use bulk up. Lin Shi commanded first. Don't give it a chance. Monferno, mock punch. Gao Xingyang countered. Before Bear Baby could assume its stance, Monferno's mock punch struck swiftly, landing a rapid blow. Eek. Nevertheless, Bear Baby remained undeterred, enduring the attack to complete its bulk up. The fighting type power surged within it, enhancing both its attack and defense, rendering Monferno's punches less painful. Bear Baby, meet it with a brick break. Instead of using the standard move, Lin Shi opted for the type-appropriate brick break. With a series of resounding impacts echoing throughout the arena, the two Pokémon exchanged blows, and for a moment, the outcome remained uncertain. Despite being at a disadvantage, Bear Baby, bolstered by bulk up, managed to gain the upper hand. This won't do. This Bear Baby excels in close combat. Observing Monferno's waning energy, Gao Xingyang sensed trouble. Monferno retreated from its attack range. Boom. Once again, they exchanged punches, and Monferno was forced to back away, both Pokémon maintaining a certain distance, both bearing considerable injuries. Yet, compared to the snarling Monferno, Bear Baby appeared invigorated, as if the wounds it bore had little effect on its spirit. Lin Shi smiled subtly. Ever since discovering Bear Baby's potential to learn Moonlight, he had been guiding its training in that direction, even adjusting their training schedule to evenings. Though they ultimately failed to master Moonlight, Lin Shi found that Bear Baby had developed remarkable self-healing capabilities, not as effective as Moonlight, but commendably durable. Moreover, Bear Baby seemed to grow more tenacious in battle as it sustained injuries, as if the pain ignited its fighting spirit. Monferno, use Ember. Shifting tactics, Monferno inhaled deeply, inflating its belly before launching a barrage of fireballs from its mouth. Bear Baby, use Dig to evade. Eek. Bear Baby swiftly burrowed underground, avoiding the airborne fireballs. Is it just Dig? Who can't do that? Monferno, will use Dig as well. Gao Xingyang commanded, and Monferno followed suit, diving underground. Boom. Sounds of disruption emanated from below as the ground rippled. Finally, the two Pokémon emerged almost simultaneously, fists colliding. Monferno, use Flame Wheel. Monferno transformed into a swirling mass of flames, rapidly approaching Bear Baby, the intense heat palpable. Eek. Bear Baby opened its arms wide, embracing the Flame Wheel, and with a surge of strength, it pushed the fiery attack back. But that is not all. Use Fire Punch. Gao Xingyang shouted, clenching his fists as Monferno's fiery aura ignited, striking Bear Baby squarely in the face. Hold your ground, Lin Shi commanded, and a faint green glow enveloped Bear Baby, conjuring an impenetrable barrier that shielded it from the fire punch. What? Gao Xingyang gnashed his teeth in disbelief. This was a skill Lin Shi had not utilized since commencing battles at school. Had Bear Baby really learned to protect itself so swiftly? This Pokémon was indeed intriguing. From the spectator's platform, Zhang Jingyin marveled at the display, praising Bear Baby. Bear Baby Brick Break. Seizing the opportunity presented by the defensive gap, Lin Shi immediately ordered an attack. Boom. Monferno was sent flying from the impact, appearing severely injured. Monferno, we cannot lose. Use Fire Punch again in midair. Yeah. Monferno roared, flames intensifying on its tail, its face reddening as its health dwindled, activating its blaze ability to enhance its fire-type moves. Witnessing this, Lin Shi remained unfazed, a smirk creeping across his lips. An opportunity had presented itself. Bear Baby, use Aerial Ace. Monferno, propelled by searing flames, charged forth, while Bear Baby leaped into the air, maneuvering awkwardly around Monferno. Then, a flash of white light enveloped it, granting it the power of the flying type. Miraculously, Bear Baby circled back behind Monferno and collided with it fiercely. Monferno was struck by the super-effective flying type attack, crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. As the haze settled, it became apparent that Monferno had lost the ability to battle. The battle is over. As Monferno succumbed, a deafening chorus of cheers erupted throughout the arena. Aerial Ace. This bear baby can perform Aerial Ace as well. Gao Xingyang gazed at the fierce fire monkey, struck by the move Yin return, and felt utterly disheartened. What kind of monstrous creature was this bear cub? Observing this scene, Lin Shi let out a sigh of relief. At last, they had triumphed. The bear cub did not disappoint him. This was the culmination of the training the bear cub had undergone recently. Mastering the versatile defensive skill while also learning to counter the flying-type move, Yin return. Both of them had invested tremendous effort into this, especially the Yin return skill, which they had only begun to grasp after visiting his aunt during the Qixi festival. The bear cub was truly remarkable. Lin Shi picked up the bear cub and affectionately ruffled its head in praise. Chapter 26, Skill Machines and the Return to the Forest. Teacher, did you perhaps forget to mention something? After the battle concluded, following a fervent speech from the headmaster, Lin Shi returned to class, bearing his rewards, a total of 12 basic enhancement feathers, 2 of each kind. He was not the only one. All the students who made it to the top 16 received similar rewards, with the only distinction being the quantity of feathers. The remaining students might receive other items or directly be awarded scholarships, though the slots were limited, available only to those ranked highly. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Shi noticed the homeroom teacher, Zhang Jianjun, engrossed in his phone at the podium. He rubbed his hands together and slowly approached. At that moment, Zhang Jianjun was fervently messaging in the teacher's group chat. Lin Shi, curious, stole a glance. Hey Xiao, I watched the battle. That student named Gao Xingyang from your class is quite impressive. The nurturing of that fire monkey is exceptional. I wonder if everyone has seen the match. I have the video, come and take a look. He then uploaded a photo showing Lin Shi receiving an award from the principal, with the homeroom teacher standing beside him, beaming with delight. Oops, sent it by mistake, my apologies. Lin Shi remarked. Teacher, is it really wise to incite such envy? Oh, Lin Shi, you're here. What were you just saying? At that moment, Zhang Jianjun noticed Lin Shi standing beside him, immediately putting away his smile and phone. I was merely inquiring if you had something to discuss with me. As he spoke, he rubbed his index and middle fingers together. Rest assured, I am not the kind of teacher who goes back on his word. Here you go. Zhang Jianjun retrieved a disc-like object from his bag, which Lin Shi instantly recognized as a skill-learning machine. A skill-learning machine? I couldn't possibly accept this. Don't be shy, I insist. It's a small expense, Lin Shi said, not wishing to refuse any longer, swiftly extending his hand to accept the ochre-colored skill machine. Teacher, what skill is contained within? Hearing Lin Shi's question, Zhang Jianjun smiled with pride and slowly uttered, Earthquake. Earthquake? Lin Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. He had anticipated a skill like Strength or Rock Smash, but he never expected to receive the powerful ground-type skill, Earthquake. Although it was merely a one-time use skill machine, Lin Shi estimated its value to be no less than 100,000, and it was quite rare to obtain. Make sure to use it wisely. I put in considerable effort to acquire it. Don't worry, teacher. I understand. Our class will undoubtedly produce the top student in this year's college entrance examination. Lin Shi nodded, assuring him. Zhang Jianjun nodded in satisfaction. This child is indeed teachable. He is quite perceptive. However, the bear cub is currently at a low level, making it unsuitable to learn Earthquake. Perhaps Gyarados could learn it instead. Very well, let Gyarados learn it first, and later it can teach the bear cub. Given the bear cub's talent, it should grasp it quickly. Additionally, Lin Shi planned to allocate all the feathers he had earned to the bear cub for personal use, as consolidating them would yield significant benefits, especially since they were hard-earned. After a few days of rest, another Sunday arrived. Lin Shi had taken leave from school during this period, and despite being the top student in the school, albeit temporarily, the administration had no objections. During these days, Lin Shi focused primarily on Gyarados, allowing the bear cub to rest and recover from the fatigue of consecutive battles, although it displayed no signs of exhaustion. Due to Gyarados' substantial size, Lin Shi had been frequenting a specialized Pokémon training facility, spending money for training sessions. Pokémon Gyarados. Level, LV26. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, water. Flying. Ability, intimidate. Height, 9 meters. Weight, 300 kilograms. Held item, Mystic Water. Skills, Hyper Beam, Whirlpool, Hurricane, Bite, Waterfall, Ice Fong, Flamethrower, Dragon Pulse, Water Gun, Dragon Dance, Protect, Earthquake. Pokémon Assessment, NA. After a few days, Gyarados successfully learned Earthquake, significantly enhancing its strength. Pokémon, Bear Cub. Level, LV17. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, normal. Ability, pickup. Height, 0, 8 meters. Weight, 120 kilograms. Held item, black belt. Skills, scratch, lick, yawn, fury swipes, low kick, quick attack, cut, brick break, bulk up, metal claw, dig, protect, yen return. Pokemon assessment, NA. During these days, the bear cub underwent minimal training, yet the intensity of the battles propelled its level to 17. Just 3 levels shy of advancing from novice to professional. In contrast, Gyarados appeared to level up even more rapidly than the bear cub, primarily due to its recent evolution and the consumption of stored energy. However, this pace would naturally slow down over time. Today, Lin Shi had no intention of resting. Calculating the time, he realized that the fruits on the Zhili tree were nearly ripe, and he needed to hurry to harvest them before they ended up in the belly of the enormous Onix. Furthermore, regarding the culprit that had separated him from his Rapidash, Lin Shi glanced at Gyarados beside him, flexed his wrist, and resolved to give it a proper lesson. Whitewater forest. Light filtered through the gaps between the trees, casting patches of vibrant green. Vivid wildflowers dotted the grass, while lush shrubs thrived beside the trees, forming a natural barrier. Once Lin Shi entered the forest, he shifted from walking to riding, soaring low through the forest atop Gyarados. I should really consider getting a certificate soon, Lin Shi murmured to himself. Without one, he was forced to drive without a license in secluded areas, which was quite inconvenient. In this region of the forest, Lin Shi felt quite familiar, swiftly riding Gyarados to the vicinity of the Zhili fruit tree. From a distance, he spotted the enormous Onix lying not far from the tree. Is it possible it's dead? Lin Shi maliciously speculated, observing the motionless Onix sprawled on the ground. Hey Onix, you've really let yourself go since we last met. Lin Shi called out. This time, he did not resort to any tricks, but boldly strode forward alongside Gyarados. Roar. Upon noticing their approach, Onix immediately reared up, bellowing at Lin Shi in an attempt to intimidate him. However, it appeared rather feeble, easily recognizable as a paper tiger. Seeing that Lin Shi and his companion did not halt, Onix trembled, summoning its rock-type power to hurl massive boulders toward Lin Shi and Gyarados. Boom. Without Lin Shi's command, the Gyarados unleashed a devastating dragon pulse, shattering the rocks into smithereens. Don't be like that, Onix. Do you remember me? At that moment, however, the Onix appeared to be in a frenzied state, its eyes glowing red as it relentlessly attacked Lin Shi. Really now, Lin Shi sighed, why won't you listen? The Gyarados ascended, aiming to calm it down. With a mighty roar, the Gyarados surged forward, enveloped in mist, colliding forcefully with the Onix, sending its massive body flying. With the water-type attack inflicting quadruple damage, and considering the Onix's already dire condition, it was evident that it could no longer stand and fight. The Onix lowered its body, retreating in fear, now looking at Lin Shi with a semblance of calmness. Indeed, it had finally settled down. If only you had done that sooner, Lin Shi remarked. Chapter 27. The Unknown Pokemon? Don't move. I said don't move. In the whitewater forest, beside a tree bearing the branches of the lychee fruit, Lin Shi was examining the Onix's body. It should be right here, he said, stopping in front of a stone on the Onix's tail section, nodding to himself. Casting a glance at the Onix, he gestured with his hands. I need to dig a hole here. Do you agree? Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, the Onix instinctively opened its mouth to roar at him. However, noticing the Gyarados watching intently nearby, it silently closed its mouth again. Never mind. I didn't plan to seek your opinion anyway. Gyarados, ensure it calms down completely. Lin Shi waved his hand, and with a sudden thud, dust billowed as the Onix collapsed to the ground. He then picked up a branch from the earth and drew a cross on the Onix's body, stating, Bear cub. This is the spot. Use dig. Be gentle. Ugu. The bear cub nodded, its paws sharpening as it began to dig slowly into the Onix's flesh. In no time, dust clouds rose, and shards of stone flew about, but soon enough, a discovery was made. What is this? From the cavity in the Onix's body emerged a Pokemon resembling both a snake and a worm, its body of vibrant green. Upon closer inspection, one could discern dragon-like spikes adorning its form, currently coiled up in the hole excavated by the bear cub, its life force faint. What astonished Lin Shi was not merely the sleeping posture of this Pokemon, nor the mystery of its presence within the Onix, but rather that he, Lin Shi, a renowned traveler and expert, did not recognize this Pokemon. Is this a hidden variant? Without hesitation, Lin Shi tossed a Pokédex at it, demanding, reveal your true form. Pokemon, Honeycomb Serpentworm, part of the Great Serpent. Level. Status, abnormal. Gender, male. Type, grass, dragon. Ability. Height, 1, 8 meters. Weight, 100 kilograms. Held item, none. Skills. Pokemon identification. Part of the Great Serpent Worm, Apple Great Serpent Pokemon. 7 serpent worms reside within apples made of honey, with the central worm responsible for commanding the others. This is an exceedingly peculiar Pokemon, a member of the 7 serpent worms living within the Great Serpent. Currently in a state of extreme weakness, seemingly affected by an unknown force. Upon reading the information, Lin Shi suddenly recalled why this creature looked familiar. This is the worm from the honeycomb serpent's apple. He pondered, gazing at the frail serpent worm. Logically speaking, the Great Serpent Pokemon is not a native species. Wild specimens are nearly non-existent, save for a few specially bred in breeding facilities. Furthermore, encountering a great serpent would be one thing. But finding a mere serpent worm, something that scarcely qualifies as a Pokemon, was even more absurd than spotting a lone Diglett among a horde of Dugtrios. After observing for a while without clarity, Lin Shi resolved to do his utmost to save it. It appeared to be famished. The serpent worm lay curled up, its breath faint, likely due to prolonged starvation. After all, it had been over a month since Lin Shi first encountered the onyx, and according to the identification, it must have been there all along. To go without food for such a long time, what a tough little creature. Lin Shi mused, contemplating the onyx as well. Opening his backpack, he searched for something useful. Energy cubes and other foods seemed unsuitable. Oh, what's this? Lin Shi held up a bottle of liquid, the sweet nectar that was the bear cub's favorite food. He waved the sweet nectar in front of the bear cub. Bear cub. As the saying goes, saving a snake's life is more virtuous than building a 7-story pagoda. Would you be willing to share some with this poor serpent worm? Ugu. The bear cub gestured with its hand, indicating that no further persuasion was necessary. What a noble spirit, Lin Shi praised, giving a thumbs up. He then unscrewed the cap. Scooping out a spoonful, the sweet aroma instantly wafting through the air. He brought the spoon to the serpent worm's mouth, pouring it slowly, akin to a vendor pouring oil. As the sweet nectar trickled down to the serpent worm's lips, gradually, the serpent worm began to stir, instinctively using its tongue to lap at the nectar. Indeed, this is effective, Lin Shi murmured, increasing the angle of the spoon to allow more nectar to flow. Soon, the serpent worm's movements grew more vigorous, eventually opening its eyes and voraciously drinking. Lin Shi poured nearly half the bottle before the serpent worm finally paused, lying on the ground, seemingly digesting, its belly noticeably swollen. He also fed the bear cub a few spoonfuls before securely capping the bottle. With a groan, the onyx stirred back to consciousness, feeling surprisingly rejuvenated, as if its body had been lightened. What did that human do to me? Lin Shi noticed the awakening onyx, his face alight with joy. Ah, you're awake. Look, it's a boy, the onyx. Now that you're awake, let us have a proper discussion. Lin Shi beckoned, and the Gyarados immediately appeared at his side. The sight of the formidable red Gyarados sent shivers down the onyx's spine. Quadruple weakness, it truly couldn't withstand it. First, you chased me into the secret realm, causing my Houndoom to become stranded there. As the party at fault, you owe me compensation. Lin Shi pointed to the serpent worm lying on the ground. This was extracted from your body. You should be able to sense your current condition. Not only did I cure your ailment, but I also saved your life. Lin Shi elongated his final words. Thus, those fruits belong to me. He gestured upward toward the trees. The onyx emitted a sound, clearly dissenting with Lin Shi's claim. Yet after glancing at the Gyarados, it chose to remain silent. Very well, your health is restored, and with the world at your feet, you may roam as you wish. You may keep the fruits. However, Lin Shi drew out the words once more, but I, being of a kind heart, can share some fruits with you. The onyx lifted its head, wondering if there was a glimmer of hope. But you must guard these fruits diligently, ensuring that no other Pokemon devours them. What say you? The onyx nodded vigorously, tears glistening in its eyes. This individual is rather remarkable. Well then, an agreement has been reached. Lin Shi took out 3 freshly ripened branches of lychee fruit, tossing one to the onyx snake, while feeding the remaining 2 to the Gyarados and the bear cub, as these fruits must be consumed promptly after harvesting. Observing them devour the fruits, Lin Shi nodded approvingly, then shifted his gaze towards the still prostrate superior. At this moment, it was evident that the creature had undergone a significant transformation since it had been unearthed. Its breathing had become steady and vigorous, indicating that it had been revived. After a brief pause, it gradually opened its eyes, gazing vacantly at its surroundings, ultimately fixing its gaze upon Lin Shi. Ah, you are awake. The superior regarded Lin Shi for a moment before sluggishly crawling towards him, evidently struggling to adjust after an extended slumber. It was also possible that its absence of an apple garment had rendered it somewhat bashful. It approached Lin Shi, straightening its body and emitting a hissing sound, as if attempting to communicate something. However, Lin Shi could not comprehend a word. He nudged the onyx snake beside him. "You are all serpents. Please translate for me." After considerable effort and through the diligent translation of the bear cub and onyx snake, Lin Shi gleaned the essence of the superior's request. It primarily sought assistance in locating its original form, the mighty Gyarados. Noticing that time was still on his side and feeling no urgency to return, Lin Shi found himself intrigued by the presence of such a Pokémon as Gyarados in this vicinity. After some contemplation, he agreed to assist. Of course, the most crucial factor was his search panel, which would prevent him from wandering aimlessly through the forest like a headless chicken. Bidding farewell to the onyx snake, Lin Shi ventured deeper into the lush woodland with the superior. "Can you sense the general direction of the Gyarados?" Lin Shi inquired of the superior, as having a direction would alleviate much trouble. The superior moved slowly, erecting its body and subtly swaying, searching for guidance in the air. Ultimately, it gazed blankly at Lin Shi and shook its head. It seemed the distance was too great. Resting his chin in contemplation, Lin Shi produced a map, circled a region upon it, then activated the panel, entering the name of Gyarados into the search function. Detection failed. The result was not unexpected for Lin Shi. However, since he could immediately continue searching after a failure, he felt no urgency. His current task was to delineate the various areas. Though this method might seem somewhat clumsy, the flying speed of Gyarados would certainly compensate for the distance, rendering it a viable strategy. The detection range remained too limited. Lin Shi sighed. If only the range could be expanded, he would save considerable effort. Mounting Gyarados, he placed the superior in his backpack and gently patted Gyarados' dorsal fin. "Let us depart." Gyarados soared into the air, jets of high-pressure steam erupting beneath it like a jet engine, carrying Lin Shi above the treetops. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting elongated shadows of the trees, Lin Shi conducted a thorough search from the central to southern regions of the whitewater forest throughout the afternoon. Yet, not a single Gyarados was found, nor even an apple. With the sun on the verge of setting, Lin Shi resolved to return, as he had no intention of spending the night there. "Superior, nightfall approaches. I must head back. Will you remain here, or?" The superior remained silent, but tightened its grip around Lin Shi's arm, having sensed that perhaps this individual could genuinely aid it in locating the other superior. Furthermore, the thought of spending the night alone in this Pokémon-infested forest filled it with trepidation. Observing the superior's actions, Lin Shi smiled. His efforts throughout the afternoon had not been in vain, as he had gained the trust of this little creature. "Gyarados, let us return." With a mighty roar, Gyarados acknowledged. Feeling somewhat parched after a day of flight, by the time Lin Shi returned home, the night had fully enveloped the sky, and everyone was weary from the day's exertions. Lin Shi prepared meals for Gyarados, the bear cub, and the superior, while his mother had kindly left dinner for him as well. Upon returning home, Lin's parents were greeted by the delightful fragrance of apples. Did that mischievous boy purchase apples? Lin's father exchanged glances with Lin's mother, who replied, "You re back. Mom and Dad." Lin Shi emerged from the kitchen after cleaning his dishes. "Did you buy apples?" "Apples? You mean the aroma emanating from it?" Lin Shi lifted the superior beside him. Earlier in the afternoon, he had noticed that the superior exuded a delightful apple scent that was difficult to shake off. "What Pokémon is this? I've never seen one before," Lin's father inquired curiously, eyeing the well-behaved superior in Lin Shi's hands. "Is this a new Pokémon you've captured?" "Not yet," Lin Shi replied, then proceeded to relay the events of the day to his parents, who expressed their support for his decision. However, they added one caveat: "Do be cautious." The following day, Lin Shi refrained from returning to the whitewater forest to assist the superior in locating Gyarados. Zhou Wanjin, the chubby fellow, had requested his presence for a meal. Lin Shi did not decline, as he had sought Zhou Wanjin's assistance with certain matters due to his family's business, believing that fostering this relationship would be mutually beneficial. As evening approached, Lin Shi arrived at a lavish restaurant's private dining room, clearly indicative of Zhou Wanjin's affluent background as the heir of one of the leading enterprises in Baishan City. Upon entering the room, Lin Shi observed Zhou Wanjin seated upright beside a middle-aged man, who bore a resemblance to Zhou Wanjin but appeared leaner and more polished. It seemed that this meeting was not merely a casual dinner. He murmured to himself. Initially, Lin Shi had thought that Zhou Wanjin sought to express gratitude for the romantic advice he had provided. However, now that he was present, it would be impolite to turn and leave. "Ah, Wanjin, who is this?" "Lin Shi, this is my second uncle." Upon noticing Lin Shi's arrival, Zhou Wanjin promptly stood to greet him, then stammered, "Actually, my second uncle wishes to discuss something with you." "With me?" Lin Shi scrutinized the middle-aged man. confirming he was unfamiliar with him. Lin, you needn't feel constrained. I apologize for intruding today. Please bear with me. Zhou Wanjin's second uncle stood, a broad smile on his face, extending his hand for a handshake. No need for such formalities. Uncle, Lin Shi replied with a smile, shaking hands with him. The three of them then took their seats, and the waiter began serving the dishes. I have often heard Wanjin mention your name. Lin, the top student from Third High. A promising young talent. Zhou Wanjin's second uncle did not disclose the purpose of his visit, but instead engaged Lin Shi in light conversation. The mind of a businessman is indeed complex. Yet, Lin Shi refrained from inquiring further, enjoying the meal while conversing with him. And it appeared as though Lin Shi were the one related to Zhou Wanjin. As the dishes were served, and the wine flowed, Lin Shi abstained from alcohol. While the two men drank quite a bit. Lin, to be candid, we have sought you out for a favor. Observing Lin Shi's composed demeanor, Zhou Qizhe decided to be forthright. Lin Shi felt a twinge of confusion. What matter could they, with their substantial company, not handle themselves that required the assistance of a mere high school student? Lin Shi found himself intrigued. Uncle Zhou, you overestimate my capabilities. Lin Shi waved his hand. Appearing utterly astonished, Zhou Qizhe remained silent, instead retrieving a leather suitcase from beneath him, a suitcase that Lin Shi had noticed upon entering the room, indicating that it was indeed related to the matter at hand. Upon opening the suitcase, he revealed a reddish-brown stone, approximately the size of a palm. You should recognize this. Lin, he remarked. Lin Shi gazed at the stone, undoubtedly familiar with it. It was the ore he had previously sold to Zhou Qizhe. What does this signify? A return? Of course I recognize it. This is the stone I sold to Zhou Wanjin, who expressed an interest in collecting it, Lin Shi replied. Zhou Qizhe nodded. That is indeed the case, but in truth, this stone represents a newly discovered mineral. As you are aware, our Zhou family has prospered through the development of mineral resources, and this new mineral is of great significance to us. Upon hearing Zhou Qizhe's words, Lin Shi comprehended the reason for his visit, yet it left him even more perplexed. So, you sought me out to inquire where I discovered this, or? He asked. I distinctly mentioned to Zhou Wanjin that it was found in an abandoned mine. Lin Shi meticulously recalled the origins of the stone, realizing there was nothing particularly special about it. He had stumbled upon it while testing the functionality of the search system after acquiring the panel. However, due to the dangers of the Whitewater Forest and reports of precious ores being discovered in the abandoned mine, he had chosen that location. But the outcome had been meager, with most of the finds sold to Zhou Wanjin. He remembered that particular ore as a trophy from a battle with a wild mountain rat. We have certainly heard about it from Wanjin. Yet, I dispatched many individuals to investigate, and they returned empty-handed. Your ore is the only one we have encountered, Zhou Qizhe sighed. A frown etched upon his face as he spoke to Lin Shi. Only one, Lin Shi responded in surprise. Zhou Qizhe solemnly nodded. Indeed. Chapter 29. Are you two not locals? Given this, what exactly does my uncle wish to convey? Lin Shi mused, idly stroking his teacup with a look of confusion. It is because, Lin, you are the only individual known to have located the brownstone mineral. Furthermore, Wanjin has mentioned you multiple times, stating that you possess a remarkable talent for resource detection, particularly in minerals, and that he has purchased numerous rare ores from you. It is evident that he holds you in high esteem. Hence, we would like to offer you a position in our company's exploration team to assist us in locating the brownstone mineral. Me? Lin Shi exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at himself. Uncle, you overestimate my abilities. If a professional exploration team cannot find it, how could I possibly succeed? He waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head in refusal. That is of no consequence, Zhou Qizhe replied, shaking his head. Regardless of whether you are able to locate it or not, we will compensate you. Additionally, I have heard that you have requested Wanjin to assist you with a certain matter. I can assure you that, should you join us, our Gene Duo company can facilitate that request. Oh, Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. That is indeed a rather appealing proposition. However, after pondering for a moment, he did not immediately acquiesce, but instead expressed a desire to contemplate the offer. Nearby, Zhou Wanjin, upon hearing that Lin Shi needed time to consider, became anxious, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he gestured fervently to Lin Shi in agreement. Lin Shi paid him no heed. In truth, accepting this opportunity would yield nothing but benefits for Lin Shi. After all, he was not required to find the mineral, merely to join the exploration. Yet, the remuneration was exceedingly generous. Nevertheless, it was precisely because of this that Lin Shi hesitated. He harbored suspicions about the matter. Whether it was a case of paranoia or undue worry, he felt something was amiss. Thus, I hope you will give this some serious thought, Lin. We welcome your participation at any time. Although Lin Shi did not respond immediately, Zhou Qizhe exhibited no signs of displeasure, logically, as a person of his status. Personally inviting Lin Shi already conferred a significant degree of respect upon him. From an outsider's perspective, it seemed Lin Shi was being ungrateful. Wanjin, let us depart and allow Lin Shi time to consider, Zhou Qizhe stated, rising first. Zhou Wanjin quickly followed suit, casting furtive glances at Lin Shi. This fellow appeared to be quite intimidated by his uncle. Apart from their initial conversation upon arrival, he had dared not utter a word while Zhou Qizhe spoke. Zhou Qizhe donned his coat and stood, preparing to leave. Lin Shi, we await your call. Take care. Lin Shi nodded, watching them depart. After a while, he too rose and left the dining hall. The meal had been brief, and the sky had darkened. The streets shimmered with vibrant neon lights, and cars flowed incessantly. As Lin Shi walked, he continued to ponder the recent events. Hisses. The creature in his backpack emitted a sound. You've been in my bag this whole time? Lin Shi suddenly remembered, having rushed out earlier and habitually taken his backpack without retrieving the creature. Fortunately, it seemed that a night of rest had allowed it to control the scent it emitted, or else he would have been engulfed in a fruit fragrance all day. What did you say? Lin Shi unfastened his backpack and opened a small gap, allowing the creature to emerge, hissing as it spoke. Someone has been following me. And for quite some time, I presume? Lin Shi gleaned the essence of what the creature was conveying. With its keen sense of smell, he believed it would not misjudge. I am being watched. By the Zhou family? After dining, the first entity that came to Lin Shi's mind was the Zhou family, yet he quickly shook his head. No need for such concern. Knowing he had been followed, Lin Shi decided against returning home immediately. Instead, he meandered through bustling areas, deliberately seeking out lively spots, leading them in circles. Humph, this brat is out late, seeking excitement. I hope I catch him. Haha, brother, calm down. That kid looks exhausted. He should be heading home soon. Have you not noticed he is moving toward a less crowded area? Not far from Lin Shi. Two young men, a stout one and a muscular one, were stealthily watching him. They had begun trailing him the moment he exited the restaurant. At that moment, Lin Shi seemed to have gathered enough excitement and was increasing his pace to distance himself from the crowd. Let us go, keep up with him. The two accelerated their pace, closely following Lin Shi. Haha, brother, that kid has entered an alley. The stout one gleefully remarked to his companion, as they watched Lin Shi walk alone into the dimly lit passage between two buildings. Humph, he is finally alone. Let us go? At that moment, Lin Shi was walking alone in the alley, pausing near the exit as if awaiting something. Hey kid, stop right there. Hearing the voice behind him, Lin Shi could not help but smirk, quickly masking his expression as he turned around. The two brothers were momentarily taken aback, having expected Lin Shi to hasten away. Haha, that kid is just too timid. He is scared of us. Humph. He is smart enough to recognize the situation. The muscular man slowly approached Lin Shi, calling out loudly. Hey, kid, listen up. We have a matter to discuss with you. Cooperate, or else hisses. Two creatures materialized before them, one a black and white, furred canine Pokémon, the other a massive purple serpent-like Pokémon. TSK, a Mytiana, and a Seviper. Have you nefarious individuals ever indulged in anime? Must you adhere so closely to your character archetypes? Lin Shi silently derided them in his mind. Nevertheless, it is hardly surprising that the Mytiana, a Pokémon renowned for its acute sense of smell, was able to locate and pursue him with such tenacity. The two Pokémon bared their teeth, exuding an intimidating demeanor. Haha, little brother, do not be afraid. Another rotund figure approached, grinning as he engaged Lin Shi in conversation. My elder brother merely has a short temper. We only wish to ask you a few questions. As long as you answer sincerely, we shall not harm you. In the face of their threats, Lin Shi remained silent, scrutinizing the two individuals while simultaneously assessing their Pokémon. Brother, it seems this lad is not afraid, the rotund man whispered to the burly figure beside him. Humph, do not be fooled by him. I have encountered many like him, the burly man scoffed. Hey kid, did you hear that? Oh, I heard, Lin Shi feigned surprise, adopting a playful grin as he looked at the two brothers. What inquiries do you wish to make, esteemed gentlemen? You need not worry. I am well acquainted with the romantic intrigues, gambling dens, taverns, and massage parlors within 100 miles of here. I shall speak candidly and exhaustively. Haha, this lad is quite astute, the rotund man beamed, his eyes disappearing into joyful crescents. Humph, do not waste your breath on him. Kid, pay attention, have you seen this? The burly man brandished his phone, revealing a photograph. Upon seeing the image, Lin Shi's pupils constricted. The photograph unmistakably depicted the brownstone that Zhou Qizhe had shown him earlier. Indeed, Lin Shi murmured to himself. Observing Lin Shi's expression, the burly man showed no signs of surprise. Humph, it is evident you have encountered this before. Tell me, where did you acquire this item? Provide me with a satisfactory answer, or else. The burly man threatened menacingly. Wait a moment, before I answer that question. May I pose one of my own? Lin Shi did not wait for their response, but earnestly regarded the two men. Humph, kid. I know what you are about to ask. Forget it. My brother and I are professionals. We cannot disclose the identity of our employer. The burly man interjected before Lin Shi could speak. That is not it. Lin Shi shook his head, gesturing toward the two men. I wish to inquire if you are locals. If so, you should be aware that this road is a common route for the officers of the Baishan City Police Bureau as they conclude their shifts. Moreover, it is currently off-duty hours. Chapter 30, Joining the Detection Team. With that, Lin Shi stepped back a couple of paces, distancing himself from the alleyway. In an instant, he found himself enveloped by dazzling lights on a bustling thoroughfare. You little. The burly man realized he had been outsmarted and rolled up his sleeves. Ready to charge forward. Stop, brother, people are coming. The rotund man hastily exclaimed, and the burly man, noticing figures approaching around the corner, quickly stowed away his Pokémon and turned to leave alongside his companion. Once home, Lin Shi lay on his bed, having taken a shower and changed his clothes to ensure no scent would betray his whereabouts. Hiss! The slugma slithered in through the window. Lin Shi had deliberately sent it in several directions to disperse its scent, and it was just returning. Well done, Lin Shi said, pouring some sweet nectar for the slugma. He then took out his phone, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately dialed a number slowly. Given that he was being followed, it was evident that the pursuers were well prepared. He could not afford to delay any longer. The situation must be addressed. Hello, Lin Shi. You finally called. My uncle was right. Zhou Wanjin's voice came through, revealing that he had anticipated Lin Shi's call. Lin Shi, listen to me. You must agree to this opportunity swiftly. I reached out because we are friends. I was just being followed, also in search of that kind of ore. Interrupting Zhou Wanjin's incessant chatter, Lin Shi spoke plainly. The individuals tracking me are likely from Minghui Mining, seeking information about the brownstone. Zhou Wanjin's voice abruptly ceased, plunging both ends of the call into silence. You must have some undisclosed matters regarding this, or right? Minghui Mining? Lin Shi was somewhat familiar with the company. It was renowned in Baishan City, rivaling Zhou Wanjin's family business, Jinduoduo Mining. Both enterprises shared numerous similarities, such as their origins in mineral resource development and their current struggles with resource depletion, necessitating a transformation. Moreover, Lin Shi had a complicated history with Minghui Mining, specifically the last incident involving the fiery lizard man, Liao Hui, who attempted to seize the larvatar in the department store, turned out to be the son of Minghui Mining's chairman. This was later revealed to Lin Shi by the sales clerk, Yi Han, who warned them to be cautious, as Liao Hui was not a person of noble temperament. Are you implying that Minghui Mining is competing with you for the rights to extract the brownstone? Therefore, you must detect the mineral deposit location ahead of time to apply to the League? Yes, the individuals tailing you today are indeed from Minghui Mining. They also wish to glean information about the brownstone from you. Listening to Zhou Wanjin's voice on the phone, Lin Shi fell into a brief silence. If Zhou Wanjin's assertions were accurate, the urgency of locating the mineral was undeniable. In this desperate situation, it was only reasonable for them to seek him out. Lin Shi? Lin Shi? Are you listening? Oh, Lin Shi snapped back to reality. I am. Brother, do not hesitate. Just consider it a favor for me. Did you not express a desire to see my collection of stones? If you come, I will not only show you but will even offer you one. All right. It is a deal. Lin Shi, do not. Zhou Wanjin continued to plead, suddenly realizing something. What did you say? I said it is a deal. But do not forget the conditions I set. Zhou Wanjin, were you waiting for me? In truth, Lin Shi was left with little choice. The matter must be resolved promptly. For being pursued daily was untenable. Furthermore, even if Lin Shi divulged everything truthfully, they might still not believe him. It was better to assist Zhou Wanjin. Regardless of whether they found anything or not, once this phase passed, he would no longer be troubled. Rest assured, Lin Shi, nothing will be lacking. Zhou Wanjin promised eagerly from the other end of the line. The following day, Lin Shi met Zhou Wanjin at the address provided. Your uncle did not come today? Lin Shi took a seat, noticing that Zhou Wanjin was alone. Today, there is a shareholders meeting at the company. My uncle is attending, Zhou Wanjin replied, appearing burdened with worries. What is the matter? Is Tingting causing a ruckus about a breakup again? Lin Shi casually inquired while perusing the contract in his hands, observing Zhou Wanjin's troubled expression. Zhou Wanjin fell into silence for a moment before letting out a sigh. Lin Shi, I consider you a friend, and I will be honest with you. You must know that recently, mineral resources in Xinzhou have faced restrictions from the League, making extraction exceedingly challenging. Companies like ours and Minghui Mining are grappling with an unavoidable issue, Transformation. As the conversation unfolded, Zhou Wanjin's expression grew increasingly grim. Ever since my grandfather's passing, the management of Jinduo Mining had fallen into my father's hands, who had earnestly begun preparing for the company's transformation. However, navigating a corporate transition is no simple feat. Issues abound regarding experience, talent, and industry. Over the past few years, our once thriving mineral sector has diminished by over half, while other areas remain stagnant, if not financially detrimental. Consequently, the shareholders have voiced considerable discontent towards my father. Upon hearing Zhou Wanjin's words, Lin Shi began to grasp the situation. Every family faces its own tribulations, yet theirs, despite its difficulties, is still gilded with prosperity. Nevertheless, Lin Shi held some recollection of Zhou Wanjin's father, Zhou Qiming, the esteemed CEO of Jinduo Mining. Known in Baishan City as a principled entrepreneur with a commendable reputation among the populace. At this point, Zhou Wanjin turned to Lin Shi with a serious demeanor. In fact, the decision to extract lignite was made by my father. The directives from the Xinzhou Alliance indicate that whichever of our two companies can first locate lignite in Baishui City shall have the privilege of development. My father is wholeheartedly dedicated to this pursuit. If we can secure the mining rights, we can rapidly accumulate capital and revitalize our transformation efforts. Lin Shi, I am uncertain if you can locate the mine, but if you can, I would greatly appreciate your assistance. Lin Shi organized the contract, holding it in hand while observing the unusually earnest Zhou Wanjin. I cannot offer any guarantees, but I will certainly do my utmost. He handed the contract to Zhou Wanjin, who had already affixed his signature. Should the opportunity arise, Lin Shi was indeed inclined to assist the Zhou family. Not only were the terms presented quite favorable, but given Zhou Wanjin's conflict with Liao Hui, Lin Shi was disinclined to see their family's enterprise falter. The adage, "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," resonated within him. Well then, Mr. Zhou, I suppose I am now an employee of your family, and I hope for a fruitful collaboration. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Jinduo Mining Group in Baishan City, Zhou Qiming emerged from the conference room with a decidedly displeased countenance, evidently dissatisfied with the meeting's proceedings. Zhou Qizha followed closely behind. Brother, do not take it to heart. The board members are merely acting in the company's best interests. If only you had heeded my advice sooner. Enough? Zhou Qiming interjected, cutting off Zhou Qizha. He inhaled deeply, then inquired, "So, have we tracked down the individual?" Zhou Qizha shook his head in response. "The adversary has left no trace and may." He glanced at Zhou Qiming before continuing. "The individual holds a significant position." Chapter 31. The abandoned mine. There's no need to rush. Once the current storm passes, I will promptly take you to Baishui Forest. You wouldn't want to be followed immediately upon exiting, would you? 3 days had elapsed since signing the contract with the Zhou family, and during this time, Lin Shi had diligently fulfilled his responsibilities. The day following the contract, he returned to the abandoned mine where he had previously discovered lignite. However, as Zhou Qizha had indicated, after 3 days of scouring the vast area, Lin Shi had yet to find a single ore. Currently, he was soothing the snake and insect nestled in his backpack, feeling somewhat guilty for having promised to help it locate the honey-gatherer, yet only managing to search for one afternoon. He rose and surveyed the abandoned mine, shrouded in yellowish-red sandy soil. Baishan City, a resource-based metropolis, had once enjoyed a period of prosperity due to its substantial reserves of coal, iron, ore, copper, and various rare metals. Numerous mining enterprises sprang forth, but alongside them emerged an array of mines, both operational and long abandoned. Venturing beyond the city into the more remote villages, one could frequently observe barren hills, stripped of vegetation and covered in reddish-brown sandy soil, which had once thrived until mining operations revealed their hidden treasures. Detecting mineral resources is inherently challenging, particularly for lignite, a relatively novel and inadequately documented mineral. One cannot naively expect that ores lie just beneath the surface, easily uncovered with a mere strike of a pickaxe. Most mineral deposits, apart from those concealed within mountains, are buried deep underground, ranging from dozens to thousands of meters, making them exceedingly difficult to locate. Typically, detection relies on remote sensing technology or electromagnetic and gravimetric exploration techniques. However, these methods impose specific terrain requirements and prove less effective for novel minerals like lignite. Lignite is a rather unique mineral. Its extraction is not intended for fuel or as a rare metal, but rather for use as fertilizer. Yes, the very fertilizer that promotes crop growth. What sets lignite apart is that the fertilizer it produces is specially formulated for fruit trees, significantly accelerating their cultivation. Given the current global context, its value is extraordinary. Due to the peculiarities of lignite, traditional methods for locating other minerals yield minimal results, compounded by Shinjo's stringent regulations against environmentally destructive exploration techniques. This explains why the Zhou family and Minghui mining have struggled to locate it for so long. Nonetheless, after several days, Lin Shi had not returned empty-handed. Bear cub. Ice punch. The bear cub's right paw shimmered with icy light, a chill permeating the air. In a flash, it lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the Diglett, which fell to the ground, overwhelmed by the double disadvantage. Well done. Lin Shi praised the victorious bear cub, expressing gratitude to the Diglett for serving as a sparring partner, offering it a food treat as compensation before departing the area. Indeed, the fruits of his labor were evident in the progress bear cub had made during these training sessions. It had not only begun to master one of the farmer's 3 fists, Ice Punch, but had also leveled up to 18. This success stemmed not only from Lin Shi's provision of various energy cubes to bear cub, but also from the advantageous working contract that allowed Lin Shi to benefit from the Zhou family's resources. During Lin Shi's search for lignite, all necessary resources for him and his Pokémon had been supplied by the Zhou family, and Lin Shi had taken full advantage, selecting high-quality elemental energy cubes to assist Bear Cub in leveling up. He estimated that Bear Cub was not far from breaking through level 20 and achieving its professional form. Detection failed. Lin Shi marked another circle on the map, which was already dotted with numerous annotations. As Lin Shi advanced in his trainer level, he noticed a corresponding increase in the detection range of his system. Initially, it spanned approximately 200 meters, but had now expanded to nearly 230 meters, a significant improvement. He had yet to ascertain the rules governing this range expansion, speculating it might correlate with the strength of his Pokémon. Thus, Lin Shi's capacity to detect lignite was limited to depths of around 230 meters. If the lignite mine lay deeper, then regrettably, it was beyond his reach. Well, it seems I have thoroughly explored this abandoned site. I shall conclude my efforts for today. Time to clock out. Due to the peculiar circumstances surrounding Lin Shi, he had refrained from returning home to avoid being tracked and had opted to stay directly at the Zhou residence during this period. This invitation was extended by Zhou Wanjin, serving a dual purpose: to ensure Lin Shi's safety while also accommodating Zhou Wanjin's parents, who frequently reside elsewhere, leaving only Zhou Wanjin, his caretaker, and a few bodyguards at home. Hello, Lin Shi. Uncle and Aunt want me to ask if you're not coming back today. While seated in the car, Lin Shi received a call from Su Qiming. Did I not mention that I'm working for Boss Zhou? I can't just leave my post. You still haven't told me what he needs you for? Of course, he values my capabilities. Lin Shi chuckled lightly, brushing off the inquiry. Su Qiming did not press further. He understood that Lin Shi had his reasons for discretion. Oh, by the way, regardless of your current earnings, don't forget about next month's outdoor practical training. You took something from old Zhang. If you don't show up, he will make it very unpleasant for you. Rest assured, I will definitely be there. After hanging up, Lin Shi gazed out the car window at the scenery, reminiscent of a comic strip, muttering to himself, by then, everything should be resolved. Lin Shi, you're back. How did it go? Upon entering, Zhou Fatty approached with palpable excitement. Due to Lin Shi's unique method of searching for minerals, he had specifically requested to operate independently of Zhou's exploration team, which made Zhou Fatty suppress his desire to accompany him. Lin Shi shook his head. No significant discoveries. Zhou Fatty's expression instantly soured. Whether he was comforting Lin Shi or himself, he remarked, well, considering even my second uncle's professional team took so long without results, it can't be that easy. Bang bang. The sound of something colliding against the wall echoed through the room. Lin Shi had grown accustomed to it over the past few days. Zhou Wanjin's cacnea was currently in its molting phase, careening around the house. It was far more rambunctious than a Siberian husky, yet many collectors coveted the exoskeletons it shed. Ding dong. Just as Lin Shi intended to release his own Pokémon, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Young boss, Secretary Wang has arrived. Let him in. At Zhou Wanjin's command, the bodyguard promptly opened the door, ushering in a relatively young man clad in a black suit, his slicked back hair and made-up appearance somewhat ostentatious. I apologize for the interruption, young Master Zhou. Secretary Wang entered, scrutinizing Lin Shi for a moment before donning a smile and bowing slightly to Zhou Wanjin. Secretary Wang, is there any news from the exploration team? Zhou Wanjin inquired. Alas. Secretary Wang sighed and shook his head. Still nothing to report. However, I heard that you have hired an expert at a high salary, so I came to pay a visit. He turned his gaze toward Lin Shi. Is this the expert? Remarkably young and talented. Feeling the attention shift towards him, Lin Shi shrugged innocently, completely unfamiliar with this individual. Hey Fatty, who is this guy? Lin Shi leaned slightly toward Zhou Wanjin, whispering. His name is Wang Shujun. My father's assistant. I hear he is quite talented, having landed this position just a few years after graduating from university. Due to the previous exploration team's inefficiency, my father was quite displeased and dispatched him to lead the newly formed team in searching for the lignite mine, but there have been no results for weeks. Zhou Wanjin explained quietly to Lin Shi. Understanding the context, Lin Shi recognized that the newly appointed exploration team leader had achieved little in weeks. And now the Zhou family had sought the assistance of an outsider like him. There would undoubtedly be grievances harbored by both Wang Shujun and the team. With their many members and professional equipment failing to yield results, what right did a high school student, who had never even attended university, have to succeed? Moreover, he enjoyed privileges and received a handsome salary. Was this not a slap in the face, a sign of disdain? Anyone would feel discontent. However, Lin Shi believed that while they could feel disgruntled, they should not challenge his passion with their professional grievances. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to dismantle their livelihoods. Oh, so it's Secretary Wang. Lin Shi stepped forward, extending both hands to firmly grasp the other's. A smile adorned his face. I wouldn't call myself an expert. I'm merely an amateur enthusiast. As Lin Shi shook his hand, Secretary Wang couldn't help but frown. This kid is quite strong. He struggled to withdraw his hand from Lin Shi's grip. Haha, Lin, you are too modest. In fact, aside from wanting to discuss lignite detection with you, I have a small favor to ask. Oh, what other trickery do you have in mind? Lin Shi inquired, curiosity piqued. I've always wanted to be a trainer. But due to financial constraints during the college entrance examination, I could only focus on liberal arts. It wasn't until a few years ago that I began training Pokémon. But I have rarely engaged in serious battles. I've heard that not only are you exceptional in detection techniques, but you are also the top battler from 3rd high school, well-versed in both academics and combat. I wonder if you would be willing to grant me the honor of a battle? Lin Shi understood instantly. In essence, it was a provocation. Not just he, but everyone present comprehended the implications. Secretary Wang, Lin Shi is my friend, and I personally recruited him. What do you mean by this? Zhou Wanjin's expression darkened. Secretary Wang's actions were blatantly disrespectful. Acknowledging Zhou Wanjin's words, Secretary Wang bowed repeatedly, but quickly straightened his posture, stating, since Lin Shi's arrival, our exploration team has harbored considerable discontent. As the team leader, I must step forward at this time. Otherwise, it will be challenging to manage the team in the future. I hope you understand, young master. Moreover, I wish to test whether this Lin Shi truly possesses the qualifications to stand here. At this point, he had abandoned all pretenses, laying his cards on the table. You. Zhou Wanjin was about to retort, but was halted by Lin Shi. What level is this Secretary Wang's Pokémon? Lin Shi inquired swiftly. Zhou Wanjin paused, taken aback by Lin Shi's question. Regardless of the level, he has several years more training experience than us. It's impossible for us to win. Yet he quickly responded. I don't know, but I can assure you it's not at the elite level. Lin Shi, listen to me. We don't need to. Lin Shi disregarded Zhou Wanjin's subsequent words. If it was below the elite level, that meant it was level 35 or lower. What? The top student is too afraid to battle someone like me, a liberal arts student? As Lin Shi remained silent, Secretary Wang taunted him. Ignoring the poor performance of Wang's theatrics, Lin Shi stated, let us not waste time. Speak plainly, what can you offer me for this battle? Secretary Wang fell silent, seemingly caught off guard by Lin Shi's directness. After a moment, he broke into a grin. All right, straightforward it is. Here, he produced a card from his pocket. This card contains 200,000, precisely your salary. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, the money is yours. You wish to win. If you do, the money is yours. And I shall depart immediately. However, should you lose, consider this sum as an advance on your salary, and you will leave here forthwith, no longer involving yourself in this matter. According to the contract, Lin Shi is entitled to 2 million if he discovers the mine. If he fails, he will still receive a labor fee of 200,000. Enough, Secretary Wang. Very well. Once again interrupting Zhou Wanjin, Lin Shi agreed, relishing the prospect of earning 200,000 effortlessly. What? Zhou Wanjin's eyes widened. Lin Shi's audacity was astonishing, daring to challenge someone of such a higher caliber. Lin Shi, are you out of your mind? Zhou Wanjin surmised that Lin Shi might not have intended to participate at all. Lin Shi smiled and waved reassuringly at Zhou Wanjin. Truly deserving of being the best, he exuded confidence. Lin Shi accepted the challenge, while Secretary Wang offered a smirk that barely concealed his amusement. After all, he was merely a student. A few taunts had evidently gotten under his skin. Enough of this chatter. I have matters to attend to shortly, Lin Shi said, stretching his wrist impatiently. Pudgy, may I borrow your training grounds? At the Zhou family's training facility, Lin Shi and Secretary Wang took their positions. Secretary Wang was the first to produce a Pokeball, releasing his Pokémon. It was a creature resembling an elderly man, cloaked in grayish-brown, with red muscle-like stripes entwined around its form, wielding 2 concrete pillars with dexterity. Pokémon, Construction Master. Level, LV31. Status, Healthy. Gender, Male. Type, Fighting. Ability, Tenacity. Height, 15 meters. Weight, 900 kilograms. Held item, Flame Orb. Skills, Focus Energy, Endure, Rock Slide, Body Slam. Low Kick, Ice Punch, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Sonic Punch, Earthquake, Detect, Protect. Pokemon Analysis. Construction Master, the muscle Pokemon, is the evolved form of Iron Ground. The concrete pillars it uses as crutches can be wielded effortlessly without relying on sheer strength. A laborer? Upon witnessing Secretary Wang's Pokemon, Lin Shi comprehended the source of his confidence. The Construction Master had once enjoyed a glorious history in the annals of competitive battles, boasting exceptionally high physical attack and a commendable skill set, thus securing its place in the competitive arena for an extended period. Employing such a Pokemon against a high school student left no room for defeat. However, this Pokemon seemed somewhat incongruous with his identity, in Lin Shi's recollection. Such creatures were typically utilized by foremen. My turn. Lin Shi retrieved a Pokeball and tossed it into the air, summoning a massive, radiant Pokemon that materialized in the training ground, hovering above and roaring at the Construction Master below. Gyarados, I choose you. Chapter 33. Combination Move, Water Dragon Drill. Gyarados? Zhou Wanjin's incredulity was palpable when had Lin Shi acquired a Gyarados. Moreover, it was a shiny variant, a resplendent crimson Gyarados, truly magnificent. Zhou Wanjin's eyes bulged as he beheld the majestic creature gliding gracefully in the air, still struggling to fathom the reality. He was aware that Lin Shi had raised a second Pokemon, having invested considerable resources into it, but he had never laid eyes on it. He had assumed it was some feeble, newly hatched creature, yet here stood a Gyarados. Even more astonished was Secretary Wang, who had no record of Lin Shi possessing a Gyarados in his extensive files. If he had one, why would he have struggled with his bear cub during school battles? What was more perplexing was Lin Shi's age and the brief time he had been a trainer. Where did he procure the resources and audacity to raise a Gyarados? Secretary Wang loosened his tie, feeling a surge of urgency. He needed to take this battle seriously. Let the battle commence. Wait. Lin Shi produced another Pokeball, releasing his bear cub to observe the match from the sidelines. Do you see that muscular elder? His fight may offer you valuable insights. Pay close attention. Lin Shi gently patted Bear Cub's fluffy head as he admonished him. Agu. Bear Cub nodded earnestly, fixated on the battleground. Having completed these preparations, Lin Shi returned to the arena, waving his hand. Now we can begin. No more dawdling. The Construction Master initiated the offense with Sonic Punch. Secretary Wang was the first to attack. The Construction Master surged forward, using the concrete pillars as springboards, leaping high and striking at Gyarados with blinding speed. Gyarados. Use Dragon Dance to evade. With a fierce roar, Gyarados spiraled through the air like a dragon, radiating a vibrant azure glow. Just as the Construction Master's Sonic Punch was about to connect, Gyarados nimbly dodged the blow. Damn it, this Gyarados can even perform Dragon Dance. Secretary Wang's expression soured. Not only had the attack missed, but Gyarados had also gained an advantage. Given that the Construction Master was already slower than Gyarados, he was now entirely unable to keep pace. Then we shall respond in kind. Construction Master, use Body Slam. The Construction Master emanated a dark red glow, preparing to enhance its attack and defense. Gyarados unleashed Dragon Pulse. A swift, azure wave of draconic energy surged forth, engulfing the Construction Master mid-enhancement, interrupting its power-up. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy retreats, we disrupt. Gyarados, follow up with consecutive Dragon Pulses. At Lin Shi's command, Gyarados continued to unleash Dragon Pulses from the air, relentlessly suppressing the Construction Master. The Construction Master attempted to use Protect, summoning a green barrier before it. However, as Gyarados unleashed a barrage of attacks, the barrier began to waver, on the verge of shattering. This won't do. Witnessing the one-sided turn of events, Secretary Wang's anxiety heightened. It was only a matter of time before the Construction Master was defeated. Resolving himself, he decided to go all in. Boom. The Protect shattered, and the Construction Master was consumed by Gyarados' assault. Construction Master, hold your ground and charge forward. With a fierce determination, the Construction Master surged ahead, flames erupting around it as it wielded the pillars to shield itself from the onslaught, pushing forward like a fiery war chariot. Clearly, the Construction Master had activated the Flame Orb, which allowed the Pokémon to enter a burn state. With the tenacity ability, its attack power would not only remain unaffected in this state, but would actually increase. Coupled with its already formidable physical attack, it was now capable of delivering devastating damage. Agu, watching the construction master, now ablaze like a demonic figure, Bear Cub's eyes sparkled in admiration. Quite impressive. Swoosh. Upon reaching a certain distance, the construction master did not launch a direct attack. Instead, it hurled the concrete pillar high into the air, engulfed in flames, charging towards Gyarados. Gyarados used Waterfall. Avoiding a purely defensive stance was not in Lin Shi's nature, nor in Gyarados'. A layer of water enveloped Gyarados, transforming its body into a torpedo as it surged forward with astounding momentum. Boom. The collision of water and concrete sent a mist swirling through the air. As the haze dissipated, the concrete pillar lay shattered on the ground, broken in two. Still too inexperienced. Witnessing this scene, Secretary Wong couldn't help but chuckle, as if Lin Shi had made a rather childish and absurd decision. Constructing Old Craftsman, Thunder Fist. The sound resonated powerfully. It turned out that amidst the swirling mist, the constructing Old Craftsman had hurled another concrete pillar into the air, but this time it was not intended to assault the Gyarados. Rather, it served as a springboard to approach the Gyarados. At that moment, he leaped from the concrete pillar, swiftly closing in on the Gyarados, his right fist crackling with lightning. Enveloped in flames, striking with utmost force. Bang! A tremendous impact erupted upon the Gyarados. Witnessing this, Secretary Wong could not suppress a smile. "4 times the damage, young man. You have lost. How can this be possible?" Before he could finish his sentence, Secretary Wong's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. A green shield materialized in front of the Gyarados, safeguarding it without a scratch. Such swift reflexes? Secretary Wong was utterly astonished. Yet Lin Shi remained indifferent to his state of mind, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Now it's my turn." Gyarados' Dragon Tide Swirl. Roar. A pale blue vortex of water swiftly coalesced around the Gyarados, enveloping its form, appearing from a distance like a massive funnel suspended in the air. Cascade. The Gyarados roared, and the vortex beside it surged in speed, propelling it faster. In an instant, it seemed to return to that mid-autumn night, the night of leaping over the Dragon's Gate. Now it's time to leap. Everything occurred in the blink of an eye. The constructing Old Craftsman barely had time to land before witnessing the funnel transform into a colossal water drill, hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. Constructing Old Craftsman, Thunder Fist, brace yourself. Just as he regained his footing, the constructing Old Craftsman hastily pivoted to throw a punch. Electric sparks erupting from his body, clearly exerting all his strength. Buzz. The two assaults collided violently, the water drill spinning at high speed. The Gyarados, with an unstoppable momentum, shattered the constructing Old Craftsman's Thunder Fist, creating a massive crater in the training ground established by the Zhou family. At the center of the crater lay the constructing Old Craftsman, having lost all combat ability. The victor was clear. Roar. The victorious Gyarados soared through the air, roaring like a dragon, bringing rain. "Excellent. I have finally mastered this move." Lin Shi casually named the technique Water Dragon Drill. This move was not a spontaneous creation of Lin Shi. Rather, it was a technique that the Gyarados had actively comprehended. Inspired by years of experimentation training with the combination of whirlwind and tide surge to leap over waterfalls, Secretary Wong stood frozen, his mind buzzing, unable to believe what had just transpired. What was that? What was that enormous water drill descending from the sky? He incredulously gazed at Lin Shi. Could this truly be accomplished by someone who had only owned a Pokémon for a few months? Chapter 34. The Mind is Mind. However, Secretary Wong's astonishment was not unique. Zhou Wanjin was even more surprised. He won. Lin Shi actually won. He found it utterly unbelievable. Are we attending the same school? If Lin Shi participates in the college entrance examination like this, I might as well take the market trade exam. Secretary Wong conceded. Lin Shi smiled at Secretary Wong and naturally extended his hand. Secretary Wong's expression darkened slightly, yet he still handed over the bank card to Lin Shi. How refreshing. Lin Shi cheerfully tucked the card into his pocket. After handing over the card, Secretary Wong hesitated, casting a deep glance at Lin Shi, his eyes reflecting a complex emotion. "I apologize for my earlier rudeness, but I still advise you to leave as soon as possible. It is for your own good." With that, Secretary Wong made no further delay, offering a slight bow to Zhou Wanjin before turning to depart. "Lin Shi, you are truly enigmatic. It's like a cow doing a handstand." Utterly astonishing. At this moment, Zhou Wanjin approached, casting an envious glance at the crimson Gyarados soaring above. "Hey, Lin Shi." Noticing Lin Shi lost in thought, Zhou Wanjin promptly tapped him on the shoulder. "What's wrong? Did you sustain internal injuries? Oh, it's nothing. I tend to be low-key, so please don't spread rumors. Lin Shi advised. Rest assured, I understand. I get it. The following day, Lin Shi continued his expedition into the mines, albeit this time fully equipped with supplies. Prepared to stay in the wilderness for an extended period. Starting today, he would leave the abandoned mine and venture into the adjacent desolate mountainous region, where the terrain was steep and undulating, making transportation exceedingly difficult and development slow. Lin Shi's reason for entering this area was due to his speculation that if the brown stone-carrying sandshrew he had previously encountered did not inhabit the abandoned mine, then the desolate mountainous region would be the most likely habitat. Accompanied by his bear cub, Lin Shi traversed through a sandy riverbed formed by flowing water, flanked by low but rolling hills. Some hills bore cultivated fields, but many of the higher elevations were characterized by steep and rugged cliffs. The detector yielded no results. Yet Lin Shi remained unperturbed. In addition to searching for minerals, his greater aim was to foster the growth of his bear cub, enabling it to reach the professional level as swiftly as possible. At this moment, before the bear cub stood a brown, bald mole with a large red nose. As soon as it appeared, a patch of quicksand formed beneath the bear cub, relentlessly pulling it downward. What a fierce little creature. Bear cub used tile splitter to break through the sand nest. Under attack, Lin Shi immediately commanded a counterattack. The expertly honed tile splitter skill descended instantly, shattering the newly formed quicksand vortex. Ice punch. Eek. The bear cub lunged forward, swinging its right fist, striking the mole with a blast of icy light. The battle concluded swiftly. The ground-type mole was easily vanquished by the ice-type. Falling in a single blow, there was little to discuss. Another victory achieved. Watching the mole scurry away, Lin Shi and the bear cub settled on a flat stone. Lin Shi prepared food, while the bear cub affectionately approached him from behind, gently massaging his shoulders. A thoughtful bear cub, indeed. Lin Shi turned around to stroke the crescent mark on the bear cub's forehead. The white crescent shimmered in the sunlight. And as he caressed it, the bear cub visibly relished the attention, closing its eyes in enjoyment. Gazing at the adorable bear cub before him, thoughts of its impending evolution into a circle bear or a moon bear stirred a mixture of emotions within Lin Shi. Yet he continuously reassured himself that while it may lose some cuteness post-evolution, it would still possess a unique beauty, an unparalleled beauty. After resting for a while, Lin Shi and the bear cub resumed their journey. After approximately an hour's trek, Lin Shi arrived at a new valley. Skillfully and almost mechanically, he activated the detection system to explore. Target discovered. Alas, nothing again. Wait a moment. This time, the signal was different. Lin Shi abruptly noticed a red dot on the outer edge of the radar. He rubbed his eyes vigorously to confirm it was not an illusion. Heaven rewards the diligent. Bear cub, let's move quickly. Lin Shi immediately quickened his pace, guiding the bear cub through the valley, undeterred by sandy stones, earthen walls, thorns, or any lurking dangers. As Lin Shi was on the verge of uncovering the hidden treasure, he suddenly noticed the red dot on his radar begin to move at an alarming speed. It was being carried away. Realizing the urgency, Lin Shi swiftly released his Gyarados, leapt onto its back while clutching his Tediore, and gave chase. Upon entering the thicket, Gyarados quickly closed the distance. Lin Shi constantly adjusted their position according to the radar's readings, observing the red dot change direction repeatedly, as if it had sensed Lin Shi's pursuit. He speculated that it was likely a small Pokémon, possibly a Diglett or a Sandshrew, its diminutive form obscured by the underbrush, making it difficult for Lin Shi to discern its exact appearance from the air. Fortunately, he needed only to follow the exploration radar's tracking. However, Gyarados' flight inevitably provoked the ire of some avian Pokémon, as intruding upon another's territory was considered a grave affront. Despite Gyarados' formidable strength rendering most Pokémon too intimidated to retaliate, there were exceptions. Presently, an irate Spearow launched an assault on Gyarados, its elongated beak glinting with a white sheen as it reduced its wings to minimize drag, shooting toward Gyarados like a bullet. Gyarados, Ice Fawn. With no time to waste, Lin Shi commanded the attack. Gyarados opened its jaws, a frigid aura emanating forth as two elongated ice fangs materialized before it. Without losing momentum, they barreled toward the Spearow, the icy fangs snapping shut, scattering cold air as they collided with the Spearow's pecking attack. Under the duress of the ice type's double effectiveness, the Spearow felt excruciating pain and hastily retreated, soon vanishing from sight. Lin Shi, however, chose not to pursue, directing Gyarados to maintain its speed and continue following the red dot. Along the way, some Pokémon attempted to obstruct their path, but fortunately, The levels of the Pokémon in this area were relatively low, allowing Gyarados to forge ahead with ease. In truth, Lin Shi could have caught up quite easily, as Gyarados' speed clearly surpassed that of its quarry, but his intention was not merely to obtain a piece of brown stone. He preferred to employ a strategy of patience to reel in a larger prize. As the terrain shifted, after traversing a small patch of woodland, the ground became increasingly barren. Lin Shi sensed that they were nearing their destination. In the distance, a small hill emerged at the forest's edge, adorned with a scattering of pine trees. Its surface a mosaic of white and gray stones that, from afar, resembled a great tiger lying in repose. From his vantage point atop Gyarados, Lin Shi fixed his gaze on the radar screen. Upon entering the detection range of the hill, he lost sight of his target, yet he remained remarkably composed. Ahead, a multitude of red dots appeared on the radar, merging into a vast expanse of crimson territory. They had stumbled upon a mine. Chapter 35, The Craftsman, the Little Smith. Gyarados gently landed on the summit of the tiger-shaped hill. To call this a mountain was somewhat of a stretch. It was merely a hill rising over 100 meters. However, according to the exploration radar's findings, the interior and base of this hill were rich in brownstone resources. Considering the current market value of brownstone, it would not be an exaggeration to proclaim it a veritable gold mine. How enviable it is for the Zhou family to have an employee like me, Lin Shi mused, clicking his tongue. Come, Gyarados, let us descend the hill. Turning, Lin Shi mounted Gyarados once more. Swooping down to the base of the hill where he observed various Pokémon footprints and burrows resulting from digging activities. Clearly, some Pokémon resided here, and any mining operations would undoubtedly disrupt their habitat. However, the specific protective measures would be determined by the Xinzhou Alliance, which would instruct the mining companies to proceed with extraction while minimizing ecological damage. As for the financial implications, how much budget might be added or how much mineral yield might be reduced, those were not concerns for Xinzhou. There were plenty of others ready to take on the task if they declined. As dusk approached, despite having located the mineral deposit, Lin Shi opted not to return to the Zhou family that night. Traversing the wilderness after dark was far too perilous, and he had no intention of risking his life for them. Let us set up camp and rest well, he declared. Today is a joyous occasion. Gyarados, Tediore, and Caterpie. We shall feast. The chorus of enthusiastic responses surrounded Lin Shi, and it was evident to all that his spirits were high. The bright moon hung in the sky, casting a silvery glow, while the leaves rustled softly in the gentle breeze, and the autumn air was filled with a refreshing coolness. Lin Shi entered the tent, snuggling close to Tediore as he prepared to sleep, with thoughts of returning to the Zhou family in the morning. Suddenly, a series of loud thumps echoed through the still mountain forest, reverberating like stones striking a wall. What the hell is that? Lin Shi pondered. Is there a curse at play? Why is it that whenever I try to sleep outdoors, I am plagued by such strange noises? Ruffling his disheveled hair, exhaustion weighed heavily on him. All he desired was a peaceful slumber. Yet, he found himself tossing and turning, unable to find rest due to the incessant din. What could it be this time? Were the Geodudes jumping off the cliffs? Regardless of the source, Lin Shi had no intention of venturing outside. He could only attempt to block out the noise and eventually drifted into sleep amidst the relentless thumping. As night faded, dawn broke, and the sky gradually lightened. Early risers like Pidgey soared overhead, hunting for the morning's green Caterpie. The thumping persisted. Fine, you win, Lin Shi grumbled, feeling more fatigued than before. The irritating noise had not ceased. All right, I shall see what is causing this racket. After tidying up his belongings and packing the campsite, Lin Shi, undeterred by curiosity or morning grouchiness, set off with his Pokémon in tow. His motivation was not solely driven by annoyance. Having experienced the incident with Magikarp, he wondered if this might lead to another fortuitous encounter. As he walked, the sounds grew clearer, and he scanned the surroundings until his gaze landed upon a small cave in the nearby cliff. To avoid alarming whatever might be inside, Lin Shi refrained from riding Gyarados directly up to the cave. Instead, he cautiously approached on foot. The thumping grew louder as he neared the cave's entrance. Leaning against the stone wall, he cautiously peered inside, revealing the source of the noise after a few moments of searching. Before him stood a diminutive pink Pokémon, resembling a little girl, with a diamond-shaped crystal embedded in its chest. It was fervently hammering away at a small anvil with a tiny hammer, producing the rhythmic clinks of metal striking metal. Lin Shi squinted, recognizing the Pokémon's identity. This Pokémon is Pokémon, Little Smith level, LV18 status, healthy gender, female type, fairy, steel ability, overcoat height, 0, 38 meters weight, 8, 6 kilograms held item, none skills, fairy wind, metal claw, rock smash. Drain Kiss, Feint Attack, Ice Hammer, try again. Pokémon Identification, Little Smith, the hammering Pokémon. It hammers metal and iron shavings to craft tools, tirelessly remaking them until it is satisfied with the result. This is a healthy and diligent Pokémon with considerable potential. Beware its mighty hammer. A Little Smith? What a delightful surprise. Lin Shi wore an expression of astonishment. Although Baishan City, due to its unique geographical position, was indeed home to numerous rock, ground, and steel-type Pokémon, he had never heard of a sighting of a little blacksmith. What fortune! Lin Shi excitedly licked his lips the moment he laid eyes on the creature. He was struck with the idea of capturing it, for the little blacksmith was not only rare, but also remarkably powerful in battle. Its noble fairy and steel attributes endowed it with a total of 9 resistances and 2 immunities, being only doubly weak to ground and fire types. What an exceptional attribute combination. Moreover, upon evolving into a great blacksmith, it could learn the exclusive move, Gigantic Hammer, which was, aside from the Solgalio's exclusive Z-move, Sunsteel Strike, the most damaging steel-type move in the game. Every monstrous foe would be reduced to ashes beneath its might. Instinctively, Lin Shi reached into his backpack. But in the next moment, his expression fell. Alas, in his excitement, he had forgotten that he was not yet a professional trainer and lacked the necessary capture permits. What was this nonsense? I've stripped down for this. Just then, a stone beneath Lin Shi's feet suddenly shifted, causing him to stagger, but fortunately, he managed to brace himself against the wall and did not fall. Yet, Lin Shi felt no relief, for the sound of the little blacksmith's hammering had ceased. A cold sweat broke out on his brow as he cautiously peered back into the cave, only to lock eyes with a pair of white orbs. In the next instant, those eyes brimmed with tears. The little blacksmith had been frightened to tears. Lin Shi exclaimed, "Am I really that terrifying?" The little blacksmith, trembling in fear, picked up an unfinished hammer and scurried deeper into the cave. "Hey, don't run away, little sister," Lin Shi hastily pursued, realizing that without a pokeball, he could not force a capture, but perhaps he could win its affection instead. After all, he believed himself to be a likable person. The little blacksmith darted swiftly, leaving Lin Shi only able to glimpse its shadow. Unable to summon his Gyarados, Lin Shi had no choice but to rely on his legs to keep up. Fortunately, the cavern was much larger than outside, and despite its dimness, he could move freely within. Thus, Lin Shi followed the little blacksmith in a wild chase, weaving left and right, and before he knew it, they had exited the cave. As the terrain opened up, the little blacksmith's figure vanished from sight. Breathing heavily, Lin Shi activated his search system. "What? Can I not find you?" He casually clicked the search, but suddenly, it seemed he realized something, and it was too late to retract his hand. Damn, the search target is a brownstone. Before Lin Shi could finish his thought, he stared at the search radar, straightened his posture abruptly, and gazed around in disbelief. Where's this? Chapter 36, Harvest, Z Pure Crystal. Baishan City, the Zhou residence. Lin Shi, you're back. In the evening, Lin Shi returned to the Zhou residence, weary and fatigued. The little blacksmith had escaped, and in the vast sea of trees, he had no idea where to search next. He could only wait a few days to see if it might return. What is that you're holding? The moment he entered, Zhou Wanjin was drawn to the box in Lin Shi's hands, incredulity etched across his face. Just as you asked. Lin Shi tossed the box to Zhou Wanjin and headed inside to wash up and change clothes. Zhou Wanjin quickly opened the box, revealing several brownstones that Lin Shi had retrieved from the mine. Wow, Lin Shi, you're incredible. From today onward, you are my best brother, Zhou Wanjin exclaimed, looking at the brownstones still caked with dirt, shouting towards Lin Shi, who was washing up. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi promptly locked the bathroom door, fearing the rotund fellow might burst in. By the way, don't tell anyone about finding the mine, just inform your father. Huh, why? Zhou Wanjin, holding his phone, looked at Lin Shi with a puzzled expression. Do you remember when I was being followed by Minghui Mining? Lin Shi sat down, pondering before speaking to Zhou Wanjin. Of course. Why do you ask? Have you ever considered why I was being shadowed the moment I stepped outside? Zhou Wanjin paused, then quickly connected the dots. Are you suggesting we have a mole among us? Lin Shi nodded. The pair of brothers had evidently been well informed about his movements, even knowing he would dine with Zhou Wanjin that day, indicating someone within the Zhou family was leaking information. I must inform my father at once and have him conduct a thorough investigation. Zhou Wanjin mused, pulling out his phone to call Zhou Qiming. Hold on, save your breath. Lin Shi sipped tea from the table and shook his head. Your father and your second uncle have likely known for quite some time. Businessmen are always so calculating. They didn't inform you to avoid alarming the snake, probably already beginning to scrutinize suspicious individuals. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Zhou Wanjin nodded. If it were his second uncle and the others, it was indeed not surprising they would act thus. Do you think my father has apprehended anyone? Zhou Wanjin inquired, resting his chin on his hand. Probably not. Otherwise, we would have heard news by now. Lin Shi contemplated for a moment before continuing, generally speaking. If they have not found the mole by now, either the mole is deeply concealed or holds a high position. What should I do now? Zhou Wanjin picked up his phone and hesitated, looking to Lin Shi for guidance. I already said, call your father directly and have him arrange for trusted individuals to gather here tomorrow to explore the mountain. Lin Shi smiled at Zhou Wanjin, confident that regardless of who the mole was, Zhou Qiming could not possibly be one, so informing him posed no risk. Moreover, he did not wish to complicate matters. He was merely there to explore the mine, and investigating the mole was beyond his purview. All right, I understand. Zhou Wanjin nodded heavily, finding the reasoning sound. Oh, by the way, after discussing the mine, Lin Shi suddenly smiled at Zhou Wanjin. Do you remember the condition you promised me? Choose whatever you want, Lin Shi. Even if I want them all, if I so much as wrinkle my brow, I'll never win over Tingting. Listening to Zhou Wanjin's solemn vow, Lin Shi could clearly sense his sincerity. In the room before him lay Zhou Wanjin's collection of stones amassed over the years. From various ores and gems to ordinary yet beautiful rocks, all present. Upon entering, Lin Shi began to examine them with utmost seriousness and patience, his gaze sweeping over the dazzling stones. Keystone, keystone, keystone. Please, just one keystone. Lin Shi fervently wished in his heart for a keystone. He would take off from that very spot. However, as he inspected one stone after another, the hope that had initially surged began to dwindle with each passing glance, until he reached the last stone, still empty-handed. Not only did he fail to find a keystone, but also a megastone or Z crystal. Not even a shard of a Tai crystal had he encountered. Lin Shi found himself at a loss for expression. Though he had not made any gains, it also indicated the rarity of such items in this world, preventing an encounter with a mere passerby who might possess them. What's wrong, Lin Shi? Didn't you find a single piece you like? Zhou Wanjin gazed at Lin Shi in disbelief. Brother, do you possess such lofty aspirations? Hold on a moment, this is... Just as he was about to depart, a jar filled with various black crystals caught Lin Shi's attention. This seems to have been overlooked. Zhou Wanjin gazed at the jar, which contained an assortment of small black collectibles previously gathered, including crystals and stones, none of which were likely to be of great value. Ignoring Zhou Wanjin's thoughts, Lin Shi picked up the jar and rummaged through it meticulously. This was the last hope for the entire village. Suddenly, he halted, and if Zhou Wanjin looked at him from the front, he would notice Lin Shi's hands trembling slightly. Found it. A Z-power crystal that could be utilized to create Z moves, enhancing dark-type moves into their Z forms. Lin Shi, brimming with excitement, extracted the black diamond-shaped crystal, a genuine Z crystal. He then carefully stored it away. And while Zhou Wanjin was distracted, he conducted a thorough search of all rock-related items he could think of, ensuring nothing was overlooked before reluctantly departing. Upon exiting the room, Lin Shi felt a surge of joy within him. Although this Z crystal might not be of immediate use, as it required a Z ring to harness its power, a rarity in this world, it was a promising beginning. Perhaps one day, he might encounter the four island deities and enlist their aid in crafting one. Seeing that Lin Shi had chosen the desired item, Zhou Wanjin also appeared pleased. He was indifferent to what Lin Shi had taken. Boss, you're back. As Lin Shi and Zhou Wanjin were about to descend the stairs, they heard the voice of the housekeeper. They exchanged glances. Your father has returned? Zhou Wanjin nodded and immediately headed toward the entrance. As a guest, Lin Shi naturally followed closely behind him. Father, uncle, you have arrived. Secretary Wang is here as well. Upon reaching the door, the three men had just entered, appearing as though they had rushed over immediately after receiving Zhou Wanjin's call. With such a significant discovery, how could his father remain seated? Zhou Qiming was beaming, his face aglow with joy. He then turned his attention to Lin Shi. So, this is Lin Shi, indeed a remarkable young man. I apologize, young Lin. I have been excessively busy with work, otherwise I would have come to meet you much sooner. It is my shortcoming, please forgive me. Zhou Qiming first praised Lin Shi, then expressed his regrets. Lin Shi smiled and remained silent, certain that before discovering the brownstone mine, Zhou Qiming might not even have remembered his name. Zhou Wanjin was then instructed to retrieve the box containing the brownstone that Lin Shi had brought back. Upon opening the box, the three men immediately stepped forward. It truly is brownstone, Zhou Qiming exclaimed in astonishment. To think we could find it. Uncle Zhou, too, gazed at Lin Shi in disbelief, while Secretary Wang remained silent, his expression inscrutable. As night deepened, the Zhou residence in Baishan was aglow, and Zhou Qiming's hearty laughter echoed through every corner of the household. Haha, splendid. Lin, you have truly humbled us, who have labored for so many years in mining. Zhou Qiming's admiration for Lin Shi grew with each passing moment. Not only had Lin Shi saved him, but he had also rescued the entire Zhou family. The unique ability to locate mines signified that the Zhou family must cultivate a strong relationship with him. Uncle Zhou, you flatter me. It was merely luck, not something replicable. Lin Shi quickly responded with humility. He understood the underlying implications of Zhou Qiming's words, but had resolved that after this, he would no longer assist in locating mineral deposits. One must recognize that prominence attracts attention. He was unwilling to bear unforeseen risks, even from the Zhou family. Hearing Lin Shi's refusal, Zhou Qiming took no offense. It was Lin Shi's prerogative to decline, and it was his own skill to offer Lin Shi something enticing. Lin, may we converse upstairs? Zhou Qiming extended his hand, inquiring of Lin Shi. As an employee, Lin Shi did not refuse, considering that the other party had compensated him. Very well, Zhou Qiming replied, pleased, before turning to instruct the housekeeper to prepare dinner for them to enjoy together later. The conversation between Lin Shi and Zhou Qiming lasted not long, and within half an hour, they emerged from the conference room, their discussion hidden from prying ears. After dinner, each individual returned to their respective rooms to rest. The night grew darker, clouds obscuring the brilliant stars. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, Lin Shi found himself sleeping particularly soundly. A crack in the door allowed a cool breeze to enter, causing Lin Shi to frown slightly, yet he remained undisturbed as a shadowy figure quietly entered his room. This figure, clad in black, wearing a hat and mask, gazed at the slumbering Lin Shi, slowly raising a dagger in hand. Just then, a raspy voice erupted, and the serpent-like creature that had been napping in Lin Shi's backpack leapt into action, letting out a furious roar and immediately wrapping itself around the assailant's arm. Startled by the creature's attack, the figure quickly swung their arm, deftly transferring the dagger from their right hand to their left, preparing to strike Lin Shi. Bang! Just as the dagger was about to find its mark, the creature collided with the assailant's chest, causing them to stagger and crash against the wall. The creature then turned and exhaled a burst of fragrant essence towards Lin Shi, instantly filling the room with a sweet aroma. Lin Shi's expression contorted as if battling something, before finally opening his eyes. What is happening? Lin Shi's head throbbed, but the creature's fragrance was so invigorating that he began to regain consciousness, vaguely discerning the shadowy figure in the room. Who are you? Realizing Lin Shi was awake, the intruder felt the situation turning dire and promptly leaped through the window with a loud bang. Lin Shi quickly rose and peered out, but saw no sign of the figure. He then returned to his room, glancing at the creature that had been tossed to the floor by the assailant. After a thorough inspection, he found it to be unharmed and finally felt relieved. It was only at this moment that Lin Shi's muddled thoughts began to clear, and his expression darkened. He had been targeted for assassination. He had been attacked in the Zhou residence. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. As the clock struck midnight, the lights of the Zhou mansion flickered back to life. Lin Shi sat on the living room sofa, his face grim and silent. Lin Shi, are you all right? The portly Zhou was the first to descend, still clad in his pajamas. Upon hearing of Lin Shi's attempted assassination, he hurried down the stairs in a flurry. I'm fine, Lin Shi replied with a shake of his head. Shortly after, Zhou Qiming and his brother Zhou Qizha emerged from their rooms almost simultaneously, hastily making their way downstairs. The difference was that their attire was immaculate. Lin, are you unharmed? Zhou Qiming inquired. Lin Shi did not respond but instead turned to Zhou Qiming, slowly articulating, Uncle Zhou, you must sense that something is amiss in this situation. Zhou Qiming regarded Lin Shi with a complex expression and nodded. What do you mean, Lin? Zhou Wanjin, puzzled, sensed that Lin Shi's words held deeper meaning. Wanjin, who do you think would attempt to assassinate me? Instead of addressing Zhou Wanjin's question, Lin Shi posed one of his own. Who? Perhaps Minghui Mining, came the reply. They might have learned of your discovery of the mine and, in an effort to prevent our family from profiting, sought to silence you. As the conversation unfolded, Zhou Wanjin suddenly grasped something, his countenance turning exceedingly grim. If Minghui Mining were to learn that Lin Shi had already discovered the lignite deposits, it would imply that someone had leaked this information. Was there a traitor among them? Zhou Wanjin cautiously inquired of Lin Shi, Uncle Zhou, who is aware of my discovery of the mineral deposit? Zhou Qiming pondered for a moment before responding. Aside from those who are staying here tonight, only the exploration team scheduled to enter the mountains tomorrow is privy to this information. Thus, the traitor must be someone from the exploration team? Zhou Wanjin pressed further. At times, Lin Shi truly could not discern whether Zhou Wanjin was genuinely dull-witted or simply reluctant to confront the truth. My dear friend, you ought to know me better. I pride myself on my caution. I ensure the door is locked before I sleep. Furthermore, I do not possess such a deep slumber that I would remain oblivious to an intruder entering my room, let alone engage in a skirmish with my Pokémon without waking. Even if I were utterly exhausted, my companion, the bear cub, would not exhibit such a lack of vigilance. It is not a Snorlax after all. The bear cub raised its paw in support of Lin Shi, feeling deeply remorseful for its failure to protect him during its slumber. It is quite all right. I do not blame you, Lin Shi reassured, patting the bear cub's head, though he noted its self-reproach likely stemmed from a psychological scar. What do you mean by that? Zhou Wanjin's face turned ashen. Do you still not comprehend? The reason my slugma is unharmed is that it only consumes the sweet nectar I personally concoct. Everything else, whether it be myself or my Pokémon, lies in a deep slumber, vulnerable to any predator, because we have been drugged. The only individuals capable of administering such a drug and knowing my whereabouts, capable of unlocking the door to enter, are the few individuals residing here. As Lin Shi finished speaking, the room fell into a profound silence. Yet, it was Zhou Qiming, the head of the Zhou family, whose expression was the most troubled. For aside from Lin Shi and the caretaker, the others present were either his relatives or trusted confidants. Ahem, have you noticed that Secretary Wang has not come down? At that moment, Zhou Qizha, the second uncle, scanned the room, prompting the others to exchange glances. What has happened? Where is he? Zhou Qiming's fury surged. Boss, it seems Secretary Wang is not in his room, and we have searched the entire house without finding him, a bodyguard promptly reported to Zhou Qiming. What? Zhou Qiming gasped in disbelief, his cup of water crashing to the floor. Uncle Zhou, he cannot have gone far. We still have time to pursue him. Lin Shi suggested at an opportune moment. Very well, Zhou Qiming nodded, immediately dispatching people to search for him. I shall accompany you. We must capture him, Zhou Qizha added. His face etched with anger, as he followed closely behind. The realization that Secretary Wang was indeed a traitor for Ming Hui mining left Zhou Wanjin in disbelief. Lin Shi observed him with a sigh. Chapter 38, Compensation. A new contract. Classmate Lin, I sincerely apologize for today's events. Once the crowd had dispersed, Lin Shi and Zhou Qiming engaged in conversation in the conference room. This matter falls under the responsibility of the Zhou family, which has compromised your safety. Rest assured, we shall provide you with satisfactory compensation. Furthermore, Zhou Qiming continued, deep in thought, I hope that, as per the original plan, you will lead our exploration team to conduct the field survey today. You are aware that our competition with Minghui mining is exceedingly fierce. We fear that prolonged delays may lead to unforeseen complications. Lin Shi found himself somewhat incredulous. He had nearly perished the previous night, and now the perpetrator remained at large. Yet, Zhou Qiming still expected him to work for them. I can certainly empathize with your sentiments. However, given that the team leader of the exploration team is indisposed, do you not need to rearrange the personnel? Lin Shi queried. Moreover, I recall that our contract stipulates that the Zhou family must ensure my safety. I do not perceive the current circumstances as safe for me. Thus, it is prudent to wait until the true culprit is apprehended. Lin Shi concluded, in fact, identifying the perpetrator from last night should not prove overly difficult. Enough, Lin Shi. Zhou Qiming interrupted before Lin Shi could elaborate further. He produced a new contract and presented it to Lin Shi, slightly bowing. This is the compensation I mentioned, if you find it satisfactory. I hope you can fulfill the contract today and personally lead the exploration team to the site to assist us in locating the mine. I implore you. Lin Shi accepted the contract without responding, casting a glance at Zhou Qiming, whose demeanor was rather intriguing. He then meticulously examined the new contract, curious to see what price Zhou Qiming was willing to pay to have him risk his life for them. The contract was not extensive, and he perused it swiftly. But suddenly, something caught his eye, causing his pupils to constrict. He raised his gaze to Zhou Qiming, realizing that this price might indeed compel him to take a risk. As for the exploration team, you may rest assured, they are undoubtedly reliable. Regarding safety, though I cannot be present, I will dispatch a team of elite bodyguards to accompany you. Additionally, he paused for emphasis, Wanjin will also join you. As Lin Shi contemplated the contract while listening to Zhou Qiming's words, he suddenly grasped some previously unclear matters. Is Zhou Wanjin truly one of your family members? Lin Shi jested, as Wanjin had always given him the impression of being somewhat dim-witted. Zhou Qiming's face broke into a smile at Lin Shi's comment. He has simply been overly protected. After careful consideration, Lin Shi ultimately accepted Zhou Qiming's contract. He had no reason to refuse it. My father actually agreed to let me go as well. This is simply splendid. Zhou Wanjin exclaimed excitedly as he approached Lin Shi, backpack slung over his shoulder. Congratulations. Lin Shi replied, clasping his hands together. then picked up his phone as if perusing some information. Observing Lin Shi, Zhou Wanjin suddenly remarked, "I find that at times. You resemble my father and my second uncle." Lin Shi shot Zhou Wanjin a surprised glance. "Are you asking me for a favor this early in the day?" "No. I merely mean that you all possess a certain enigmatic quality that is difficult to decipher." Upon hearing this, Lin Shi chuckled, as he had never perceived himself in such a light. However, he replied, "What is so admirable about that? If one does not need to worry about anything, who would ponder so deeply? I am better suited to being an ordinary trainer." Vroom vroom. The convoy arrived. Zhou Wanjin pointed toward the approaching vehicles, which contained both the exploration team and the security detail. "Young Master Zhou, Expert Lin, greetings. I am the deputy leader of the exploration team. My surname is Shi, and I have come specifically to escort you." The newcomer was a middle-aged man with dark skin, clearly accustomed to working outdoors. "Thank you for your hard work, Captain Shi. Let us depart," Lin Shi said, stowing his phone and shouldering his backpack. "Certainly." As Lin Shi approached the vehicle, he suddenly halted, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he pointed to a raised emblem on the front of the car. "What is this?" Zhou Wanjin stepped forward, following Lin Shi's gesture, scratching his head in confusion. "Is it merely a logo? What is all the fuss about?" "Logo? ISNT, the emblem of your esteemed Jinduo Mining, a capitalized Z. Yet, the insignia on the vehicle resembles a three-dimensional design constructed from 3 rectangular blocks of ore. This is quite commonplace. Many subsidiary groups under various corporations possess their own emblems, and this particular symbol signifies our Zhou family's specialized exploration team. Indeed, although you have nominally joined the exploration team, it is only natural that you have never visited and are unfamiliar with it." Lin Shi did not heed the words of Zhou Wanjin. Instead, he became lost in contemplation, for he recognized this emblem. His mind raced as he replayed the events of the past few days in his head. "Lin Shi, are you all right?" Snapped back to reality, Lin Shi replied, "Oh, I'm fine. Let us set off." The professional exploration vehicle truly was exceptional. Even on the treacherous terrain of an abandoned mining site, it sped along with remarkable agility. Before long, they had entered the desolate mountainous area, where the rugged landscape significantly reduced their speed. It was certain that roads would be constructed here for future resource transportation. After several hours of travel, Lin Shi finally guided the exploration team into the forest, where the outline of the tiger-shaped mountain, rich in lignite, became visible. At last, they had arrived. Lin Shi stretched, the natural fragrance of the woods invigorating his spirit, while even the creatures in his backpack peeked their heads out curiously. Finally, they stood at the foot of the mountain, ready to commence their work. Captain Shi called out, leading the team members in setting up various detection instruments and donning their professional gear to begin the exploration of tiger-shaped mountain, the operation swiftly falling into an orderly rhythm. "Hey, who are you people?" At that moment, some personnel noticed a group on the opposite side of the mountain, also preparing to conduct an exploration. "What is happening?" Zhou Wanjin inquired, observing the crowd beginning to gather with confusion. "What else could it be?" "Your competitors have arrived," Lin Shi remarked, rising from the stone and gazing at the increasingly boisterous crowd in the distance. "We are from Jinduo Mining, authorized by the Alliance to conduct exploration here. Please vacate the area," Captain Shi announced through a megaphone. However, the opposing team clearly was not intimidated. Soon, an authoritative figure approached, brandishing a megaphone as well. "We are the exploration team from Minghui Mining, also authorized by the Alliance. It is you who should leave." The dialogue between the two sides grew more heated, and soon individuals began to summon their Pokémon. Lin Shi observed a steel Tyranitar, a Nidoking, a Shroomish, and a Honchkrow among others, all seemingly at or near elite status. The scientific exploration was teetering on the brink of violent conflict. "Lin Shi, what should we do now?" Zhou Wanjin, visibly distressed, looked to Lin Shi for help, noticing his calm demeanor, as though he had anticipated this scenario. But how could this be? The exact location of the mine was unknown to Secretary Wang. So how could he have notified Minghui Mining? Could it be that they had been followed? Yet, that didn't add up, as the Minghui Mining personnel appeared to have arrived no later than they had. Zhou Wanjin felt overwhelmed, unable to make sense of it all. "What do you mean? What to do?" Lin Shi replied. "Don't worry, a fight 1T breakout. But what about the mine?" Zhou Wanjin pressed him. Lin Shi pondered for a moment. Given the current situation, it is highly likely that tiger-shaped mountain will be jointly developed by both Jinduo Mining and Minghui Mining. Zhou Wanjin's expression fell, clearly struggling to accept such a notion. "By the way, there's one more thing." Zhou Wanjin turned to Lin Shi, filled with anticipation. "Have you thought of a solution?" Lin Shi shook his head. "I was about to say, I need to use the restroom. I'll be back shortly." Zhou Wanjin, Chapter 39, The Final Truth. In a distant valley away from tiger-shaped mountain, a figure stealthily arrived, moving with great agility as he climbed a rocky wall and entered a cave. After exiting the cavern, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, progressing until he reached his destination, a vast expanse of rocky hills. Still feeling uneasy, a voice suddenly called from above, startling him as he looked up to see a person sitting on a stone atop the cliff, waving at him from afar. Shouldn't you be capturing Secretary Wang? Uncle Zhou? The figure on the mountain was none other than Lin Shi, while the one who had secretly come here was Zhou Qizha, who should have been tracking the traitor. Lin Shi, how did you end up here? Zhou Qizha asked, astonished. Incredulity etched across his face at Lin Shi's presence in this location. That question should be mine to ask, Uncle Zhou, Lin Shi replied, stroking his chin with a smile. What do you mean? Zhou Qizha maintained a facade of calm, retorting with an indifferent expression. TSK. Lin Shi clicked his tongue and shook his head. Are you still pretending? The greatest traitor within the Jinduo mining group is none other than you. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Zhou Qizha's expression fluctuated, yet he did not deny it. After all, his mere presence here spoke volumes. How did you find out? Seeing the other party's openness, Lin Shi was not taken aback. There are too many loose ends you left behind. Oh, is that so? I would love to hear your insights, Zhou Qizha replied, crossing his arms and regarding Lin Shi with a detached demeanor. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, pausing before recounting. I wonder if you've heard of a certain story. In a city, a grave murder occurred. Yet the sheriff in charge of the case chose the worst detective in town to assist in solving it. What do you believe was the reason for this? Zhou Qizha fell silent, not uttering a word. It's all right if you don't wish to share. Allow me to elucidate. The true perpetrator of the crime was, in fact, the sheriff himself, who believed that this incompetent detective would never uncover the truth, ensuring his absolute safety. But little did he know, by committing such an act, he had already implicated himself. Doesn't that sound familiar? Lin Shi smirked, a hint of mockery in his tone. You are the sheriff, and I am the fool you believed me to be. From the moment you and Zhou Wanjin sought me out, I sensed something was awry. No matter how desperate you were, you shouldn't have allowed a high school student to join the exploration team so easily. Zhou Wanjin's antics could be overlooked. But as the vice president of the group, how could you possibly indulge him, even personally inviting him? Unless Lin Shi paused, his voice resonating clearly. You did not wish for anyone to discover the lignite mine. Thus, you chose someone who seemed utterly incapable of finding it, namely me, to ensure my participation. You even sought out two unreliable individuals to inquire about the lignite. Isn't it peculiar? They were aware of my dining location and knew I was the one who discovered the lignite. Yet they had no knowledge that I found it in an abandoned mining site, a detail that any random member of the exploration team could have easily provided. Moreover, I spent several days at the abandoned mining site, yet I never once encountered the exploration team from Minghui Mining, which can only imply that they were completely oblivious to the presence of lignite there. If there truly exists a traitor among us, it is rather peculiar, is it not? Lin Shi's words flowed forth with the rapidity of a machine gun, each syllable piercing through Zhou Qizha's psychological defenses, causing cold sweat to trickle down his brow. Furthermore, even if it were indeed individuals dispatched by Minghui Mining, it would be unreasonable to select two of such limited intellect and combat capability. Their elfin ranks are simply too low. Thus, these two resemble bumbling detectives, utilized by others precisely because they could never apprehend me. Their sole purpose is to convey the message that I am being watched, compelling me to seek refuge within the Zhou family. After all, you must have conducted your inquiries and discovered the friction between myself and Liao Hui of Minghui Mining. I would never yield to him. Having said so much, what do you believe sets you apart, warranting such considerable effort on my part to recruit you into the exploration team? At this moment, Zhou Qizha regained his composure. Although Lin Shi's assertions were accurate, he remained eager to ascertain just how much Lin Shi had uncovered. I am indeed quite exceptional, Lin Shi replied with a smile. First, I am the discoverer of the lignite mine, and your invitation to join me offers a somewhat justified rationale. Second, as a high school student, I undeniably lack the capacity to locate mineral deposits. Third, I am a friend of Zhou Wanjin. Upon hearing this final point, a subtle change flickered across Zhou Qizha's countenance. As a friend of Zhou Wanjin, should the search for the mine be prolonged due to my involvement, it would undoubtedly implicate Zhou Wanjin's father, Zhou Zong. If we were to delve deeper, what if this friend of Zhou Wanjin were, in fact, a spy sent by Minghui Mining, even disclosing the mine's location to them? That would not merely be a simple implication. I have heard from Zhou Wanjin that the development of the lignite is a burden solely borne by his father. Whether or not they ultimately find it, or if a competitor beats them to it, Zhou Zong would inevitably face pressure from all sides, potentially even facing dismissal from his position. In such a scenario, who do you think stands the best chance of assuming power? Zhou Ershu. Lin Shi stood tall, gazing at Zhou Qizha, not affording him the opportunity to respond before continuing. In truth, you must have already discovered the mine, haven't you? Though the mountain may be somewhat distant, it is not buried so deeply that it could remain undiscovered for such an extended period. I surmise that upon learning from Zhou Wanjin that I found lignite in an abandoned mine, you promptly organized personnel to explore the area. After successfully locating it, you chose not to inform Zhou Zong, but rather concealed it, erasing all traces. This is precisely why not a single piece of lignite can be found in the current abandoned site. It has long been discovered and hidden by you and your exploration team. Moreover, Secretary Wang is undoubtedly one of yours. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable why the newly formed exploration team has achieved nothing, unless their captain has also encountered issues. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Zhou Qizha clapped his hands, conceding that he had indeed underestimated Lin Shi. But do you know why I sought to eliminate you last night? Lin Shi's expression remained impassive as he raised his foot and stamped it down twice on the ground, slowly responding, "For this very land beneath my feet, which harbors lignite deposits exponentially greater than those of Tiger Mountain." I had long been perplexed by the events of last night, for I had already disclosed the location of the mineral deposits to Zhou Zong. In such circumstances, killing me would serve no purpose. Even in death, Zhou Zong could still bring people here. It was not until I saw the insignia of your exploration team today that clarity dawned upon me. Insignia? Zhou Qizha appeared momentarily taken aback, his confusion evident. When I first arrived here, I was astounded by the vast lignite deposits, yet I also discerned traces of human excavation. Initially, I assumed these were remnants from previous mining operations, until I recognized that the insignia of your exploration team was identical to the markings on that earthen wall. Following Lin Shi's pointed direction, indeed, the wall bore the imprint of a rectangular pattern, seemingly left by a vehicle inadvertently pressing against it. Thus, I boldly conjectured that the very mine beneath our feet is currently being excavated, and without the Union's authorization, no less. Enough. Zhou Qizha's visage darkened considerably. Yet Lin Shi did not cease, instead quickening his pace. Therefore, when you overheard Zhou Zong's words last night, implying an intention to recruit me for further exploration, you panicked. You feared that I would uncover this site, not far from Tiger Mountain, which conceals an immense amount of lignite. Should I discover it, you would not only lose this golden mountain and the opportunity to become the family head, but you could also be exposed for your illicit mining activities, leading to your disgrace. Thus, in your eyes, I must perish. Lin Shi's voice echoed throughout the valley. Chapter 40. The Golden Beast, Comet Fist. You laugh. Zhou Qizha suddenly burst into laughter, the sound reverberating through the silent valley. You are entirely correct. Moreover, today, it was I who informed Minghui Mining of the location of that mine. I had indeed discovered the lignite mine long before, not only unearthing the deposits of Tiger Mountain, but also those here. This is a veritable treasure trove, and with it comes an inexhaustible stream of funds. Yet, these riches are not meant for Zhou Qiming. After so many years as the family head, what has he truly contributed to the Zhou family aside from greed? I have repeatedly advised him against adhering to the nonsensical mineral development restrictions imposed by the Union. If he were but cautious, they would remain oblivious. Yet what does he do? He acts with trepidation, so many golden mountains laid before him, yet he dares not touch them. And the Zhou family shall perish under his stewardship. Therefore, only I can lead the Zhou family back to its pinnacle, Zhou Qizha proclaimed, arms outstretched as he shouted. Hearing Zhou Qizha's words, Lin Shi found them amusing. It was he who would drag the family into the abyss. Yet he fancied himself the savior of the Zhou clan. In his view, while Zhou Qiming may lack a certain acumen for business, he excels far beyond Zhou Qizha in matters of character. You do not understand, Zhou Qizha retorted, shaking his head as he pointed at Lin Shi. You cannot possibly fathom the agony of witnessing your once magnificent family descend into ruin. Zhou Qizha's demeanor grew somewhat hysterical. That incompetent Zhou Qiming will ruin everything. It is my duty to rectify this. This mine belongs to me, and no one shall take it from me. In an instant, the valley fell silent. Lin Shi gazed down at Zhou Qizha, a smirk gracing his lips as he shrugged, saying, I'm terribly sorry, but I have little interest in your family feuds. Zhou Qizha, too, regarded Lin Shi. Then what brings you here? To indulge in this trivial detective game of yours? Zhou Qizha gently slipped his hand into his pocket. Yet Lin Shi remained unfazed. Of course, it is for vengeance, Lin Shi replied with a calm demeanor. What? Zhou Qizhe was bewildered, unable to comprehend what grievance he might have with Lin Shi. Pray tell, has Zhou Ershu forgotten so easily? I nearly lost my life at your hands. Had fortune not favored me, by the time the Zhou family discovered my plight, my corpse would likely have grown cold. Do you think I should seek retribution? Lin Shi asserted, well aware that Secretary Wang was not the true assailant. Upon their initial meeting, he had discerned that Secretary Wang was in no condition to ascend the stairs, let alone leap from a height to flee. He was merely a decoy, cast aside to divert attention. Is that so? Zhou Qizhe nodded with a smile, offering no rebuttal. Then, suddenly, he shot his gaze upward toward Lin Shi, his expression a mask of ferocity. Last night ended in failure. Thus, let us strike once more. Marauder, execute a covert attack on the vital points. At this moment, unbeknownst to when it had been released, Marauder had arrived behind Lin Shi, its claws infused with dark energy, hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed. Bang! A solid protective barrier materialized around Lin Shi, repelling Marauder's assault. Brother, after hiding for so long, have you finally decided to reveal yourself? In response to this scene, Zhou Qizhe appeared unfazed. Given Lin Shi's temperament, he would not dare provoke him here unless someone was backing him up. Qizhe, how could you remain so obstinately ignorant? A male voice resonated beside Lin Shi. Zhou Qiming, with a grim expression, addressed Zhou Qizhe below. Mining without authorization is strictly prohibited by the Alliance. If discovered, not only will you face imprisonment, but the entire Jinduo Mining Corporation would be doomed. Do you wish to obliterate the Zhou family's century-old foundation? Enough. I do not require your moral lectures. If you refuse to relinquish the position of head of the family, I shall seize it for myself. Zhou Qizhe shouted in a frenzied, desperate tone. Marauder, execute a covert attack on the vital points. The assassin-like Marauder flickered and transformed into a shadow, charging towards Zhou Qiming. Zhou Qizhe understood that, at this juncture, even if Zhou Qiming would not surrender him to the Alliance for the sake of Jinduo Mining, he would never allow him to ascend to a position of power. His wealth, status, and everything he had strived for would vanish. All his efforts would be rendered futile, a reality he could not accept. Thus, he chose to gamble everything at this moment. Colossal rampaging rhinoceros, initiate an earthquake. Steel Talon Crow, unleash a ferocious aerial assault. He then released 2 more Pokémon, a colossal beast enveloped in red and gray rocks, and an iron bird clad in black metallic feathers and armor. Upon their emergence, both Pokémon exuded an astonishing presence, their formidable aura coalescing around them. Lin Shi utilized appraisal, discovering that, like Marauder, they were gym leader-level Pokémon, each above level 50. The colossal rampaging rhinoceros's energy erupted, sending a powerful tremor radiating from its feet towards Zhou Qiming, causing the surrounding valleys to tremble slightly. Steel Talon Crow ascended into the air, enveloped in a white glow, a massive white avian apparition manifesting above it, piercing towards Zhou Qiming like an arrow. Damn! Brothers should settle accounts clearly. This is quite a ruthless strike. Lin Shi observed Zhou Qizhe's offensive from beside Zhou Qiming. A resonating roar erupted as 3 attacks from different directions forcefully collided against the protective barrier in front of the two. Observing Zhou Qizhe's relentless onslaught, Zhou Qiming closed his eyes, his eyelids twitching slightly, but soon snapped them open again. Metagross, deflect the attacks. As soon as Zhou Qiming's command fell, Lin Shi noticed the protective barrier before them expand dramatically, absorbing the assaults from the 3 Pokémon. Then, a massive cyan steel giant with 4 arms materialized in front of them, gazing ahead with an expression devoid of emotion. It was none other than a quasi-deity, Metagross. As expected, Zhou Qizhe let out a dejected smile, his face a portrait of unwillingness. You still brought it out. Lin Shi curiously examined the Metagross. Pokémon, Metagross. Level, LV75. Status, healthy. Gender, none. Type, steel psychic. Ability, clear body. Height, 20 meters. Weight, 600 kilograms. Held item, metal coat. Skills, metal claw, bullet punch, zen headbutt, magnet rise, steel beam, tackle, psychic. Iron defense, comet punch, hammer arm, earthquake, protect, wide guard, gravity, explosion. Pokémon appraisal, Metagross, iron leg Pokémon, the evolved form of the metal creature. With 4 brains, Metagross possesses an intellect comparable to a supercomputer. This is a healthy and powerful Pokémon, rich in battle experience. Goodness, level 75. This Metagross is a champion-level Pokémon. Lin Shi recalled hearing about a remarkably strong Pokémon belonging to the Zhou family, their guardian beast, which only heeded the commands of the family head. It seemed this was indeed the Metagross in question. Observing Zhou Qizhe's countenance, which was more sorrowful than a laugh. Lin Shi understood that this farce was drawing to a close. Zhou Qiming's face twitched slightly as he waved his hand lightly, closing his eyes. Metagross, Comet Punch. Lin Shi saw the floating Metagross emanating a dazzling white light, its metallic sheen gathering immense power. It retracted its 4 arms, transforming its entire form into a true comet. Descending from the heavens with a radiant glow, crashing down upon the valley below. Boom! The thunderous noise reverberated through the skies. The intense impact causing the walls of the valley to shed numerous rocks and earth. As the brilliance faded, the valley below appeared as if freshly plowed. The reddish-brown soil upheaved from beneath, resembling a crimson river, burying the slumbering Pokémon and people within. Chapter 41, Heritage and Shares. Baishan City, Wilderness Region, Nameless Valley. A fierce battle had just transpired here, and Zhou Qiming gazed silently at the deep pit below. Lin Shi remained silent as well, standing aside. At such a moment, he knew it was not his place to speak. Lin, I thank you for this. Had it not been for you, I would still be oblivious to the truth. Zhou Qiming finally broke the silence after a long pause. Zhou Qiming had summoned Lin Shi earlier. Their previous conversation was intended to enlighten him about everything. Rest assured regarding the contract. Our Zhou family will absolutely uphold it. You will always be a friend of the Zhou family. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Zhou Qiming's demeanor appeared somewhat somber. The drama of brother turning against brother would weigh heavily on anyone's heart. Having spoken, Zhou Qiming mounted the Metagross and departed the valley. Lin Shi lingered on the mountain for a moment before retrieving his backpack, releasing his Pokémon, and descending the mountain to leave. Not far from where the battle had occurred, the area was overgrown with shrubs and strewn with rocks. Cough, cough. A faint cough emerged from beneath the sandy ground as a tattered figure struggled to free himself from the earth. Nearby, a yellow, humanoid Pokémon lay battered, its life hanging by a thread. Zhou Qizha finally clawed his way out of the sand, lying on his back as he gasped for breath, his face smeared with dirt. Thanks to the hasty teleportation he had desperately executed, he had managed to escape just as the Metagross's comet descended. Rustle. Footsteps echoed around him as he strained to open his eyes to glimpse the approaching figure, but found that his injuries were too severe for him to manage. Uncle Zhou, are you napping here? Upon hearing that familiar yet loathsome voice, Zhou Qizha needed no sight to know it was Lin Shi. How did you find me? He gasped, eyes closed, struggling to catch his breath. Observing the near-lifeless Zhou Qizha on the ground, Lin Shi sat down beside him on a nearby rock. My Pokémon is highly sensitive to the scent it emits. When you attempted to assassinate me yesterday, you inadvertently picked up its scent. Although you made considerable efforts to conceal it, you could not evade its keen sense of smell. Cough. So that is how it is. Zhou Qizha resigned himself to lying on the ground, breathing laboriously, devoid of any strength. Have you come to exact revenge? Who would have thought that I would meet my end at your hands? Cough, cough, what a cruel irony. Lin Shi observed Zhou Qizha's appearance, which was quite tragic. However, he felt no sympathy for someone so ruthless, a person who had committed fratricide and murder. This was the reality. Nevertheless, it was no longer necessary to dwell on it. Lin Shi's tone was indifferent. What? Zhou Qizha struggled to comprehend his meaning, his eyes fluttering open. Yet, the first sight that met him was his own battered body, a consequence of the botched instant teleportation that had nearly failed. At that moment, his internal organs had been dislocated, an immense quantity of blood gushed forth. His body temperature was steadily declining, and his breath was becoming faint. Zhou Qiming was indeed merciless. Zhou Qizha gazed blankly at the sky. In truth, he had offered you a chance. Had you chosen not to come here today and abandoned that mine, none of this would have transpired. Ultimately, it was your own recklessness and greed that led to this fate. Furthermore, even just moments ago, he had spared you. Had it not been for his deliberate hesitation, you would not have even had the opportunity to arrive here. Lin Shi, like Zhou Qizha, raised his gaze to the overcast heavens. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at your own bad luck, for the hasty teleportation resulted in unforeseen complications. Zhou Qizha did not respond to Lin Shi. He could feel his life slipping away rapidly. Am I really going to die? Hey, Uncle Zhou. At that moment, Lin Shi's voice echoed in his ears again. I've called you uncle so many times. Do you have any inheritance or anything that needs an heir? I could assist you with that. Zhou Qizha opened his eyes once more to look at Lin Shi. You've harmed me to this extent, and yet you think of my inheritance? This is too much. Observing the anger in Zhou Qizha's eyes, Lin Shi displayed no sign of embarrassment. Uncle Zhou, wealth is merely a material possession. It cannot be taken with you. It would be a waste to let it go to waste. Or perhaps you have some last wishes, like having your remains buried? As long as it's not illegal. I can fulfill that for you, and your inheritance can serve as payment. What do you think? Lin Shi rambled on beside him, but Zhou Qizhe closed his eyes again, perhaps unwilling to look at Lin Shi any longer. Noticing Zhou Qizhe's demeanor, Lin Shi surmised that there was little hope left, and he promptly fell silent, granting the dying man his final respect. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Why have you stopped speaking? Zhou Qizhe swallowed hard and said, Waiting to die? Zhou Qizhe, waiting for me to die, is it? Ignoring Lin Shi, he removed a key from around his neck and, with the last remnants of his strength, tossed it to Lin Shi. Help me bury my ashes at. Zhou Qizhe's breathing quickened, blood beginning to seep from his nostrils. Bury them at the Yuran Cemetery, row 3, number 11. The contents of that key are your reward. With that, Zhou Qizhe seemed to have lost all his strength. Finally, he could rest. With his eyes closed, he saw the sky growing ever brighter, as if a girl in white was smiling and reaching out her hand to him. Are you here to take me? Zhou Qizhe passed away. He died in this desolate wilderness, battered and alone, with only Lin Shi by his side. Observing Zhou Qizhe's lifeless form, which bore a smile, Lin Shi looked down at the key Zhou Qizhe had thrown to him. You didn't even ask for my consent. Time swiftly passed, and within a week, the farcical drama of the Zhou family began to draw to a close. Ultimately, the Tiger Mountain Brownstone Mine was developed jointly by Jinduo Mining and Minghui Mining. However, the Zhou family soon discovered another large brownstone deposit not too far away. Under the decisive leadership of the Zhou family head, they successfully obtained exclusive development rights for that mine and established a subsidiary specializing in brownstone extraction, becoming the clear victors. The incident concerning Zhou Qizhe was deliberately concealed by the Zhou family, his disappearance announced as an accident, stirring a considerable uproar. Meanwhile, Lin Shi not only received a cash reward of 2 million for discovering the mine, but also became a minor shareholder in the brownstone development subsidiary of Jinduo Mining due to the new contract. Each year, he would receive one of the total net profit from the entire brownstone mining venture. Do not underestimate this one. It signifies that Lin Shi need not spend a single cent nor manage operations, and can simply await his share of the profits annually. According to estimates, he could expect to receive nearly 10 million each year. This was the true reason Lin Shi had braved danger to sign the contract, not for lack of principles, but rather the allure of treasure. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that Secretary Wang was surprisingly fortunate, having survived that day. Zhou Qiming did not begin until he had joined Lin Shi's group, specifically to find him. Indeed, that fellow was a double agent sent by Zhou Wanming to monitor Zhou Qizhe due to suspicions regarding his integrity. However, apart from discovering that Zhou Qizhe had likely found a mine, he had gained no further intelligence, having been forced to heed Zhou Qizhe's commands while running around with the exploration team. This also explains why he had actively provoked Lin Shi, attempting to force him away, as he realized Zhou Qizhe intended to exploit Lin Shi, aiming to thwart him, but alas, his abilities were insufficient. In summary, these troublesome matters had finally reached a conclusion. Lin Shi expressed his exasperation with the Zhou family's affairs. He planned to take a short respite before pursuing his career. Chapter 42. Promotion. Professional Trainer. Alright, it's done. In Lin Shi's courtyard, he was busy preparing food. This was sweet milk for the bear baby. This was honey apple salad for the snake bug. This was a luxurious energy cube for the Gyarados, catering to its water and dragon types. The 3 Pokémon in the yard watched Lin Shi's bustling activity like hungry swallows. Drooling in anticipation, Lin Shi divided the food among each Pokémon. The money from the Zhou family for the mine had already come through, so naturally, he wanted to treat them to something nice. To speak frankly, Lin Shi had utilized nearly all top-tier items available on the market for the nurturing of his Pokémon. The expenses were exorbitant, and thus far, he had already spent close to 1 million, and this was merely for food and training equipment. Nevertheless, Lin Shi still intended to allocate additional funds, primarily to purchase TMs, special high-grade berries, or other items and food that could enhance his Pokémon's strength. He planned to undertake this during the winter break, as both Gyarados and Bear Baby still had numerous skills they could learn on their own. Moreover, the energy they had accumulated within themselves was sufficient for this period, and using it now would not maximize their resources. Additionally, Lin Shi looked at the gluttonous snake bug. This fellow had visibly gained a considerable amount of weight since arriving at his side. Lin Shi felt it was time to fulfill the promise he had made to it. Everyone, eat up quickly. We have quite a bit to do today. Lin Shi urged the Pokémon as he himself took a bite of a bun. At the Shenzhou Baishan Pokémon League Center, Lin Shi entered alone. Today marked a special occasion as he was to undergo certification for his trainer level upgrade. Thanks to his efforts over the past few days, Bear Baby had finally reached level 20 last night, becoming a professional-grade Pokémon. Lin Shi was naturally eager to come here for certification, as he never wished to experience again the frustration of encountering exceptional Pokémon in the wild but being unable to capture them due to a lack of slots. The memory of that little blacksmith still caused him a pang of heartache. Bear Baby. Level, LV20. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, normal. Ability, pickup. Height, 0, 85 meters. Weight, 150 kilograms. Carrying item, black belt. Skills, tongue lick, yawn, scramble, tackle, high-speed star, split, shatter tile, bodybuilding, metal claw, dig, guard, yin return, ice punch. Pokemon appraisal, slight. Slight. Well, quite good. Glancing at the Pokédex information of the bear cub, Lin Shi nodded, finding no issues whatsoever. Hello, I am here to advance my status as a professional trainer. Lin Shi approached the counter where a charming young lady was stationed. Alright, please present 2 Pokemon of level 20 or above for certification. Lin Shi placed the Pokeballs of Bear Cub and Gyarados onto the tray, observing as the staff member placed them into the detection device. Soon, the young lady retrieved the 2 Pokeballs and returned them to Lin Shi with a professional smile. Everything has passed the inspection. The next step requires you to verify the compatibility between the Pokemon and their trainer. Please proceed to the house on your left for the assessment. Becoming a professional trainer is not solely contingent upon achieving the requisite Pokemon levels. It also necessitates evaluating the obedience and synergy between the trainer and their Pokemon. Only upon successfully passing both evaluations can one be deemed a qualified professional trainer. Naturally, this challenge was a mere formality for Lin Shi, who had trained extensively with Gyarados and Bear Cub. It was a breeze. Congratulations on becoming a professional trainer. Your capture quota has expanded to 6. Please adhere to the regulations set forth for professional trainers. With a smile, Lin Shi exited the central building, now a bona fide professional trainer. Immediately, he hailed a cab to the Zhou residence. Neither Zhou Wanjin nor his father was home, but Lin Shi had already informed them he needed to retrieve something he had left behind. In truth, he was there for Zhou Qi's inheritance. Lin Shi felt powerless. Zhou Qi had passed away too suddenly, leaving behind only a set of keys. What on earth are these keys for? Lin Shi speculated they likely resided in Zhou Qi's room. Having no other options, he decided to investigate, stealthily avoiding the housekeeper. Lin Shi took the key to Zhou Qi's room and crept upstairs. Upon opening the door, he entered cautiously. Zhou Qi's room was immaculately kept, although he seldom returned. It was cleaned daily. The layout of the room was devoid of unnecessary items. Lin Shi effortlessly located a safe within the wardrobe and tested the key, confirming it fit perfectly. Whatever lay within the safe must be valuable. Excitement bubbled within him as he opened it. Inside, he found several items, including a particularly large and luxurious box, a few documents tucked in a folder, and a letter. Lin Shi picked up the letter, which turned out to be a will. Its contents were straightforward. If you are reading this letter, it means I have likely passed away. However, since you are able to access this safe, it signifies you are someone I trust. Lin Shi coughs perhaps. The letter continued. Inside this safe, there is a bag of documents pertaining to my purchase of a grave at Taran Cemetery. I hope you can bury me alongside the contents of the largest box. That is my most treasured possession. The remaining boxes contain my childhood collectibles, which I have kept for years. If you fulfill my last wish, I will bestow them upon you as a reward. Thank you for your assistance. Finally, I can rest well. At last, I can come to find you. The letter was brief, but Lin Shi understood everything except the final line. He first opened the largest box to discover love letters exchanged between Zhou Qi and a girl named by Mengyun. Judging by the paper and handwriting, Lin Shi estimated they were from roughly 20 years ago, yet they were remarkably well preserved, reflecting the owner's fondness. After skimming through 2 letters, he returned them to the box, feeling a mix of discomfort in his eyes and stomach. So, in the end, I just earned a few stones. Lin Shi mused, but considering they were Zhou Qi's collectibles, he held out hope they would be of good value. He proceeded to open the remaining boxes one by one. The first box contained a crystal-like mineral. While beautiful, it was merely an ordinary stone, though it could fetch a decent price. The second box, however, surprised Lin Shi. It held a circular stone resembling jade, with a pattern of white stars visible within. This was an awakening stone, a top-tier one at that. Not only was it visually stunning, but it was also valuable. Lin Shi felt elated. This item alone could yield a substantial profit. His curiosity and anticipation for the remaining items grew, as they were undoubtedly worth preserving for so many years. Yet, after opening 3 boxes, while the stones were all exquisite, they were simply ordinary minerals or jade collections. Only one box remained. Holding on to his last shred of hope, Lin Shi slowly opened the final box. Unlike the others, he was greeted by a fleeting flash of yellow light. Wait, this doesn't seem like a stone. Chapter 43, The Legend, The Catastrophe Jade. Inside the box lay a hooked jade, with red streaks resembling flames adorning the white jade, exquisitely crafted and captivating. Lin Shi felt a flicker of familiarity with this object, though he couldn't quite recall having seen such an item before. Nonetheless, he pressed on. System appraisal. This time, Lin Shi sensed something unusual about the system. Not only was it slower, but the appraisal screen seemed to shimmer with a golden glow, evoking a bewildering sensation akin to suddenly being served a lavish banquet after a long period of simple fare. The appraisal panel began to tremble, gradually shifting from obscurity to clarity. Disaster Jade. The legendary incarnation of the Pokémon Ancient Jade Fish. Having lost its energy, it has succumbed to an endless slumber. Please wear it carefully. Perhaps one day it will awaken once more. Lin Shi, no way, let me look again. Rubbing his eyes, he scrutinized the appraisal results once more, then closed them again. It still felt wrong, overwhelmingly so. Slowly, he lifted his right hand and brought it down sharply against his face. Slap. The sound rang clear, and feeling a sharp sting on his cheek, Lin Shi opened his eyes. This time, it was spot on. Absolutely correct. Zhou, you have left this world well. Lin Shi couldn't help but exclaim, then quickly covered his mouth, striving to calm his racing heart and regain composure. What was this? This jade was, astonishingly, a divine beast. One of the 4 treasures of catastrophe, the ancient jade fish. Although it currently lay dormant and energy depleted, uncertain of how to restore its vigor, none of that mattered. In his hands, he held the undeniable fact that this hooked jade was a legendary Pokémon, grateful to the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother, the great sage equal to heaven, and the god of the land. Lin Shi murmured a jumble of thanks, his joy palpable. With utmost care, he placed his belongings into his backpack, secured the safety deposit box, and stepped outside. Aunt Wu, I have found what I was looking for. I shall take my leave now. I apologize for the disturbance. After exchanging pleasantries with the housekeeper, Lin Shi hastily departed. Leaving the Zhou residence, he made his way directly to the boutique, where he selected a necklace cord for the jade pendant of calamity. He threaded the exquisite cord through the hollow of the jade hook and slowly adorned his neck with it. Since the appraisal indicated it needed to be worn, Lin Shi surmised that this was perhaps the only way to restore the jade fish's powers. Looking at the pendant resting against his collarbone, Lin Shi felt a sense of satisfaction, yet a hint of unease lingered. The jade hook was rather too exquisite. Contemplating this, he re-entered the shop and purchased a high-quality amulet pouch, placing the jade hook within to hang around his neck. Yes, this is much better. Although it concealed its brilliance, it granted Lin Shi a measure of comfort. Having completed these preparations, Lin Shi glanced at the grave purchase certificate and love letter nestled in his bag, reassured that now that he possessed the items, matters would be handled with due diligence. Subsequently, he navigated through various routes, first returning home to retrieve Zhou ashes, and then racing to Taoran Cemetery to liaise with the staff regarding the arrangements. Everything proceeded smoothly. Upon confirming the accuracy of Lin Shi's submitted documents, they promptly escorted him into the cemetery. Mr. Lin, this is likely your first visit here, isn't it? You may take a moment to familiarize yourself. Our plots are quite commendable, with ample sunlight and a temperate climate throughout the seasons. Should you find it satisfactory, feel free to reserve more. As the staff continued to speak, Lin Shi inadvertently stepped on his foot, a mere light gesture compared to his earlier impulse to hurl Zhou ashes at him. My apologies, Mr. Lin. I previously worked as a real estate agent. Old habits die hard. The staff member repeatedly apologized. Lin Shi chose not to press the matter further. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that this staff member was destined to receive a reprimand in the future. Before long, they arrived at the designated site, Plot 3. Row 11. Nearby, an elderly gentleman was tending to another grave, which bore offerings, suggesting that it had just been visited. As Lin Shi approached the grave beside him, the elder glanced over and nodded, saying, "You are quite fortunate." Lin Shi responded, "Is this how everyone speaks in your cemetery? Your grave is beside my daughter S. Is that not fortunate?" The elder's expression mixed sadness with pride. "Your daughter?" Lin Shi inquired, casting a curious glance at the gravestone before the elder, which bore the name by Mengyun. Indeed, Lin Shi interred Zhou Qi's urn along with the love letter, laying to rest this once affluent tycoon in this serene locale. No one wept, nor did anyone pay homage. Yet Lin Shi felt certain that he was content, a passionate and contemplative businessman. This was the epitaph Lin Shi envisioned for him. As night fell, Lin Shi slumbered soundly in his room, while the little bear dozed on another small bed, droplets of dew gracing the corners of its mouth. The creature known as Shi nestled within Lin Shi's backpack as usual, despite Lin Shi's repeated offers to procure a bed for it outside. Each night, it would return to the confines of the bag. Lin Shi sensed that it seemed to harbor a deep-seated insecurity. At this moment, Shi curled up tightly in slumber, its face reflecting a semblance of agony. Clearly, its dreams were far from pleasant. The surroundings were dim, permeated by unpleasant odors. Lin Shi could not ascertain how many times Shi had returned battered and bruised, nor could he tell if the next time would be the last. Yet, this was no escape, merely death. But what difference did it make? Both were forms of liberation. The spirits in this realm were dwindling. Many familiar companions had ultimately succumbed. The white mice family, the bald-headed gopher brothers, the three-headed birds. None could endure forever. This cannot continue. Observing his fellow comrades huddled together behind him, the elder brother felt compelled to rescue them. Bang! The sound of a door creaking open. Were those demons returning? The last experiment had been a resounding success. It was rumored that Lord D9 was pleased. The experiments must continue. Shi witnessing the door's crack widen, realized this was the perfect opportunity. It gathered all its strength and bolted forth like lightning, navigating the darkness alone. Walls surrounded it on all sides, leaving no gaps for escape. Something has escaped. A cacophony of voices erupted from all directions. The blaring alarm resonated, and Lin Shi heard countless footsteps drawing near, their sense overwhelming his senses. They were closing in. He could not flee. No. Hey, Shi what SMS? Did a snake have a nightmare? Wake up, dawn has arrived. What is that sound? The walls around began to crumble, the throng of people receding like a receding tide, the space becoming increasingly illuminated, light obscuring all else. Shi opened its eyes to behold Lin Shi's anxious face. Ah yes, I was not captured. I escaped. The crowd was particularly sparse that day. Are you still half asleep? Lin Shi observed the myriad complex expressions flitting across the snake's face, feeling a twinge of fear that it was entranced in a slumbering haze. Get up, it's time for breakfast. Today, we will venture to the Baishui forest to find your companions. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Shi eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Yes, I shall return to rescue you all. Chapter 44. The Search for the North Star. In the western region of Baishui Forest, Lin Shi once more soared above the trees on his Gyarados, employing the search panel to continuously probe for the location of the Vegeta snake, gradually narrowing the search area. By the way, Shi how did you manage to fly solo from the Vegeta snake? Lin Shi inquired of the creature nestled in his backpack. This was not the first time he had posed this question, yet each time Shi responded with evident distress, conveying information that was difficult to decipher. All he could discern was that something dreadful had transpired, leaving it deeply shaken. This realization heightened Lin Shi's vigilance, prompting him to remain alert for potential dangers. The western region of Baishui Forest was relatively small, yet the number and level of spirits there exceeded those in the south and east. This was due to the latter regions being adjacent to human villages and towns, while the west bordered a vast, uninhabited Gobi wilderness. Nevertheless, even so, under the formidable presence of the Gyarados, few spirits dared to provoke them. As twilight descended, the sun cast a golden hue over the entire forest. Lin Shi completed his reconnaissance of the west, finding no unusual behavior from Shi and the search system yielded no results. Thus far, Lin Shi had explored the southern, eastern, western, and much of the central areas, leaving only the north-central region remaining. That area was home to the highest levels of spirits, the densest vegetation, and the most intricate terrain within the entire Baishui Forest. The northern part of Baishui Forest was not bordered by other cities, but rather by the largest wild Pokémon nature reserve in the northeastern region, the Beijianjuan Nature Reserve. This reserve encompassed nearly half the land area of Baishui City. In that place, numerous formidable wild Pokémon dwell, and entry without permission is strictly prohibited. Capturing the wild Pokémon within is also forbidden, with violators facing charges of poaching. Consequently, the level of Pokémon in the northern region of the Baishui Forest, adjacent to the source of the North River, is significantly higher than in other areas. This is precisely why Lin Shi chose to explore there only as a last resort. However, he is increasingly concerned that if he fails to locate the Mijiji Dasa in the northern region, it is likely to be within the confines of a protected area, an inaccessible zone. As dawn broke, sunlight bathed the dew-kissed leaves, casting dappled shadows, while the fresh air mingled harmoniously with the melodious chirping of birds, creating an exceptionally serene atmosphere. Lin Shi emerged from his tent, stretching lazily. It was the most comfortable night spent in the wilderness, devoid of strange noises, interruptions, and boasting a free guardian. Thank you, Onyx. Lin Shi affectionately patted the massive Onyx's head. After rousing his Pokémon for breakfast, he set forth towards the north, commencing today's exploration. Autumn had deepened, and the air grew increasingly chilly as winter's approach in the north was swift and relentless. Treading carefully along the leaf-strewn mountain path, Lin Shi advanced steadily. The journey remained uneventful, with no particularly powerful Pokémon obstructing his way. Most creatures seemed to coexist peacefully, each on their own path. Upon exiting the dense forest, he encountered a considerably wider dirt road, faint traces of tire tracks visible upon it. Could it be a ranger's vehicle? Lin Shi pondered, stroking his chin. Suddenly, from within his backpack, the snakeling emerged, raising its body upright and sniffing the air intently. Snakeling, have you detected something? Lin Shi quickly unstrapped his backpack. At that moment, the snakeling seemed to have discerned a direction, persistently pointing its tongue towards a particular point. Let us investigate, he declared, following the snakeling's lead. The search panel still yielded no results, which Lin Shi attributed to the distance. As he progressed, the presence of Pokémon around him diminished, and the tire tracks on the ground became increasingly distinct and concentrated. Holding his map, Lin Shi pinpointed his location. After traversing approximately 3 to 4 kilometers without incident, he finally observed a response on the search panel. The snakeling began to wriggle excitedly in his backpack, initially prompting Lin Shi to believe it was merely exuberance. But he soon sensed something amiss. Was it displaying signs of agitation and fear? What troubles you? He inquired, gently shaking the snakeling's head. He noticed its eyes had reddened, and its expression appeared somewhat grotesque, as if recalling a harrowing memory. Furrowing his brow, Lin Shi steeled himself and proceeded cautiously. The 200 meters were traversed swiftly, and he concealed himself behind a large tree, meticulously aligning his gaze with the position indicated on the search display. Oddly enough, he thought, I should be able to see something. Ahead lay a vast clearing, composed solely of dirt and weeds, dotted with a few massive boulders, seemingly devoid of anything noteworthy or any concealment. Upon closer inspection of the panel, Lin Shi discerned that the Magikarp's location appeared to be underground. How could it have descended? Was there a hidden passage? Surveying his surroundings yielded no anomalies, prompting Lin Shi to approach for a closer inspection. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly felt a tightening around his arm. The snakeling had coiled around him with considerable force. What is it? Lin Shi asked, observing the snakeling's agitation. Are you warning me not to proceed? Is there danger? The snakeling nodded solemnly. At that moment, the bear cub pressed its ears to the ground, pointing in another direction and calling out. What now? Lin Shi carefully concealed himself behind the tree, cradling the bear cub as he lay flat against the earth, using the underbrush to shield his form while watching the direction indicated by the bear cub. Before long, several ordinary trucks approached, each laden with large boxes covered in plastic, obscuring their contents. In this desolate place, what could they be doing? Lin Shi's eyes widened in astonishment as a door materialized on one of the massive rocks, and several individuals clad in distinctive uniforms emerged, their garments emblazoned with a peculiar emblem resembling both a star and an eye. That symbol looked familiar. Lin Shi felt he had seen it somewhere before. Before he could ponder further, it appeared the individuals emerging from the stone were communicating with those in the trucks. They began unloading the boxes from the vehicles and transporting them underground. Strange sounds resonated from below. Mimicking the bear cub, Lin Shi pressed his ear to the ground, closing his eyes to listen intently. It seemed to be the cries of Pokémon. Were they housing Pokémon within those containers? Were they engaged in illegal poaching? No, that couldn't be. Examining the star-shaped emblem closely, a flash of realization struck him. He recognized it as the insignia of the international criminal organization known as Polaris, an exceedingly ruthless and terrifying group. Due to his aunt's connections, he had encountered information regarding such organizations before. He had always assumed he would never encounter one in his lifetime, yet here he was, discovering a trace of them. According to what he knew, the Polaris organization claimed to be the harbingers of humanity's future, akin to the North Star guiding lost souls through the darkness. However, this was merely a facade to deceive the unsuspecting. At their core, they were a band of deranged lunatics, with crimes committed across various regions of the world that were beyond comprehension. It was shocking to realize that they had established a stronghold right here. Unsurprisingly, the Magikarp was likely imprisoned underground, much like the Pokémon he had just witnessed. Chapter 45, Setting Off to Annihilate the Stronghold. Encountering the renowned international criminal organization Polaris was an unexpected turn of events for Lin Shi. He now understood why the snakeling had grown increasingly agitated as they approached. Given Polaris's notoriously brutal methods, it was likely that its experiences within would be anything but pleasant. Meanwhile, after transporting all the Pokémon underground, the individuals swiftly departed in their trucks, and the uniformed personnel re-entered through the now-closed door. The forest gradually returned to its tranquil state, as if nothing had transpired, and the desolate land remained as barren as ever. After the departure of the others, the snakeling leapt from Lin Shi's backpack, slowly making its way towards the recently revealed underground entrance. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lin Shi swiftly grasped the snakeling. "Are you planning to sneak in?" That would be akin to turning on the lights in a restroom to invite danger. The snakeling's eyes glowed a fierce red. Its emotions heightened as it struggled vigorously in Lin Shi's grasp. He understood that this was not the snakeling's fault. As a multifaceted Pokémon, its instinct to reunite with its kind was undeniable. Or perhaps it was remarkable that it had managed to restrain itself until now. The bear cub stood resolutely in front of the snakeling, extending its arms to block its path, its expression serious as it pointed towards Lin Shi. Upon hearing the voice of the little bear, the serpents gradually fell into silence. Gazing at the desolate land not far away, it turned back to look at Lin Shi, ultimately succumbing to quietude, for it understood that the little bear spoke the truth. Should it venture forth now, it would not only endanger itself, but also implicate Lin Shi. Gently stroking the head of the serpent, Lin Shi returned it to his backpack, assuring, "Rest assured, I shall endeavor to rescue your companions." Acknowledging the creature's restraint for its own sake, he resolved to do his utmost to save the great serpent as well. With this thought in mind, he meticulously noted the location of the wasteland, retreating cautiously. The lessons of his youth admonished him not to act impulsively in the face of malevolence. The Polaris organization was indeed beyond his capacity to confront, but the Alliance was not. Thus, he chose to report the matter to the authorities. At the Baishan City Public Security Bureau, Rin Yuyao was listening to her team's reports, her expression somewhat grim. After finishing, she delicately rubbed her brow with her slender fingers, appearing rather fatigued. A knock echoed at the door. "Come in," she called. As her words faded, a short-haired girl entered. "Aunt Yao, you look troubled. Have you not found any leads?" It was Qiu Ning from Northern University, who, upon seeing Rin Yuyao's distressed face, realized the investigation had hit a bottleneck. She approached from behind, gently massaging Rin Yuyao's temples. "Aunt Yao, you must take care of your health. Do not overexert yourself. Knowing that there might be a Polaris stronghold in Baishan City, how could I possibly rest?" Rin Yuyao sighed and continued, "We must uproot this base swiftly. We cannot allow the tragedies that have befallen other places to be repeated here." Observing Rin Yuyao's resolute demeanor, Qiu Ning felt deep admiration. Indeed, Rin Yuyao was a commendable captain. Yet, she also felt a twinge of frustration. It had been weeks since she accepted the school's mission, and still, there was no sign of Polaris. If this continued, she would be deemed a failure and forcibly recalled to school. She could only pray for a breakthrough in the days to come, for she did not wish to see her hometown ravaged by the hands of Polaris. Another knock resonated through the room. "Come in," Rin Yuyao's clear voice rang out. "Lin Shi, what brings you here? What has happened?" The newcomer was indeed Lin Shi, who had rushed here without delay after discovering the Polaris organization. His clothes were smeared with dirt and dew from the forest, and a leaf was caught in his hair. "Auntie, I have something important to report." Rin Yuyao paused. "What is it?" Lin Shi glanced around, noticing Qiu Ning was also present. Without the time to greet her, he leaned in closer to Rin Yuyao and whispered urgently, "What? You've discovered a suspected Polaris base." Rin Yuyao exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Shi replied, "Auntie, how did you reach this position with such a lack of composure?" He had wronged Rin Yuyao, for the entire police department had invested time and effort in their investigation, yearning for even the faintest clue. Yet here, he had pinpointed their very lair. Who wouldn't be exhilarated by such news? "What? Lin Shi, you know the location of Polaris's base?" Qiu Ning was equally astounded. Could it be that my earlier prayers truly bore fruit? Lin Shi nodded, summarizing the situation while judiciously omitting certain details. Upon hearing his account, Rin Yuyao's demeanor shifted to one of joy. She understood Lin Shi's character. He was level-headed and would not fabricate stories or jest with such serious matters. "It truly is a stroke of fortune," she exclaimed, rising to assemble the team. "Time is of the essence. To prevent our plans from being thwarted, we must strike swiftly and decisively to eliminate the enemy and obliterate the base." Soon, an elite squad from the Baishan City Public Security Bureau was ready for action, each member possessing impeccable backgrounds and unwavering loyalty. "What are you doing, Lin Shi?" Rin Yuyao noticed Lin Shi standing among the squad, looking perplexed. "I'm joining you," Lin Shi replied nonchalantly, given the complex terrain of Baishui Forest. As the only one privy to Polaris's location, shouldn't I lead the way? That won't be necessary, Rin Yuyao countered, producing an electronic map for Lin Shi to mark the location. This mission is exceedingly perilous. I cannot afford to worry about you. You can forget about tagging along. Lin Shi did not take the map. Auntie, you know the northern terrain of Baishui Forest is intricate. Relying solely on a map would be inaccurate. If you stray even slightly, you risk alerting the enemy. Let me guide you. I know this area well and can lead you there swiftly and accurately. Besides, I can wait outside if necessary. That should suffice. Lin Shi's words were rapid and coherent, his arguments compelling enough to make Rin Yuyao hesitate. She had to concede there was merit to his reasoning. Still, this is not a game. If something were to happen to you, how would I explain it to your parents? Rin Yuyao frowned, shaking her head, determined to refuse. Aunt Yao, please let Lin Shi come. Suddenly, Qiu Ning interjected. Qiu Ning, why are you here as well? Rin Yuyao's words were cut off as Qiu Ning continued. I believe Lin Shi possesses great potential. He certainly won't encounter any issues. I also wish to witness his capabilities. Turning her gaze to Rin Yuyao, she smiled. You agree, don't you, Aunt Yao? Rin Yuyao's pupils constricted. She understood the implication behind Qiu Ning's words. Qiu Ning had some abilities at school, and if Lin Shi proved to have sufficient potential, he could even be admitted to Northern University early. Yet, yes, Qiu Ning's reasoning is sound. Plus, Auntie, you always emphasize the dangers of Polaris. I want to witness them firsthand. Should I encounter them again in the future, I would have gained valuable experience. Lin Shi chimed in, further swaying Rin Yuyao's resolve. After a moment of contemplation, Rin Yuyao took a deep breath and looked at Lin Shi. I will make an exception this once, but you must obey orders. Yes, sir. Chapter 46, Level. Research on Multi-Entity Integration Spirits. Time had passed noon as the group traversed through the forest, the rustling of their clothes against the leaves creating a soft sound. Auntie, do we have enough people? Lin Shi, leading the way, glanced back at the team of about 20, feeling a twinge of concern about their numbers. After all, they were invading someone else's stronghold, and it was reasonable to assume the enemy would be numerous. Do not worry, Lin Shi. It was not Rin Yuyao who spoke, but Qiu Ning. By the way, why is Qiu Ning also in the team? Aren't you a student? Given Annie's character, how could she allow you to come? Lin Shi's gaze shifted to Qiu Ning. Because I accepted a task from the school, she replied. Autumn Ning's smile radiated like a blossom, evidently buoyed by the prospect of locating the Polaris stronghold. School tasks? Lin Shi inquired, taken aback by the mention of such matters for the first time. You'll naturally learn about these things once you enter university, Autumn Ning replied, sidestepping the question to instead recount an intriguing detail. Are you aware of the hierarchical classification within the Polaris organization as strongholds? Strongholds have classifications? Lin Shi pondered, perplexed about the significance of such a hierarchy. The Polaris organization is no ordinary entity. They consider themselves the harbingers guiding humanity's path. In their relentless pursuit of new developmental avenues, they have initiated countless gruesome and inhumane research projects to ensure that each project can proceed unhindered. The Polaris organization has established numerous strongholds worldwide, each assigned a level that indicates the project's importance. The outcome of this structure is that even if one stronghold is discovered and obliterated by the Alliance, it will not impede the progress of other experiments. The classification of these strongholds is determined by the organization's internal valuation of the respective projects, divided into 4 tiers: A, B, C, and D. The higher the tier, the greater the number of security personnel assigned, and the stronger the protective measures. Pausing for emphasis, Autumn Ning continued, in a sense, the classifications of these projects also reflect the potential severity of their impacts. Impacts? Lin Shi mused, stroking his chin. Indeed, Autumn Ning affirmed with a nod. These experiments are predominantly mad and perilous. The Polaris organization conducts research with wild abandon, yet they remain unable to control the outcomes of their endeavors. Speaking of which, have you heard about the incident in the Fog City region, where an entire city fell into a deep slumber? Lin Shi nodded in recognition. Of course. It's said to be caused by the legendary Pokémon, Darkrai? Autumn Ning shook her head. The true instigator of that incident was the Polaris organization. At that time, the Polaris stronghold in that city was classified as B3, conducting research on the powers of dreams associated with Pokémon. They sought to harness dreams as a source of energy, even aiming to invade the fabled dream world. However, something went awry in their research, unleashing a tremendous force of dreams that plunged countless humans and Pokémon into an irreversible slumber, leading to their demise. This surge of dream energy attracted Darkrai's attention. Descending from the void in a fit of rage, and with formidable power, it obliterated the Polaris stronghold. The residual energy subsequently hypnotized the entire populace of the city, both humans and Pokémon. Fortunately, after destroying those who sought to manipulate the forces of dreams, Darkrai subdued its wrath and departed, allowing the entire city to awaken. Lin Shi took a deep breath, the gravity of Autumn Ning's words deepening his understanding of the Polaris organization. Indeed, it is a terrifying and enigmatic organization. According to our investigations, the stronghold within Baishan City should merely be classified as D-grade, likely ranked around D7 or D9. Based on previous experiences, our team should be more than capable of handling it. Moreover, we are not without reinforcements, Autumn Ning remarked with a confident smile. Lin Shi grasped the implication. Realizing the source of their audacity, it appeared they had additional support. In the forest, the path was carpeted with fallen leaves, swirling gently in the wind like a natural requiem. Following Lin Shi, the group tread cautiously, soon arriving at a dirt road within the woods. Spotting the tire tracks on the ground, prompting the members of the security team to realize their destination was near. All personnel, remain alert, Ren Yueying commanded. As the group stealthily approached the desolate area. Over there, do you see that large rock? It's actually a concealed entrance, Lin Shi whispered, pointing at the massive stone in the barren land. Ren Yueying nodded in agreement. It certainly bears the hallmarks of Polaris's clandestine style. With a wave of her hand, she turned and declared, commence the operation. At the D9 stronghold of the Polaris organization, within a brightly lit laboratory, an elderly man with graying hair excitedly scribbled notes on a piece of paper. Before him on the workbench lay a creature resembling an egg, aptly named Egg. However, this was not merely an egg. Rather, it was a fragment of a whole, specifically its 16th part. Suddenly, a vibrant green seed was expelled from the creature's mouth. Infused with grass-type energy, and upon touching the ground, it sprouted instantaneously. Observing the egg execute its seed bomb, the old man's face broke into an even more elated smile. Though it was merely a low-powered grass-type move, to him, it was of immense value, for it was not produced by a complete Pokémon egg, but rather by one of its parts. It is crucial to understand that eggs, being multifaceted Pokémon, only function as a singular entity when united. They release moves collectively as a group, and if any one member is absent, executing skills or even maintaining balance becomes exceedingly difficult. Yet, this particular egg was capable of executing moves independently. Just imagine if each of the 6 members of a complete egg could unleash moves on their own. This would significantly enhance their effectiveness in battles. Whether through the power of their moves or through strategic surprise attacks, there exist many such Pokémon, akin to Diglett, Magneton, Clink, Turtwig, and even those from the realm of demigods like Metagross and Dragapult. However, the old man's expression suddenly darkened. His experiment had been poised for success long ago, and he had expended great resources to procure that particular asset. Yet, at a critical juncture, his most perfect specimen had escaped. It's all their fault. How could they not keep a single Pokémon in check? It's also a blunder on the part of those in charge, sending teams to explore some secret realms, resulting in a manpower shortage. Otherwise, it would never have had the chance to flee. Yet, he reassured himself. Glancing at the egg on the workbench, his smile gradually morphing into a maniacal grin. A new perfect specimen would soon emerge. Once the experiment succeeded, he could delve deeper into the intricate relationships among these multifaceted Pokémon. Then, he would artificially create multifaceted Pokémon, merging unrelated creatures into a singular entity. He would demonstrate to those blind fools the colossal error in designating his project as D9. Just as he reveled in his delightful fantasies, the entire underground base suddenly trembled, followed by the piercing sound of alarms. The old man's pupils widened in shock, muttering, "What is happening?" Chapter 47, A Fierce Battle. The Big Dipper. The frantic and jarring alarm resonated throughout the stronghold, instilling terror among the old man and his assistants. At that moment, the metal door of the laboratory swung open abruptly, and a man adorned with a silver mask etched with the emblem of the Big Dipper strode in swiftly. Clad in a uniform that bore not only the Polaris insignia, but also the encompassing constellation, he appeared urgent and composed. "What has transpired?" The old man inquired hastily upon noticing the newcomer. "Dr. D9, regrettably, our stronghold has been discovered by the Alliance, and they are currently forcing their way in. You must evacuate immediately," the man relayed, his words rapid and his demeanor steady as he outlined the dire situation. "What?" Upon hearing the man's words, Dr. D9 appeared to be instantly drained of all strength, his body staggering backward as if on the verge of collapsing to the ground. "Why must it be at this very moment? My experiment was so close to success. Dr. D9 seemed to have suffered a severe shock, his face a mask of disbelief as he muttered incessantly to himself. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed from outside, indicating that the battlefield was alarmingly near the laboratory. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Dr. D9 rushed to his computer, extracting a USB drive that contained a significant portion of his research findings. "You must stop them," he commanded the man, his complexion ashen, before turning towards the secret passage within the laboratory. Bang! "None of you will escape." Before the doctor could make his exit, a deafening crash emanated from the laboratory's metal door, a colossal force distorting its structure. Subsequently, a massive metallic serpent's head intruded, and atop it stood a burly, dark-skinned middle-aged man. Upon spotting the still stationary Dr. D9, the man grinned. "Just in time," he remarked, gesturing slightly with his fingers toward the masked man. "You must be the Beidou of this base, correct?" It's exhilarating to finally confront the Beidou of the Polaris organization, unfazed by the expressions of those around him. The robust man introduced himself. "I am Jin Shirkai, the master of the Baishan Dojo in Baishan City." He was indeed the dojo master from Baishan City, and the external aid that Xiaoning had mentioned. The operation would only commence following the formal convergence of both parties. With his formidable strength and the assistance of Ren Yueying and others, he charged forward, intent on striking at the heart of the enemy. "Let me gauge your D-grade Beta's prowess," he shouted. Steel Serpent, Stone Spike Attack. Roaring, the power of rock rapidly coalesced, with sharp and robust stone spikes erupting from the ground, forming a treacherous path of rock thorns that surged toward the Beidou with astonishing force. Quick Fist, Sonic Punch. At the critical moment, a humanoid Pokémon, swift as lightning, materialized before the Beidou, its fists like gloved hammers delivering a rapid succession of blows that shattered the oncoming stone spikes. "Indeed, you possess some skill," Jin Shirkai noted with a smile upon witnessing this spectacle. "Now, this is becoming interesting." The Beidou, responsible for combat within the Polaris organization and tasked with the security of all bases, had the 7 most powerful trainers at each base bestowed with the titles of the Big Dipper, ranked according to their strength. 1st Beidou, 2nd Tianxian, 3rd Tianji, 4th Tianquan, 5th Yuheng, 6th Kaiyang, and 7th Yaoguang. Naturally, Jin Shirkai's opponent, being the Beidou of the D9 base, was the strongest among them. While Jin Shirkai exuded confidence and enthusiasm, beads of cold sweat trickled down the Beidou's forehead. He realized he was no match for the dojo master before him. "Iron Fist Master, unleash your power." Electric Pokemon. Use Volt Strike. Without hesitation, the Beidou summoned 2 Pokemon, launching an immediate and fierce assault. Steel Serpent, Rock Slide. King Copper Elephant. Use Heavy Stomp. Jin Shirkai summoned his own Pokemon, a large elephant Pokemon adorned in orange and green, exuding a bronze sheen. Its substantial form caused the earth to tremble upon its entrance. The battle was poised to erupt. Meanwhile, in a hall outside the laboratory, combat unfolded as Ren Yueying and Xiaoning stood shoulder to shoulder, vigilantly observing 2 masked Beidou opponents. Judging by their masks, they were likely the 2nd and 3rd Beidou, Tianxian and Tianji. Xiaoning leaned closer to Ren Yueying, whispering a warning. "Be cautious." Ren Yueying nodded in acknowledgement, signaling her readiness. Black Luja, unleash a mighty roar. Drillhorn Rhinoceros, use Rock Explosion. Unable to contain their impatience, the opposing Beidou initiated their attack. A thunderous roar accompanied a barrage of rock and debris hurtling toward them. Qishi Qingyao Dragon Pulse. Water Turtle, Water Pulse. Bang! Ren Yueying and Xiaoning launched their counteroffensive. The clash of their skills producing a cacophony, dust swirling, and vapor scattering throughout the air. Thus, skirmishes of varying scales erupted throughout the base, with members of the security team and those from the Baishan Dojo uniting to assault the Beidou within. The intensity of the conflict escalated. The sounds within the base resembled fireworks, leaving uncertainty about the situation's status. Not far from the base, Lin Shi was concealed beneath a large tree, listening to the crackling sounds emanating from within. Though anxious, all he could do was wait. Bang! An even louder explosion reverberated from the base, and Lin Shi sensed the earth trembling beneath him. It appeared that the battle was fierce. Hiss! Equally restless was the serpent-like creature in Lin Shi's backpack, which had been in a state of agitation since earlier. Had Lin Shi and the bear baby not restrained it, it likely would have dashed into the base by now. Be patient, rest assured. With the police and dojo present, if the base's strength is indeed as Xiaoning described, victory is merely a matter of time. I promise to take you to find the Mijidasha immediately afterward. Lin Shi consoled the creature. Hiss! Yet this time, the serpent creature remained unappeased. appearing to be in immense distress and agitation as it swiftly wriggled free from Lin Shi's grasp, making its way toward the area where the Pokémon were confined within the base. Wait, Lin Shi exclaimed, caught off guard by the creature's sudden deviation. By the time he reacted, the serpent had already slithered a considerable distance away, heading straight for the basement. Lin Shi's mind raced with thoughts of his own strength in comparison to the Beidou, watching the creature's retreating form before exhaling slowly. It's worth a try. No risk. No reward. To capture the Mijidasha, this risk is justifiable. After all, I'm not heading to the main battlefield, and the danger level isn't excessively high. Bear baby Gyarados. Let us go? The serpent saved my life once. Now, I must return the favor. This is the Polaris base? As he descended into the underground, Lin Shi furrowed his brow, the surroundings shrouded in darkness, the air thick with a nauseating stench. He could see a long corridor lined with many Pokémon, each displaying a listless demeanor. Upon noticing the serpent and Lin Shi's entrance, they all emitted cries of distress. Hiss. However, the serpent paid no heed to the imprisoned Pokémon, resolutely advancing toward the furthest end of the corridor, where a room distinctly more fortified than the others awaited. Inside, Lin Shi beheld a gigantic apple, submerged in an unknown liquid within a cultivation dish. Hiss. The serpent erupted in furious cries, yet the apple remained unresponsive, standing silently in place. Do not fret, serpent. Bear baby, use break to open this iron door. Whoosh. Bear baby swung its massive white claws against the iron door, and soon, the door began to warp and crack open at the center. The serpent swiftly darted inside. Chapter 48, Yaowang. Water Dragon Drill demonstrates its might. Upon entering the room, or rather the cage, Lin Shi's vision became markedly clearer. At the very center of the space lay a colossal cultivation dish, within which the serpentine Pokémon, the Milotic, was submerged. A closer inspection revealed several tubes connecting the liquid to its body, seemingly injecting a continuous stream of energy into it. Strangely, Lin Shi had not observed this phenomenon with the other Pokémon encountered along his journey. Was this Milotic particularly unique? Lin Shi pondered thoughtfully. Something felt amiss. He discerned that the apparatus appeared to be malfunctioning. Typically, such devices should administer nutrients slowly and safely to ensure proper absorption, much like administering glucose to a patient, which is done at a measured pace rather than forcefully injected into the bloodstream. However, the device before him was frantically pumping a multitude of nutrients into the Milotic, which, unable to move, could only passively absorb the onslaught. Lin Shi noted how the creature's body was swelling due to the excessive energy influx. If this continued, it might very well burst. Hiss. The Milotic clearly exhibited signs of distress. Lin Shi rushed forward, intending to deactivate the apparatus, only to discover that the entire contraption was tightly secured, resisting any attempts to pry it open with sheer force. He surmised that the mechanism was likely controlled by a switch, but despite his efforts pressing every button, the device remained inert. Evidently, the recent battle had not only disrupted the energy transfer system, but had also compromised the electrical system as well. Bear cub, shatter that cultivation dish, Lin Shi declared. Faced with the impossibility of opening it through civilized means, he had no choice but to resort to brute force. Agu. The bear cub nodded earnestly, aware of the gravity of the situation, and swiftly began to slash at the device's exterior with its sharp claws. The outer shell proved to be tougher than it appeared, and despite the ferocity of its attacks, only minor scratches were inflicted. Lin Shi estimated that with a bit more time, they would eventually succeed in breaking it open. Now he understood why the earlier serpentine Pokémon had returned in such a frenzy. It must have sensed the Milotic was in grave danger, compelling it to return without hesitation. Duong. Just as Lin Shi and the bear cub were relentlessly assaulting the device, a sudden noise emanated from the entrance. The basement door swung open, and a figure rushed in, seemingly in a panic, as if fleeing from something. Who could it be? Both Lin Shi and the newcomer halted their actions, exchanging wary glances as they scrutinized each other's features. Tension escalated, and an eerie silence enveloped the room. Unfamiliar. Their eyes sharpened in an instant. In such circumstances, encountering an unknown individual could only mean one thing: an adversary. Gyarados Dragon Pulse. Charizard Flamethrower. The two combatants unleashed their attacks almost simultaneously, with the dragon-shaped energy wave clashing violently against the flames, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The ensuing blast reverberated through the chamber, provoking the imprisoned Pokémon on either side to emit cries of alarm or fury. Lin Shi's expression turned grave as he faced a figure adorned with a silver mask etched with the constellation of the Big Dipper, according to his aunt's recent lecture. This individual was likely one of the 7 most formidable trainers associated with this stronghold. However, upon closer inspection, the 7th star of the constellation shone the brightest, indicating that this individual was the weakest among them, known as the Shining Star. This realization offered Lin Shi a modicum of relief. Charizard, charge up for a fire attack. The Shining Star did not hesitate, launching another offensive as the fiery Charizard advanced rapidly towards Lin Shi and Gyarados. Gyarados, Water Dragon Dive. In this life-or-death struggle, Lin Shi dared not underestimate the situation. He immediately commanded Gyarados to execute its most powerful combination move. Roar! Gyarados leapt into the air, surrounded by a swirling vortex of water, its speed increasing as it transformed into a drill-like form at the vortex's center. Long hours of rigorous training had honed Gyarados' proficiency with the Water Dragon Dive, and in an instant, a massive drill, resplendent in blue, green, and red hues, manifested in the corridor, hurtling towards the fiery Charizard with an intent to obliterate. Screech! Upon impact, the Charizard was violently jolted by the force of the drill, its claws aching as it unleashed an even fiercer blaze in an attempt to counter the incoming assault. Yet, it soon realized that its flames were but a mere drop in the ocean against the overwhelming might of the colossal Water Dragon drill. What is this? The Shining Star was momentarily taken aback by the spectacle, but quickly regained composure and produced another Pokeball. Golurk, Bone Rush. A Pokémon adorned with a sturdy bony mask and wielding a bone club materialized before him. The Golurk leaped into action, its club shimmering with a white light as it struck fiercely at Gyarados. Roar! Faced with the dual onslaught, Lin Shi's Gyarados surged with determination, the vortex around it spinning with ever-increasing velocity, rendering the flow of water nearly imperceptible, akin to a solid drill suspended in midair. Gyarados' eyes gleamed with a golden light. Roar! With a deafening cry, Gyarados accelerated the Water Dragon drill, shattering the combined defenses of Charizard and Golurk. Both Pokémon were sent soaring through the air, visibly wounded from the powerful blow. Excellent work, Gyarados. All those energy cubes were not consumed in vain. Observing this triumphant scene, Lin Shi's heart filled with elation. But he quickly issued a new command. Gyarados, use Aqua Tail. Swoosh! At Lin Shi's command, the swirling vortex dissipated into vapor, swiftly coalescing around Gyarados' tail. With a mighty swing, Gyarados unleashed a water-infused tail strike towards the beleaguered Charizard and Golurk, who were still reeling from their previous encounter. Bang! The Aqua Tail found its mark, sending both Pokémon hurtling like stones released from a slingshot, crashing against the far wall of the corridor, incapacitated and unable to continue fighting. The Shining Star stood momentarily stunned, his expression pale, utterly unprepared for such a swift defeat. That Gyarados was terrifyingly powerful. Roar! Having vanquished 2 opponents in quick succession, Lin Shi's Gyarados soared through the air, exuding an aura of triumph, flames erupting from its mouth, its body aglow with golden light, its confidence surging. Gyarados, use Earthquake. Lin Shi did not forget that the battle was far from over. Who knew what other formidable Pokémon the opponent might unleash? He chose to strike first. Directing Gyarados to execute the devastating Earthquake move, the creature swung its tail with great force against the ground, sending tremors rippling through the earth. The vibrations intensified, causing the surrounding walls of the cage to tremble. Under Gyarados' command, the seismic waves converged and surged towards the Shining Star. Chapter 49, Return. Random Light. The Shining Star, sensing the impending earthquake approaching, turned pale and hastily produced his last 2 Pokémon. A Nidoking and a Sandshrew, accompanied by 2 Pokémon, immediately sprang into action upon their emergence, collaboratively employing the Protect skill. A pale green barrier rose to shield them, laboriously resisting the onslaught of an earthquake attack. Observing the newly summoned Pokémon on the opposing side, Lin Shi swiftly utilized his identification skills. To his relief, he discerned that the levels and abilities of these 2 new creatures paled in comparison to the earlier formidable Infernape and Gyarados. Lin Shi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, fortune favored him, as both of the main combatants from Yaoguang were countered by Gyarados. Their excessive caution and attempts to probe the situation left them vulnerable, resulting in Gyarados unleashing a devastating combo before they could react, making the outcome of the battle exceedingly uncertain. Roaring in frustration, the spirited Gyarados unleashed a series of thunderous bellows upon realizing that its attack had been thwarted. Ground-type energy surged within its form, intensifying its earthquake assault, which now bore an even fiercer intensity aimed at Yaoguang. The Protect barrier of the 2 Pokémon faltered under the relentless barrage. Recognizing that Gyarados had seized control of the situation, Lin Shi redirected his attention to the Teddy Ursa and the slaking. At that moment, the slaking was frantically screeching, attempting to awaken its slumbering brethren from within the incubation chamber. However, whether it was due to an unknown influence rendering the slaking in a deep sleep or the soundproofing of the apparatus being too effective, its cries fell upon deaf ears. With rapidity, Teddy Ursa's attacks grew increasingly frenetic. Having developed a bond with the slaking and Gyarados during their time together, it was determined to assist its friend in breaking free from the confining shell. Stupid tortoiseshell, open up. Teddy Ursa's heart blazed with a fiery determination as it struck the apparatus with all its might, sparks erupting from its fists. What is this? Lin Shi pondered, observing the peculiar nature of Teddy Ursa's assault. With each successive strike, sparks erupted, as the bear transformed its fury into power, channeling it through its fists. Gradually, the flames grew more potent, enveloping its entire paw and dramatically amplifying its strength. Flame punch. With a resounding crash, the apparatus shattered, pale green nutrient fluids spilling forth in torrents. Lin Shi understood. Indeed, crisis proved to be the finest teacher, as Teddy Ursa, previously struggling to master the flame punch, had finally grasped its essence in this moment of desperation. With a flash, the slaking darted through the breach created by Teddy Ursa, emerging from the void above the massive apple, its head poking out triumphantly. SSSSSS. Returning to its rightful position of command, the slaking bellowed in an effort to awaken the remaining 6 slakings within the apple, and gradually, under its urging, the others began to stir, their eyes fluttering open one after another. Yet, this was no time for nostalgia. The energy that had been frantically siphoned into the slaking's body moments ago still roiled within, akin to a balloon teetering on the brink of explosion, desperately seeking release. It raised its head to gaze at Lin Shi, who, meeting its gaze, comprehended its intent. Gyarados, return. At Lin Shi's command, Gyarados spiraled back to his side, momentarily taken aback by the sight before it. Where did such a large apple come from? Lin Shi pointed towards Yao Guang and his 2 battle-worn Pokémon, instructing, slaking. Use random beam. Obeying Lin Shi's command, slaking opened its mouth wide, its dragon horns glowing and extending as potent dragon-type energy coalesced within. A beam of pale green energy erupted forth, illuminating the basement as if it were daylight. The robust energy beam shattered the protect barriers hastily erected by Yao Guang's Pokémon, sending them and their trainer hurtling against the wall. Moreover, from the apple, 4 more slaking heads emerged, each mirroring their leader, opening their mouths to unleash their own energy. The random beam, now amplified several-fold, obliterated the basement ceiling and continued its ascent, piercing through the surface and soaring skyward. What transpired? At that moment, Ren Yueying and Xiao Ning, who had dealt with Tianxian and Tianji, along with everyone else present in the stronghold, witnessed the soaring green beam. It appeared to be some sort of skill, imbued with a potent dragon-type energy fluctuation. Furrowing her brow, Ren Yueying remarked, if this is indeed a Pokémon skill, the creature responsible for it must possess considerable strength. She gestured for a squad of elite personnel to advance. Follow me, and exercise caution. The well-trained team swiftly arrived at the basement where the Pokémon were confined. During the initial skirmish, several individuals had fled the scene. Before Ren Yueying could open the door, a metal barrier was forcefully kicked open from within, and a disheveled figure emerged. Upon recognizing the individual, Ren Yueying was momentarily taken aback. Lin Shi? What are you doing in there? The person emerging was, of course, Lin Shi, who, upon opening the door, was met with dozens of curious gazes, nearly prompting him to retreat. Just taking a stroll? Lin Shi blinked, attempting to gauge the situation. However, the icy glare from Ren Yueying left little doubt that she found his explanation unsatisfactory. Feeling bold, are we? Dare to defy orders? With that, Ren Yueying seized Lin Shi by the ear, pulling him out of the room. Do you have any idea how perilous it is here? Thankfully, no one was in there. Otherwise, would you have been able to emerge unscathed? Ren Yueying chastised him, intent on instilling an awareness of the gravity of the situation. From behind Lin Shi, Teddy Ursa curiously peered out, unaware of the commotion outside. It soon clambered up, dragging along an unconscious, or perhaps lifeless, individual. Is that Yao Guang? Xiao Ning immediately recognized the figure being towed by Teddy Ursa, having noted the absence of Yao Guang since the battle began. You did this? Ren Yueying, recognizing Yao Guang, pointed at Lin Shi in astonishment. Just a minor feat, really. This person was far too weak. I subdued him in no time. Lin Shi adjusted his sleeves, feigning nonchalance. Auntie, I'm merely ridding society of its pests. Isn't there a push for cooperation between the police and the public? I took down a member of the Big Dipper, So surely there's a reward, right? Rin Yueying. Ignoring Lin Shi, she ordered the examination of Yao Guang's condition before promptly locking him away. Thus, the entire Big Dipper team at the D9 stronghold was eradicated. By the way, she suddenly recalled her purpose for being there, turning to Lin Shi, who was playfully teasing Teddy Ursa. Did you see a green beam just now? Beam. Lin Shi feigned confusion. No, I didn't see anything. Rin Yueying regarded Lin Shi, nodding slightly, her eyes narrowing. Chapter 50. Capturing the Slaking. Results from the Beidou Polaris Organization's stronghold in Baishan. Stronghold level, D9. Stronghold leader, Dr. D9, formerly known as Lu Wangkai. Research project, integrated Pokémon research. Result of handling. Through the concerted efforts of the Baishan Public Security Garrison Bureau and the Baishan Dojo. A successful operation led to the apprehension of 51 members of the Polaris Organization, spearheaded by Lu Wangkai, including the 7 most formidable members within their base. This transpired a day after the dismantling of the Polaris D9 stronghold, and Rin Yuyao emerged from the post-battle summary meeting, receiving unanimous commendations from her superiors as the overall commander of this operation. Xiaoning, you've arrived, Rin Yuyao greeted the short-haired girl, who was engrossed in sipping tea within the office. Aunt Yao, Xiaoning replied, lifting her head with a bright smile directed at Rin Yuyao. I've come to bid farewell. Now that the mission is accomplished, I must hurry back to school. There's a plethora of matters awaiting me. Xiaoning elaborated, having made a special trip to say her goodbyes to Rin Yuyao. Rin Yuyao nodded, acknowledging that Xiaoning was, after all, still a student. Moreover, Xiaoning playfully elongated her tone. I must also meet Lin Shi. At that moment, Lin Shi was in the courtyard, assessing the condition of the various Pokémon. Pokémon, Teddy Ursa. Level, LV22. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, normal. Ability, pickup. Height, 0, 9 meters. Weight, 18. 0 kilograms. Held item, black belt. Moves, scratch, lick, yawn, fury swipes, low kick, swift, cut. Brick break, bulk up, metal claw, dig, protect, return, ice punch, fire punch. Pokemon assessment, slightly. The data for Teddy Ursa had not undergone significant changes, but recent rigorous training enabled it to successfully master both ice punch and fire punch from the farmer's 3 fists, which was commendable. Pokemon Gyarados. Level, LV30. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, water, flying. Ability, intimidate. Height, 10. 0 m. Weight, 330. 0 kilograms. Held item, mystic water. Moves, bite, whirlpool, hurricane, crunch, waterfall, ice fong, flamethrower, dragon pulse, aqua ring. Dragon dance, protect, earthquake, water tail, rain dance. Pokemon assessment, slightly. Gyarados' stats were impressively splendid, having reached level 30 while also learning rain dance and water tail, both of which are exceedingly practical skills. Next, he directed his gaze toward the large apple nearby, as Lin Shi finally had the opportunity to closely examine this peculiar fruit. It was a vibrant red apple, seemingly oozing syrup. His old acquaintance, no, his old familiar snake, was peeking out, serving as the command post. Lin Shi noted that the dragon horns atop its head had elongated compared to its previous serpentine form, becoming more pronounced. Pokemon, Applin. Level, LV28. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, grass, dragon. Ability, harvest. Height, 20 meters. Weight, 9, 6 kilograms. Held item, none. Moves, withdraw, sweet scent, dragon tail, growth, dragon breath, protect, seed bomb, apple acid, dragon pulse. Curse, leaf storm, dragon song. Pokemon assessment. Applin, the apple snake Pokemon. 7 Applins reside within the apple made of honey, with the central Applin commanding the others. 1. This Pokemon is in a state of excessive energy. Please manage it promptly. 2. Due to unknown factors, this Applin's multi-body state has undergone changes. Lin Shi was quite pleased with the information on Applin, as the addition of grass and dragon types complemented the shortcomings in his team's offensive capabilities. Furthermore, with its commendable special attack and diverse move pool, it could serve as the artillery output his team currently lacked. Its unique move, Apple Acid, is a powerful dragon-type move with a chance to double its effectiveness. However, Lin Shi was somewhat concerned about the note regarding Applin's excessive energy. He could comprehend it, having been present at the scene. Even though Applin had released some energy while using Apple Acid, a significant amount remained accumulated within it. As for the subsequent changes in its multi-body state, Lin Shi surmised it was related to the experiments conducted by the Polaris organization. He was uncertain whether this influence was beneficial or detrimental. Knock, knock. A series of knocks at the door captured Lin Shi's attention. He turned to see Ning standing at the entrance, beaming as she waved at him. Sister Ning, what brings you here? Is there something good to share? Lin Shi inquired playfully, having grown more familiar with her after the confrontation with Polaris. Is it wrong to visit you without good news? Ning crossed her arms, her already considerable waves becoming even more pronounced, casting a teasing glance at Lin Shi. If it's not good news, I fear I might fall ill and be of no assistance, Lin Shi replied with utmost seriousness. Ning, all right, it is indeed good news. Ning sighed, exasperated, and then retrieved an item from the side. It was a banner emblazoned with 4 prominent characters: bravery, injustice. Here, Aunt Yao asked me to bring this to you. As for the other rewards, you'll have to negotiate with Aunt Yao yourself, she said, tossing the banner to Lin Shi. Lin Shi caught the banner and examined it thoroughly, mumbling, just a banner? And why bravery and justice? Lin Shi had expected something more akin to a Demon Slayer title. Sister Ning, you didn't make a special trip just to deliver a banner, did you? He handed the banner to Teddy Ursa, as it had played its part in this achievement, and the Pokémon eagerly approached to inspect it. He then looked at Ning, curious about her motives. Of course not. Huh, of course not. I'm not that free. Having said that, Ning leaned closer to Lin Shi and whispered, I have even better news. Do you want to know? Lin Shi, what with that expression that begs me to inquire? Yet, he responded earnestly, I do, very much so. If words could convey my eagerness, it would be akin to an insatiable hunger for a burger. Ning, what a bizarre analogy, yet it sounds quite repugnant. All right, let me cut to the chase. Ning declared, no longer withholding information. In the recent operation against the Polaris stronghold, your contributions were significant. You not only located the base, but also successfully captured the D9 stronghold's leader, Yao Guang. Moreover, I'm aware that your academic performance at school has been commendable, ranking high in your regular courses, and you recently secured first place in the school-wide Pokémon battle. Before Ning could finish, Lin Shi suddenly interjected, You're investigating me? Ning, don't be ridiculous. Is there a need for investigation on such commonplace matters? She shot Lin Shi an incredulous look. Just joking, Lin Shi chuckled awkwardly. Don't interrupt me. I reported all of this to the school truthfully. With that, Ning winked at Lin Shi. It seems the school is quite interested in you. Oh, Lin Shi's interest was piqued. What do you mean? Is Northern University considering early admission for me? This is quite remarkable. Beifong University is indeed one of the 6 prestigious institutions of higher learning in the land of Shenzhou. Every student who gains admission is nothing short of extraordinary talent, handpicked from a sea of contenders. This is not merely early admission. It is the bestowal of a guaranteed enrollment slot. Almost, Lin Shi said with a cheerful smile. And then, he gazed expectantly at Ning, urging her to continue. What do you mean and then? Ning replied, her brow furrowed in confusion. What advantages can your university offer me if I am accepted? Lin Shi stated matter-of-factly. Surely you don't intend to take advantage of me without compensation? He suddenly became vigilant. Chapter 51, Bargaining Chips. Qualification for Semi-Divinity. Ning, come, have a sip of tea. Lin Shi offered the steaming cup to her. The strange power and the long-tailed creature had gone out with Lin's parents, and this tea was brewed by his own hand. Ning nodded appreciatively as she accepted the cup. Sister Ning, is what you said earlier true? Beifong University allows me to choose my Pokémon in advance. Lin Shi inquired, intrigued, for if it were indeed the case, it would be a favorable condition. After all, each year, exceptional Pokémon are scarce, while the number of students is abundant. Waiting until enrollment to select would leave one's choice to mere chance. Naturally, this privilege is reserved for students with guaranteed admission. Furthermore, I heard from Aunt Yao that you currently have a Pokémon trapped in the Baishan secret realm? Lin Shi nodded, unfazed by his aunt revealing the matter of the wind speed dog to Ning. Observing Lin Shi's affirmation, Ning took a sip from her cup. If that is the case, the school can grant you a pioneering opportunity in that secret realm as part of your admission conditions. A pioneering opportunity? Lin Shi was somewhat perplexed. That volcanic secret realm would take nearly 2 years to pass through its hidden phase. Have you already begun allocating pioneering slots? Indeed. Ning affirmed with another nod. Due to geographical advantages, Beifong University has acquired certain pioneering opportunities in this secret realm, a privilege not afforded to other esteemed institutions. You understand that such uncharted realms have highly coveted pioneering slots that are not available for purchase. But it must also be the most perilous, right? Lin Shi raised his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. Humph, Ning scoffed. If one is unwilling to bear risks, they should remain in the safety zone, living off their laurels, and not expect fortune to fall into their laps. Lin Shi shrugged, nodding in agreement with Xiaoning's perspective. So how about it? Are these conditions acceptable to you? Xiaoning appeared quite confident. The terms she proposed were already generous enough for a high school student, and she could not fathom any reason for Lin Shi to refuse. Lin Shi did not respond immediately. He clasped his hands beneath his chin, contemplating the conditions Xiaoning had just articulated. First, a scholarship of 100,000 yuan upon enrollment, along with the provision of food and training supplies for his Pokémon during his studies, all covered by the university. Second, the privilege to select his Pokémon in advance, with the option to sign a contract with the university immediately. Thirdly, the aforementioned opportunity to explore the Baishan secret realm in 2 years. These terms appeared quite enticing. Yet to Lin Shi, they seemed rather ordinary. The first condition was of little concern to him, disregarding his shares in Gene Duoduo mining. His current assets and resources rendered that sum insignificant. Furthermore, he had reservations about the food provided by the school, fearing it might be unsuitable for his Pokémon. The remaining 2 conditions were appealing, yet he was uncertain about the types of Pokémon he could choose from, and the right to select was typically granted upon normal enrollment, giving it the semblance of an empty promise. As for the last condition, it was merely a slot. Its value depended on one's luck and strength. Observing Lin Shi's furrowed brow and contemplative silence, Xiaoning began to doubt her previous confidence. Lin Shi, do you perceive any issues? She asked, puzzled by his hesitation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shi pondered deeply and ultimately decided he could acquiesce to the terms. Setting aside the first 2 conditions, the third was paramount to him. The Windspeed dog had evolved forcefully, using a firestone to save him, and had cast him out of the secret realm at a critical moment. Its fate within remained uncertain. As its trainer, Lin Shi was confident it was still alive, and having made it wait for over 2 years during the hidden phase, he could not bear to prolong its wait further. Moreover, there was a Pokémon resembling a bear disciple residing in that secret realm. Should he miss the opportunity to enter due to a lack of slots, Lin Shi felt he would be infuriated beyond measure. However, Lin Shi contemplated that while he could agree, the terms were still open for negotiation. With this thought in mind, he looked at Xiaoning and earnestly said, I apologize. Sister Xiaoning, I shall not feign any longer. I lay my cards on the table. With that, he reclined. In truth, I am a millionaire. Xiaoning, behave normally, she exclaimed, gritting her teeth, her beautiful eyes glaring at Lin Shi. What do you mean by that? Cough. Lin Shi cleared his throat, striving to adopt a serious demeanor. What I mean is, I do not particularly need the university's funds or the provided Pokémon food. However, I am willing to offer your esteemed university a chance. A chance? For us? Xiaoning was bewildered by Lin Shi's statement. Sister Xiaoning, could you please share what Pokémon your university can provide? Lin Shi did not respond immediately, but instead inquired about the Pokémon situation at Beifong University. Oh, you mean that? Xiaoning took a sip from her cup. She was quite confident regarding this aspect, as Beifong University is one of the 6 top universities in Shenzhou and excels in Pokémon cultivation. What Pokémon are you interested in? Xiaoning thought it prudent to give Lin Shi an opportunity to express his desires. Are there any semi-divine Pokémon? Uft. Xiaoning spat out the water she had just sipped. I didn't ask you to make a wish. Do you have any idea how rare semi-divine Pokémon are? Beifong University might produce one every few years. Then there must be some available, right? Lin Shi pressed on. Xiaoning pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed. There might be a few left, but do not harbor any illusions. Those will never be offered as a condition for guaranteed admission. You should abandon that notion. Xiaoning advised Lin Shi to relinquish his impossible fantasy. Moreover, do you truly intend to cultivate a semi-divine Pokémon? You must be well aware that while semi-divine Pokémon are immensely powerful, that is contingent upon their ability to mature. It is well known that the cultivation time for each semi-divine Pokémon is extraordinarily lengthy. Just to nurture them into a competent semi-divine Pokémon requires an immense investment of time and resources. Are you certain you can handle that? Xiaoning's reasoning was sound. Most semi-divine Pokémon reach their final evolution at around level 50, some even later, indicating that a fully evolved semi-divine Pokémon possesses at least the strength of a gym leader level Pokémon. As for their pre-evolution strength, most would be described as less than impressive. Enough, forget about the semi-divine Pokémon. I can assure you that if you agree now, securing one of the starter Pokémon is absolutely within reach. As Lin Shi contemplated, he mistakenly believed that Lin Shi had altered his stance, prompting Xiaoning to hastily administer another dose of encouragement. Sister Xiaoning, please do not rush. Let us first discuss the matter of the qualifying deity. Could you enlighten me on what it takes to be eligible to select a qualifying deity? Xiaoning was somewhat taken aback by Lin Shi's persistence, Yet she endeavored to counsel him gently. It's impossible. Do not entertain such thoughts. Instead, focus on something more pragmatic. Would being the top scholar suffice? Lin Shi gazed at Xiaoning and suddenly inquired, what? Is being the top scholar sufficient qualification? Chapter 52, Practical Training, Dual Mode. What did you say? Xiaoning realized she had underestimated Lin Shi. Initially, she thought he was merely indulging in fanciful notions, but it now appeared he was dreaming boldly. Can you achieve the rank of top scholar? Of course not, Lin Shi replied nonchalantly. Xiaoning, then what are you suggesting? I am merely testing the limits of your school's standards, Lin Shi responded. I believe you are probing my boundaries, Xiaoning retorted with an exasperated glance. I wish to ascertain what level of achievement would convince Beifong University that entrusting a qualifying deity to my care is worthwhile. Are you certain? Xiaoning inquired. Her brow slightly furrowed, yet upon seeing Lin Shi's unwavering expression, she understood he was not jesting. I cannot make that decision, but upon returning to school, I will relay your request faithfully. However, I cannot guarantee the final outcome. Xiaoning pondered for a moment before addressing Lin Shi. Acknowledging that such significant matters must receive approval from the school's leadership. That is only natural. I appreciate your efforts, Sister Xiaoning, Lin Shi nodded in agreement, raising no objections. However, you must consider that even if the school consents to your request, it is foreseeable that you will need to achieve commendable results. And if ultimately you do not meet those expectations. Before Xiaoning could finish her thought, Lin Shi interjected, I understand. If I do not succeed, not only will the qualifying deity be lost, but the original conditions may also vanish, correct? Xiaoning simply nodded in silence. Therefore, I need to first review your school's requirements, and I must trouble you, Sister Xiaoning, Lin Shi said with a smile, winking at her. Observing Lin Shi's resolute demeanor, Xiaoning refrained from further commentary, fully aware of his capabilities. After all, he had single-handedly captured the D9 outpost Yaoguang, undoubtedly far surpassing the average peer. Perhaps there truly existed a possibility of fulfilling the school's requirements. With that thought, Xiaoning beamed, her eagerness to return to school palpable. After bidding farewell to Xiaoning, Lin Shi resumed his training of the spirits in the courtyard. To forge ahead, one must first strengthen oneself, regardless of the demands Beifong University might propose. Only with adequate prowess can one achieve their goals. Lin Shi scrutinized the appraisal information of his 3 spirits, contemplating their future training regimens. The aptitude of his Gyarados was exceptional, and Lin Shi noted its remarkable talent for combining skills and skill transitions, which explained its rapid mastery of the Hydro Pump combination move. Consequently, Lin Shi resolved to focus the cultivation on this aspect, as neglecting such a splendid talent would be an egregious waste. He aimed for Gyarados to swiftly acquire additional skills such as Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Dark Pulse, Dragon Pulse, and Hurricane. Although Gyarados did not boast exceptional special attack capabilities, these moves would render its combat style more versatile, and if combined, they might even produce a combination technique akin to Hydro Pump. Moreover, Lin Shi vividly recalled Gyarados' appearance while activating the overconfidence ability and wondered if there was a way to exploit that. Next, Lin Shi's attention turned to his newly acquired Teddiursa. Its training proved to be no less challenging than that of Gyarados. Teddiursa possessed numerous strengths, not only mastering skills with ease, but also exhibiting an extraordinarily robust self-healing ability. Under Lin Shi's guidance during each full moon, its self-healing capabilities had significantly improved in daily battles. Lin Shi estimated that unless Teddiursa sustained overwhelming damage in an instant, it could gradually recover during combat. Therefore, the focus of Teddiursa's training would involve learning skills while simultaneously enhancing its self-healing and resilience, preparing for its evolution into Ursaring and Beartic. It could be said that this task was no small feat. Lastly, Lin Shi turned his gaze to the recently captured Mismagius. He envisioned it as a special attack artillery, primarily focusing on learning special attack skills and enhancing its abilities. However, the 2 status conditions it currently endured were concerning, and addressing this issue was of utmost priority. As for other aspects, given the brevity of their acquaintance, he had yet to fully comprehend its capabilities, necessitating gradual familiarity through future battles. Finally, Lin Shi touched the disaster talisman hanging around his neck, murmuring to himself, this too requires some consideration. Just then, light footsteps approached from behind Lin Shi. But he did not turn around. He recognized that sound all too well. What brings Miss Su here today? The newcomer was, of course, Su Qiming, who approached with Ralts and Eevee cradled in her arms and plopped down beside him. Lin Shi glanced over. Goodness, there is hardly enough room left for another. Hello, Ralts. Eevee, Lin Shi greeted the 2 adorable creatures with a smile. Eevee energetically interacted with him, while Ralts softly greeted him like a lady. I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to? As soon as she sat down, Su Qiming inquired curiously, then pointed at Miss Magius. And is this giant apple your newly captured spirit? I remember Miss Magius is a foreign breed, quite rare to encounter domestically. Oh, nothing much, Lin Shi shrugged. I'm merely invested in a company with an annual income of several modest goals, captured a divine beast, dismantled an international crime organization's outpost for the country, received a banner of commendation, and finally turned down an offer for guaranteed admission to a prestigious university in Shenzhou. All right, Su Qiming interrupted, waving her hand dismissively. If you don't want to share, that's fine, but does your self-invented tale even sound coherent? Lin Shi, what about trust between people? I'm not interested in your nonsense. I came to inform you about the Pokémon field training organized by the school next Monday, she stated. I have a vague recollection. Please elaborate, Lin Shi said, while playfully teasing the bashful Ralts. This outdoor combat training is a joint event held by our school, 4th High School, and 5th High School, located at the Beijianjuan Wild Pokémon Nature Reserve. The specific assessment format will be announced later, but what is confirmed is that this training requires team participation, and students can choose their own teammates. Team participation? Lin Shi stroked his chin, intrigued. It seemed the school leadership was not entirely complacent, but capable of orchestrating something. Indeed. Su Qiming tucked her hair behind her ear and nodded. But you need not worry. I have already signed you up to be on the same team as me. Feel honored, will you? Su Qiming added with a wink at Lin Shi. What? You want to mooch off me? Lin Shi cradled Eevee, resting his head on its fluffy little head, squinting at Su Qiming. Huh. Su Qiming laughed. The team roster has already been submitted. Were it not for my intervention, you would still be unregistered. Oh, but that is not quite accurate. At that time, Zhou Wanjin was adamant about teaming up with Lin Shi, only to be rebuffed by a sharp slap from her. Alas, classmate Lin Shi, this is where you falter. We are all striving for the glory of our school. So why the division of who benefits unfairly? Su Qiming squinted and smiled, patting Lin Shi on the shoulder, her tone bordering on condescension. Lin Shi, did you somehow acquire old Zhang's script? Is that your line? Chapter 53, The Opening of the Points Competition. In Baishan City, within the Beijianjuan Wild Pokémon Nature Reserve, a fleet of coaches parked orderly in the reserve's lot, transporting the senior students here for their outdoor practical training assessment. Lin Shi was, of course, among them. Shigu, are you truly not considering teaming up with me? Zhou Wanjin sidled closer as they strolled along the reserve's path, making one last attempt. I've recently captured a rather formidable black-eyed croc. It would surely be of assistance to you. Having resolved his father's employment crisis, he redirected his energies towards Pokémon training and swiftly tamed a new creature. No need, Lin Shi replied curtly. Moreover, team formations can no longer be altered. Though she claimed not to be particularly concerned with appearances, choosing between Zhou Wanjin and Su Qiming posed a dilemma. It was, in essence, a binary choice. One could only ponder if Zhou Wanjin was excessively confident. Very well then, Shigu, we shall be rivals shortly. I want to be holding back, Zhou Wanjin remarked, a hint of regret in his expression. Students, good morning. I shall now announce the rules for this outdoor practical training assessment, came the speaker's voice. This assessment will take the form of teams of 2, with scores accumulated through points. You will explore the designated areas of the reserve in pairs, aiming to acquire the highest possible points. The methods of acquiring points are as follows. First, victories in battles against wild Pokémon will yield points, with each team member permitted to earn points from a single Pokémon only once. Second, some points are hidden in specific locations throughout the reserve, finding them grants immediate points. Third, trainers may compete for points through 2v2 Pokémon battles, with the winning team taking half of the loser's points. The assessment will last for 2 days, during which students must manage their own food and lodging. Special circumstances may warrant withdrawal from the assessment, but successful withdrawal nullifies your score. During the assessment, students are strictly prohibited from leaving the designated areas of the reserve, capturing wild Pokémon, or commanding Pokémon to attack trainers. Faculty and staff will conduct continuous inspections, and any infractions will result in immediate disqualification and appropriate consequences. Gathered at the assembly point, as the speaker detailed the competition plan, Lin Shi sensed that this outdoor assessment would indeed be quite intriguing. It was no wonder we were instructed to bring ample food, water, and tents, she mused thoughtfully. All right, I trust you all comprehend the assessment plan. I hereby declare the 2-day outdoor practical training assessment officially commenced. With the speaker's command, all students began to enter the forest from various directions. The assessment had officially begun. Old Zhang, has Lin Shi from your class arrived yet? I've heard he seldom attends classes, teased Xia Qianfan, the homeroom teacher of class 23, in the staff lounge, addressing Zhang Jianjun. Humph, geniuses are entitled to certain privileges. Zhang Jianjun retorted dismissively, his gaze fixed on the real-time scoring electronic board in the lounge, which updated student data continuously but displayed only the top 100. Our Lin Shi emphasizes practical training over theory. This is his opportunity. Just wait and see. In truth, Zhang Jianjun was unaware of Lin Shi's current capabilities. But after years of sparring with Xia Qianfan, his reflexive rebuttals had become second nature. Rather than fretting over Lin Shi, it would be prudent to keep an eye on the students from 4th and 5th high schools. I hear they have some promising talents this year, several of whom are already on the path to professional levels. Lin Shi, how shall we proceed? Su Qiming asked, surveying the forest with her backpack on her back. Unlike Lin Shi, she seldom engaged in overnight outdoor training. Lin Shi pondered briefly before turning to her. Simply put, have you ever witnessed a swarm of locusts? Su Qiming, huh? Several hours later, having never seen a locust swarm before, Su Qiming found Lin Shi's fervor rivaling that of autumn locusts. Who knows how he discerned the locations of those points? In a short span, through Lin Shi's deft maneuvers, climbing trees, crossing rivers, and pilfering, both of their points surged upward. Lin Shi, Su Qiming couldn't help but exclaim. What is it? Lin Shi replied, his gloved hand rummaging inside the mouth of a defeated Bidu, searching eagerly. Finally, he seemed to find something, his face lighting up with a smile. So it's hidden here. How unscrupulous of the school. Su Qiming, in terms of unscrupulousness, you're no better than the school. Lin Shi extracted the point card and scanned it against his point bracelet, watching the numbers change. 20 points secured. Why did you call me? Lin Shi casually tossed the point card back into Bidu's mouth. Noticing Su Qiming still frozen in place, he inquired again. Never mind. Su Qiming suddenly felt disinclined to speak. Which direction shall we head next? While appearing deep in thought, Lin Shi was secretly observing the system, quickly determining their next move. This way, he directed, pointing. Su Qiming nodded and followed closely behind. In just a few hours, the pair had amassed nearly 150 points. While Su Qiming was unaware of other teams' standings, she knew that she and Lin Shi were undoubtedly at the forefront. Haha, old Xia, what did I tell you? Zhang Jianjun's hearty laughter echoed through the lounge as he beheld the leaderboard displaying Lin Shi and Su Qiming at the top with 150 points. His grin was so wide it seemed it could split his face. I've always told you to focus on practical training for students. You never paid heed. Now you see the difference, don't you? Ignoring Zhang Jianjun's triumphant tone, Xia Qianfan stared incredulously at the leaderboard. This can't be right. Did this kid cheat somehow? No, even if he had, he wouldn't have accumulated points so rapidly. He glanced again at the other team scores. The second-place team had barely reached 50 points. Nonetheless, historically speaking, such a score within the same time frame represented the highest level of achievement. Yet Lin Shi and his team had surpassed them by 100 points and were still climbing swiftly. How on earth was he achieving this? Those point cards weren't as commonplace as cabbages by the roadside. A shared sense of astonishment permeated the minds of teachers from the other two high schools as well. The speed at which they were accumulating points was simply astounding. The lounge fell into an eerie silence. Everyone, remain calm, one teacher urged, attempting to soothe the gathering tension. Although their current points are quite high, let us not forget the rules of this assessment, where one can still vie for points through battles. By tomorrow, the positions of the top 10 teams will be relayed to everyone's wristbands. If our students can locate and defeat them, then their current points will merely serve as a garment for us. Indeed, that is a valid point. Under his soothing words, the lounge was again filled with a cheerful atmosphere. At this moment, Lin Shi was following the system in search of the next point card, completely unaware that he was the object of many covetous gazes. I suspect this time it must be a big one. Moreover, we are quite close. Lin Shi remarked to Su Qiming while observing the system radar. Indeed, Su Qiming expressed her agreement. Oh, how can you be so certain? Su Qiming sighed, resting her forehead on her hand. Lift your head. Take a few more steps, and you'll be stepping on someone. Chapter 54, Confrontation. Brothers in Combat. Before the two stood a massive Snorlax, but perhaps due to having eaten its fill, it was currently soundly asleep beneath a flourishing tree. Bear cub, EV. Stay clear of the Snorlax. You might get crushed if it rolls over, Lin Shi cautioned, observing the two mischievous Pokémon attempting to use the Snorlax's belly as a trampoline. It seems we shall not be able to obtain this card. Su Qiming assessed after a moment's observation. Lin Shi nodded in agreement without contesting her statement. This Snorlax was of a high level, already half a foot into the elite tier. Even he was reluctant to wake such a creature. Let us move on to the next location. Without hesitation, Lin Shi promptly proceeded to the next site, With the system in hand, points shall be mine. Not long after they departed, two boys approached them. Exchanging glances before their eyes lit up. Without hesitation, they directly challenged Lin Shi and Su Qiming to a battle. Naturally, Lin Shi and Su Qiming did not decline. One must seize the opportunity for free points. Lin Shi sent forth his bear cub and EV, while the opponents released their Pokeballs, summoning two Pokémon into view. Lin Shi immediately recognized them as Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan, both slightly exceeding level 20, classifying them as professional-grade Pokémon, with their impressive levels and type advantages. It was no wonder the two were so confident. As the battle commenced, the opponents eagerly launched their attacks, evidently eager for a swift resolution. One Pokémon swung its fists while the other raised its leg, charging forward with ferocity. EV, use Sand Attack to obscure their vision. Su Qiming swiftly commanded. The agile EV swept its tail across the ground, kicking up a cloud of sand that engulfed the two opponents, the fierce winds making it impossible for them to see. Bear Cub, use Tackle on Hitmonlee. Lin Shi seized the opportunity to strike, as Bear Cub leapt forth, arms outstretched, a faint white light surrounding it, akin to a bird soaring towards Hitmonlee. Boom! Hitmonlee, blinded by the sand, had no time to react before being struck by Bear Cub's tackle. Tumbling away and struggling to rise, clearly injured. Bear Cub, use Slash. With claws aglow, Bear Cub charged at Hitmonlee. Finish it off. With no other options, the opposing trainer commanded Hitmonlee to retaliate with a swift punch. The powerful impact of Bear Cub's right paw collided with Hitmonlee's fist, followed by a fierce slash from its left paw that sent Hitmonlee reeling backward. Unyielding, Bear Cub leapt into the air, crossing its paws before delivering a vicious swipe downwards towards Hitmonlee. Meanwhile, Hitmonchan was aggressively attacking EV. Realizing Hitmonlee was in a precarious state and attempting to swiftly eliminate EV for assistance. However, the situation was far from simple. EV used Double Team. In an instant, EV's form flickered and numerous identical shadows appeared, surrounding Hitmonchan and taunting it with their movements. Already disoriented by the sand, Hitmonchan could no longer discern EV's true location and began attacking wildly. Hitmonchan, use Fire Kick. The trainer, noticing Hitmonchan's predicament, quickly shouted commands. Upon receiving the order, Hitmonchan planted its left foot firmly, its body bending slightly, as flames ignited from its right leg. With a swift spin around its left foot, it extended its flaming right leg in a sweeping motion, shattering the illusions of EV one by one until only the last remained. Yet EV was undeterred by the ferocious Fire Kick, nimbly leaping to evade the strike. Seeing this, Su Qiming remained unfazed by the disruption of her strategy and promptly commanded. EV use Charm. While in midair, EV closed one eye adorably, sending forth a heart-shaped energy orb directly towards Hitmonchan below, striking true. Being a male Pokémon, Hitmonchan was entirely susceptible to the charming attack. Under the influence of charm, Hitmonchan exhibited a distinct change. Its desire to attack diminished significantly. Unable to unleash further moves against EV. EV, use Calm Mind. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qiming ordered EV to enhance its abilities, aiming to swiftly conclude the battle. Yay! EV exclaimed, as psychic energy enveloped it, continually boosting its special attack and special defense. For the final blow, EV, use Psychic. The psychic energy surged before EV, coalescing into a swirling orb that rocketed towards Hitmonchan. Bang! The psychic attack landed, dealing significant damage to Hitmonchan, already weakened and further disadvantaged due to its fighting type being countered by psychic moves, rendering it incapable of continuing the battle. Clap, clap. Impressive indeed. Well done, Miss Su. Lin Shi applauded, praising her performance. As for his own battle, it had concluded swiftly. Hitmonlee had already succumbed to Bear Cub's tackle and, in a futile attempt to brawl with Bear Cub, it stood no chance. Within a few rounds, it had lost its fighting capability. Lin Shi then comfortably watched Su Qiming's battle alongside Bear Cub, noting her excellent command and impeccable timing, as well as EV's remarkable display of skill, clearly honed through diligent training. On the other side, the two combatants exchanged glances, realizing only when Hitmonchan had also fallen that they had bitten off more than they could chew. However, at this juncture, they could only begrudgingly concede half of their points to Lin Shi and Su Qiming. Another 15 points secured. Thus, the two continued their journey, encountering a few other teams along the way, yet no battles ensued. As students from the same school, the other teams were well aware of Lin Shi and Su Qiming's prowess and would not dare to provoke them. As for the meager points they had accumulated, Lin Shi and Su Qiming were indifferent. Time flew swiftly, and soon evening approached. Lin Shi's pace in searching began to wane, primarily because, as time progressed, An increasing number of point markers were unearthed by others, and the point markers on the Pokémon had nearly been exhausted. The few remaining tokens were of little concern to him. Lin Shi found a flat area, somewhat sheltered, to set up camp, and with practiced ease, 2 tents were swiftly erected. It was time to eat. Meanwhile, Su Chi-ming had prepared a meal, which was merely the heating of instant food. Given the limited conditions of the wilderness, high culinary expectations were not feasible. They released their Pokémon, who had been cooped up all day, allowing them some fresh air. Lin Shi's Pokémon, including his Teddiursa, Gyarados, and Superior, along with Su Chi-ming's Magby, Eevee, and Ralts, were all set free. The previously quiet campsite quickly burst into lively chatter. Chapter 55, The Arrival of the Brothers. It was said that Ralt's pink horn could sense the emotions of those around it, and when it detected warmth, it would begin to radiate heat. Lin Shi was unsure of the veracity of this claim, but he found himself irresistibly drawn to touch the Ralts, who was currently enjoying its meal. Perhaps sensing his intentions, Ralts would alertly peek out from its hair whenever Lin Shi made a move. Munching happily, Superior's feeding habits intrigued Lin Shi. It seemed that as long as one among the 7 serpentine bodies fed, the entire Superior could be sustained. Su Chi-ming was also tending to her Pokémon. Observing the adorable Eevee, Lin Shi grew curious. When do you plan for your Eevee to evolve? Have you decided on its future form? As he stroked Eevee's fluffy tail, Su Chi-ming shook her head, admitting that it was a matter she had been pondering lately. Eevee had reached the professional level, with skills and energy sufficiently accumulated, making the evolution question quite pertinent, as it would impact Eevee's future training plans. I'm still uncertain. Do you have any suggestions? Lin Shi stroked his chin, pondering briefly before suggesting, I believe either a Leafeon or a Sylveon would be quite fitting, given that in the wilderness exploration, the encountered Pokémon are likely to be predominantly Ghost, Psychic, and Dark types. A Leafeon offers excellent durability and counters both Ghost and Psychic types, while a Sylveon boasts higher offensive power and formidable fairy attributes, which could prove advantageous against Dark types. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Su Chi-ming nodded thoughtfully. Eevee, what do you wish to evolve into? She raised her hands towards Eevee, inquiring. Eevee, it called, appearing somewhat bewildered, and shook its head, indicating that it was also undecided. And what about you? Which Pokémon do you intend to capture next? Gently placing Eevee down, Su Chi-ming countered Lin Shi's question. She was aware that Lin Shi would aim to enter the White Mountain Secret Realm promptly, and that as an elite-level realm, the participants must meet elite qualifications. An elite trainer must possess at least 4 Pokémon of elite level or higher. Due to the circumstances surrounding his trapped Arcanine, Lin Shi currently had only 3 Pokémon available, necessitating that he capture at least 1 more Pokémon and train it to elite level before the realm commenced. I'm not quite sure yet, Lin Shi replied, shaking his head. He stroked his chin, gazing thoughtfully at the moonlit sky. There were numerous Pokémon suitable for him at this stage, but as a professional trainer, he had only 2 more capture slots available, one of which he needed to reserve for a Pokémon selection when university commenced. This meant he could only utilize 1 capture option at present, requiring him to proceed with utmost caution. In terms of attributes, Fairy, Steel, Ice, and Electric types were all commendable, and he also found Flying types essential, especially since Gyarados' flying capabilities were nearly negligible, as it had learned very few flying moves. However, upon introspection, Lin Shi realized that the type of Pokémon he most desired at this moment was not among those listed. Rather, it was a Ghost type. Beyond their inherent suitability for battles, there was a significant reason for this preference: the unparalleled stealth abilities of Ghost-type Pokémon. Following the confrontation at the Polaris base, Lin Shi had grown exceedingly cautious regarding his safety. As the adage goes, to capture a thief, first capture the king. In genuine life-and-death confrontations, one could hardly expect adherence to league regulations. If given the chance, trainers would strike first. In such moments, a Ghost-type Pokémon capable of concealing itself in the shadows of its trainer would serve as the finest guardian, providing protection and, at critical junctures, acting as a lethal weapon to ambush adversaries. Yet, Lin Shi had observed for some time, and aside from urban legends, there were no credible sightings of Ghost-type Pokémon in White Mountain City. He had resolved that if he could not find a suitable Pokémon soon, he would venture to other cities when the opportunity arose. As night enveloped the surroundings, the wind rustled through the branches, casting slender shadows that resembled clawing specters. After a brief conversation, both returned to their tents to prepare for slumber. Miss Su, if you feel frightened, feel free to come over here. My tent is quite spacious. Lin Shi jested as he departed. Su Chi-ming playfully swung her fist in response. A night devoid of conversation passed, and as dawn broke, Golden sunlight bathed the entire forest in warmth. Rising with the morning sun, Lin Shi rinsed his mouth as a makeshift teeth-cleaning ritual. Gurgle, gurgle. Su Qiming hurriedly approached. Uffed. Lin Shi spat the water on the ground. What's wrong? Su Qiming inquired. Nothing. I merely wanted to ask about our plans for today. Are we following yesterday's routine? Lin Shi shook his head. Yesterday was primarily focused on accumulating points, so battles were scarce, as each team had limited points. Today, however, more individuals will likely shift their focus toward combat, utilizing Pokémon battles to earn points. Moreover, don't forget that the positions of the top 10-point earners will be communicated to other teams, surely attracting numerous teams that missed opportunities yesterday. Given our points, we can expect a fair number of challengers, so we merely need to find a suitable location to await the incoming points, Lin Shi articulated swiftly. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Su Qiming nodded in agreement. Encountering a team so early in the morning is quite fortunate. They appear to be two plump targets. What a fortuitous start. Lin Shi squinted at the forest, where two young men, one tall and one stout, emerged. Hey, this kid looks somewhat familiar, the burly man remarked, peering at Lin Shi and nudging the stout fellow beside him. Humph, chubby one, do you recall anything? Ha, big brother, you must be mistaken. We don't know any students from 3rd high school. The duo presented a united front before Lin Shi. With narrowed eyes, Lin Shi licked his lips. Aren't these the two brothers of Ah? What a twist of fate. Are they truly high school students? They appear a bit older, don't they? Ha. And there's a beauty here too. The stout man's eyes gleamed as he spotted Su Qiming, his face lighting up with a broader smile as he tried to adopt a friendly demeanor. Fear not, fair classmate. For my brother and I are renowned for our chivalrous nature. Rest assured, we shall handle this delicately and ensure your precious spirit remains unscathed, he chuckled. Humph. Can you not aspire to greater heights? Observing the rotund figure before him, the brawny man delivered a swift kick, sending him stumbling. His gaze then shifted to Lin Shi. Remember, we are Wang Heng and Zhang Ha from the 4th high school. It is no injustice that you find yourselves at our mercy today. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Indeed it was as they were named. He found no inclination to retort and simply beckoned his companion, the bear cub, who approached with an eager demeanor, shaking its arms. Well aware that a confrontation was imminent. Gentlemen, if you seek battle, I suggest you commence swiftly, for my breakfast is at stake, Lin Shi remarked with a smirk. No sooner had he spoken than Su Qiming produced a pokeball, her gaze fixed upon the brothers, and with a flash of light, a fire rock mouse materialized on the ground. It slowly rose, flames igniting atop its head and tail, the intense heat warping the air around it. Clearly, Su Qiming and Lin Shi were in sync. Let us conclude this swiftly. Chapter 56. Fusion. The Great Wolf Monster. Brother, it appears we may have misjudged the situation. This is indeed a bit prickly, the stout one murmured, eyeing the formidable bear cub and fire rock mouse with trepidation. Humph, useless fool. Enough chatter, summon your Pokémon. Reluctantly, the stout one produced a Pokeball. With a thud, red light flashed, and Arbok and the Great Wolf Dog appeared on the battlefield. The duel commenced in earnest. Arbok, Great Wolf Dog, fuse. The brothers shouted simultaneously. What? Lin Shi and Su Qiming exchanged bewildered glances. Have you wandered onto the wrong set? This is Pokémon. Following the command, Arbok leaped onto the back of the Great Wolf Dog, wrapping its elongated body around it, securing itself firmly. It then raised its upper body, flicking its tongue menacingly at the two opposing Pokémon. This was the so-called fusion. The sight was too surreal, prompting Lin Shi and Su Qiming to avert their gazes. The Great Wolf Dog lunged at the Fire Rock Mouse with a crunch attack. Woof woof. Despite carrying Arbok, the Great Wolf Dog sprinted with agility, its mouth gathering dark energy into malicious fangs as it charged towards the Fire Rock Mouse. Fire Rock Mouse, unleash flame burst. Su Qiming countered, and the flames enveloping the Fire Rock Mouse surged higher as it opened its mouth, spewing forth scorching fire. Arbok, use protect. Arbok roared, conjuring a vibrant green shield that enveloped itself and the Great Wolf Dog. The flames collided with the barrier, leaving the Great Wolf Dog unharmed as it continued its pursuit. At that moment, the ground trembled as the bear cub erupted from beneath, channeling the earth's power with a punch aimed at the Great Wolf Dog's abdomen. Quick to react, the Great Wolf Dog snapped its head, its menacing fangs closing in on the bear cub. With a resounding clash, the fist met the fangs, causing the bear cub's muscles to quiver as the immense force pushed the Great Wolf Dog back. Where did this little cub find such strength? The burly man, Wang Heng, wore a grim expression as he watched the Great Wolf Dog falter against the bear cub. Brother, do not fret. I shall assist you, the stout one, Zhang Ha, hastily proclaimed, directing Arbok. Arbok attacked the bear cub with acid. Arbok opened its mouth, gathering purple poisonous energy into globules. Fire Rock Mouse utilized Flame Wheel. Su Qiming would not allow Lin Shi to fight alone. The Fire Rock Mouse, engulfed in flames, curled into a fiery wheel and charged towards Arbok and the Great Wolf Dog. Left with no choice, Arbok redirected its attack towards the approaching Fire Rock Mouse. Bear Cub, use Brick Break. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shi commanded as the bear cub struck the Great Wolf Dog with renewed vigor. Its left hand glowing a deep crimson as it landed a powerful punch to the Great Wolf Dog's snout. The impact was staggering, causing the Great Wolf Dog to howl in agony, its body spinning uncontrollably and shaking Arbok loose, rendering it unable to target the Fire Rock Mouse. The Flame Wheel arrived with tremendous force, sending both Pokémon hurtling to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Fire Rock Mouse, unleash Flame Burst. Bear Cub, use Swift. Lin Shi and Su Qiming quickly followed up with their attacks, the starry flames striking their targets with elegance and precision. As the dust settled, the Great Wolf Dog and Arbok lay incapacitated. Lin Shi conceded that their fusion had merit, yet to those of superior strength, such a combination was merely a 2-for-1 deal. The battle concludes. Lin Shi calculated the time. Excellent. My breakfast remains warm. Big brother, it seems we have lost, the stout one uttered in disbelief. Staring at the fallen Arbok and Great Wolf Dog, his voice tremulous. I can see that. The burly man, though outwardly composed, felt the weight of their swift defeat. They had anticipated a loss, but not one so swift and humiliating. You young pup, consider yourself fortunate today. We shall see about this. The burly man hastily transferred half of their points to Lin Shi, muttering a few half-hearted threats before retreating in disgrace. Observing his points climb to 240, Lin Shi nodded in satisfaction. Such a score would likely secure him the top position. Meanwhile, Su Qiming was inspecting the bear cub and Fire Rock Mouse. Realizing that the previous skirmish had merely served as a warm-up, requiring minimal effort and inflicting little harm. At this moment, their advantage became evident, as each possessed 3 Pokémon, all of which, save for the younger Ralts, demonstrated considerable strength. Particularly for Lin Shi, should he unleash his other 2 Pokémon. He could traverse from the north to the south of the forest single-handedly. After their meal, Lin Shi and Su Qiming refrained from departing for half an hour. The time for their assessment would arrive, coinciding with the announcement of the top 10 rankings. They intended to rest and regain their strength in the meantime. The crisp autumn air was refreshing, as fallen leaves danced in the breeze, gently settling upon the earth, adorning the landscape. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. At this moment, the lounge of the 3rd high school was abuzz with activity. What brings you here? Principal? Zhang Jianjun, Xia Qianfan, and a multitude of class teachers greeted an exuberant elder, none other than Zhang Jingyin, the principal of the 3rd high school. I heard our students performed admirably in this assessment, and since I had a moment to spare, I thought I would come and see. Zhang Jingyin replied with a cheerful demeanor, his spirits evidently high. As he raised his gaze towards the leaderboard, Lin Shi and Su Qiming's names shone brightly with a score of 240, significantly surpassing the 2nd-place contender by over 100 points. Lin Shi, Su Qiming, Zhang Jingyin mused, nodding in approval before turning to Zhang Jianjun, extolling, Teacher Zhang, you are truly esteemed. The students you nurture are remarkably exceptional, which surely reflects the dedication you have invested. You flatter me, Zhang Jianjun humbly responded, yet a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth that he could not suppress. Meanwhile, in the lounge of the 5th high school, a lady was anxiously checking her watch, her expression tinged with urgency. Director Jiang, please do not fret. There is still ample time, a somewhat portly middle-aged man interjected. Moreover, I have confidence in Meng Guo and Meng Wan. They will undoubtedly defeat those 2 from the 3rd high school and reclaim 1st place. Upon hearing the words of the plump teacher, Director Zhang's mood lightened slightly as she glanced at the leaderboard, where her students held the 2nd position. She then lowered her gaze, unable to resist casting another glance at her watch. 3 more minutes, she murmured to herself. Only 2 minutes left. Zhang Jingyin estimated the announcement time. 1 minute. Just 1 more minute. Lin Shi swallowed hard, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the front, meticulously counting down the seconds. Time's up. Lin Shi joyfully lifted the lid of his instant noodles, gently stirring with a fork as a rich aroma wafted towards him. Such is the nature of instant noodles. Even a moment's delay can alter their flavor. Su Qiming looked at him in disbelief, noting that he seemed more concerned about the noodles than the impending battle. And weren't we just finishing a meal? Do you think you're a pig? Chapter 57. No cutting in line. As noon approached, 2 boys traversed through the dense forest. stepping on a carpet of fallen leaves. It should be just ahead, the younger boy exclaimed. Brother, we are finally arriving. As they caught sight of the gradually brightening distance, excitement bubbled within them. Soon they would defeat the top contender, seize points, receive accolades, and ascend to the pinnacle of their ambitions. Emerging from the dim woods, the glaring sunlight momentarily blinded them. They raised their arms to shield their eyes, surveying their surroundings. Ahead, numerous teams were lined up in long queues. While in a broader area nearby, many teams were engaged in Pokémon battles. Brother, did we come to the wrong place? The younger boy asked, bewildered by the scene before him. Are you two also here to challenge the number one on the leaderboard? At that moment, a jovial chubby man approached, warmly engaging them. Of course, but what is going on with this line? The older boy inquired, pointing at the lengthy queue. Oh, you mean this? There are too many challengers for the top spot. You must pay and take a number over there before you can battle. What do you mean by paying? The younger boy's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. Of course, they won't let you challenge for free. They have nearly 300 points. Why would they risk half of that to battle you? The chubby man explained matter-of-factly. You only need to pay 500 to secure a chance to battle. And if you win, you will gain 150 points, putting you directly in the top 10. Do you understand? This is a lucrative opportunity. But what if the current number one loses before us? Wouldn't our money be wasted? The younger boy immediately countered, concerned that all their effort would be for naught. Rest assured, if you lose before the battle, we will refund you without charge. Besides, you can directly challenge the victor. They will still be here after the fight. The man assured them. The two exchanged glances, the proposition sounding increasingly reasonable. Also, let me tell you, the earlier you pay, the sooner you can queue up. Spots are limited and time waits for no one. They hesitated, still unsure. Sigh. The chubby man shook his head at their indecision. You two seem to possess potential. I didn't expect you to lack such resolve. If you're not going to challenge, step aside and make room for those behind you. Wait, let us discuss this. The younger boy urged, leaning closer to his older brother, his tone frantic. Brother, he has a point. We came all this way and wasted so much time. It would be a shame to turn back now. Besides, the money isn't that much. Let us go for it. After contemplating his younger brother's words, the older boy clenched his teeth, steeling himself. All right, where do we pay? The chubby man instantly donned a professional smile. Just turn left up ahead. Following his instructions, they soon arrived at the payment station, where a simple table stood with a person seated beside it, a sign reading payment station prominently displayed. You two wish to pay, I presume. 500 each, no credit, the attendant stated. Here, ticket. The older boy impatiently tossed the money onto the table before asking, what number are we? The attendant did not immediately provide a number, but instead glanced at their point bracelets with a sigh, shaking his head in disappointment. I'm afraid, with your current points, you can only qualify as low-tier members. It may take a long time for you to get a chance to battle. What? The two boys stared in shock. Didn't that chubby guy say to pay and get in line first? And what does low-tier member mean? The older boy's face flushed with anger as he slammed his hand on the table, demanding answers. Please, don't be hasty. You see, your points are only 35, which is quite low. Do you honestly think you can defeat someone with hundreds of points with just 35? Is that fair? Would you agree to such terms? The bespectacled attendant's questions left the two boys bewildered. This is... The older boy faltered, feeling humiliated. Their luck had been poor. They had encountered very few Pokémon the previous day, and finding items was not their forte. What do you mean by this? And what is this low-tier membership? He asked, still unwilling to accept defeat. Given the varying points of challengers, we classify them into different membership tiers. Higher-tier members can challenge the top contender more quickly. Then how long do we have to wait? The boys' expressions darkened as they hurriedly inquired. Let me check. The attendant glanced at the list in his hands, flipping through pages. Their hearts sank with each turn. Oh, there are over 50 teams ahead. You will likely have to wait until the day after tomorrow. What? The day after tomorrow? The assessment ends tomorrow, do you know that? The older boy shouted, drawing the attention of several nearby students. This is unacceptable. We can't wait that long. Ignoring the strange looks from those around them, he slammed the table, shouting, Lin Shi, right? Don't give me this nonsense. If you have the guts, come out and face me. Before he could finish, his younger brother covered his mouth. Brother, please stop. He pleaded, his voice laced with urgency. Who are you? What power do you possess? I've been waiting in line for ages, and you just show up demanding to cut in. Yeah. Why not let me practice my skills on you? My hands are itching to battle, another voice chimed in. You think you can just cut in line? I absolutely despise line cutters. The words of the young man instantly ignited a fervor among the crowd. The irritation of waiting in line was exacerbated by someone attempting to cut in, which only heightened their annoyance. I'm sorry, we were just joking, the younger brother stammered, visibly shaken, quickly bowing his head in apology. Even the typically domineering older brother acquiesced, lowering his head in compliance. With no other choice, the two swiftly turned around, retreating in a dejected manner, intending to vacate this contentious place. Please don't rush off, gentlemen. There are alternatives to challenge first. The attendant called out as he noticed the pair about to leave. Frowning, the two turned back to regard him, curiosity piqued. Could you perhaps finish your sentence in one breath? One of them inquired. I understand your points are limited. However, the current champion, Lin Shi, is quite magnanimous and unwilling to let those with scant points leave empty-handed. Thus, you may head to the battle zone nearby to earn some points. The battle zone? The two suddenly recalled seeing a throng engaged in combat as they entered. Indeed, while your current points are insufficient, I am confident in your exceptional abilities. If you venture to the battle zone, your points will surely multiply. Once you return with over 150 points, we shall immediately elevate your status to VVVP, guaranteeing you the first challenge rights. The older brother pondered, glancing at his younger sibling. What he says does have merit. We can't just leave without gaining anything. Earning some points over there wouldn't hurt. The younger brother hastily encouraged him. The older brother furrowed his brow, sensing a familiarity in the argument. Yet he realized there were no better options and reluctantly nodded. All right then. Chapter 58. Genghis, Ghost Type. On the battlefield, a colossal onyx was relentlessly hurling rocks at a Teddiursa, clearly displaying signs of injury. Teddiursa nimbly leaped onto the stones and executed a rock smash. Following Lin Shi's command, Teddiursa adeptly utilized the airborne debris as a springboard, rapidly closing the distance to Onyx, its right paw enveloped in a crimson glow, descending forcefully onto the Onyx's head. Boom! A direct hit. The massive Onyx collapsed, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Battle concluded, Lin Shi declared, bowing with a smile as he stepped down from the arena. How was that? I told you that Onyx wouldn't require your intervention. Teddiursa handled it flawlessly, Lin Shi boasted before Su Qiming. Impressive, impressive indeed. Su Qiming clapped her hands, her expression unchanging as she offered her praise. Finally, it's our turn. A cheerful voice chimed in from the battleground. A short-haired girl in athletic attire called out to him. Please wait a moment. My Pokémon and I need a half hour to rest before the next battle can commence. Since she had paid for her time, Lin Shi naturally smiled in service. What? Half an hour? Can we expedite this? The short-haired girl clearly exhibited impatience, exclaiming loudly. All right. Xiaoan, since they said so, let us wait a bit longer. Beside her, a long-haired girl, who bore a striking resemblance but possessed a more aloof elegance, spoke softly. Sister. Meng Wan, hearing her sister's words, reluctantly acquiesced. She then turned to Lin Shi and made a playful face. I'll make sure to knock your teeth out in half an hour. Lin Shi chuckled. Youthful exuberance. Together with Su Qiming, they returned to their resting spot. Noting the score on their wristbands had risen to 380 points. Lin Shi licked his lips. This method certainly yields swift returns. Brother Shi, we've earned quite a bit today. A stout figure approached. It was Zhou Wanjin, accompanied by his teammate Han Xiaoqing, who was also Lin Shi's classmate. Thank you for your hard work. I'll distribute the wages tonight. Lin Shi replied generously. Brother Shi is magnanimous. Zhou Wanjin cheered. While he certainly didn't need the money, as he would say, I'm not short on cash. I simply relish the thrill of earning. By the way, Brother Shi, class leader, do you know about your upcoming opponents? Lin Shi looked up, noticing Zhou Wanjin's conspiratorial demeanor. Out with it. Cough, cough. Zhou Wanjin cleared his throat. I've done some digging beforehand. That pair of sisters are the star figures from the 5th high school. Not only are they stunningly beautiful, but they also boast formidable strength, with countless admirers at their school. The elder sister, Meng Ge, has captured a rare ghost-type Pokémon, Genghis, which is incredibly powerful. In a recent school assessment, she, like you, secured first place. It is said they share a profound synergy in double battles, making them a formidable opponent for most teams. They currently hold the second spot on the points leaderboard. Lin Shi nodded knowingly, exchanging glances with Su Qiming. It seemed they were in for a challenging encounter. Now this is getting interesting. As noon passed, the gentle sunlight nourished the autumn forest. Lin Shi keenly observed the sisters before him. Despite their identical appearances, their distinct personalities were immediately apparent. Are you ready? Let us get started. The short-haired girl hopped energetically onto the battlefield, shaking her fists at Lin Shi. With no objections, Lin Shi nodded. Haha, splendid. Come forth, elegant cat. Meng Wan exclaimed joyfully, releasing a charming cat-like Pokémon into view. Elegant cat is a favored choice among female trainers, being a common companion Pokémon. My apologies. The elder sister, Meng Gu, stepped forward, offering a slight bow to Lin Shi and Su Qiming before summoning her own Pokémon. A gaseous entity with a black spherical core emerged from her Pokeball, opening a mouth adorned with fangs, playfully grimacing at the audience. Pokémon, Genghis. Level, LV24. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, ghost, poison. Ability, levitate. Height, 1, 3 meters. Weight, 0, 1 kilogram. Held item, orange berry. Skills, lick, scare, odd light, curse, hypnosis, black glare, ice wind, acid bomb. Shadow ball, protect, ability swap. Pokemon assessment, Genghis, the gas Pokemon. It seems to appear in abandoned houses. Its form is indistinct, resembling gas. This is a healthy yet mischievous Pokemon. Genghis, now that's intriguing. Lin Shi contemplated as he reviewed the assessment information for Genghis and Elegant Cat. Let us summon our Pokemon as well. He turned to Su Qiming, and they chose their trusty companions, Eevee and Teddiursa. After a long rest, Eevee was in prime condition, while Teddiursa, with its robust recovery abilities, was ready for an extended battle. As for type matchups, ghost types generally couldn't harm one another, making it a balanced encounter. Let us first concentrate our attacks on that Genghis, Lin Shi suggested, sensing the potential threat of the ghost type. Agreed. Teddiursa, use Fire Punch. Eevee, dash in and employ Shadow Clone. The current battle commenced with Lin Shi and Su Qiming launching their offensive. Both Pokemon swiftly advanced towards the opposing Jengars. The Cubchoo ignited its fists in flames, while the Eevee utilized its skills to summon multiple clones. Xiaowan, cover me, Meng Gu instructed his sister. Of course. Mengwan replied, nodding confidently. The Elegant Cat executed a dazzling move. Meow. A brilliant light surged from the Elegant Cat, growing increasingly bright, akin to a flashbang thrown onto the battlefield, obscuring everything in luminous brilliance, causing Lin Shi to squint in discomfort. Damn, why is it attacking the trainer? He exclaimed. Cubchoo, close your eyes. Egu, the Cubchoo replied, accustomed to nighttime battles, its extensive training in the dark honing its hearing. Its ears twitched, discerning the direction carefully. The flames in its paws intensifying as it locked onto its target and struck with full force. Meow. A sound reminiscent of a cat's fur bristling echoed, the light subsequently waning. It turned out that Cubchoo's target was not Jengar, but the flashbang itself. Eevee, use Shadow Ball on Jengar. Confused by the blinding light, Eevee had been anxious and hesitant to attack for fear of harming its allies. However, as the brilliance dissipated, it seized the opportunity. Ghostly energy coalesced before it, and a shadow ball the size of a fist was formed and launched. Still in its shadow clone state, all of Eevee's clones simultaneously conjured shadow balls, all hurtling towards the airborne Jengar from all directions, an overwhelming onslaught. Chapter 59, Immunity, Ability Exchange. The proficiency of this shadow ball is astonishing. That Eevee's talent is truly remarkable. The battle naturally attracted many spectators. This clash was not merely between the first and second ranked teams, but also a contest between the strongest from the 3rd high school and the 5th high school, making it a topic of great interest. It represented not just a struggle for points, but also a reflection of the teaching standards between the two institutions, with students from both schools hoping for their respective champions to prevail. At that moment, the lounge of the 5th high school buzzed with news of the ongoing battle. The reports were confirmed. Meng Gu and Meng Wan were engaged with the top-ranked Lin Shi and Su Qiming, and I began to set up the screen. Soon, the screen flickered to life, displaying the scene of their confrontation, albeit somewhat shaky and unclear, as if it were a clandestine recording. Indeed, it was captured secretly by the supervising teacher from a distance. The opposing Pokémon are well-trained, remarked a portly male teacher, observing the footage. In terms of individual Pokémon strength, Meng Gu and Meng Wan were at a disadvantage. Director Zhang nodded in agreement, but then adjusted his glasses, confidence resonating in his voice. But this is a doubles match, is it not? The surrounding teachers nodded, filled with faith in the Meng sisters' capabilities in doubles. Back at the battlefield, after being struck by Eevee's shadow ball, Jengar grimaced, baring its teeth, and stuck out its tongue at Eevee. Jengar, use ability exchange. Meng Wan commanded calmly. Jengar swiftly darted behind Eevee, a shadow swept from its form, surging towards Eevee. Lin Shi's expression shifted slightly. He understood what the opponent was attempting and knew they could not allow it to succeed. Get Eevee to dodge. He shouted urgently, but it was too late. Jengar had endured a shadow ball precisely to approach Cubchoo, and with this technique, it had long mastered under Meng Ji's meticulous training. Eevee had no means of evasion. Before long, the shadow enveloped Eevee. while a white shadow emerged from Eevee and entered Jengar's body. The abilities of both Pokémon were exchanged. Jengar's ability transformed into adaptability, enhancing the power of moves that share its type. What? Su Chi-Meng furrowed her brow, puzzled by Meng Ge's strategy. Regardless, if Jengar endured another Shadow Ball, it would be on the brink of incapacitation. Thus, offense was the best defense. She immediately commanded, Eevee, use Shadow Ball. Yow! Eevee let out a cry, gathering ghostly energy into a sphere once more, launching it towards the airborne Jengar. Swish! The Shadow Ball passed through Jengar, which grinned mischievously at Eevee, evidently suffering no damage. How could this happen? Su Chi-Meng was taken aback. Even after the ability exchange, Eevee had merely transformed into a levitate ability, not expected to yield such results. It's the Elegant Cat's ability, Lin Shi elucidated. When Jengar used the dazzling skill earlier, it seized the opportunity to exchange abilities with the Elegant Cat. It transformed into the Normal Skin ability, which converts all non-normal type moves into normal type moves, slightly enhancing their power. Then, it swapped Eevee's ability for Normal Skin, rendering all of Eevee's moves normal type, incapable of inflicting damage upon the ghost type Jengar. Lin Shi's thoughts crystallized in an instant. Damn, that's impressive. The first truly lives up to its rank. What ingenuity. This time, it seems Lin Shi and his team may face defeat. Gidge, my love, I adore you. The crowd erupted in excitement, clearly fascinated and impressed by Meng Ge's tactics, a refreshing departure from the usual straightforward exchanges of skills. In the lounge of the 5th high school, the teachers displayed relaxed expressions, sensing victory was within reach. Conversely, the atmosphere in the 3rd high school lounge grew subdued. A group of individuals stared silently at the large screen displaying the battle, just as the 5th high school had managed to find someone to record the event. The 3rd high school had its methods as well, and it appeared the quality was 1080p. Mr. Zhang, what are your thoughts on the current situation? Zhang Jingyin inquired, resting his chin on his hand, his expression calm and unreadable. Well, Zhang Jianjun pondered for a moment. I have confidence in Lin Shi. Upon hearing Zhang Jianjun's words, Zhang Jingyin nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and the lounge returned to silence. On the battlefield, after Lin Shi's explanation, Su Chi-Meng nodded in understanding. Effectively utilizing abilities was indeed an essential skill for any trainer. Observing Meng Ge's self-assured demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Truly, the first rank is not easily contested. Jengar, use Acid Bomb on Cubchoo. Elegant Cat, we shall also strike. Use Charm on Cubchoo. Commanded Meng Gu and Meng Wan in unison. It appeared their initial target was aimed squarely at Cubchoo, which was a sensible approach. If Cubchoo fell, the remaining Eevee, unable to attack Jengar, would lead to inevitable defeat. Cover me, Lin Shi said, turning to Su Chi-Meng, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. Su Chi-Meng nodded gravely. Cubchoo, use Metal Claw. Eevee, unleash Shadow Ball on the Elegant Cat. Cubchoo's paws sprouted metallic claws akin to Wolverine's as it approached Jengar, repeatedly wielding its claws to deflect the acid bombs Jengar spat forth. The Elegant Cat's assault soon followed, but a sphere of shimmering white light in the form of a Shadow Ball shielded Cubchoo from the onslaught. A shadowy sphere struck the elegant feline, and due to its special ability, the normally ineffective Ghost-type move inflicted damage upon it. Meow. The Elegant Cat winced in pain from the hit. Jengar unleashed an icy wind. Observing the assault on the Elegant Cat, Meng Gu promptly commanded Jengar to provide cover. A chilling breeze erupted from Jengar, howling towards the bear cub and Eevee, as frost began to coat the ground, severely hampering the speed of both Pokémon. The bear cub employed Dig, enveloped in a yellowish ground-type energy, swiftly burrowing underground to evade the icy gusts. Jengar needed to be cautious. Meng Gu immediately became alert. Without its levitation ability, Jengar was vulnerable to ground-type moves, which could be fatal. Eevee used Charm against Jengar. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chi-Meng swiftly ordered an interference against Jengar. Eevee blinked at Jengar, sending a heart-shaped energy orb hurtling towards it. Meow. The Elegant Cat leaped into action, intercepting the charm, as it too was female and thus unaffected. Let us focus our efforts on that, Eevee, Meng Gu instructed her sister. Jengar, unleash your most powerful icy wind. In an instant, the frigid gale howled forth, laden with frost, directed at Eevee. The Elegant Cat executed Iron Tail. It soared gracefully into the air, a skill likely honed through extensive training with Jengar. As it extended its tail, gleaming with a metallic sheen, and struck at Eevee. Bang! Eevee was sent flying by the Iron Tail, performing a somersault before landing clumsily, a pained expression adorning its adorable face as it glared fiercely at the Elegant Cat. The little Eevee was furious, Bear cub used dig. Everything transpired in a flash. As Eevee was struck by the elegant cat's iron tail, the bear cub also emerged from the ground, propelled by potent ground-type energy, launching a formidable punch at Gengar. Although Gengar reacted swiftly, its loss of the levitation ability significantly hampered its mobility, resulting in a glancing blow from the bear cub. Grimacing in pain, Gengar flashed with white light, activating its Oran Berry, restoring a measure of its health. Chapter 60, Mimicry, the Final Showdown. The back-and-forth exchanges of attacks captivated the onlookers, leaving them breathless. Lin Shi and Su Qiming were remarkable, managing to hold their own in such a tense situation. And it seemed they might even be gaining the upper hand. Was it just me, or did I feel a significant gap in skill? MD, compared to them, I feel utterly inadequate. Nearby students whispered among themselves, their voices a cacophony of debate and cheers. In the arena, Lin Shi and Su Qiming exchanged a glance. The battle was only just beginning. Bear cub, Eevee, used dig. EO. The two Pokémon flickered and almost simultaneously burrowed into the earth, swiftly vanishing from sight. Be cautious. They can't attack you. Cover me. Menggu quickly assessed the situation, designating the levitating elegant cat as support. Understood, Mengwan confidently replied. Elegant cat. Unleash iron tail against the ground. Meow. The elegant cat elegantly called out, its tail hardening to iron, striking the ground with all its might. Bang. The ground trembled slightly as a yellowish figure shot forth from the soil, swiftly attacking the airborne Gengar. This is it. Gengar used Acid Bomb. Menggu seized the moment, commanding Gengar to launch an assault against the figure. The skill hit with a splat, but as the dust settled, Meng Ge's eyes widened in disbelief. It was not the bear cub. Caught off guard, Menggu instinctively assumed the attacker was the bear cub, especially since Eevee's moves were ineffective against Gengar. Not good. Her eyes flashed, and she swiftly commanded, Gengar, use Protect. Just then, the bear cub leaped from the ground, lunging fiercely at Gengar from behind. In the nick of time, a Protect shield rose before Gengar, safeguarding it from the bear cub's attack. Phew. Witnessing Gengar withstand the assault, both Menggu and Mengwan breathed a sigh of relief. Not only them, but the teachers in the distant rest area were also visibly anxious for their performance. Thank goodness Menggu reacted quickly. Indeed, that was close. Seeing the attack thwarted, Lin Shi did not feel regret. If one attempt fails, we shall try again. Use dig. Lin Shi and Su Qiming employed the same strategy, directing their Pokémon to burrow underground. Soon, the two Pokémon had excavated several holes, encircling Gengar and the elegant cat, leaving everyone uncertain of when they would emerge. The elegant cat swung its tail, striking the ground repeatedly, akin to a whack-a-mole game. Yet it could not land an accurate hit. Ugh, this is so infuriating. Mengwan grumbled, scratching her head, her gaze fixed on the ground in apprehension of the bear cub's sudden emergence. Now's the time, attack. Lin Shi and Su Qiming called in unison. As both Pokémon burst forth from the earth, covered in dust, momentarily indistinguishable, trapping Gengar in between. Gengar swayed side to side, unsure how to evade. We won't fall for the same trick twice. Menggu stated coolly, then issued her command. Gengar, use Trace. Huh. Gengar called, as shadows swirled around it, targeting the elegant cat nearby. In an instant, the two Pokémon exchanged abilities. Gengar reclaimed its levitation, while the elegant cat adapted the ability once belonging to Eevee. Just then, the bear cub and Eevee's attacks hurtled toward them, but Gengar's form suddenly elevated, causing both attacks to miss. Excellent. Menggu is incredible. From that moment on, Menggu became my soul goddess. The spectators erupted with thunderous cheers for Menggu. Hee, sister is amazing, Mengwan praised, her gaze shifting to Lin Shi, anticipating his expression. However, the result left Mengwan stunned. What was this expression? It bore the semblance of a schemer's triumph. Puzzled, Mengwan soon heard Su Qiming issuing commands beside Lin Shi. Eevee, use Mimic. Instantly, before Eevee even touched the ground, it radiated the same light as Gengar during the ability exchange, and a shadow emerged, entering Gengar's body, prompting another exchange of abilities. The Mimic move allowed it to replicate the most recent move used by its opponent. What? Meng Ji's eyes widened. An unprecedented display of shock since her battle with Lin Shi began. Yet, she quickly noticed Lin Shi calmly giving his next command. Bear cub, use Earthquake. Lin Shi's voice was soft, yet to Menggu and her sister, it resonated like thunder. EEGUH. The bear cub elongated its roar, its fists pounding the ground with ferocity, causing the earth to tremble violently and crack, making it difficult for the onlookers to maintain their footing. Meanwhile, Eevee, utilizing its newfound levitation ability, gracefully floated into the air, evading the damage from the earthquake move. Layer upon layer of tremors rippled across the ground, akin to genuine ripples stirring upon a tranquil surface of water. The waves surged rapidly toward Gi's and Elegant Cat, inflicting upon the two sprites immense harm in the blink of an eye. With a resounding crash, both sprites were hurled away, crashing violently to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. The situation took a drastic turn. Before the onlookers could comprehend what had transpired, the outcome was already determined. The battle had concluded. A profound silence enveloped the scene, akin to a deathly stillness. Damn, Shi Ge is incredible, and Meng Jie is awesome. A voice broke the silence, followed by a fervent uproar from the crowd. Lin Shi, you are so handsome. I love you. Su Qi Ming, from this day forth, you are my goddess. Damn, that person in front has changed too quickly. Lin Shi, you are my deity. Observing the opponent's sprites incapacitated and listening to the thunderous cheers around them, Lin Shi and Su Qi Ming simultaneously exhaled in relief. Despite the effort it required, they had ultimately triumphed. In the adjacent lounge, damn, impressive, Teacher Zhang exclaimed. As an educator, could you possibly restrain yourself? My apologies. Zhang Jianjun's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized he had lost his composure, hurriedly apologizing to compensate, yet the joy in his eyes was undeniable. This kid Lin Shi truly brings me pride. This earthquake move was undoubtedly worth it, Zhang Jianjun mused. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, which banished the last remnants of resentment he held for Lin Shi's habitual absence from class. If only all students could achieve what Lin Shi and Su Qi Ming have, skipping class would be perfectly acceptable. Haha, indeed. The new generation surpasses the old. Zhang Jingyin rose with a smile, lavishly showering praise. The other teachers in the lounge beamed with joy, sharing in the triumph. Conversely, Director Jiang of 5th High School wore a pallid expression. The highly anticipated Meng Gu and Meng Wan's defeat left her momentarily in disbelief. After a pause, she slowly exhaled and addressed the surrounding teachers. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Although we lost, it showcased the quality and strength of our students. Meng Gu and Meng Wan did not disappoint me. It's simply that the two from 3rd High School proved to be superior. We must not place undue pressure on them. The surrounding teachers nodded in agreement, endorsing the director's perspective. Despite the loss, it was a splendid defeat. Certainly better than 4th High School, who currently lacked any sense of presence. With this thought, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Chapter 61. Helplessness, Overestimating One's Abilities. Xiong Bao EV. Splendid work. After the battle concluded, Lin Shi and Su Qi Ming hurried to check on their sprites' conditions. Xiong Bao appeared fine, with injuries that would heal swiftly. But EV was in a more serious state, its little face contorted in distress. We lost. You were indeed formidable. The Meng sisters approached the two, with Meng Wan pouting, somewhat dissatisfied. Didn't you say you would leave me searching for teeth? Lin Shi remarked with a playful smile. Meng Wan's face flushed as she recalled her pre-battle declaration. You petty man, she murmured, lowering her head. Today's match was captivating. We accept our defeat graciously. Meng Ji's cool voice resonated, akin to a pristine mountain spring. I eagerly anticipate our next confrontation. With that, Meng Gu extended her hand toward Lin Shi. Understanding her intent, Lin Shi smiled knowingly and shook her hand, feeling its softness and coolness. So do I. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the sky, Lin Shi and Su Qi Ming, weary from the day's battles, felt the toll of exhaustion. Even the resilient Xiong Bao seemed fatigued, let alone Hua Yanshu and Evie. Observing the tired Su Qi Ming and the sprites, Lin Shi contemplated bringing this farce to an end. Everyone, perhaps we should call it a day, Lin Shi suggested. Glancing at the still-waiting crowd, his voice tinged with resignation. In truth, after Lin Shi and Su Qi Ming triumphed over the Meng sisters, a significant number of students had already departed, realizing their chances of victory were slim. Following their successive wins, many more students had trickled away, leaving only those hoping to capitalize on Lin Shi and Su Qi Ming's exhaustion. What? No way, a young man shouted. His face flushed as he glared at Lin Shi, adopting an unyielding stance. After finally winning points from the battle zone and waiting in line for so long. You want to end it now? Absolutely not. Furthermore, this was the perfect opportunity to strike, as it indicated Lin Shi was at his limit, appearing strong yet feeble. One must understand that Lin Shi and Su Qi Ming possessed an alarming amount of points and were incredibly renowned. If he defeated Lin Shi, not only would he claim the top spot, but he would also earn everlasting glory throughout the high school. With this thought, his eyes gleamed with fervor. It cannot end like this. At this moment, a subordinate approached. Boss, I believe Lin Shi has a point. Shut up, the boy shouted back, then turned his attention to Lin Shi, speaking with an air of superiority. Lin Shi, there are so many of us here. Having paid a substantial amount and waited for so long, you think you can just walk away? Dream on. I'll tell you this. Either you concede and hand over your points, or you fight us. There is no other option. The boy's emotions ran high, and the students behind him echoed his sentiments, their fervor rising. Many relished the thought of Lin Shi's recent acclaim, which stirred their envy. Let us see you act tough now. They regarded Lin Shi's expression as if he were prey, each one poised with their knives and forks, eager to partake in the spoils. Sighing, Lin Shi mused, why is it that when I attempt to save you time, points, and energy, you fail to appreciate it? Looking at the student's eyes filled with fervor and greed, Lin Shi donned a resigned smile. I truly have no recourse against you. All right, you make a valid point. Lin Shi acknowledged, raising his hands in acquiescence. However, my partner and Xiong Bao are quite fatigued, thus they will not partake in this round. Lin Shi? Su Qiming gasped, turning to Lin Shi, who winked at her before falling silent. She understood his true strength and felt no need to worry. What do you mean? Are you conceding? The boy, interpreting Lin Shi's words as a sign of defeat, could not suppress a grin, envisioning points and glory beckoning him. No way. Lin Shi, are you even a man? Beat him up. A real man doesn't back down. If you concede, I will lose all respect for you. Upon hearing Lin Shi's statement, the remaining students in line began to panic. If Lin Shi truly conceded, all their efforts would be in vain. This was precisely why Lin Shi always requested rest after his battles, and why it was invariably granted. They simply wished for Lin Shi to be at his weakest during their match. As for others, they hoped for Lin Shi to win decisively, amassing even more points. Lin Shi raised his hand, signaling for silence. Everyone, please remain calm. I have not declared defeat. I merely stated that my partner and the bear cub shall not partake in this battle any longer, for I am preparing to switch to a different Pokémon. Lin Shi spoke nonchalantly, retrieving a Pokeball from his pocket and waving it toward the audience. What? He has another Pokémon? One onlooker exclaimed, bewildered, for he had never heard of nor seen Lin Shi use another creature. Umph. Hearing the chatter around him, Zhou Wanjin smirked disdainfully, thinking these fools were still hoping for a stroke of luck. Once Brother Shi's Gyarados emerges, it will surely frighten you all into submission. At this moment, Zhou Wanjin remained blissfully unaware that Lin Shi had already captured a new Pokémon. Brother, he has another Pokémon. Should we still challenge him? We worked hard for our current points. His younger brother swallowed nervously and spoke hesitantly. The elder brother's expression was conflicted, and he found it difficult to make a decision. After a moment, he steeled himself and declared firmly, of course we shall fight. If that Pokémon of his were formidable, he would have used it by now. How could he possibly allow a bear cub to battle for so long? Do not be deceived by his bravado. He is clearly bluffing. The more he spoke, the more convinced he became of his reasoning. How could anyone train two such powerful Pokémon in such a short time? Do you think he is cheating? After listening to his brother, the younger sibling could only nod in resignation. Yet he felt an ominous premonition as he gazed at Lin Shi. Enough chit-chat. Today we shall challenge you. Very well, as you wish. Lin Shi bent down, placing the bear cub gently into Su Qiming's arms, and strode alone onto the battlefield, which after a day of combat had become a desolate mess. Come forth, Sandshrew. Both competitors released their Pokémon simultaneously, two rodent-like creatures appearing on the field. Ah, the Sandshrew brothers. Observing the two Pokémon before him, Lin Shi could not help but mourn for them. With such a type disadvantage, he felt powerless. He took out a Pokeball, casting it without hesitation, and another Pokémon emerged. Chapter 62. The initial battle in the fragrant honey domain. Do you smell that delightful fragrance? It seems to emanate from Lin Shi's newly released Pokémon. What a curious creature. I have never seen one like it before. As the honey superior made its entrance, a rich aroma instantly enveloped the battlefield, rendering the air thick and syrupy. What kind of Pokémon is this? The two brothers exchanged bewildered glances, for they had never encountered the Pokémon Lin Shi had summoned. Brother, I found it. It's called Honey Superior. It's a foreign Pokémon, rarely cultivated in the Xinzhou region. The younger sibling exclaimed, holding his phone up to his elder brother, displaying the information he had just discovered. Brother, it appears to be quite formidable. The elder brother glared at his sibling, his voice brimming with bravado. What are you afraid of? We have 2 against 1. We can take him. Cover me, and let us advance. He then turned to face the battlefield, issuing commands. Sandshrew, use Sandstorm. The Sandshrew summoned the power of the earth, spinning rapidly in place as a storm of sand began to swirl around it. Soon, the wind and sand intensified, stinging the faces of those present. Lin Shi was no stranger to this tactic of seizing control of the weather, recognizing that Sandshrews' ability would grant it double speed in a sandstorm, while the other Pokémon would benefit from increased evasion. Is he not going to take advantage of this opportunity to attack us? The two brothers were momentarily perplexed by Lin Shi's apparent nonchalance as the sandstorm began to envelop the Honey Superior. Typically, they would have been interrupted by aggressive attacks from their opponents the moment they attempted to conjure a sandstorm, relying on Sandshrews' protection to succeed. The ease with which Lin Shi executed this maneuver left them feeling disoriented. No matter, they exchanged determined glances. The weather is now in our favor. Sandshrews, use Fury Swipes. Sandshrews, use Rapid Spin. They commanded their Pokémon to attack simultaneously. In the sandstorm, Sandshrews' speed surged, its claws gleaming with a sharp light, while the other Sandshrews became a blur, rolling swiftly across the ground. Observing their relentless assault, Lin Shi remained unperturbed, calmly commanding, Honey Superior, use Sweet Scent. Hiss. Honey Superior let out a cry, releasing an even more intense fragrance. This skill synergized beautifully with its ability, Fragrant Nectar, which reduced the evasiveness of opposing Pokémon. Instantly, the air thickened with sweetness, enveloping Honey Superior in a pale pink mist. As the two approaching Pokémon drew near, they felt as though they were sinking into a viscous substance, their movements slowing while the intoxicating scent dulled their senses. Lin Shi nodded in satisfaction at this scene. Recently, he had devoted considerable effort to training Honey Superior, having meticulously crafted a suitable training regimen for it. The fragrant honey domain was one of their successes. He had been astounded by the intensity of the fragrance it emitted even in its earlier stages, and he was determined not to squander this innate talent. Thus, he and Honey Superior had devised a battle strategy utilizing its aroma. By combining the Fragrant Nectar ability with Sweet Scent, they could swiftly create a domain that restricted their opponent's movements, allowing their artillery to strike more effectively. Observing the two Pokémon nearby, now entranced and sluggish, Lin Shi was pleased to find the results surpassing his expectations. What are you two doing? Both brothers shouted in unison, astonished at the sight of their own Pokémon. You've summoned a sandstorm, yet why are they moving so slowly? Honey Superior, use Syrup Bomb. Lin Shi disregarded their turmoil, having achieved his experimental goals. He sought to conclude the battle swiftly. Hiss. Honey Superior opened its mouth, gathering green energy, which transformed into numerous translucent red syrup projectiles, launching them relentlessly toward the Sandshrews and Sandshrews. Within the confines of the fragrant honey domain, the two Pokémon had no time to evade, each hit landing with devastating effect from the grass-type attack. Drenched in the thick, red syrup, the two Pokémon found themselves immobilized, unable to move. The outcome was unmistakably clear. Hey, still not conceding? Noticing the two exhausted Pokémon trapped on the ground, Lin Shi waved to the challengers. The two seemed to have finally grasped the situation, staring blankly at the unfolding scene, struggling to accept the reality. The disparity was staggering. This Honey Superior was even more formidable than Lin Shi's previous bear cub. Defeat was inevitable. With great difficulty, the elder brother swallowed hard, closed his eyes, and slowly raised his hand, saying, "We concede." A wise choice, Lin Shi remarked with a smile of approval. He then turned his gaze to the spectators, who were still in shock, and called out, "Is there anyone else?" The crowd exchanged glances, but no one stepped forward. They likely assessed that their own abilities paled in comparison to the formidable Groundhog brothers who had unleashed a sandstorm. Having been defeated without even brushing against the hem of Lin Shi's elegant attire, they feared that their attempts would yield no different outcome. Monstrous, truly monstrous. They murmured in disbelief. This giant snake, the honey-gathering serpent, was far beyond what Lin Shi's age could produce. Since no one dares to challenge me, this battle concludes here for today. I shall remain until the end of the assessment tomorrow, welcoming any challengers. However, Lin Shi surmised that no one would be foolish enough to confront him again. After finishing his words, Lin Shi withdrew the honey-gathering serpent into its pokeball and departed from the battlefield. The onlookers gazed at Lin Shi's retreating figure, words unspoken. Yet none dared to voice their objections. Fear had gripped them, fear of defeat. Damn it, Shirgu, when did you capture such a new Pokémon? Just as he left, the plump Zhou rushed over, staring at Lin Shi as if he were an extraterrestrial. While others were unaware, Zhou knew that Lin Shi also possessed an incredibly powerful Gyarados. The waterfall attack had left him in awe for several days. It was undeniably magnificent. But just how much time had passed? He had only just captured his second Pokémon, and Lin Shi had already acquired another that appeared exceptionally formidable, a honey-gathering serpent. In Zhou Wanjin's eyes, Lin Shi was becoming increasingly extraordinary. Not long ago, Due to matters concerning Polaris, Lin Shi had said little and brushed off the topic. Zhou Wanjin, understanding, refrained from probing further but clung to the hope of seeing the rare honey-gathering serpent once more. Your honey-gathering serpent is indeed remarkable, Su Qiming remarked, cradling her bear baby as she observed Lin Shi. This was her first time witnessing the battle of the honey-gathering serpent. Indeed, any Pokémon in Lin Shi's hands always seemed to yield something peculiar and extraordinary. Hehe, who do you think its trainer is? Lin Shi chuckled, exuding confidence. Chapter 63, Awakening. Snorlax's Fury. The night sky of autumn was exceptionally clear. Gazing up, one could see the stars swirling in a breathtaking and beautiful display. Lin Shi was busy reviewing his points from today's battles. With his intentional accumulation of points, those who had fought against him today had amassed quite a score, naturally. After defeating them, those points had fallen into his hands. His current total stood at 780 points. Lin Shi was uncertain if anyone else would come forward. But this score was undoubtedly unprecedented. His relentless pursuit of points and the top position was not for mere honor. Rather, he sought to demonstrate his potential to Northern University, thereby securing leverage for his ascendance to quasi-divinity. Have Zhou Wanjin and the others left? Su Qiming inquired, returning to find Lin Shi alone in the camp, the jubilant crowd having vanished. Yes, the plump one said it was dull without drinks and decided to wait for a proper feast after the conclusion. Lin Shi had just settled the wages for Zhou Wanjin, Li Xiaoqing, and several classmates he had hastily recruited to assist him. Suddenly, he recalled something and looked at Su Qiming with a smile, saying, "It seems I haven't given you your payment yet." To be frank, aside from Lin Shi, the most fatigued today was undoubtedly Su Qiming, who had fought alongside him throughout the day. Me? I sent my payment already on the wristband? She waved her slender, fair arm in front of Lin Shi. That's just one part of your payment. There's also this. He retrieved a finely crafted small box from his backpack and placed it before Su Qiming. Is this for me? Su Qiming exclaimed, wide-eyed with surprise. The sun must have risen in the west for you to think of giving me a gift. Of course, Lin Shi replied earnestly. He gently flipped the lid, revealing a delicate jade pendant within. This pendant had been carved from a fine piece of jade from Zhou Qi's collection. Lin Shi had found the stone appealing and felt it would be a waste to sell, so he had commissioned several pieces of jewelry, this pendant being one of them. Su Qiming's eyes widened further. It's really a genuine gift? What kind of image do you have of me? Lin Shi asked, bemused, as he observed the pendant's exquisite clarity and undeniable value. Su Qiming felt even more astonished, having prepared herself for a prank. Here, take it. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Shi said humorously, slowly extending the pendant, which seemed to shimmer in the moonlight and starlight. Lin Shi was aware that Su Qiming was not particularly fixated on grades or honors. Yet, she had accompanied him through so much chaos during this time. A fact he had certainly noticed. Since she had been such a great help, he could not let her go unrewarded. Well, since you insist, I shall accept it, Su Qiming said, biting her lip and her eyes sparkling with delight. Shall I help you put it on? Lin Shi offered. That's thoughtful of you, she replied, feigning the demeanor of a noble lady, nodding in agreement. Lin Shi stepped behind Su Qiming and carefully draped the pendant around her slender neck. Due to the difference in their heights, he inevitably had to lean down, his warm breath brushing against Su Qiming's neck, sending a shiver down her spine. Her face flushed instantly. As Lin Shi gently lifted her silky black hair, the smooth texture was captivating, and a delightful fragrance enveloped him. Wow, brother, you smell amazing. Lin Shi slowly tucked the pendant beneath her hair, finding the clasp as their proximity increased. The atmosphere around them grew quiet, their breaths becoming distinctly audible. It could be described as somewhat ambiguous. Suddenly, a violent tremor jolted from beneath their feet, causing Lin Shi to lose his balance and stumble backward uncontrollably. Ugh! The suddenness of the event prevented Lin Shi from releasing his grip immediately. It was only when he felt the pendant constricting around Su Qiming's neck that he realized the discomfort it was causing her, prompting him to let go at once. Yet, even then, a faint red mark was left on her fair neck. Their gazes locked, the atmosphere grew tense. It was an accident, purely an accident, Lin Shi awkwardly explained, his heart racing as the previously ambiguous moment nearly spiraled into disaster. Honestly, who is so inconsiderate as to ruin our Miss Sue's elegant mood? With that, Lin Shi glanced toward the source of the earlier noise, which was not far from them. Driven by curiosity and a desire to ease the tension, Lin Shi began to walk in that direction. Watching Lin Shi's somewhat flustered figure, Su Qiming shook her head and reached behind her neck to gently fasten the clasp. Humph. What a ridiculous idea Zhang has come up with. You'll regret this when I return. In the midst of the dense forest, a robust man was sprinting with fervor. his footsteps swift as the wind, glancing back frequently, his face a mask of terror. It was Snorlax. Behind him, a Snorlax was charging relentlessly, displaying a speed and agility that belied its massive physique. Damn it, this is never-ending. Observing the furious expression of the Snorlax, Wang Heng finally grasped the true meaning of the textbook warning. Never disturb a slumbering Snorlax. How dare he provoke such a creature? It seemed this brother was not particularly strong, yet possessed an audacious spirit. Lin Shi emerged from the sounds, spotting Wang Heng being pursued by the enraged Snorlax from a distance. Lin Shi could understand their reckless behavior. After all, the assessment would conclude tomorrow, and everyone was undoubtedly exerting their utmost to accumulate points. He surmised that this Snorlax was likely the highest-level Pokémon in this field training assessment, and it probably bore the highest points as well. Nevertheless, Lin Shi felt no inclination to engage with it at that moment. Wang Heng. The panicked Wang Heng, upon seeing Lin Shi ahead, was momentarily taken aback, but then his expression brightened with joy. Noticing his demeanor, Lin Shi scratched his head in resignation, knowing precisely what was about to unfold. Huh, Lin Shi, today is your misfortune, but who asked you to snatch away our points? Otherwise, we wouldn't have to provoke this beast. Wang Heng muttered to himself as he approached Lin Shi, stealing his resolve, and suddenly veered towards Lin Shi, dashing along the path beside him. Haha, are you really that formidable? What good is strength if you lack intellect? Surviving out here requires wit. Snorlax, what was that sound? Why does it sound so familiar? Wang Heng nervously turned back, only to find the Snorlax relentlessly pursuing him, entirely disregarding Lin Shi nearby. How could this happen? Of course, this is how it happens, Lin Shi retorted, looking at Wang Heng as if he were foolish. Do you think Snorlax is incapable of turning? Its mind may be sharper than yours. With a furious roar, the Snorlax leapt high, radiating a white glow, descending upon Wang Heng like a comet colliding with Earth. Boom. The tremendous impact created a crater in the ground. Wang Heng gazed in horror at the pit behind him, dread written across his face. However, he soon noticed Snorlax gathering energy, a powerful wave emanating from it. Oh no, it's Giga Impact. Panic surged within Wang Heng, an overwhelming fear gripping his heart. Move. Hurry. He grimaced, internally screaming, yet his legs felt as heavy as lead, refusing to budge. It's over. Despair washed over him. Then, a white beam erupted from Snorlax's mouth, exploding ahead of him, the brilliant light enveloping him entirely. Chapter 64. The finale, the final scores. The colossal explosion caused leaves to rain down from the trees. Lin Shi shook his head at the spectacle. What a pity, it missed. Indeed, Snorlax's Giga Impact had not targeted Wang Heng directly. Instead, it had struck the ground just in front of him. Nevertheless, the shockwave sent him flying, colliding with Zhang Ha, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, and both crashed into a tree. There was a certain camaraderie in that moment. Lin Shi recognized that had Zhang Ha not cushioned the impact for Wang Heng, given his speed, the collision with the tree would have been far more catastrophic than merely losing consciousness. Snorlax, having downed its target, seemed to have vented its fury and did not pursue the two further. Instead, it began to sway, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air, seemingly in search of something. From Lin Shi's understanding of Snorlax, it was likely hungry, in pursuit of food. Wait. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Shi. He turned sharply to look at Snorlax and indeed saw it confirm a target after a brief search, its expression lighting up as it headed in a particular direction. As expected, Lin Shi sighed. Snorlax was heading straight for the campsite of him and Su Qiming, lured by the food they had just prepared. Snorlax, eyes half closed, followed its sense of smell, salivating at the scent of food, feeling even hungrier, fully prepared for a feast. Suddenly, an overwhelming aroma wafted before it. A scent it found somewhat familiar. Was it the smell of apples? It opened its eyes and straightened up, gazing ahead in mild confusion. A gigantic, worm-infested apple lay in the middle of the path, radiating an enticing fragrance, with a human standing behind it. Upon seeing the obstruction, the famished Snorlax became incensed, bellowing at them in frustration. Apologies, but this path is closed. Lin Shi waved his hand dismissively at Snorlax. Pokémon, Snorlax. Level, LV33. Status, healthy, hungry. Gender, male. Type, normal. Ability, immunity. Height, 1 meters. Weight, 500 kilograms. Held item, none. Skills, rollout, lick, yawn, rest, snore, heavy slam, body slam, tackle, bite, fire punch, Giga Impact. Pokédex entry, Snorlax. The sleeping Pokémon, the evolved form of Munchlax. It must consume 400 kilograms of food daily, otherwise, it will not feel satisfied. After eating, It promptly falls into a deep sleep. This was a Snorlax in a state of hunger, and nothing could deter its quest for food. Oh, it truly is a formidable opponent, Lin Shi remarked, clicking his tongue at Snorlax's data. Yet soon after, his gaze sharpened, a confident smile gracing his lips. Just the heavyweight opponent I was looking for. He addressed his Pokémon, the Gardevoir. In truth, from a combat perspective, Gardevoir's special attack was not particularly suited for battling Snorlax, given Snorlax's significantly higher special defense compared to its physical defense. Engaging it would certainly prove easier with a physically offensive Pokémon like Gyarados. However, this also presented an excellent opportunity to assess Gardevoir's strength. Gardevoir, Magical Leaf. Without hesitation, Lin Shi commanded the attack. Verdant energy coalesced around Gardevoir, forming sharp leaf blades that whistled as they shot towards Snorlax. Snorlax, undaunted by the impending assault, clenched its fists, flames erupting forth as it unleashed a barrage of fire punches to counter the relentless barrage of magical leaf blades. After successfully fending off Gardevoir's attack, Snorlax curled into a ball, resembling a massive sphere of steel as it began to roll towards Gardevoir with tremendous momentum. Watching the Snorlax barrel towards them like an iron war machine, Lin Shi couldn't help but marvel at the creature's prowess. It seemed to be executing a combination of rollout and heavy slam. This Snorlax was no ordinary foe. We cannot afford to remain passive, Lin Shi commanded. Gardevoir, activate Sweet Scent. In an instant, a faint reddish syrupy mist emanated from the honeycomb serpent, swiftly enveloping the wildly rolling Snorlax. Following this, it unleashed a barrage of syrup bombs. Hiss! The honeycomb serpent opened its mouth, launching a series of apple-flavored bombs, resembling glistening red candies. The viscous syrup rapidly coated Snorlax's body, drastically diminishing its speed until, under the relentless assault, it was compelled to come to a halt. Snorlax, struggling to lift its feet glued to the ground, dragged a long, sticky ribbon of syrup behind it, now caught in a sugary predicament. This sugary state, with the syrup hardening continuously, would lead to a gradual decline in speed, ultimately binding the Pokémon in a solidified syrupy grip. Indeed, Lin Shi nodded in approval. The binding capability of this syrup exceeded his expectations. What is it doing? Lin Shi observed as Snorlax took a lick of the red syrup on its body, and in an instant, its eyes sparkled as if a new world had opened before it. It then began to lick the syrup from other parts of its body, soon devouring a substantial amount. Is this even possible? Watching Snorlax's focused indulgence, it seemed to have completely forgotten the presence of Lin Shi and the honeycomb serpent. The battle appeared to be taking a rather peculiar turn. Very well, Lin Shi scratched his head, for his honeycomb serpent had an abundance of this syrup. Adhering to the principle of delivering a service to the fullest, he continued to command the honeycomb serpent to unleash a relentless barrage of syrup bombs. A sky filled with red syrup rained down upon Snorlax, whose eyes sparkled with tears of joy, as if it were living a sweet dream. Please, do not let me wake from this. As the night deepened, the autumn forest grew cold, and Lin Shi returned to the camp, enveloped in the scent of apples. Where have you been? Mugging someone? Su Qimeng, still awake, inquired, astonished at the sudden addition of 100 points to her bracelet. Impossible. That was my reward for being a good Samaritan, Lin Shi replied with a smirk. Feeding wild Pokémon could indeed be considered a good deed. And this 100 points were gleaned from Snorlax. Furthermore, he had also assisted the brothers Henga in withdrawing from the competition, for they were currently in a comatose state. What would happen if something were to occur on such a cold night? Regrettably, due to their withdrawal, the hard-earned points would be rendered void, leaving them without results this time. Now, they possessed a total of 880 points, a rather auspicious number, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it seemed unlikely that anyone would dare challenge them again, likely marking their final score. Finally, it was coming to an end. Lin Shi stretched lazily, gazing at the moon on the horizon with a sigh. The next day arrived swiftly, and as Lin Shi had anticipated, no group dared to challenge him and Su Qimeng until the assessment was completely over, seemingly awakened by the previous evening's battle. The sun hung high in the southern sky. Nearing noon, all students received the announcement simultaneously. The outdoor survival training assessment had officially concluded. Chapter 65, Winter Vacation, Year-End Gathering. In the Pokémon training arena of Baishan City, Lin Shi was training 3 Pokémon. Nearly a week had passed since the outdoor combat training assessment concluded, and as the top student of the 3rd high school, no one bothered him about skipping school. It seemed the effects of the fruit were quite promising. Observing the training status of the 3 Pokémon, Lin Shi nodded in satisfaction. As the first in the assessment, He and Su Qiming were each allowed to select 3 basic enhancement fruits, such as the berry that boosted attack, which the bear cub had consumed. Though all aimed at enhancing basic abilities, the effects of these fruits far surpassed the basic enhancement feathers Lin Shi had acquired previously. They were in a league of their own. Without hesitation, Lin Shi decided that focusing on a single aspect would yield the greatest results. He selected 2 berries and 1 dragonfire fruit to enhance special attack, distributing them to bear cub, Gyarados, and honeycomb serpent respectively. Additionally, Lin Shi retrieved a dark yellow disc from his bag, a disposable skill machine for rock slide given to him by Zhang Jianjun, or rather, entrusted by Zhang Jingyin, the principal of the 3rd high school. Similarly, Su Qiming had received a disposable skill machine for heat wave as a reward. Lin Shi had little impression of the principal, recalling only that he was a sprightly old man. It seemed he was not only sprightly, but also quite affluent. After all, each of these skill machines was as coveted as the earthquake skill machine, far from inexpensive, yet he had received 2. Regardless, this skill machine was perfectly suited for Bear Cub to learn, and Lin Shi intended to have Bear Cub master Thunder Punch before immediately diving into this skill. As the semester drew to a close, the weather had become increasingly frigid. The influence of Pokémon seemingly mitigated the extreme northern climates of the past. However, with the year-end approaching, the cold intensified. During this time, Lin Shi had lost the desire to train outdoors, opting instead for the indoor professional Pokémon training facility. While not cheap, it was manageable given Lin Shi's current financial standing. At school, he merely needed to participate in 1 ordinary final exam, and he could prepare at home. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and as the year drew to a close, Lin Shi finally welcomed his winter vacation. Just a few days into the break, Su Qiming left Baishan City to meet her parents in Qinhuang City, saying she would return for the new year. Meanwhile, Lin Shi enjoyed a much quieter time, engaging in regular Pokémon training and studying for his final exams, while also scouting for reliable ghost-type Pokémon or keeping an eye on various items online. As time continued to flow, the festive atmosphere grew palpable. Shop windows were adorned with red lanterns and mascots, and people began preparing for the new year, decorating their homes as a celebratory spirit gradually enveloped the town. "Hey, have you arrived? Do you need me to pick you up?" Lin Shi, dressed in a black and white down jacket, walked along the street, replying to Zhou Wanjin's voice from his phone. "No need, I'm already here. You go ahead and browse, we'll meet up shortly." Lin Shi strolled past the various stalls, replying to Zhou Wanjin while perusing the offerings. This was Baishan City's annual year-end trainer gathering, a trading fair held during this time for exchanging Pokémon resources. The roadside stalls were mere appetizers. The real treasures awaited in the massive venue not far off. After securing his phone, Lin Shi patiently squatted before each stall, occasionally stroking the items displayed on the ground, scrutinizing them closely. These roadside stalls offered a plethora of goods, fruits, Pokémon items, skill machines, and even Pokémon eggs. However, most of them were either subpar or entirely unrelated, merely resembling the actual items. Much like the antique market of a bygone era, purchases are final, no returns, no refunds, should one fall victim to deception. They have only their own lack of discernment to blame. Thus, many vendors have emblazoned the phrase "I aim to deceive you" across their visages. "Sir, from which dynasty does this vase originate?" "The Shang and Zhou dynasties." "But isn't this marked as made during the Ming dynasty?" "Oh, that is merely a Ming imitation of the Shang and Zhou." Lin Shi, rendered speechless, placed the vase down and departed without a backward glance. What a farce, he muttered to himself. After perusing several more stalls, some hawking toys as genuine artifacts, others peddling battered skill machines masquerading as the real deal, he found himself shaking his head in disbelief. Where there are merchants, there is deceit. At that moment, a new stall caught Lin Shi's attention. It appeared to be selling genuine antiquities, with an array of time-worn objects exuding an ancient charm. The vendor, an elderly gentleman with a grizzled beard yet an air of integrity, sat with his eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to the bustling crowd. Lin Shi squatted down, examining several smooth, rounded stones tucked away in a corner of the stall. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he discerned something intriguing but feigned nonchalance while sifting through the stones. "Sir, what is the price for these stones?" Without lifting his eyelids, the old man replied in a deep voice, 100,000. "Pardon?" Lin Shi looked at the vendor as if he were mad. "One stone, 100,000. The elderly man reiterated with unwavering conviction. Yet, observing Lin Shi's expression, he felt compelled to elaborate, leaning closer and whispering conspiratorially, "Do you know what these are?" A chill ran down Lin Shi's spine. Could he truly be aware? Why then? Were they displayed here? A trap, perhaps? What are they? He inquired cautiously, tilting his body toward the old man. I do not know, the elder replied, shaking his head with candor. Are you jesting with me? Lin Shi retorted. It is precisely because I lack knowledge of their value that if I were to purchase them at a bargain, I would suffer greatly if someone else seized the opportunity. The old man fervently defended his position. Oh, you present a cogent argument. Stop, stop, Lin Shi interrupted with a raised finger, signaling for the old man to cease his discourse. Allow me to clarify. I have a friend who is quite fond of collecting stones. I intend to buy these for him. Your price is untenable. I shall make an offer, and if you agree, we can conclude the transaction. Otherwise, I shall take my leave. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at the stones and then at the old man's face, slowly extending a finger. 100 for each. His declaration echoed in the air, enveloping the stall in an abrupt silence. Deal, the old man acquiesced, unable to suppress a smile as he stroked his white beard while regarding Lin Shi. By the heavens, I've overpaid, Lin Shi thought. You're not trying to swindle me with stones plucked from the riverbed, are you? Absolutely not. I selected these with utmost care. The old man's face flushed slightly as he lapsed into silence, no longer offering explanations. Lin Shi gazed at the old man's expression, bemused. Yet he willingly handed over the money, placing the stones into his backpack. Today, he had willingly embraced the role of the unsuspecting fool. After completing the transaction, Lin Shi did not leave immediately, but continued to examine the other wares displayed. As he browsed, he suddenly halted before a particular item. Astonishment etched on his face as he scrutinized it closely, murmuring to himself, this seems to be. Chapter 66. Dazzling, competing with the affluent. What has caught your eye this time? Rest assured, all of these are treasures. The old man beamed as he accepted the 500 yuan Lin Shi had just handed him. With money now facilitating their dealings, he became noticeably more cordial. Such naive, affluent individuals are a rarity these days. Lin Shi paid no heed to the vendor's banter, instead focusing intently on an ancient coin nestled within a box before him. Ancient gold coins, reputedly used in ancient civilizations. Lin Shi recalled that such coins were typically unearthed only in secret realms. However, there was no concrete documentation regarding them, rendering them mere collectibles. Upon inspecting the box, he noted it contained a total of 6 ancient coins. Quite intriguing, Lin Shi mused. His interest piqued as he inquired of the old man, where did you acquire these? The vendor glanced at the box in Lin Shi's hands, furrowing his brow in deep thought. I can't quite recall. Perhaps I sourced them from a market in Mo City a few years ago. Rest assured, their provenance is impeccable. Assuming Lin Shi was concerned about their origins, the old man hastily added, you need not worry. Lin Shi nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further, instead stating, name your price. 1 box for 100,000. Lin Shi was taken aback, raising his gaze to meet the old man's. This was clearly a far superior item compared to the shabby stones, yet was priced lower. He had anticipated a far more exorbitant figure. Seemingly reading Lin Shi's thoughts, the old man smiled with satisfaction. I recognize these items. They are worth this price. How reasonable. Lin Shi agreed, finding the price indeed fair. Isn't it customary to barter? He asked, producing a black belt from his bag, an item he had purchased for the bear cub but found unsuitable as its power had grown. Since it was of no further use, he decided to trade it. The old man, taken aback by Lin Shi's proposal for an exchange, scrutinized the belt closely. It's in decent condition. Having spent years at his stall, the old man had developed a keen eye. He then remarked, young man, I can accept this, but I can only credit you half of its value, so you will need to provide an additional 50,000. Scoundrel, Lin Shi thought, recalling he had originally purchased the belt for over 70,000. After only a short time of use, he was being offered such a meager price. Very well, I shall pay the 50,000. Lin Shi, not particularly concerned about the sum, swiftly pulled out his phone to transfer the remaining amount. Done. You may keep the box as a gift. The old man chuckled heartily, his beard quivering with delight. A year without business, yet a windfall for 3 years upon opening. Lin Shi placed the box, along with the 6 ancient coins, into his backpack, then turned to the still smiling old man and said, let us be friends. The old man regarded Lin Shi with suspicion. What do you mean? Our transactions are final, no exchanges or returns. Do not misunderstand, Lin Shi replied with a grin. I merely believe you have a treasure trove of fine items. Should the opportunity arise in the future, perhaps you could keep an eye out for me. I'm sure we can negotiate a fair price. Oh, I see. That is no problem at all. The old man's demeanor shifted instantly at the prospect of a long-term business relationship, his face lighting up with joy. After exchanging contact information, they shared a knowing smile, each silently vowing, I shall return. After some time spent wandering about, Lin Shi ultimately failed to find what he desired. Noticing that it was nearly time, he made his way towards the central venue. The appetizers had been consumed, and it was now time for the main course. Lin Shi's primary purpose for attending today was to procure some relatively rare items that could enhance the abilities of a few Pokémon. For instance, with regard to Gyarados, it could continue to utilize the mysterious water droplet gifted by Magikarp, thus negating the need for a new item. Therefore, Lin Shi intended to seek out some practical TMs for it to learn new skills. As for the Cubchoo and the Beedrill, he aimed to purchase a battle-holding item for each. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Shi felt in good spirits as he settled onto an unoccupied chair. His heavy backpack in hand, a smile gracing his face. He first retrieved a stone he had just purchased, most of which were merely ordinary stones of peculiar colors. However, not all were so mundane. Lin Shi picked up an irregular dark purple stone. With a thought, its identification information manifested before him. Evolutionary stone, a wondrous stone for evolution. When held, it enhances the defense and special defense of Pokémon capable of evolving. This item was exceedingly suitable for the current Cubchoo, potentially elevating its already formidable defense to new heights. Furthermore, the evolved form, Beartic, could continue to benefit from it. Lin Shi surmised that this item would likely accompany Cubchoo for quite some time. Having spent a mere 100 on such a premium item tailored for his needs, Lin Shi's spirit soared. He contemplated inquiring from the old man where he had found it. Perhaps he would take the opportunity to search around himself. Since he had opened his backpack, Lin Shi also took out a box he had purchased at a high price to examine it closely. Inside the box were 6 ancient coins, 2 ancient copper coins, 1 ancient silver coin, 1 ancient gold coin, and the remaining 2 coins were of a different variety altogether. Lin Shi picked up one of these 2 coins and scrutinized it closely. Coin of the Treasure Seeker, a drop item, cherished and collected by the Treasure Seeker. Indeed, these 2 gleaming coins were the very coins of the Treasure Seeker, and speaking of this Pokémon inevitably led one to mention its evolved form, Scrooge. Scrooge, which evolves from the Treasure Seeker after collecting 999 coins, is an exceedingly powerful Pokémon. Its Ghost Steel typing grants it 9 resistances and 3 immunities, while its ability, Golden Body, renders it unaffected by the opponent's status-changing moves. Its signature move, Gold Rush, is one of the few high-power Steel-type special attacks available. Scrooge, resplendent in its golden sheen, does not possess a shiny form. Rather, each successfully evolved Scrooge inherently shines. To Lin Shi's recollection, this world had yet to witness the emergence of Scrooge, at least not officially recognized, and the Treasure Seeker itself was exceedingly rare. Lin Shi licked his lips. Was this not the ghost-type Pokémon he had long desired? With this thought, his gaze drifted downward to examine what he considered the greatest treasure of this venture. Indeed, whether it was the evolutionary stone or these 2 Treasure Seeker coins, neither could compare to his true prize. Lin Shi slowly lifted the box containing the ancient coins, gazing up at it in the light, unable to suppress a smile. Have you heard of the saying, buying the case but losing the pearl? Achoo. Meanwhile, outside the venue, the proprietor sneezed, tightening his clothing with a grin, muttering, well, having made such a profit from the big spender today, I shan't endure any more here. I'll call it a day early. Chapter 67, Bidding and TMs. Lin Shi carefully examined the box in his hands. It was a red and yellow patterned box, resembling the treasure chests commonly depicted in Western films. An identification message appeared before his eyes. Treasure Seeker's chest, the chest that the Treasure Seeker resides in. To return to its original form, the Treasure Seeker wanders about. Lin Shi inhaled deeply, a smile creeping across his face. With this chest in hand, even without any further action, a Treasure Seeker would likely come seeking it. If he were to venture into their secret realms with these items, would he not have a significant chance of encountering the very Treasure Seeker in search of its chest? With this thought, Lin Shi's enthusiasm surged. Mojang City. I must pay a visit there sometime, he murmured to himself. After ensuring everything was in order, Lin Shi stowed the items back in his backpack and set off with a light-hearted step towards the inner hall. Good day, sir. Please present your invitation. A staff member at the entrance of the inner hall politely requested. The venue was divided into an outer section and an inner section. The outer section served the general public, where anyone could engage in the buying and selling of resources. However, whether one fell victim to scams or stumbled upon bargains was solely their responsibility. Even the gravest losses had to be swallowed down like bitter pills. In contrast, access to the inner section required an invitation, typically issued to prominent figures within Baishan City, suggesting that the resources traded therein were significantly rarer and more exceptional. Upon presenting his invitation, Lin Shi was courteously escorted into the inner hall. The decor of the inner hall was markedly superior to that of the outer section. with the quality of the shops having improved considerably. Lin Shi strolled through, pausing intermittently to search for the items he needed. As he passed by a shop selling TMs, his interest piqued. A shop operating in the inner hall must surely offer some fine items. Welcome, he heard as he walked past the shelves. Although it was a store, the selection of TMs was limited, and most were not of interest to him, such as Low Kick, Swift, Fake Tears, and Water Pulse. At last, some good items. Lin Shi's eyes lit up at the sight of several TMs displayed prominently on the table. Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Flame Burst, Rock Slide, Brick Break, Air Slash, Dark Pulse. These TMs were of a notably higher caliber, featuring several popular and powerful moves that were generally difficult to acquire elsewhere. However, it was evident that such an impressive array of TMs was the shopkeeper's hidden treasure, and he was not the only one to notice. A crowd had already gathered around. Excuse me, could I get through? Lin Shi squeezed his way in, not overly greedy, content with securing just one. It is a great honor to meet you all here today. I am the manager from the pet Pokémon shop responsible for the sale of these TMs. A cheerful shop assistant in uniform addressed the crowd with a bright smile. Yihan, Lin Shi, having maneuvered through the throng, was momentarily taken aback upon spotting the shop assistant, who was none other than Yihan from the Pokémon department store in Baishan City, now hosting the TM sale. This could be considered a promotion, right? Speaking of which, is this also a branch of the pet Pokémon shop? Lin Shi suddenly realized he hadn't noticed the sign when he entered. At that moment, Yihan noticed Lin Shi at the front of the crowd and discreetly winked at him as a greeting before returning to engage with the other customers. Oh, I smell a scandal brewing. A melodious voice chimed beside Lin Shi. He turned to see a slender girl with short hair standing next to him, gazing at him with an amused expression. Mengwan, what are you doing here? Lin Shi asked, surprised to see Mengwan. Why can't I be here? I'm also from Baishan City, you know, she replied with a playful grin. Mengwan declared with an air of certainty, let us not digress. Pray tell, what is your relationship with that shop assistant? Rest assured, I shall not divulge it to Su Qiming. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at Lin Shi, practically radiating a thirst for gossip. Lin Shi pondered momentarily before responding. It can be succinctly summarized in 4 words. Mengwan's eyes widened slightly, her curiosity getting the better of her as she interjected, love at first sight? Shaking his head, Lin Shi looked at Mengwan and enunciated deliberately, none of your business. Mengwan retorted, if you want to speak, then you are just a petty man. She pouted, grumbling in annoyance. As the two conversed, a larger crowd gathered around them. Yihan, glancing around, felt the moment was ripe. Esteemed customers, today at our pet spirit shop, we will be auctioning off several disposable skill machines through a bidding process. Besides currency, we also accept barter. Her voice, soft as a spring breeze, announced the trading rules. First up for bidding is this Flame Burst skill machine. Starting at 50,000. The highest bidder wins. 60,000. Hardly had Yihan finished speaking when a voice called out, raising the bid by 10,000. Clearly a patron of considerable means. 70,000. 100,000. It seemed many were interested in the Flame Burst skill. Within mere minutes, the price had doubled. Hey, aren't you going to bid? Lin Shi nudged Mengwan's shoulder. How do you know I want this? Mengwan responded, astonished. For your sister, of course. Isn't Flame Burst perfect for her Jengar? Lin Shi crossed his arms, matter-of-factly. Mengwan shrugged, non-committal, and fell silent. 140,000. Is there anyone else willing to bid? As the price soared, the number of bidders dwindled until it settled at 140,000. All right, I announce 150,000. Mengwan finally spoke up, and the previously bidding man shot her an annoyed glance. What are you looking at? Are you raising the bid or not? The man, visibly determined, hesitated but ultimately conceded, allowing Mengwan to procure the first skill machine for 150,000. Hee. Mengwan cheerfully paid and retrieved the skill machine, her face alight with joy. Congratulations, Lin Shi said, clasping his hands together, his expression impassive. Wait until my sister's Jengar learns Flame Burst. We shall see how we teach you a lesson next time, Mengwan declared, shaking her delicate fist in a mock show of defiance. The next skill machine for auction was Air Slash. The second round of bidding commenced swiftly. Yet Lin Shi found little interest. He pondered why his Gyarados was unable to learn Air Slash. What is the purpose of that flying type, then? Soon, various skill machines were auctioned off, and Lin Shi exhibited his extravagant side by spending 410,000 on both Thunderbolt and Ice Beam skill machines. Given that this bidding could not be discounted due to Lin Shi's VIP status, he had to part with substantial amounts of money. Rubbing his forehead, he sometimes felt fortunate for his Pokémon to have such a capable trainer. Gyarados, just enjoy yourself quietly. Luckily, Lin Shi had profited handsomely from the Zhou family, Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to produce such funds at once. Who would have thought you were quite wealthy? Mengwan remarked, crossing her arms and scrutinizing Lin Shi. In her recollection, there had been no figure like him among the affluent youths of Baishan City. Don't be infatuated with me. I am but a legend, Lin Shi teased, flaunting the 2 skill machine discs in front of her. Huh. Mengwan spat in playful disdain. Now, only the final skill machine, Flamethrower, remained. Chapter 68. Reunion. New skill machine. The last skill disc for Flamethrower is now up for bids. In the Pet Spirit skill machine shop, Yihan is conducting the auction for this prized item. The previous skill machines had fetched impressive prices, uplifting her spirits and lightening her tone. 100,000. The first bidder raised the price to 100,000, and Lin Shi turned to see that it was the same man who had previously contended with Mengwan. 19,000. After several minutes of fierce bidding, the price had escalated to 19,000, with the same man still in the running, clearly intent on acquiring this skill machine. Is there anyone else wishing to bid? Yihan surveyed the crowd but found no further responses, preparing to declare the man the winner. Very well, I announce, 20,000. A young man's voice rang out from the back of the crowd. Excuse me, make way. Moments later, a tall, muscular figure pushed through the throng, raising his hand to ensure Yihan heard him. I bid 20,000. Oh, it's him. Surprise rippled through the crowd at his arrival, and many approached to greet him warmly. Who is this? Lin Shi leaned closer to Mengwan, inquiring. Mengwan looked at him incredulously. Are you serious? You don't know him? What a shame. As you are the so-called top of the 3rd high school, don't you keep tabs on your rivals from other schools? Are you suggesting he is the top student from another school? Mengwan nodded, assuming a teachable demeanor. Jin Yao from Baishan First High School. Not only the current top student, but also a strong contender for next year's college entrance examination champion. Champion and top scorer are not synonymous. The former refers to victory in Pokémon battles, while the latter pertains to excellence across all subjects. His surname is Jin? Lin Shi perceptively noted. Yes. He is the son of Jin Shikai, the gym leader of Baishan. Lin Shi acknowledged this, while he had no personal impressions of Jin Yao. He did recall meeting his father, Jin Shikai, during the last siege on the Polaris base. The man was an expert in Steel-type Pokémon, having defeated the Stronghold's top fighters with just a Steelix and a Metagross, capturing Dr. D9 in the process, a display of formidable strength. Reflecting on this, Lin Shi scrutinized the young man, noting a resemblance to his father, though he wondered about his abilities. As the two conversed, the bidding for the flamethrower skill machine continued unabated. Jin Yao's appearance did not deter the other man, who gritted his teeth and pressed on. 22,000. Jin Yao called out, his voice steady and commanding. The man in the suit appeared increasingly flustered, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, clearly overwhelmed by the escalating bids. Wait, I need to make a call for confirmation. The man raised a hand to Yihan. Yihan looked to Jin Yao, who nodded, granting her consent for the man's request. With a look of relief, he hurriedly dialed, explaining his predicament. Moments later, a brash, piercing voice echoed from the entrance. Who dares to seize my belongings today? The newcomer was a slightly plump young man, adorned with an earring in one ear and dressed flamboyantly, exuding the air of a rich playboy. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Lin Shi furrowed his brow and turned to locate the source, only to discover that it was indeed an acquaintance. The young man was Liao Hui, who had previously contested with them for a larvitar at the department store. Given that his father was the president of Minghui Mining, his presence here was hardly surprising. Stop dawdling. Since your people have arrived, let's have a straightforward answer. Will you raise your bid? If not, hand over the item. Jin Yao shot a displeased glance at the overbearing Liao Hui. Liao Hui, upon recognizing that his competitor was Jin Yao, felt a flicker of discomfort and shot a fierce glare at the man who had called him. Yet, Liao Hui had always been one to value face above all else. It was impossible for him to back down after making such a grand entrance. Oh, it's young Master Jin. I wondered who was so wealthy. However, I'm afraid I need that skill machine, so I must trouble you to part with it. I'll offer 230,000. Liao Hui quickly added another 10,000 to his bid. This price was already quite high. Typically, skill machines for moves like Flamethrower or Thunderbolt would not exceed 200,000. Jin Yao frowned, clearly sensing the price was excessive, and hesitated over whether to count a bid. 240,000. Ultimately, he slowly uttered a figure. At this moment, no one was more delighted than Yihan, who immediately turned her beautiful eyes toward Liao Hui, filled with anticipation. Eager to see if he would raise the bid, Liao Hui bit his lip, reluctant to increase his offer, but the gazes of those around him weighed heavily upon him. Reflecting on his earlier arrogance upon entering, he gritted his teeth and continued, 250,000. In truth, bids did not have to increase by increments of 10,000. But Liao Hui was clearly not inclined to do so. He believed such stingy behavior was unworthy of his status. Jin Yao took a deep breath, shook his head, and ultimately decided to forego the bidding. Thus, Liao Hui secured the flamethrower skill machine for the exorbitant price of 250,000. TSK. If all customers were like Liao Hui, shopkeepers would be overjoyed, Lin Shi silently mocked. As several premium skill machines were sold out, the number of customers in the store noticeably dwindled. You should head to the trading conference shortly. Shall we go together? Meng Wan suggested to Lin Shi inside the shop. I have other matters to attend to. You go ahead, Lin Shi replied, waving his hand in refusal. Since he had encountered Yi Han, it was only natural to greet her and inquire about any leftover treasures. Oh. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Meng Wan cast a glance at Yi Han, revealing an expression of understanding. Men. She shot Lin Shi a meaningful look, said nothing further, and quickly exited the shop. Lin Shi rolled his eyes, fully grasping Meng Wan's implications. Why are girls so nosy? Hanjia, long time no see. Lin Shi approached Yi Han, initiating conversation. Upon seeing him, Yi Han beamed, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Isn't this our VIP, Lin Shi? It has indeed been a while. Yi Han held a favorable impression of Lin Shi, as he had helped their store by subduing the night thief fire lizard, reducing their losses, and had also purchased 2 skill machines in one go, making him a valued customer. However, encountering both Lin Shi and Liao Hui simultaneously made Yi Han marvel at the smallness of the world. By the way, we just received a few skill machines. As a VIP, you can select first. Would you like to take a look? Yi Han suddenly remembered something. Her beautiful gaze fixed on Lin Shi, evidently wishing to foster a closer relationship. That sounds splendid. Lin Shi readily accepted. Yi Han produced several skill machines of varying colors, and Lin Shi began to inspect them one by one. Most were either unsuitable or unappealing to him. However, he paused at the last machine, his eyes brightening. I'll take this skill machine. Chapter 69. The Trade, Moonstone. A few minutes later, Lin Shi hummed a tune as he exited the shop, a green skill machine in hand. Grass terrain transforms the environment into grass terrain, allowing Pokémon on the ground to recover each turn and increasing the power of grass-type moves. This move was perfectly suited for his current superior. After leaving the shop, Lin Shi did not linger but proceeded directly to the final trading venue. This was the highlight of the Baishan gathering, where numerous powerful trainers would trade their unwanted yet invaluable resources, primarily through bartering. Lin Shi intended to join the fray and see if he could secure something worthwhile. Thus far, he could confidently say he had made significant gains, with the only regret being his failure to find suitable items for his superior S battles. Hello, sir. Do you have any items for trade? We need to register the item information. After confirming Lin Shi's identity, the staff inquired. Is this acceptable? Lin Shi presented a high-quality standard moonstone, a small fragment of the large moonstone he had acquired in the secret realm. The staff took the moonstone from Lin Shi, not daring to be negligent, and quickly contacted someone for appraisal. Moments later, the staff respectfully informed Lin Shi, "Congratulations, sir. The moonstone you provided meets the standards of our trading conference. You will be allocated a trading position at the upcoming event. Do you have any requirements for the trading item?" Lin Shi pondered briefly, about to speak when a clear and melodious female voice suddenly interrupted. Lin Shi? Lin Shi turned to see a girl approaching gracefully. Meng Wan. He was taken aback. What brings you here? And how did you change your clothes so quickly? Before he could finish, he noticed the girl's long, silky black hair and promptly realized. Mengu? Mengu nodded, appearing much more serene and composed compared to her lively sister, Meng Wan. I take it you just met Xiao Wan. Lin Shi nodded, surprised by the coincidence of meeting the sister first and then the elder. Sir, could you please decide on the moonstone's trading details? The trading conference is about to commence. The staff gently urged Lin Shi, sensing the need to curtail their reunion. Are you interested in trading the moonstone? Meng Gu's eyes lit up, her tone tinged with anticipation. Yes, Lin Shi admitted candidly. What? Miss Meng, are you interested? Mengu nodded and continued. In that case, how about we trade directly? What would you like to exchange for the moonstone? Lin Shi did not immediately respond. In truth, he was not lacking in resources at the moment, so he decided to turn the question back to her. What can Miss Meng offer for trade? Meng Ji's expression remained neutral, her demeanor calm as she pulled out her phone and scrolled through it before handing it to Lin Shi. Upon receiving the phone and glancing at the dazzling list, Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Then he turned to the counter. The situation has changed. I'm sorry, but I will not be trading this moonstone. After Lin Shi retrieved his moonstone from the counter, he departed alongside Mengu, leaving the two beleaguered staff members exchanging bewildered glances. Classmate Meng, it was a pleasure collaborating with you. Should you require another moonstone in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. As they made their way to the trading fair, Lin Shi and Meng Gu walked side by side. Having just completed a transaction, Lin Shi deemed it prudent to nurture this promising client, especially since he had an abundance of moonstones at his disposal. Meng Gu smiled softly. What brings you here? Just as they conversed, a figure abruptly obstructed their path. Lin Shi frowned and beheld Liao Hui's loathsome visage before him. Liao Hui, who had intended to attend the trading fair, immediately recognized Lin Shi. The incident at the pet spirit breeding house was the greatest humiliation of his life. Not only had he been knocked unconscious by his own Pokémon, but he had also been coerced into apologizing and compensating the breeding house, rendering him a laughingstock in his social circle. However, his pride prevented him from accepting any blame, and he readily transferred the entirety of the incident's repercussions onto Lin Shi and Su Qiming, particularly Lin Shi, sharp-tongued and cunning. If it weren't for him, none of this would have transpired, and the mere thought of him incited a visceral hatred within Liao Hui. Previously, due to Minghui Mining's critical phase in developing lignite, he had refrained from causing trouble, intending to seek revenge on Lin Shi in due time, but fate had intervened. Why can't I be here? Did you leave a mark on the telephone pole? Liao Hui discerned the sarcasm in Lin Shi's tone and responded with a disdainful glance, deriding. I recall that entry into the inner hall requires an invitation, doesn't it? What right does a pauper, whose clothes hardly amount to 300, have to enter? He then cast a glance at Meng Gu beside Lin Shi, feigning enlightenment as he sneered. So, you've been living off the wealth of the Meng family, Miss Meng. But I must say, your taste seems rather lacking. How dare you? Before Liao Hui could finish his sentence, a sharp and indignant voice emerged from behind Lin Shi and Meng Gu. Meng Wan approached, her expression dark as she fixed a disapproving gaze upon Liao Hui, clearly having overheard his remarks. Her sister was of impeccable character. How could there possibly be any wrongdoing associated with Lin Shi? A cough escaped Liao Hui as he faced the furious Meng Wan, feeling a twinge of apprehension. In Baishan City, Meng Wan was among the few individuals who genuinely unsettled him. What luck does this kid have to know the Meng sisters? Yet, having reached this point, he could not retract his words. Undeterred by Meng Wan's ire, he stubbornly continued, do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions toward Miss Meng Gu. I merely believe this pauper does not deserve to stand beside her. Have you lost your mind? Liao Hui's words were once again interrupted as Zhou Wanjin, who had come seeking Lin Shi, overheard Liao Hui's derision and felt his face flush with anger. Who did not know that Lin Shi was his brother? To bully Lin Shi was tantamount to bullying him. Zhou Wanjin, compared to Meng Gu and Meng Wan, Liao Hui was undoubtedly more familiar with Zhou Wanjin, the son of Baishan City's greatest rival. The two had never seen eye to eye, especially since Jinduo Mining had recently struck gold, a massive lignite deposit that had started to overshadow his family's fortunes. Liao Hui could hardly contain his disdain for Zhou Wanjin. With your pathetic self, how dare you speak of Brother Shi? If it weren't for your father, you'd be nothing. Only you could manage to be knocked out by your own Pokémon. Such a disgrace. In contrast to Meng Wan, Zhou Wanjin's aggression was markedly heightened as he unleashed a torrent of insults upon Liao Hui. The latter's face contorted with fury, his eyes blazing as he glared at Zhou Wanjin and Lin Shi. Indeed, they were in cahoots, their words dripping with malice. Once more, Liao Hui turned his ire toward Lin Shi. Let me tell you, kid, you can ask around about who I am, Liao Hui. Today, I'm showing the Meng family's two young ladies some respect. If you apologize to me, we can let this matter slide. Which dog is barking? Trying to bully others? Liao Hui's tirade was interrupted yet again. After struggling to speak a single coherent sentence to Lin Shi, he finally succumbed to his pent-up rage and turned toward the source of the voice. Who the hell is that? Chapter 70. The Three Great Families. Bojamin. It's me. What do you intend to do about my life? As Liao Hui's words faded, a robust young man stepped forward, towering over Liao Hui. It was Jin Yao, the son of the Baishan Dojo master. He had already been displeased about Liao Hui stealing his skill machine, and hearing him bully others pushed his temper over the edge. Liao Hui was taken aback. He had merely aimed to humiliate Lin Shi, yet a series of people had come to his defense. Can someone let me have a complete conversation with him? Suddenly, Liao Hui paused, a thought striking him. He looked back at Lin Shi, realizing that, despite his stature in Baishan City's second-generation circle, Lin Shi was an unfamiliar figure. Could he be an influential outsider? As this realization dawned, Liao Hui felt a twinge of dread. Observing Lin Shi's company, Zhou Wanjin from Jinduo Mining, the Meng sisters, and Jin Yao from the Baishan Dojo, this ensemble was indeed formidable. You still haven't explained how you plan to take my life. Speak up, and I shall respond accordingly. Jin Yao pointed at Liao Hui's shoulder, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Yet, surprisingly, Liao Hui refrained from retaliating. Instead, he seemed lost in thought. His complexion paling as beads of sweat trickled down his face. I have matters to attend to. I'll let you off this time. Stammering and incoherent, Liao Hui hastily retreated, fleeing as if from a predator. He was vain, but not foolish. Lin Shi was undoubtedly not someone to be trifled with. The others exchanged puzzled glances. They understood Liao Hui's character well enough to know he would not easily concede. What a worthless piece of work. To be scared into submission like that. Jin Yao snorted. Disdain etched across his features as he watched Liao Hui's retreating figure. Turning back, he addressed Lin Shi, who had been silently observing the unfolding drama. Hey, I'm Jin Yao. If that guy gives you any more trouble, just let me know. I'll take care of him. Lin Shi chuckled lightly. Jin Yao was indeed an interesting character. He clasped his fists in gratitude, replying, I appreciate your willingness to stand up for me. Jin Yao nonchalantly waved his hand and strode ahead toward the trading venue. Sister, how did you end up with him? Once they were alone again, Meng Wan interjected, positioning herself between Lin Shi and Meng Gu, pushing Lin Shi aside. Just a chance encounter, Meng Gu replied softly. Much like Lin Shi, having been rendered speechless during the earlier debacle. Sister, let me tell you, Lin Shi is not a good person. Upon hearing Meng Ji's words, Meng Wan leaned closer, speaking in hushed tones. Ahem. Lin Shi shot a glance at Meng Wan, tightening his throat in warning. However, Meng Wan merely cast a sidelong glance at him before resuming her conversation with Meng Gu. Isn't it better to speak ill of someone behind their back? Lin Shi regarded Meng Wan with exasperation, unable to restrain himself from commenting. Meng Wan was momentarily taken aback by Lin Shi's words, sensing a semblance of truth in his remarks. Why not take the initiative to avoid it? She suggested. Lin Shi sighed, choosing to disregard her. He and Zhou Wanjin swiftly departed, only to turn around and find Zhou Wanjin making exaggerated facial expressions at him. Brother Shi, the class monitor has only just entered a few days ago, and you're already dabbling in distractions. Do refrain from causing trouble, he chided with a chuckle. As they conversed, the duo entered the final venue of the trading fair, where the most significant transactions of the Baishan gathering were set to take place. The hall was already populated with numerous attendees, prominent figures from well-known enterprises or families within Baishan. Had it not been for the Zhou family's connections, Lin Shi would have found it quite challenging to participate in such an event. Once they secured their seats, they awaited the formal commencement of the trading fair. Esteemed guests, it is an immense honor to be entrusted with hosting this trading event, a graceful lady clad in a cheongsam announced as she stepped to the center of the venue. Introducing herself and outlining the specific rules of the trading fair. The transactions would primarily involve bartering, although some items could be exchanged for currency as well. Without further ado, let us commence with the first item for trade. The lady approached the display table and, under the curious gazes of the audience, gently lifted the red cloth draping the first item. Revealed was a Pokémon egg adorned with green patterns. Is the first item a Pokémon egg? Not just Lin Shi, but the surrounding patrons began whispering among themselves. Unfazed, the lady at the center began her introduction. This is the egg of a water-type starter Pokémon, Pokémon. I trust that with your esteemed backgrounds, you are familiar with its final evolution, Emperor Nabeo, which boasts exceptional water and steel attributes and immense potential. Brother Shi, this is it. This is the Pokémon I desire next. Zhou Wanjin exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the egg. Lin Shi recalled Zhou Wanjin mentioning that there would be an egg he yearned for at the trading fair, which was indeed the ultimate purpose of their visit. He wondered how Zhou Wanjin had come by this information. The provider of this egg sought to exchange it for a substantial quantity of high-quality metallic film. After introducing the Pokémon egg, the host revealed the desired trade item. Metallic film is an item that, when held during battles, can enhance the power of steel-type moves to a certain extent. The fact that the provider was willing to trade such a precious Pokémon egg indicated a high demand for both the quality and quantity of the metallic film. Thus, Lin Shi surmised that the provider likely intended to exploit another function of the metallic film. Beyond being an attribute-enhancing item, it also served as an evolution-inducing item. The Steelix and Scyther could evolve into Steel Titan and Mega Scyther, respectively, both of which are formidable and highly sought-after Steel-type Pokémon. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanjin had already initiated the trade. While acquiring sufficient metallic film might pose a challenge for others, it was hardly a daunting task for the well-established Gene Duo Mining Company, which specialized in mineral development. Lin Shi suspected that the information had been deliberately leaked with Zhou Wanjin in mind. Success. Without any unexpected turns, Zhou Wanjin successfully acquired the Pokémon egg. The successful transaction of the first item elevated the atmosphere within the venue, igniting anticipation for the subsequent items. As time progressed, an array of rare and precious resources was presented, including rare berries, technical machines, evolution items, and breeding resources. Lin Shi made a notable purchase himself, acquiring a quality dragon tooth for 120,000, which would be ideal for his mid-GG snake. With a resounding thud, a small hammer struck the table. Well, since both parties have reached a consensus, I hereby declare the transaction of the Spirit World Cloth a success. Congratulations to both parties. Another successful transaction ensued, and the recipient of the Spirit World Cloth was none other than Mengu, with whom Lin Shi had just completed a trade. The Spirit World Cloth is a fabric imbued with immense spiritual energy, said to originate from the spirit realm to which Pokémon ascend after their passing. Lin Shi surmised that Mengu aimed to utilize its profound ghost-type power for nurturing a Gungxi. Now, we are about to unveil the final item of the day. At last, the trading fair approached its conclusion, with countless attendees who had left empty-handed until now, eagerly anticipating this last item. Even Lin Shi found himself curious about what this climactic offering might be. With a swift motion, the lady unveiled the red cloth, revealing the concealed object beneath it. Chapter 71. Composite Metal, Aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon. As the annual Baishan Trading Fair reached its denouement with the unveiling of the last item, discussions erupted among the crowd as they beheld a square block of white metal resting quietly on the central tray. "What is this? It seems unfamiliar," murmured the attendees. "Brother Shi, do you recognize that metal block?" Zhou Wanjin inquired, glancing at Lin Shi with curiosity. Lin Shi scrutinized the metallic block, assessing its properties. "Remarkably, it is this item," Lin Shi said, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "Brother Shi, you truly know? Please enlighten me." Zhou Wanjin expressed his admiration for Lin Shi's extensive knowledge, as if there were nothing in the world he was unaware of. "This item is known as composite metal," Lin Shi revealed, not withholding any details. Like the Spirit World Cloth that was just traded, it also serves as an evolution-inducing item. An evolution-inducing item? Zhou Wanjin paused, a flicker of recognition crossing his face as he pondered. "Ah, it is the evolution item for Aluminum Steel Dragon to transform into Aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon." Zhou Wanjin's eyes widened in astonishment. He had heard of both the Aluminum Steel Dragon and Aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon, especially recognizing that the latter possesses formidable strength, rivaling that of quasi-divine Pokémon. In other words, while the Aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon may not be classified as quasi-divine, it surpasses them in sheer might. It boasts the same base stats as quasi-divine Pokémon, yet does not require a lengthy period for training and evolution, with its attributes and traits being exceptionally superior. Aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon. Lin Shi gazed at the small piece of composite metal on the table, his eyes gleaming with desire, as no trainer could ever resist the allure of such a Pokémon. "Indeed, this is composite metal," Zhou Wanjin remarked, his gaze fixed intently on the metallic block. "The Aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon is rarer than quasi-divine Pokémon, not only due to its breeding difficulties akin to those of quasi-divine creatures, but primarily because of the rarity of composite metal itself. Despite its name suggesting it might be a synthetic composite, it is, in fact, a genuine natural product, only coalescing in regions rich in mineral deposits." Meanwhile, the lady at the podium, with a soft and alluring voice, began introducing the uses of composite metal to all trainers present. Most of the attendees, being well informed, had at least a cursory understanding of the Aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon. With the host's professional and purpose-driven presentation, many trainers felt their hearts racing, as if possessing composite metal would guarantee them an Aluminum Steel Bridge Dragon in the future. The objects that the other parties sought to trade were indeed intriguing. Anyone could place a bid, and the provider of the composite metal would select the one they deemed most essential for the exchange. In this scenario, Lin Shi found himself at a loss. He was unwilling to part with his own possessions, particularly not for an elusive creature like the Aluminum Steel Dragon. However, others held differing views, as one rare elven artifact after another became objects of trade, leaving Lin Shi in awe. Ultimately, the composite metal was successfully traded, and the fortunate recipient was none other than Jin Yao, who had just voiced his discontent earlier. Lin Shi was not surprised, knowing that their dojo primarily focused on steel-type Pokémon. Such a dojo would undoubtedly harbor a keen interest in the ferocious Aluminum Steel Dragon, making the acquisition of the composite metal quite logical. Thus, with the successful transaction of the composite metal, the Baishan gathering drew to a close. Lin Shi found little interest in the remaining activities, as this trip had already yielded substantial rewards, and he was eager to return and thoroughly process his gains. He believed that the spoils of this venture would significantly enhance the strength of his Pokémon. As the eve of the spring festival approached, a chill had subtly permeated the air, with delicate snowflakes swirling gracefully. In the training room, Lin Shi continued his regimen with the Pokémon, utilizing a private, spacious facility that, though costly, boasted a plethora of training equipment and yielded superior results. At long last, the moment had arrived. Lin Shi beamed as he gazed upon several fruits laid before him. These fruits were the result of a trade with Menggu, involving a moonstone. Later, he discovered that the Meng family was the largest distributor of fruits in Baishan, wielding considerable influence not only in the city but throughout the northern region. Thus, it was evident that Menggu and Mengwan were indeed affluent individuals. With the moonstone, Lin Shi acquired 5 fruits from Menggu: a sandscale fruit that enhances speed, an apricot fruit that boosts special defense, and 3 others: candlewood fruit, dragon fruit, and lotus fruit, each providing resistance against electric, ice, and fighting-type moves, respectively. It was clear that Lin Shi had meticulously selected these fruits based on the needs of his Pokémon. These fruits were undeniably precious, particularly the latter 3, each valued at approximately 100,000. This was merely for a single piece. Lin Shi intended to give the sandscale fruit and candlewood fruit to his Gyarados, while the apricot fruit and dragon fruit would be for his superior, and the lotus fruit for his Cubchoo. The little Cubchoo, unable to reach the table's height, stood on tiptoes, straining to gaze at the fruits. Lin Shi bent down and lifted the Cubchoo, affectionately ruffling the white crescent on its forehead. He waved the lotus fruit enticingly before the Cubchoo. "Do you want to eat it?" The Cubchoo nodded eagerly, its obsidian-like eyes shimmering with anticipation. "No problem, but you must exert some effort shortly." The perfect absorption of these fruits was not an easy feat, akin to the initial use of the branch fruit, which required battle to facilitate digestion. The utilization of these fruits would follow a similar path. Meanwhile, Gyarados was diligently practicing Thunderbolt. Even with the skill machine provided by Lin Shi, it still felt a step away from mastery. For a water-flying type Pokémon, which was 4 times weak to electric moves, mastering electric-type skills posed a challenge. This made it reminisce about that seemingly harmless little bear cub, which, despite its adorable appearance, effortlessly learned various skills with remarkable ease. Truly, Pokémon outshine Pokémon, causing much vexation among them. The sound of footsteps caught Gyarados' attention. It turned to see Lin Shi approaching with Cubchoo, and for some inexplicable reason, a chill swept over its heart as they drew near. "Hey, old friend, still practicing?" Lin Shi remarked with a cheerful smile as he approached Gyarados. The Gyarados, its mouth agape, looked at Lin Shi with a puzzled expression, unsure of his intentions. Those fruits you're holding smell rather delightful. Are they today as snacks?" Lin Shi gently caressed the robust, crimson body of Gyarados, speaking earnestly. "It seems the skill practice isn't going as smoothly as anticipated. I believe we should try a different approach." Gyarados tilted its head in confusion. Lin Shi waved his hand, summoning Cubchoo, who eagerly rushed forward, its paws flashing with electric sparks. Gyarados felt a sense of unease, witnessing the shimmering energy in Cubchoo's paws. Lin Shi gazed at Gyarados reassuringly. "No running off now.